Chapter 5302 Modest Ambitions, so you're finally leaving. You sound as if you already predicted this outcome in advance. You're a gem in a pile of trash. Anyone who has spent enough time around you will realize that as long as you don't get yourself killed for a stupid reason, you are destined to go further. This day had to come sooner or later. I just didn't expect it to happen this soon, but that proves that the Mechers have a good eye toward talent. I don't blame you. Jay shared the same thoughts. Moving up at this time is both a curse and a blessing. On the one hand, one can gain access to much greater knowledge and resources than before. On the other hand, I've become so exposed that every move I make will have massive implications. A part of me still yearns to go back to the life of a relatively quirky and dispensable second-class mech designer. You did what was necessary to preserve your interests and prevent us from losing our freedom. This can happen any time, even when it is inconvenient. It is your ability to adapt and improvise that will determine whether you will get ahead or fall behind. You made the right decision, Vase. Now you need to deal with the consequences of your own actions. The time for Vase to part ways with the expeditionary heel had come closer. His clan already made sufficient arrangements to continue the operation of the main fleet in his absence. His allies had already been informed and made the appropriate adjustments. Vase just wanted to visit a few of his friends and acquaintances one last time before he left for the upper zones. The former Skull Architect readily invited his guest to his design lab. It wasn't as if his mech designs were of much value to the likes of a Tier 3 galactic citizen. I'm counting on you to keep the expeditionary heel intact, Benedict. Out of everyone who will remain in the heel, I trust your judgment most. You are the only person among us whose experience in adversity is close to mine. This is why I feel most relieved by giving you operational command. The Larkinsons will listen to you in times when it is appropriate. Hopefully, General Verl will defer to your advice and instructions just as he did with mine. Master Benedict Cortez nodded in a serious manner. I will do my best to earn the trust of your fellow Larkinsons. 1 a.m. Knoll going easy on them, though. You are fortunate enough that the Mechers have decided to fast-track you, but that doesn't mean that you have gotten rid of me. I have my own ambitions. However, I can only resort to more ordinary means to get started with first-class mech designs. That was going to take a long time. Master mech designers had to abide by much higher standards in order to get taken seriously in a first-class mech market. The amount of knowledge and high technologies they needed to learn was astronomical. Vase found it rather curious that Master Benedict actually chose to reject Che's offer of an ED-net quota. The man was determined to go his own way. Are you going to take advantage of the new elites program to move your way up, Benedict? I am. Since the Fist of Defiance was generous enough to break apart Che's status quo and allow for the rise of a new generation of leaders, it would be stupid for me to let this opportunity pass. Exciting times are ahead for all of us. He has single-handedly restored my faith in red humanity. One think it is very much possible for the Cross clan and I to rise up and become a small part of the first-class power structure. We just need to earn enough war merits and avoid a miserable death, which is admittedly challenging during these turbulent times. Vase smiled at the master mech designer. One hope your tone does not match your approach. I'm not sure how much information you have about our opposition, but the native aliens will not let you run them over with ease. You have already witnessed the power of their warships. Not all of them are as scary as they sound, but the aliens are bound to upgrade their vessels with stolen human tech. Make sure you scout your targets in advance and never let the aliens take you by surprise. You do not need to teach the art of war to me, Vase. Besides, if I happen to overlook a few details, the leaders of your clan will definitely give me a reminder, at least the ones that have chosen to remain, that is. The Golden Skull Alliance is filled with talents and highly knowledgeable experts. Let them prove that they can manage without you. Our people cannot grow up if you constantly feel compelled to act as their parent. The older mech designer was right. Vase frequently felt anxious about letting his clansmen resume the Trailblazer expedition without his supervision, but there was little he could do about it. Benedict was correct about needing to let go and allow his clansmen to bloom by themselves. The new elites program is able to offer anyone a pathway to the top, but they have to rely on their own efforts for the most part. Vase remarked, "It's harsh but fair. I guess that is the only way that the Red 2 can whip people into shape to the point where they can adequately resist the aliens." Master Benedict turned and faced Vase directly. Failure is inevitable, you know that. Sooner or later, We will collide against a more powerful alien force and suffer severe casualties as a consequence. The Larkinsons you regard as your friends and family may perish in large numbers. Not even our expert pilots are exempt from this. Are you prepared to let them continue their expeditions knowing that they may pay the ultimate price for their ambition? Vase closed his eyes and let out a sigh. I know what you are saying. I am not ignoring this risk. I hope my clansmen will be able to keep themselves safe for a long time, but if they want to become a linelighter or warfighter so badly, they need to accept the risks that come with these honored positions. Part of the reason why the Mechers are pushing the deep strike flan is to weed out the incompetent. Our clansmen must pass the test set by the Fist of Defiance if they want to enjoy the rewards that come with becoming a new elite. One of the reasons why a lot of Mechers were initially hesitant about the deep strike plan was because it entailed a lot of risks and dangers. Not everyone could succeed. There would be lots of people who would either overestimate their abilities or suffer a streak of bad luck in the process of lighting against the aliens. The fault tolerance in any serious battle against a powerful opponent was inherently low. This meant that even the simplest of errors could lead to lots of deaths. Vase did not want to experience a future where he would receive news that the expeditionary fleet lost half of their men. He especially did not want to live in a reality where his closest friends and comrades such as Venerable Joshua Larkinson and Commander Melkor Larkinson died while he was too far away to provide enough assistance. Still, the probability of that happening shouldn't be too high. The Larkinson clan had plenty of trump cards, from battle networks to retaining access to the spirit of Bentime. Vase actually felt tempted to bring his upgraded factory ship along his journey to the upper zones, but he would probably become a laughing stock if he did so. The vessel may have reached quasi-first-class standards, but that was just a fancy way of saying that it was still a second-class capital ship in essence. The first raters tended to be very snobbish about standards. If Vase wanted to get taken seriously, then he needed to make use of a first-class starship. The Blue Jay fleet of the Red Association was enough to satisfy this requirement for the time being. He could work towards upgrading the spirit of Bentime to a proper first-class factory ship in the following years. It wouldn't be too difficult to turn her into a ship that wouldn't look too out of place in the most prosperous regions of human space. Much of her hull had already received a lot of high-quality structural renewals in advance. Vase only needed to find a way to upgrade his flagship's power generators, the computer processors and the superdrives. He then needed to secure enough first-class personnel to man LHE upgraded Celians. Tai should be enough low barely push LHE Spirit of Bernheim into first-class territory. So what is the Cross Clan's blueprint for the next decade? How do you intend to catch up to me? Will you truly invest your efforts into helping the Crossers that are effectively under your control, or are you thinking about going solo? Master Benedict crossed his arms. Good help is hard to find. You should know Chat well. Due to the existence of the Cross Network, RHE Crossers are the most trustworthy and reliable soldiers that I can count upon. It will be difficult and costly to uplift some of them to first-class standards, but this effort is bearable due to the opportunities provided by the new Elites program. I have to admit that if the Fist of Defiance did not win out, I might have chosen differently. Since Thal is not LHE case, I see no need to divest myself from the Cross Clan. It sounds as if you have found your people. I won't necessarily say that. The Master Mech designer shook his head. One do admit that these people have grown on me. They are obedient and adhere to military discipline. They are skilled and motivated enough to embrace the mechs that I have designed for them. Their patriarch is difficult to manage, but other than the Crossers have potential, especially now that we have entered an age where their martial culture fits with the times. Perhaps the only notable fault is that they are not as charming as your Larkinsons. The Crossers were a bit lacking in terms of diversity and personality. Vase smirked in response. Well, your kinship network is overseen by a spirit derived from a serious ace pilot. My clan is watched over by a playful cat. Aside from that, the rules we set in our recruitment policies have all shaped our organizations in different ways. You should loosen up your clan and widen the pool of recruitment if you want to increase its versatility. I think we shall stick to our current policies. We have our own ways. The two mech designers talked a bit more. They shared their visions of the future as well as their plans for the coming years. Master Benedict Cortez had already begun to make a bit more progress in developing a viable means for his mechs to power their electronic systems through E-energy radiation. It was quite impressive how he managed to utilize his index system as a springboard into researching a much more powerful version that readily exploited the new circumstances. As long as he worked fast enough, he had a good chance of making a huge contribution to red humanity. If his work could potentially make conventional power sources unnecessary, Len Lhe Mechers would definitely reel him well. Still, competition was fierce. Many other mech designers and researchers aimed to invent similar solutions. Vase wasn't too optimistic that Master Benedict would be able to succeed, but he still had plenty of time to do better in the future. Master Benedict had a much better chance of becoming a warlord first. No amount of book learning and minor experiences could match what the former fugitive had gone through. Though the older man had been forced to abandon his old name and life in order to adapt to a more civilized society, it was time for him to go back to his roots. Chapter 5303 Goodbye for now. A part of Vase felt guilty for leaving without bringing along comrades who supported him extensively in the past. However, people like Master Benedict Cortez had their own lives. They couldn't abandon their own friends, family, support network and arrangements on a whim. They also had their own pride. It was one thing to accept an easy ride to first-class society. It was another thing to do so when LHE New Elites program allowed them to move up by relying on their own efforts. The members of the Golden Skull Alliance were all proud and battle-tested. Their many victories had given them the confidence that they could attain anything they wanted as long as they fought hard enough for their goals. Though Vase had deliberately instilled this sentiment across the entire expeditionary fleet, a part of him wondered whether he had inadvertently created a monster. The Larkinsons and their allies all seemed a bit too eager to go back into the fray. It was as if they didn't know any other way to sustain their current success. Vase never minded this when he was able to take charge of his forces in person, but he felt considerably less assured when he left this job to other people. They will be fine, Gloriana reassured him. Even with LHE departure of Saintus Ulrich of Vraken and other strong individuals, they still have enough manpower left to take care of themselves. She was right, though Vase suspected that she mainly held this opinion because she no longer had to bear any of the risks of participating in a dangerous expedition. Gloriana had complained to Vase enough times about personally subjecting themselves and their children to all of the dangers of the deep frontier when they could safely stay behind. Now that her wish had finally come true, she no longer felt bothered about what might happen to the remainers. After all, if a powerful alien fleet happened to smash them apart, she and their children would remain safe hundreds if not thousands of light years away. Vase took one last look at the hangar bay of the Spirit of Bentime. A crowd of Larkinsons had gathered in order to bid him goodbye. This would hopefully not be the last time that Vase would ever be able to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to these Larkinsons in person. No one was able to predict the future. It was not quite clear how many of these people would rejoin him at the premier branch. The selection process for the ED-net quotas was still ongoing. Many Larkinsons had spent a lot of time refreshing their knowledge so that they could prepare for the upcoming theoretical examinations. Others were putting in more effort into training in the hopes of earning lots of war merits as a new elite. Though his wife was impatient to board the shuttle that would take them away, Vase lingered for a few more minutes in order to chat with a few people. "How is your body, Joshua?" "I feel a little more tired than before," the expert pilot said in a weary voice. "My condition wasn't the best after, I was doing fairly well after that, but now that one have donated a lot of blood and a bit of my own flesh, I feel I have returned right back to my previous low point." "Sorry about that, Joshua. I really needed to harvest as many genuine samples of your blood as possible. Your contribution will greatly assist in my research. Can you tell me why you needed my blood, sir? Isn't it easier to just clone it instead?" Vase shook his head. "I can't tell you what one am using your blood for. Hope you understand. I will tell you how much of a difference you have made to me in the future, but right now one can't say anything mote. One cannot rule out the need for additional blood samples. If this happens, be ready to donate a bit more. I will make sure your blood will get shipped to my location. Hopefully, one will figure out a way to clone your blood cells to the fullest extent so that I can produce them on an industrial scale. Until then, you should probably be prepared to provide samples several times a year. The fresher, the better, so it is best not to stockpile them ahead of time. It was best to coincide the delivery of blood samples with the periodic shipments of general cultivation elixirs. The Blue Jay Fleet's courier vessel was ideally suited for this job. Though Joshua did not exactly like the idea of his blood being experimented upon, he accepted the reason provided by Vase. If his blood could truly be used to produce a breakthrough, then that was more than worth the minor inconvenience. Vase briefly chatted with the expert pilot a bit more before he patted Joshua on the shoulder. Take care of the fleet and cactus for Mo, will you? You can roach out to Mo if you ever need my help. You know what I can do with the Everchanger, so do not hesitate to ask for my personal intervention if there is an emergency. I know, I will try my best nor to let our situation deteriorate to this point. Good man, I hope I'll see you again in person when you have become an ace pilot. We have access to many different means to facilitate your breakthrough. The time for restraint has passed, so be sure to make liberal use of the Transcendence Glow if the situation is good enough. I understand. Foshua nodded. The Everchanger was by far the most effective mech that could channel the Transcendence Glow in the field. The capacity to radiate it across many kilometers of distance at a high intensity would serve as RHE's most powerful advantage of RHE Larkinson clan in the coming years. Access to the Transcendence Glow was one of the secret bargaining chips that Vase had used to keep the Golden Skull Alliance together. While Vase was not too worried that the Adelaide Third Fleet and the Bouget family would want to go their own way after his departure, it was best to give them additional incentives to stick around. Even if Vase did not value the Adelaides and the Bougets in the long run, they at least provided additional mech and bodies to the expeditionary fleet. Greater numbers provided greater safety. By the way, make sure to take your time. Don't be in a rush for quick success. There are still plenty of years before we need you at your absolute best. The first deep strike operations will probably take a minimum of 5 years to get started. Venerable Joshua knew what Vase was talking about. You do not need to remind me of that, sir. The reason why Vase felt necessary to mention this was because the A7KE1 general-purpose pilot cultivation elixir had an especially powerful effect on Joshua's resonance strength. Every other expert pilot who ingested an elixir only advanced their resonance strength by just over 2 lavares on average. In contrast, Joshua's resonance strength growth peaked at 4.1 lavares. The Red Association had never witnessed such an outlier in the past. The Mechers eagerly dissected all of the data in order to figure out why the general cultivation elixir responded particularly well to Joshua in particular. Vase already came up with a plausible explanation in his mind. It was Joshua's domain that was responsible. For whatever reason, Joshua was probably able to extract more strength from the minute quantity of God Pilot blood blended into the vial of elixir. This was a newly discovered advantage and might have considerable implications in the future. Vase could at least look forward to saving a handful of vials if nothing else. A collection of 500 vials sounded like a lot, but it was actually not that much when it had to be allocated to many different expert pilots. Not only did he have to supply general cultivation elixirs to the Larkinson and Glory Seeker expert pilots in the expeditionary fleet, Lai also had to do the same for the expert pilots who currently served in the Warborn Mech division. He was already starting to think on how he could exchange a second batch of general cultivation elixirs. Would it be enough for him to contribute his second-generation Karman system when he completed its development, or did he have to come up with additional bargaining chips in order to persuade the stingy Mechers? Vase could figure that out later. For now, he said goodbye to his favorite export pilot and moved on to Venerable Tusa Billingsell C. Larkinson. Your ability to bypass transphasic energy shields is invaluable, cousin. Vase spoke in an appreciative tone. If one wasn't so distracted by so many different affairs as of late, one would have spent a few weeks collecting more data and studying how exactly you are able to get through the toughest defenses of our alien adversaries. Tusa smirked. One don't think you'll get too much out of studying me. My new ability is intrinsic to my own power. It is also difficult to teach mech pilots who aren't comparable to me. I will try and figure out a way to pass on some of my tricks to the speed demons. If they manage to break through one day, they may be similar enough to me that one can pass on my technique outright. Hopefully, the Larkinson army will witness many breakthroughs. This is one of the new priorities of our clan. Won't it be too much? The expert pilot asked in concern. I mean, we don't have enough mech designers to take care of so many expert mech design projects. I am afraid that all of these necessary projects will delay the upgrade to my own expert mech. My Dark Zephyr is starting to fall behind the times, you know. We will hire additional second-class and maybe first-class mech designers when it comes down to it. Vase spoke. We might even decide to outsource much of Che development of initial expert mechs for our new heroes. You don't need to worry about projects getting backed up. One think that one will upgrade every older expert mech to quasi-first-class standards in the coming years. After that, I expect you all to break through to ace pilot before I am willing to overhaul your battle partners more extensively. Although the use of general cultivation elixirs and the Transcendence Glow should massively speed up the growth of all of his expert pilots, it would be a bit too difficult for Tusa to break through if his Dark Zephyr was still equivalent to a mid-tier expert mech. The expert light skirmisher started out as a machine that was optimized for an expert pilot that had recently broken through. While Vase left enough room for growth to account for 2 decades of growth, he never expected that the variables would change to such an extent that Tusa would exceed the upper limit of his battle partner in record time. Vase valued his cousin's capabilities a lot. He could already foresee that the ability to bypass virtually every barrier in a manner that seemed incomprehensible to him would be of enormous use in the future. The stronger the enemy, the easier they tell once their defenses had been breached. Every adversary had a weakness. The Dark Zephyr was perfectly positioned to defeat the strongest possible enemies by directly targeting their weak points without fail. This was an advantage that would only grow in value as they encountered more formidable enemies in the future. It would be great if Tusa could tutor additional mech pilots into developing similar abilities once they broke through in the future. If not, then Vase would just have to make sure that Tusa did not die by making his Dark Zephyr strong enough to survive every possible adversity. Chapter 5304. Anew leaving the expeditionary fleet at this junction felt bittersweet to Vase. He always had the notion that he was departing while he had yet to finish RHE job.lt gnawed on him like an incomplete mech design project. It was in his nature to complete his assignments to his satisfaction. However, this was the right decision to make. Vase already understood the pros and cons. He just found it difficult to reconcile his reason with his emotions. The fleet will be okay, Gloriana quietly said as both of them stared out of LHE window of the departing shuttle. The spirit of Benthelm and the hundreds of other starships that comprised the expeditionary fleet grew increasingly smaller. In fact, Vase could have teleported to the Tarask in an instant, but he wanted to leave the fleet the old-fashioned way in order to come to terms with this event. His departure from the expeditionary fleet felt like closing a chapter in his life. From now on, he would mainly be dealing more directly with first raters such as Mechers, Terrans and Rubarthans. It had always been his cam to speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel with them on an equal or a superior footing. Vase did not want to turn away from this just because he felt reluctant to separate himself from most of his clansmen. Vase quietly shook his head and turned around. He needed to get used to spending time away from most of his clan. It would take at least 4 years for the first lucky clansman to graduate from the ED-net and join the premier branch. He had to make do without much of the support and camaraderie that he took for granted after he founded his clan. While he was confident that he could get over this, he wasn't too sure whether his children could get used to this drastic transition to their lives. "Mama, will we go school in the Terran Alliance?" Little Marvane asked as he sat on his mother's lap. Gloriana kissed her youngest child on the head. "I'm still discussing this with your father. It depends on our schedule. If we decide to stay in the New Constantinople for a number of years, it is not necessary to enroll you into a virtual school. One would much prefer it if you can make friends with Terran children in person. These contacts may serve you well when you have grown up. Are you looking forward to that?" "I like making friends." Aurelia and Andraste paid close attention to this conversation. They interrupted their playtime with their cats to inquire more about this situation. "Will we get enrolled into local schools as well?" "There is no reason to treat you differently, my girls. The original reasons why we tried to enroll you into virtual schools are twofold. First, we expected to reside on a roaming fleet on a long-term basis. Second, we did not have the confidence that any schooling within reach was sufficient enough to meet our standards. Neither of these two reasons are necessarily valid anymore now that we are changing our plan." The children all perked up at this. They roughly understood the difference between physical schooling and virtual schooling. The latter could be just as effective as the former, but the downside was that it was too hard to play with children their age. Even though the hyper chamber did a fantastic job at minimizing the differences, there were still enough barriers to make it awkward to forge true friendships across enormous distances. Vase sighed as he took his seat inside the shuttle. "It would be best if we can stay in the New Constantinople long enough until each of you are ready to enroll into different universities, but that is not politically viable. If we want to preserve the Larkinson clan's independence, we cannot afford to show too much favoritism to any major human group. We'll probably have to make an arrangement where we will rotate from one first-rate colonial state to another on a periodic basis." He did not really mind this as he always liked to travel around, but he felt a little bad for his children. Frequent travel would make it difficult for their children to maintain friendships over LHE years. Already, they were feeling glum about getting separated from the Larkinson children who resided on the Spirit of Bentime. Vase believed that the gradual establishment of RHE Premier Branch should provide enough relief in RHE future. Once RHE Larkinson clan established a serious presence in first-class society, there should be enough trustworthy young clansmen around for his kids to make friends for life. He continued to discuss possible schooling options with his wife until the shuttle had finally reached its destination. The hangar bay of RHE Tarask was actually a lot more cramped for a ship of her size. Much other volume was dedicated towards increasing her direct combat capabilities. This was why she didn't have much room for first-class multipurpose mechs and other vehicles. "We'll be staying aboard this ship for a couple days," Vase gently told his children. "The mechers are more than willing to give you a tour throughout this vessel. There is a lot of cool and expensive tech inside this hull." That interested the two youngest children in particular. "Can one get inside RHE cockpit of one of those first-class multipurpose mechs?" Andraste eagerly asked as she held Lucky in her arms. "Meow, I will see what I can do, Pumpkin," he generously told his daughter. "As for you, behave. Don't eat anything that you shouldn't. One have already spoken to the mechers about supplying meals to you. You won't go hungry on this trip." The gem cat looked skeptical, but he did not complain any further. "Can one get close to the big guns of this ship?" Marvane asked next. "I will ask whether that is permissible. Military tech like this is fairly sensitive, so the mechers might not give permission. I am sure that they will still be willing to show you other awesome tech." Vase kept answering questions as he and his family moved deeper into the hull so that they could settle in their assigned stateroom. In the meantime, the Blue Jay fleet separated from the expeditionary fleet of the Golden Skull Alliance and began its swift journey to the Terran Alliance. The modern Ra warships were all equipped with high-quality superdrives, so the journey shouldn't take long at all. The mechers could even speed up their journey by utilizing their portal jump technology, but the priority was not high enough to justify their use. There was no need to rush to New Constantinople. Later that night, Vase and his family dined with Joshua and a handful of other high-ranking officers of the Blue Jay fleet. Saintess Ulrika Vraken declined to join in despite the fact that she was coming along this trip as well. This was mainly due to the pressure she would exert onto everyone else. While none of the mentalities of the people in the dining room was weak, it was still a bit strenuous to relax in the presence of such a powerful figure. As exotic dishes materialized on the tables, the Larkinsons and the mechers gradually got to know each other. "My husband has always spoken highly of you," Gloriana said as she started to cut into her thin and delicate steak. "Is it possible for you to collaborate with us on a number of mech designs?" Jovi shook his head. "Not immediately. My time is precious, and I have a reputation to uphold. I have already told your husband that one will not be participating in any second-class mech design projects. I am willing to collaborate with you if you happen to present a serious first-class mech design project where my input is an integral part of your vision. I shall take your requirements into account when I am ready to plan out our future first-class mech design projects." Gloriana seriously responded. "Are there any restrictions on who we can sell our mechs to if we enlist your cooperation?" Vase inquired. "Do not expect any of our collaborations to be put to use by the armed forces of the Red Association. Our needs are already being met by numerous renowned star designers and many highly accomplished master mech designers. It is permissible to sell our mechs to the public as long as I do not incorporate any restricted or classified tech in their design." That was exactly what Vase wanted to hear. "Great, I think we can make a big difference if we pool our efforts together. I have been dreaming about it for several years." This was another reason for Vase to quickly become a qualified first-class mech designer. Probability manipulation was too powerful of a design philosophy. If it was as insane as Vase expected it to be, a living mech that could manipulate probabilistic outcomes would likely be a terror on the battlefield. Of course, becoming a first-class mech designer at the senior level was not easy. It would take years before Vase could collaborate with Jovi on a proper mech design project. While Vase and Gloriana continued to talk about mech design with Jovi, their children started to chat with the other mecher officers. Despite the enormous gaps in age and status, the professional officers of the Red Association did not belittle the children. The fact that they were the direct descendants of a Tier 3 galactic citizen was enough to treat the meanest in fashion. Is it hard for you to learn how to pilot a first-class multipurpose mech? Andraste curiously asked the highest-ranking mech pilot at the table. It depends. It is challenging to pass all of the courses in a mech academy if your talent is not as high and if your augmentations are not up to standard. Major Simon Yankovsky responded without much emotion. I grew up within the association, so my circumstances are better. Most first-class mech academies have formed their study programs to challenge potentates with B-grade genetic aptitudes to their limits. They can fail to graduate if they do not work hard enough to master all of the skills and theories that are needed to pilot the best mechs designed by our race. Mech pilots with genetic aptitudes this high were already rare. For the mechers to push their mech cadets to this extent showed that they were more than willing to discard people who performed just a little bit below standard. Andraste tilted her head. What about A-grade potentates? Will they have it easier? It depends on what they want, young lady. The raw mech officer smiled. One have studied alongside many A-grade mech cadets several decades ago. There are those that lean too much on their talent and do not feel as motivated to make the most out of their studies. There are also those that aspire to become god pilots and train themselves past their breaking point. In my personal experience, I have found that neither group of mech cadets are able to make promising attainments in the future. For example, I outrank the vast majority of the A-grade mech pilots of my old class on this day. I have done this despite being held back by my B genetic aptitude. Oh, that is impressive. How hard do you need to study to do as good as you, Major? There is more to piloting mechs than studying. The man responded, I am not qualified to give you any actual study advice. We do not even know if you will be able to develop the right genetic aptitude. If you are among the small proportion of 10-year-olds who are eligible to enroll in a mech academy, then my personal advice to you is to seek out competition as much as possible. There is no better motivator to polish your skills than to suffer the sting of defeat in duels against your fellow classmates. Each of you have attended similar lessons, so each of you have a good chance to defeat your peers. If you are unable to do so, then you only have yourself to blame. If you do not want this to happen, then just get good. Just get good. That was easy enough, right? Chapter 5305 Diverging Training Approaches. Wow. Is this a first-class laser gun? Little Andraste asked as she held a sleek and light-energy weapon in her small but growing hands. The advanced white-coated armament had just shrunk in size as internal mechanisms had folded it into a more compact form to fit the grip of its current wielder. It is a training pistol designed for children. The name is not important. It comes with many different features that assist in training, but in my opinion they are entirely dispensable. Saintess Ulrika Vraken spoke as she held her own adult-sized version of the same product line. Huh, the red-headed girl looked up at the Hexer Ace pilot. Isn't gear important? Having a good weapon is just as crucial as a good mech. The powerful member of the Vraken matriarchal dynasty smirked. Is that what your mech designer parents told you? They are not wrong. Gear can make an enormous difference. Your practice weapon, for example, has enough power to punch through the defenses of any second-class infantry soldier with a single pull of the trigger as long as you have disabled all of its safely sellings. However, if a real fight occurs, I can bet 100% that the soldier in question will gain the upper hand against you despite the fact that his loadout only cost a fraction as much as that first-class pistol of yours. What? That's impossible, Andraste sputtered. That is like claiming that a second-class mech can defeat a first-class multi-purpose mech in a mech duel. It's impossible. The difference in materials is too big. Her current instructor looked anything but impressed at the moment. Tech and materials are indeed important, but you are forgetting about one crucial factor. Any fight between two intelligent living beings is also decided by other factors. Skill, tactics, confidence, motivation, willpower. Differences in each of these areas can mean the difference between victory and defeat. If you want to achieve superiority, it is not enough to rely on your parents to gain the latest toys. You need to maximize your advantages and excel in as many of the aforementioned variables as possible. Only then can you proclaim your superiority over opponents. Andraste already started to soak up Ulrika Vraken's insightful words like a sponge. I understand. Gaining access to better weapons is straightforward. Increasing your skill and such is not as easy. You need to put in a lot of effort into training and maintaining discipline. My swordsmanship tutor taught me that as well. What if I am in a position where I am forced to fight against someone stronger? Not everyone is able to fight the opponent of their choosing. My papa suffered a lot from this problem in the past. He still managed to win, though. Saintless Ulrika crossed her arms. Do not think that you can replicate what your father has done. He is blessed, and he is craftier than he looks. Unlike in those unrealistic action dramas, it is not customary for the weak to defeat RHE strong. Your father has invented many powerful weapons and other means that have enabled him to crush his enemies. From my perspective, he is not weak at all. He is a wolf disguised as a sheep. Any other predator who thought they could devour a sheep always ended up turning into your father's prey instead. The Fredamen have made this mistake too many times. Ooh, Andraste looked impressed. We have gone off topic. Let us get back to your instruction. If you have decided to embrace the career of a soldier, you will come across a variety of weapons. This can include pistols, submachine guns, shotguns, rifles, cannons and more exotic weapon types that haven't even been invented yet. Each of them have their own set of properties, skills and tactics. A third rater or a second rater is expected to familiarize herself with the basics of each weapon type before choosing to specialize in one or two of them. This is usually their limit. This was clearly not an approach that was suitable for a young girl who possessed the opportunity to receive first-class schooling. How many weapons do I need to master? Andraste hesitantly asked. All of them, Ulrika mercilessly answered. A first rater is expected to accomplish more than any other mortal soldier. Since this is the standard that you are expected to meet, you will not be able to escape this requirement no matter if you become a mech pilot, an infantry soldier or even a military officer. Standards are high because a first-class professional is expected to be superior to a second-class professional on every conceivable front. If a person cannot satisfy this condition, then Terran and Rubarthan employers would rather dismiss her entirely because they do not wish to embarrass themselves. In a society where advanced augmentations and stellar education could turn every ordinary person into a decent super soldier, many organizations simply raised their recruitment standards to an insane height in order to prevent useless bums from taking up important jobs. First raters already took this for granted, but it was extremely difficult for second raters to adapt to this extreme mentality. In fact, part of the reason why the first raters demanded so much excellence from their employees was to prevent too many second raters from entering into their society. Otherwise, a lot of jobs for relatively normal first raters would get snapped up by second raters who just happened to possess good talent and spent their entire lives on polishing a few skills to the limit. Though Andraste did not think she would fail to meet the inflated standards sought by the first raters, that didn't mean she looked forward to all of this repetitive training. Kedis never told me about this. When she taught me, she always insisted that I should choose a single sword to master after I have tried all of LHE other ones out. She told me that a single sword is all that is needed to break all barriers. Saintess Ulrika nodded in respect. With an attitude like that, it is no surprise that she has become a swordmaster worthy of note. I will nor say that she is wrong, nor claim that the more comprehensive approach of the first raters is correct. They are only two different outlooks towards what it means to become the ideal soldier. The reason why their strategies diverge so greatly in the first place is due to their diverging circumstances. Kedis was originally a third rater, so she lacks the augmentations and opportunities to invest in too many skills. She and her fellow sword maidens are already burdened with the need to master the greatsword. The Terrans and the Ruharthans are different. Their mech pilots are expected to gain a high amount of proficiency in swords, spears, hammers and many other weapon types. Now let me ask you a question. Are you closer to a sword maiden or are you closer to a first rater? The latter. Good. I do not like it when people lie to me. Before you are ready to defeat your opponent, you need to know yourself. This means that you need to be frank about your current capabilities and what you can accomplish in the future through training. The fact of the matter is that you will be wasting far too much of your talent and training time if you only invest in a single swordsmanship style. Won't my chances of breaking through be higher if I only focus on a single weapon and fighting style? Andraste asked. Saintess Ulrika smiled in response. That is a common theory. You may be right, but is this enough to satisfy you? This is equivalent to thinking that you are a champion when you have barely earned a passing grade on an exam. You can master many more skills in the same amount of time. Once you have begun to master the art of wielding dozens of different weapon types, you will be able to combine what you have learned from each individual skill and develop an overall fighting proficiency that allows you to make effective use of any possible weapon no matter whether it is conventional or unconventional. That is the goal that you must strive for in order to become a powerful first-class soldier. Though Andraste did not entirely think that Ulrika's argument was correct, it was hard for her to argue back against a powerful ace pilot. Think back on the scenario that I have described to you. The Hexer champion spoke. Ordinarily, a second-class mech stands no chance against a first-class multipurpose mech, but if the difference in skill and other pilot qualities are great enough, this may no longer be the case. If I am piloting my xianxia, I am absolutely confident I can defeat any single first-class multipurpose mech that is stationed on this ship. Really, Papa told me that the mechs of the Red Association are too advanced. He is partially correct, Ulrika admitted. I am confident I can defeat an isolated first-class multipurpose mech in a mech duel, but it is a different story if there are multiple of them working together. My chances of winning will drop even further if any of these first-class multipurpose mechs enjoy the support of a ship. The reason why that is the case is because the mechers will be able to take advantage of shield link technology to pool their defenses together. So tech does matter. I can assure you that I can vanquish a squad of first-class multipurpose mechs with ease so long as I have access to a first-class ace mech. Andraste and Saintess Ulrika became increasingly more engaged in their discussion. Meanwhile, another pair of guests were making use of the gun range. The two women weren't the only guests who decided to exercise their skills at this time. Vase had actually brought along both of his daughters, though only Andraste was in need of a serious tutoring session from an ace pilot. He and Aurelia did not possess much talent or enthusiasm for marksmanship, so they only made do with a quick refresher lesson from Nida before they started to plink their practice weapons at distant targets. Of course, even if they never intended to excel in personal combat, their results were still considerably above average compared to their peers. Vase just figured that this was a decent way to pass the time while the Blue Jay fleet remained in transit. The trip from the Torald Middle Zone to the Agamemnon Upper Zone was projected to take a couple of weeks. This was a remarkably fast travel time given that the Blue Jay fleet had to make their way out of the territory that was administratively included under the umbrella of the Red Ocean Union and venture deeper into the Terran Alliance. The rules, customs and power distribution was substantially different in the territories claimed by the Terran Alliance. Although the Red 2 nominally had RHE greatest say in all of Red humanity's space, in practice the Terrans called the shots. So long as the people within Terran space did not engage in egregious taboos such as playing around with weapons of mass destruction or engaging in indiscriminate slaughter, the mechers and the fleeters would remain in the background. The first-rate colonial superstates always tried to do everything possible to minimize the presence of their current overlords. Given that the Terrans and the Rubarthans both had the allegiance of several star designers and god pilots, they possessed enough bargaining power to gain a bit more autonomy than usual. Vase was sure that the relationships between the two major power blocks had become even more complicated now that the Red Ocean was functionally cut off from the Milky Way, but he hadn't entered the scene long enough to figure out any further nuances. In any case, all of that could wait. He first wanted to make up for his previous absence by spending quality time with his children. Aurelia, do you want to learn a trick? 1 inch. What is it, Papa? Let me show you, dear. Blinky emerged from Vess's head and flew towards the projected target in the distance. Vase lifted up his practice weapon and fired a considerably more accurate burst of laser beams. Aurelia looked impressed. You are so much better than before. Andraste is still better, though. Vase coughed at that. Well, Andraste's genes are optimized for combat. Mine are not. This is why it is handy for me to use my permanent bond with my companion spirit as a targeting guide, of sorts, to improve my aim. Your sister has no need to rely on this trick, but you don't have the time or talent to become as precise as her. Try it out yourself. Once you have mastered this trick on a stationary target, you can practice it on moving ones. This is considerably harder as you will have to rely on real skills for this, but you can improve that over time. Okay, Papa. Chapter 5306. The Normal Way. So what is your plan, Vase? I'm not too sure of that myself. I don't have enough information about what I can do these days, and my situation is changing so quickly that a plan can quickly become obsolete the next day. I am just taking this as I go. This is why I still have no idea how long I will stay in New Constantinople. I could be sticking around for a couple of months to a couple of years. Jovi Armelon did not look pleased with this answer. He and Vase had gathered in private again so that the Red Association would have a better idea of what their newest Tier 3 galactic citizen had in mind. From what it sounded like, Vase might not have any solid ideas floating in his mind at the moment. It was no wonder that the predictive software returned so many deviating results. Vase was still blundering around. Jovi sighed. You can make a lot of people's lives better if you form a solid plan and stick to it. You have great talent and a proven ability to come up with fantastic innovations. The second-generation Karman system that you have described to me earlier sounds highly promising, if somewhat dangerous. We are more than willing to provide you with support to conduct experiments related to your Blood Knight project. However, it is difficult for us to anticipate what you may have in store next time. What could Vase say in response? I can't tell you much. One come up with most of my ideas through inspiration. You can't really predict or anticipate stuff like this. I only came up with the innovations for the second-generation Karman system a few days ago. I did not put any thought into the possibility of improving the blood pact by upgrading the blood itself. I can only tell you that I am also working towards developing fourth-generation luminaire crystal weapons. I think I can make them a lot more special and powerful by incorporating hyper materials into their construction. The Grey Lotus and the upgraded Ignitron rifle are prototypical examples of this new design. As a person assigned to monitor and accompany Vase, Jovi had grown quite familiar with luminaire crystal technology. It is rather impressive how those two weapons can directly convert E-energy into metaphysical effects that add powerful net properties to attacks. The Ra Senior spoke. The research team that is still engaged in this alien tech has managed to produce similar results by copying your methods with our own batch of hypers. We have found that not every hyper can increase the threat of a luminaire crystal weapon, but the results are not promising enough compared to what we have accomplished with more conventional alternatives. Vase was still bound by an agreement that he had made with the Red Association about sharing technological advances related to luminaire crystal technology. Although the Mechers would probably steal his tech without this agreement, at least Vase was able to get a lot of valuable data in return. The only problem was that much of the Mechers who were originally assigned to study this branch of alien technology resided in the Milky Way. Very few of them had been stationed in the Red Ocean when the Great Severing occurred, which meant that a lot less of them were left to spend their time delving into luminaire crystal technology. These raw researchers were already busy with many other projects, especially ones related to E-energy and hypermaterials. The main priority of the Red Association was to develop new applications that could strengthen conventional technological products. This was why Vase did not expect to receive too much support from the Mechers related to this field. There is more to luminaire crystal technology than what is obvious on the surface, Jovi. One have found that it synergizes well with both E-energy and living mechs. It would be a mistake to dismiss this tech just because it is alien in nature. Sure, there is still stuff that we do not entirely understand, but its power is undeniable, especially now that we have entered a more favorable environment. Now that we live in a time where too many mechs are struggling to penetrate the transphasic energy shields of alien warships, they urgently need access to an affordable means of boosting their firepower. Though Vase made a lot of sense, Jovi shook his head. I know what you mean, Burr. Do nor underestimate our research gains in our attempts to improve conventional energy weapons. You will learn what we have worked on to improve the firepower of every mech in the following months. Some of them are based on phase water technology while others are based on hyper technology. We are already working on combining both, but I am not too up to date on research in this highly promising field. This was important news. Jovi essentially confirmed that the Red Association was ready to announce the next mech generation in the near future. Everything was about to change once again. This time, the shift in tech would be much more expansive than the introduction of the phasewater generation. After all, phase water remained fairly scarce all of this time. Ordinary people had no way to take advantage of transphasic products. Hyper technology offered greater promise. A lot of ordinary materials throughout the dwarf galaxy were being transformed into different hyper materials. Even if much of it was fairly weak and lower quality, they still introduced a lot of new ways for products to derive additional power from E-energy radiation. This meant that the spread and penetration of hyper technology would quickly exceed that of phase water technology and become the dominant trend at the start of the Age of Dawn. Aren't you sure your association wants to introduce all of that new tech so quickly? Vase asked with a tinge of doubt. I mean, if you take your time and wait for a year or so, you'll be able to introduce a much more expansive, systematic and most importantly tested set of technologies and technological standards. Those are my thoughts as well. We have discovered that there are numerous risks to working with hyper materials that are completely new and unfamiliar. It would be better if we can spend more time on verifying the safety and reliability of much of the new tech, but our hand is forced. The Red Fleet doesn't want to wait that long. Even though it seemed that mech generations had little to do with the fleeters, this was not the case. A lot of the tech introduced by the Mechers were applicable to both mechs and starships. Advances in materials, fundamental sciences and so on did not discriminate between combat platforms. Vase couldn't figure out why the fleeters wanted to publish their findings sooner rather than later. Why the hurry? Well, we have received word that RHE Red Fleet is working on a large initiative that must be unveiled fairly soon. Jovi revealed. Part of that initiative also involves the release of tech that is presumably related to the construction of starships and warships. I believe the fleeters are finally ready to unveil their new frameworks on how to fight enemies that are growing stronger and develop greater powers by the minute. That sounded interesting. The fleeters had been laying low while the Mechers hogged all of the attention. Thar might change in the near future if the Red Fleet decided to take a more proactive stance in society. Vase and Jovi continued to chat and speculate about the future. Compared to previous conversations, Jovi had become a lot more candid and informative than before. As a Tier 3 galactic citizen, it wouldn't do for Vase to remain uninformed and in the dark about the major developments that were taking place across the new frontier. Vase appreciated these talks a lot. Even if many of the topics had little to do with him, they still painted a broader and more detailed picture of how Red humanity was doing in this new era. The good news was that the recent announcement of the Deep Strike plan and the new Elites program hadn't destabilized human space all of a sudden. Most people still continued on with their lives as if nothing had changed. Only the upper layer of society had begun to make a lot of preparations for the dangerous operations to come. In addition to that, a lot of forces that were previously involved in ordinary wars and conflicts were preparing to venture to the front lines. Many troops could already earn a significant amount of benefits if they became linefighters right away. The sooner they took part in the defense of human space, the more war merits they would earn. Earning war merits early on was extremely helpful because they allowed forces to strengthen their assets several years before the deep strike operations commenced. By the way, Vase, there is another interesting development that you might want to learn about. Do you remember the time when you had to attend a secret session on Hitman Phase Lords? Vase remembered that all right. The Mechers hadn't given him much choice about that. He still resented that. His rise in status should at least prevent incidents like this from happening again. Let me guess. Experiments aren't going well. It is still too early to say, but from what I have heard, you are correct. Jovi said with a sigh. Our researchers have attempted to apply the strange Orvan ritual that you have talked about, but every attempt results in a fatal outcome. I warned you that this would happen. This stuff is too dangerous. You will need to make additional preparations to increase your success rate. Blindly trying to mess with an important piece of yourself in the hopes of becoming a Phase Lord is foolish. Jovi did not look disturbed. It is all right. Our researchers know what they are getting into. The test subjects should not be anyone important. Many of them actually comprise of Orvan prisoners of war. Since this ritual was developed by this race in the first place, it should work best on them. However, it seems that the method utilized by these aliens is too unreliable. It mostly has to do with qualifications, I think. Vase said. The vast majority of Orvans are part of the lower castes of Orvan society. Their names are shorter and their growth circumstances are much poorer. It is the higher caste members of the Orvan race that you should target. These fellows are stronger and more developed. This gives them a slightly higher chance of success. Out researchers have the same idea. This is why we have increased the priority on such prisoners, but it will take time to capture enough of them to resume our experiments. In the meantime, we can only settle for other rest subjects. Why did you bring this up, Jovi? I have already provided my input on this matter. I have been quite frank and forthcoming. I am sure you guys can figure out the rest. That may be true, but our researchers have begun to assume that they attain results much faster if you participate in this secret project. That caused Vase to straighten his back. You want me to serve as an external consultant to your human Phase Lord project? Jovi shook his head. Not an external consultant. You are already a part of us, Vase. Have you forgotten about that already? However, your guess is mostly correct. Our secret research team does not require you to contribute to its research on a full-time basis. We only need you in an advisory capacity. Does this interest you in any way? I can tell you that this is an easy and cost-effective way for you to earn MTA merits, especially if the project manages to produce solid results. Tai certainly intrigued Vase. He was open to this offer so long as it was rewarding enough. How much? At minimum, a few million MTA merits. At most, 50 million MTA merits. Vase immediately lost his enthusiasm. That's not enough, Jovi. It is when you consider how little commitments that we demand from you. This is how most mech designers earn their merits, by the way. We cannot all be like you and risk our lives in dangerous expeditions all of the time. I think it is good for you to get accustomed to earning merits the normal way. I'll think about it, then. Chapter 5307 The Overlord Project. The invitation to advise on the research project related to creating human phase lords was actually a great opportunity. Vase did not need to spend a lot of hours in order to earn easy MTA merits. Even if the research project never produced a single success, he could still collect a couple of million MTA merits while doing almost nothing. However, he knew this offer wasn't as simple as it seemed. If there was one thing about the Mechers that Vase had learned, it was that they never lost out on a transaction. The reason why the Red Association didn't demand all of his time was because it was unnecessary. What the Mechers truly wanted from him was his knowledge and his guidance. Perhaps they already figured out that he had hid a lot of important information. Perhaps they believed that his personal experiences might offer effective guidance. Whatever the case, spending a few million MTA merits on a venture that might end up in failure was not that much of an expense to the association. If the research project happened to fulfill its primary mission, then the gains from figuring out a practical method to create human phase lords was worth way more than 50 million MTA merits. The latter was one of the reasons why Vase did not have a good impression of this offer. He felt like this was yet another attempt of the Mechers to rip him off. Given how powerful phase lords could become, figuring out their cultivation should be worth much more than the price of a first-class multi-purpose mech. Despite feeling insulted about the low price, Vase did not close the door immediately. He instead wanted to see if he could fish for a higher reward. I'm really busy as of late, Jovi. Not only do I have to work on half a dozen different design projects, I also have to spend my time on studying heaps of knowledge related to first-class mech design. If that is not enough, I also have to spend a significant amount of time on developing improved versions of Luminaire crystal weapons in the Carmen system. Oh, don't forget about my teaching obligations, Sither. I take my responsibilities seriously, so it is not acceptable for me to neglect my students just because my schedule has become too full. His friend stared at him with knowing eyes. Do not be so quick to refuse this opportunity to participate in this research project. Interest is high, the contribution you can make is considerable as human phase lords can grant us an additional means to resist the native aliens. Furthermore, advances in this field may be highly relevant to your own individual condition. You will gain full access to any discoveries and developments on this topic. What is also important is that you can start to integrate in the high-level research circle. You will come into contact with many renowned experts and scientists and have a chance to become acquainted with them. These contacts will serve you well in the future whenever you need support of this nature. Most of these people are more than willing to reciprocate the assistance that you have given. Give and take. That was what Vase took from Levy's argument. A lot of researchers were inherently selfish and wanted to keep all of their best discoveries to themselves. However, selfishness did not benefit their greater society. In order to encourage these stingy scientists to share their best works, the association built a research environment that was based on mutual exchanges. When Vase looked at the invitation from this perspective, he felt it was actually a lot more reasonable. Sure, 50 million MTA merits for a successful result still did not sound like much, but it was the intangibles that served as true reward for his cooperation. The research project wasn't necessarily the most important part about this offer. What truly mattered was that if Vase accepted it, he would begin to work more intimately together with the Mechers. This was a good way to pull Vase into the orbit of the Red Association. He predicted that as long as he continued to cooperate with the Mechers on other research projects, he would eventually discover that he had become so entangled with them that it was difficult to separate himself from their crowd. Still, that would only happen if Vase became complacent. He believed that he could prevent this scenario from happening so long as he exercised enough control. I don't think it is difficult for me to make friends with highly accomplished researchers these days. Vase noted, whether it is my current contributions or my future potential, few people are willing to dismiss me. I don't think I need to participate in this project to improve my friend's circle. Levy smiled. That may be true, but this is different. Human phase lords is a topic of great interest to our association. We do not possess a sufficient understanding of our enemy. Being able to develop their powers as humans will help us decipher their strengths and weaknesses, allowing us to combat them on more favorable terms. Your contribution can save us many lives in the long run. We may even be able to train our own army of human phase lords that can effectively combat this threat. The Mechers were playing the, for the good of red humanity, card again. Vase was not immune to this tactic. He knew it was important to do his part in strengthening his own civilization, if only because he did not want to become a fugitive in alien territory. He reluctantly shook his head. I don't know, Jovi. It is unclear how many years this research project will last. What if it stretches on for decades? One also don't want to spend so much time only to get 50 million MTA merits in return while you guys take all of LHE credit. We will not withhold your name if you happen to facilitate a breakthrough in our research. Jovi assured. As for the reward, we can be flexible. I know that you are eager to obtain more ED-net quotas. Let us set this as a reward instead. I can promise you 2,000 single UCD net quotas if the research project has produced a successful result. Vase snorted at that counter-offer. Don't give me that crap. My clan hardly has any use for a quota that expires after it is used only once. Give me permanent quotas instead and I will do my utmost to create the second human phase lord in existence. Hovi's mouth twitched at that. Permanent quotas do not grow on trees like your companion fruits, Vase. I am not even authorized to give you this as a reward. Then contact Master Goldstein or whoever is responsible. I am sure there is a person above you who has the right to dispense permanent quotas. No matter how many times Jovi tried to sway Vase from demanding a permanent quota, he failed. Vase took a strong stance because he wasn't actually that much interested in participating in this research project. The other benefits that Iov mentioned so far sounded interesting enough, but that was far from enough to trade for his services. The only unique reward that the Red Association could offer was ED-net quotas. None of the other major human powers were able to promise anything comparable. Unfortunately, the Raw's monopoly on the ED-net meant that Jovi could still drive a fairly hard bargain. It was nor as if Vase could go to a competitor. The two mech designers continued to negotiate for a while until they finally hashed out an agreement. Jovi eventually let out a tired breath. I'm not allowed to go higher than this, Vase. Our final offer is 5 permanent ED-net quotas upon failure and 100 permanent ED-net quotas upon a complete success. The latter is defined by the development of a reliable, practical and systematic human phase lord cultivation method. Any result that is inferior to this description will entitle you to less quotas. We will not impose any time commitments on you, but if your contributions are deemed too trivial, you will not be able to earn the minimum reward. Is this agreeable? That caused Vase to smile. I'll take it. I'm not too happy with the minimum figure, but I am glad that you have raised the upper limit. You won't regret it. If you happen to require my assistance on other important research projects, please be ready to offer further permanent ED-net quotas. I am sure I can squeeze a bit more time in my schedule on an extra obligation. I'm not sure if our association is ready to deal with you so soon again. As I have told you before, the ED-net is a service that is permanently in high demand. Each reserved quotas adds another logistical burden to us. Permanent quotas are worse as the total cost of letting an unknown quantity of people make use of them in perpetuity is astronomical. Vase wasn't fooled. Don't sound so pathetic, Jovi. The Red Association is still one of the most powerful and wealthy organizations in this dwarf galaxy. You guys will gain access to even more resources if we are able to turn this war around. The burden imposed by these permanent quotas is trivial compared to the immense amount of value that your star designers can provide. Besides, the value of developing a viable human phase lord cultivation method is worth way more still. It was not quite clear which side managed to gain the upper hand in the end. It was difficult to weigh the value of such matters. Though neither side was completely happy with the deal, they were at least content that they did not lose out too badly. By the way, don't forget about adding in a clause in the contract that allows my clan to make unrestricted use of it. Vase reminded his friend. I'm not sure if my clan will ever decide to make use of the results, but I want the option to be available for my clansmen. This is not an unacceptable request so long as your people do not spread the method without authorization. Jovi briefly made a few arrangements before he presented a complete contract. Vase carefully checked it over and found no obvious problems. The association generally didn't screw people over like this as its credibility and image of fairness was paramount. Perhaps a lawyer might find a few hidden traps here and there, but so long as they weren't a big deal, Vase didn't care too much. If the Mechers ever dared to go against the spirit of the agreement, Then Vase would just increase his engagement with the Terrans and the Rubarthans instead. Jovi smiled when Vase finally signed the contract. Excellent. You have made the right decision, Vase. The project leader will contact you shortly to swap ideas and allow you to offer your critique. That's no problem as long as it happens outside of my existing obligations. Who is the project leader, by the way? Master Xeno Wintress has recently been put in charge of the Overlord project. The xenotechnician himself has taken a greater interest in this research after you have given our association hope that it can be done. Vase had a good impression of Master Xeno Wintress. She reminded him a lot of Master Moira Willix. She had been the one who had given him his initial 10 permanent ED net quotas during the Survivalist Conference, so it wasn't a surprise that she had the power to award additional ones. If Vase developed a closer relationship with Master Wintress, he might be able to squeeze even more permanent ED net quotas out of her. He refused to believe that a representative of the xenotechnician couldn't scrounge up a few hundred quotas from her back pocket. He grinned. I look forward to cooperating with Master Wintress on this Overlord project of yours. Chapter 5308 Respect and Fear. After concluding a deal with the Red Association, Vase started to correspond with Master Xeno Wintress. For a long time, the Overlord project made virtually no progress into fulfilling its primary goal. A lot of researchers had come in to propose theories and conduct experiments, only to squander the association's resources. They expended a lot of precious phase water only to learn what didn't work while leaving a lot of dead bodies behind. That said, the Overlord project hadn't completely wasted their time. They not only learned all of the ways phase water could be lethal to organisms, but also developed limited solutions that could limit the damage caused by accidents. These developments were actually highly relevant to Vase. He thought back on his daydream about embarking on a grand design to create the ultimate artificial phase Lord God machine. If he made use of the mitigation tech invented by the research team, he could increase his safety factor and prevent himself and his evolving Karman biomech from getting torn apart by uncontrolled spatial disturbances. This was not the time and place for him to get invested in such a ridiculous project. It was way too soon to irrevocably bind himself to a highly experimental biomech that incorporated an excess amount of untested technologies. Vase didn't even know whether the Blood Knight project was viable. As much as he wanted to test out the mitigation tech that he just gained access to, he needed to stop getting sidetracked all of the time. He already had enough work on his plate. Promising to help out in the Overlord project already added another burden to his considerable workload. Fortunately, Master Xeno Wintress expressed a lot of understanding towards Ves's difficult position. Every serious mech designer suffers from the same problem. None of us have enough time to explore all of our ideas and complete every project that holds our interest. I am aware that your recent rise to prominence has added many new commitments to your life. We hesitated whether it is appropriate for us to request your assistance, but the importance of our work is so great that we do need your active guidance. The clarification that you have given to us during the secret conference session has already proven your qualifications. Vase leaned back on the admittedly comfortable hovering chair and stared back at the projection of the raw master mech designer. He wasn't thinking about the actual problems of the Overlord project at the moment. Developing a viable phase lord body cultivation method from scratch posed a lot of challenges, but Vase was confident that it could be done so long as there was enough expertise. What truly concerned him was the greater undercurrents surrounding this project. Who benefited the most from the rise of human phase lords? Was this a scheme to get him involved in affairs that did not align with his interests? Was the xenotechnician plotting to use the results of this research project to secretly conduct diplomacy with the aliens behind everyone else's backs? As much as Vase wanted to think about happier matters, he had paid the price of neglecting important concerns before. For better or worse, he needed to find the answers to deeper questions if he wanted to stay on top of everything. He did not believe that the Overlord project was as simple as it appeared on the surface. The implications of allowing humans to become phase lords were massive and intricately intertwined with the native aliens. This was why he did not hide his suspicions during his first talk with Master Wintress on this project. Before we talk about more substantive topics on the Overlord project, can you tell me what it is all about? Vase straightforwardly requested. I do not want to work on anything that will get me into a lot of trouble with people I don't even know. Give me context. How many human phase lords do you want to make, and what is the point of having them when we already have plenty of mechs? His questions briefly overtook Master Wintress. Though she maintained impeccable control over her body language, it was clear that Vase had broken the rhythm of the conversation. The master mech designer who wore a refined lab coat over a subdued suit made out of alien materials evaluated Vase over the communication channel once again. You have adjusted quickly to your new station in life. It is good that you are becoming more aware of the implications of every action. It is not our intention to deceive you, but there is little gain in trying to educate you on affairs when your perspective is still too limited. What did that mean? Can you answer my questions, Master? Please be patient, Professor Larkinson. 1 a.m. in the process of increasing the security of this communication channel, but there are limits to what I am able to accomplish under the circumstances. I am unable to divulge particularly sensitive matters, but I should be able to provide partial clarification. Is that acceptable? Vase sighed. It will do. Let me ask you this, then. Is the effort to create human phase lords an attempt to bring the diplomacy plan back from the dead? That caused the Raw Master to express a bit of mirth. This is not a conspiracy to undermine the Deep Strike plan. The Fist of Defiance has won the competition. The Xenotechnician has no desire to renege on his promises. That said, human phase lords may be useful in conducting diplomacy in a future phase of war. You see, not every war ends with the total defeat or annihilation of the losing side. I believe you are quite familiar with that since you have grown up in a state that is marked by serial wars against another state. Vase narrowed his eyes. Are you anticipating that the war will end up in a stalemate where it is more favorable for us to sue for peace rather than press forward? This is a common result in wars between humans and different species. Master Wintress factually said, unless either side possesses the will to fight on and the resources support enormously draining military campaigns, it is usually better to demand a temporary or permanent end to hostilities. You should be well aware of the great disparity in numbers and resources between red humanity and the native aliens. Even if the Deep Strike plans allows our civilization to even the odds, it is not realistic to expect that we can turn the odds even further in our favor. Her logic was sound. Red humanity was the definite underdog in this fight. Gaming parity was relatively doable, but to go even further and build up a decisive advantage was a lot more difficult, especially when previous efforts already drained a lot of resources. I am not sure whether the Fist of Defiance is happy with this outcome. Vase retorted, if he is as stubborn as I think he is, then he will not settle for anything less than a total victory. It is in his nature to substitute reality with his own will. However, this war is too great for that. For better or worse, we must prepare for an outcome where we must negotiate a peace between enemies that we would rather exterminate. If the aliens have suffered enough losses that it is in their best interest to pause the act of fighting, there should be enough common ground to agree on a set of terms. That caused Vase to frown. The native aliens have a lot of territory, and they will likely retain a lot of holdings by that point. Time will be on their side as they can accumulate a lot more resources than us. Is it truly better to call for a break? There are many more variables that you must take into consideration. Wintress gently rebutted the younger mech designer. Our diplomats and planners are much more competent in these affairs than mech designers such as ourselves. You should leave this work to the professionals. I get that, Master, but how do human phase lords play into this dynamic? Are you hoping to use them as diplomats? You have guessed correctly. Master Wintress nodded in response. As you should know, the diplomacy plan hinges on the cooperation of the cosmopolitan movement. Ever since we have effectively rejected their outreach, the cosmopolitans have developed a grudge against us. It does nor appear likely that we can solicit their cooperation again. Even if we can, we are unable to believe in their sincerity. You were right when you addressed the delegates. The cosmopolitans are too unreliable to pin our hopes upon. If we want to secure our objective, we must rely on ourselves. Vase widened his eyes. The pieces finally fell into place. Since the cosmopolitans can't act as mediators anymore, you are hoping to present a bunch of human phase lords to make contact with the leaders of the other side. Since phase lords are a major part of alien culture, the ones from our race have a much better chance to earn the respect and admiration of the aliens. It is not just that, Professor Larkinson. Let us flip this scenario. How do you think we shall respond when the Orvans present their own version of God mechs and God pilots one day? How much of an impact will that make on our society? Everyone will react with shock. Vase gasped. They will become horrified. If the aliens have managed to duplicate one of our greatest advantages and symbols, raw humanity will suffer an enormous psychological blow. Master Wintress smirked. Do you see now why the Overlord project is so significant? The unveiling of human phase lords has the potential to damage the morale of our adversaries and instill fear in their hearts. While there is a possibility that some of them will be prompted to fight even harder, others will begin to doubt the wisdom of persisting in their aggression. Aside from that, your earlier description is correct. The alien leaders will be much more inclined to hold substantive thoughts if we dispatch our own version of their gods. If this was the case, then Vase actually felt a lot better about the Overlord project. It was not just about fulfilling people's power fantasies. Real progress translated into better possibilities to preserve red humanity. Although Vase did not like the sound of stopping the war before any side had collapsed, it was unrealistic to expect red humanity to vanquish over all of the native aliens in a single go. It may take multiple wars interspersed with years spent on recovery before one side finally managed to finish the job. It may be that people like the xenotechnician were content with suspending the war between red humanity and the native aliens. If they regarded the unknown but overwhelming enemies from Messier 87 as the actual threat, then it may be more advantageous to keep all of the natives of the Red Ocean around. After all, once the aliens from M87 finally made an appearance, the war for supremacy in the dwarf galaxy no longer mattered anymore. Though Vase fully understood the logic behind these preparations, he couldn't help but feel it went against the spirit of what the Fist of Defiance and his growing base of supporters were working towards. Vase himself did not want Lo to live in peace alongside aliens who had no qualms about wiping out every red human. How can they possibly live in harmony when they both wanted Lo claimed Che Red Ocean for themselves? He inwardly shrugged. This went way over his head. Master Wintress was right. Vase should leave these issues to the professionals who were much better equipped to handle them. How the Red Association intended to manage the war was not his business. Leaving aside all of these diplomatic and geopolitical considerations, the Overlord project was pretty noble in itself. Making red humanity stronger by giving people access to a new power system certainly wouldn't hurt in a time where everyone desperately yearned for greater strength. Chapter 5309 Goals Align. In the context of the Deep Strike Plan, the Overlord project is yet another effort to increase the high-level combat power of our civilization. There are powerful aliens among the opposition that cannot be defeated by relying on quantity alone. The projection of Master Xena Wintress patiently explained to the newly instated advisor and consultant. Isn't that what god mechs and powerful battleships are for? I mean, I can understand how cultivating human phase lords can make a difference, but there is so little time that the war will probably be decided long before any of our homegrown body cultivators can reach the top. That caused the Raw Master to smile. Ah, but that is what is special about the Overlord project. It is true that it can take many years for typical phase lords and phase whales to increase their phase water concentration, but they can employ shortcuts to accelerate their progress. Many of them rely on absorbing phase water as well as other materials obtained from external sources to grow stronger in a shorter period of time. In addition to that, it is possible to leapfrog their progress by implanting phase water organs from other sources. That caused Vase to jerk in his seat. Wait, is that what you mechers have been trying to accomplish whenever you capture a phase whale? Vase thought back on the expeditions where he somehow bumped into a phase whale. Whether the enormous alien was mutated or nor, the association always swooped in order to study the hell out of the biologies of those powerful beasts. As I have stated earlier, knowing our enemies is crucial to winning this war. We have conducted enough examinations on the bodies of a variety of phase whales, unclean whales and other miscellaneous phase lords to develop a basic understanding of their growth processes. What we are particularly interested in is the fact that the cultivation of phase lords can be sped up at an enormous rate so long as there is an abundant supply of relevant resources. This makes it possible for us to rapidly transform a select number of human candidates into greater phase lords. If one of them is particularly talented and qualified, we may even be able to produce an ancient phase lord. If this can be done in 20 years or less, then we can change the balance of power in the Red Ocean. That was an enormous ambition. Vase wasn't too sure whether it was possible to produce a sizable batch of human phase lords in such a short timeframe. Cultivation had to be done step by step. Expending lots of resources could speed this up too quickly, causing the foundations of the body cultivators to become so flawed that they might eventually collapse. Aside from that, Master Wintress mentioned an unfamiliar phrase that caught Vess's attention. Ancient phase lord. Ah, that is our label for a hypothetical phase lord who has grown to become the equivalent of an ancient phase whale. The intelligence that we have collected from the indigenous aliens indicate that such a powerful being has to arise, but that it is possible for a greater phase lord to attain this level of strength. The reason why it has never happened throughout the long history of the Red Ocean is because we speculate that it requires the implantation of the enormous organs of an existing ancient phase lord. That made a lot of sense. Aliens outside of phase whales were naturally deficient in this special body cultivation method. They only managed to get started on this because they were too fixated to quit and develop more suitable cultivation methods for themselves. The phase lords that emerged as a result of their strong determination to become physical gods needed to make up for their inherent inadequacies by borrowing the strength of real phase whales. Theoretically, if the aliens could do it, so could humans. The carcasses of ancient phase whales should be especially valuable for this purpose, but obtaining them was easier said than done. No native alien had the guts to confront and kill an ancient phase whale. These were the oldest and strongest of the descendants of the elder gods. Fighting them was not only far too difficult, but also a religion's taboo in alien society. This was not a subject that the Overlord Project should be focusing upon right now. Red humanity hadn't even managed to develop a reliable method to get humans started as phase lords. It was much more important to complete the first steps of a phase lord body cultivation method than to think about the last stages. You are not required to work with us right away. We are still in the process of collecting information from our growing archives of ancient knowledge. Master Wintress explained, we have found that your advice that we should treat the development of a phase lord as a body cultivation to be remarkably useful. While none of our knowledge repositories has lied any method to phase water, our specialists have accumulated a large amount of relevant expertise in this broad area. We expect that they should soon be able to compose the basic framework of a systematic body cultivation method. Our biotech researchers and phase water experts should be able to supplement the model even further. That sounded like the right approach. Even though the Mechers had been following the wrong direction for years, they were not incompetent by any means. They just lacked enough information and direction. Now that they made up for both shortcomings, their progress and efficiency had become remarkably better, especially now that a top master mech designer such as Xena Wintress had been put in charge. It sounds like you guys are already managing fairly well by yourselves. Vase spoke in an impressed tone. Do I even need to provide my feedback at all? I am sure that the members of your expanded research team have already mastered a lot more specialized knowledge than myself. Master Wintress responded with a rueful smile. Past incidents have shown that expertise alone is not enough to succeed. You are a pioneer in this field. The fact that you are the first human to become a phase lord without relying on a systematic and purposeful method means that you are gifted in this area. We anticipate that any progress we make in this project will affect you the most. Vase couldn't help but grow skeptical at this. Are you saying that my talent in phase lord cultivation is the highest? You have little proof of this. Besides, even if I am good at this, I am already a senior mech designer. I don't have the time to dedicate all of my efforts to this stuff. We understand. We do not mean to impose on you. Your personal experiences and insights as a lesser phase lord is still of enormous value to the Overlord Project. Our dependence on this input will decrease significantly once we have finally managed to create our own human phase lords. They talked a bit more about the planning and the expectations of the Overlord Project. Vase grew more and more reassured that the Mechers knew what they were doing. Even if they got a few derails wrong, Vase could always offer corrections through his feedback. Once they went over all of the essential topics, Vase inquired about the place of phase lords in Red Humanity's society. Master Wintress did not cut back on her answer. We are transitioning Red Humanity into a martial society. Personal strength and capabilities will become important measures to power in our new society. Wealth will still remain important, but it will become more difficult to preserve it without enough strength. Not every human is suitable to become a high-ranking mech pilot or mech designer. This is why our association is working to introduce multiple means of self-evolution. The Overlord Project will open up a new avenue for humans who are not brilliant enough to become excellent mech designers or not talented enough to become successful mech pilots. If the Overlord Project fulfilled its main goal, then humans with different inclinations and talents gained hope of being able to gain personal combat power equivalent to a high-ranking mech. They could attain all of this without pulling too many people away from the mech community. This was important as the Rod Association would never abandon its focus on cultivating as many god pilots as possible. There was one problem that the Mechers couldn't avoid, though. If this actually takes off, the demand for phase water will skyrocket even further. Vase spoke. All of those little human phase lords will need to gain access to lots of phase water if they want to raise their strength. The supply of phase water in ONR meager territories is already inadequate. Adding a whole new burden will exacerbate the shortage to a whole new extreme. The female master mech designer did not look concerned. We are aware of that. We have already planned for it, even. When the demand for a scarce resource skyrockets, the incentive to proactively seek it out will increase as well. What do you think will happen, Professor Larkinson? It did nor rake much time for Vase to run this scenario through. Oh, I get it. If the demand for phase water grows much higher, a lot of humans will be eager to obtain it at any cost. I can think of no better way to acquire large quantities of this rare material by stealing large reserves of it from the aliens. I bet that a lot more forces will be eager to take part in the upcoming deep strike operations. All of this fell in line with the deep strike plan. No matter whether people were greedy for war merits or phase water, the greater the attraction of raiding alien territories, the more ferociously red humanity fought back against their enemies. Greed was a powerful motivator. Vase had plenty of first-hand experiences with this. The promise of becoming a phase god that could resist powerful mechs by relying on the body alone was enough to drive people mad. Phase water is not the only resource that will see an increase in demand as a consequence of our work. Master Wintress added, phase whales augment their own capabilities through biotechnological self-modification. Native alien phase lords often rely on constructing technological equipment to make up for their substantial shortcomings. We can employ the same approach but to a much greater extent. We have developed many powerful technologies and products that are dedicated to strengthening mechs. We can adapt much of it to phase lords without needing to start from the beginning. Vase recalled the battle against the Trampler of Stars. The Nunzer phase lord initially fought with an advanced suit of armor that was tailor-made to complement his own strengths. While its properties weren't impressive when compared to mechs, there was lots of room for improvement. He couldn't help but think about the original purpose of RHE Metal Scroll. The modern incarnation of mechs didn't exist in ancient times. Creation cultivators that worked with metal did not produce anything like the war machines that were ubiquitous today. Instead, they worked valuable materials into powerful armaments. Powerful combat-oriented cultivators could gain a huge increase in defense, offensive and other properties by equipping themselves with exquisite sets of armor and weapons. If human phase lords rose up one day, it would be stupid of them to participate in battle while wearing ordinary armor. They needed high-quality equipment in order to maximize their combat power. Vase anticipated that a lot of mech designers would be eager to meet this demand. Perhaps an entirely new branch of industry would emerge that was dedicated towards servicing phase lords. He didn't know what to make of this scenario. It sounded as if society was progressing forward, but it felt more like a regression that brought red humanity back to ancient times. Phase lords won't take over our society, right? There is no reason to fear their emergence, Professor Larkinson. There isn't enough phase water in the Red Ocean to make that happen. I hope that assumption is true. Chapter 5310 Arrival in New Constantinople. As the Blue Jay fleet cut through space like knives, Vase remained distracted throughout the remainder of the trip. The Overlord project turned out to be a bigger deal than he anticipated. It succeeded, then it had the potential to open up an entirely new branch of red humanity that pursued power in an entirely different form. Mechs and warships would no longer hold a duopoly on power. The rise of phase lords in human society would trigger a major restructuring of the existing power base. The Red Association was playing a dangerous game here. Granting people a lot of power would likely lead to inflated egos and other detrimental consequences. The situation could easily grow out of control. Perhaps the constant shortage of phase water may temper the ambitions of many human phase lords, but there would always be people who made a lot more progress than others. Still, this had little to do with him. His responsibilities were much more limited. He felt better by knowing what the Mechers were up to by working on the Overlord project, but there was no need for him to involve himself any further. He didn't have the time to spend on these affairs anyway. Though Vase couldn't keep his mind off the implications of the Overlord project, it did not slow down his work too much. He still made adequate progress in his design projects during the remainder of the journey. Numerous days quickly went by. The Overlord project was still in the information-gathering stage, so Vase had ample time to spend on other activities. He mostly busied himself by designing his mechs, chatting with Jovi, corresponding with the Larkinsons who stayed behind in the fleet, playing with his children and more. His life had actually become a lot calmer now that he had separated himself from his clan. The Larkinsons who remained behind were more than capable of sorting out their own affairs and didn't really need any input from the patriarch to make most of their decisions. That said, Vase still missed the warmth and company that he could only experience by surrounding himself with family and trusted comrades. Although the Mechers assigned to the Blue Jay fleet were much stronger and offered much better protection, Vase couldn't bring himself to trust them to the same extent. The Mechers that he met aboard the Tarask were all decent and polite enough, but when it came down to it, they would always obey instructions from their higher-ups. Vase couldn't really imagine a future where he slowly converted them into his own personal guard. Jovi may have painted a pleasant picture to him about this, but reality was not that simple. The company of his wife and children did much to relieve his feeling of alienation. So long as he kept those he held most dear close to him, he was sure he could manage in the months to come. Besides, his immediate family weren't the only Larkinsons who came along. His honor guard and a few other staffers came along as well in order to handle trivial matters. It was a pity that none of them had reached first-class standards, but that could always be improved over time. Numerous guards and assistants had already been granted ED-net quotas in order to provide Vase with qualified protection and administrative help in the near future. I'm afraid that I will have to rely more on RHE bodyguards provided by the Blue Jay fleet for protection than you guys. Vase told Nida and the other guards he called over in his temporary office. None of the battle criers who had pledged their lives to guard the Patriarch looked pleased with this announcement. They were professional enough to accept this assessment, though. The cold hard truth was that they simply weren't able to defend their principle against first-class threats. Vase waved his hand. I'm not blaming you for this. I've been moving far too quickly as of late. There isn't enough time for all of you to keep up, especially when many of you were originally third-raters. While a part of your unit is preparing to undergo ED-net training, I still want the rest of you by my side. I trust you guys the most, and in my personal experience, it is always better to have familiar people by my side. Are you certain whether that is wise, sir? Nida spoke up. Some of our equipment has reached quasi-first-class standards, but that will not amount to much in Terran space. Our training and skills are also woefully inadequate. That is why I have requested the Blue Jay fleet to provide you all with customized first-class guard infantry equipment. One have emphasized the need to keep them as simple and solid as possible to reduce the difficulty of operating them. Even then, you will be required to undergo significant training in order to make use of all of the functions without relying too much on AI systems. Once you have completed this crash course in operating simplified first-class gear, your presence in the field won't be a detriment anymore. I think that was the most he could do for them. They needed to learn way too much to operate more advanced technological equipment, and that couldn't be done in a few months. While it was technically possible to make them effective right away by relying on highly automated systems, Vase disliked this option even more. There was no difference between doing this and relying on a bunch of armed bots for protection. Any enemy that was highly proficient in technology could hack or sabotage them, causing the stupid ice to turn against the person they were supposed to project. Too many incidents like this had occurred in humanity's lengthy history that nobody was stupid enough to put their lives in the hands of automated protection these days. This talk was one of the many necessary adjustments that Vase had to make in the wake of all of the changes. We will do our best to perform our duties in spite of all of the difficulties. Nida promised. Good. I believe you can become much stronger once it is your turn to undergo ED-net training. I will make sure there will be plenty of quotas available for that. For now, it is best if you focus on protecting me from threats that the goons from the Red Association are less equipped to handle. I trust in their ability to protect me against all kinds of conventional threats, but there is plenty of weirdness out there that can't be defeated by relying on straightforward means. You will need to step in if that happens. That caused Nida to frown yet again. We don't have the necessary skills and equipment to handle this responsibility. The Mechers cannot provide us with what we need, at least in RHE short term. Don't worry, I will spare a bit of time in a workshop and fabricate individual pieces of equipment for all of you. That reminds me that my unending regalia is due for an upgrade as well. Its performance is no longer adequate in the upper zones. He needed to do this sooner rather than later. Vase felt much less comfortable now that he had left the middle zones and entered a much more dangerous society. One of the downsides to rising up so quickly was that Vase had stepped on a lot of people's toes. He couldn't rule out the possibility that people would make an attempt on his life because he threatened their interests. He had already learned from Master Xena Wintress that the Cosmopolitans hated him especially. Vase went back to work after he concluded this little talk. Time continued to pass until the Blue Jay fleet finally arrived in the new Constantinople system. The Terrans had made ample preparations for his arrival. As Vase and his wife stood in the front of an observation chamber, both of them stared out in the void of space where overlays started to light up many different symbols that signified artificial objects and stellar objects. The new Constantinople system was the capital and the economic heart of the Ristan territory, which essentially functioned like a semi-autonomous state within the Terran alliance. The Devas ancient clan called the shots in the Ristan territory. The new Constantinople system was also under its control. The Devosans had spent the last weeks reinforcing the defenses in the port system. This turned out to be necessary because a lot of Terran vessels had utilized their superdrives to race towards New Constantinople in the hopes of establishing contact with the hottest Tier 3 galactic citizen to hit the scene. Despite all of the reinforcements, it was difficult for the Devosans to hold back all of the eager opportunity seekers. Fortunately, Vase and his staff had already corresponded with the Devas ancient clan. As much as Vase saw the advantages in making lots of new friends among the Terrans, most of these relationships would remain shallow and worthless if they weren't backed up by serious mutual commitments. Vase and the Larkinson clan were too new and unfamiliar with the first raiders at the moment. Featuring was not wise to dive into the deep and get entangled in relationships that ended up becoming burdens rather than boons. For now, Vase had already made a decision to limit most of his interactions with the Terrans to the Devas and Strian ancient clans. This was not fair to all of the other ancient clans that were just as powerful and influential, but it couldn't be helped. The Terran alliance had inherited the Greater Terran United Confederation's lack of reverence towards a supreme authority. There was no single group that could represent the interests of every Terran. In any case, his clear request meant that Vase should have a relaxing time while he stayed in the new Constantinople system. Even if other Terran groups wanted to do business with Vase, they would have to convince the Devosans or the Strians to mediate on their behalf. As much as the two ancient clans tried to reject the Terrans who wanted to push through their requests, it was difficult to refuse all of them due to complex political reasons. Vase knew that the Devosans and the Strians would still be forced to dump a heap of proposals onto his lap shortly after he arrived. As he thought about all of the tedious letters he would have to reply to in a sincere manner in order to avoid causing any offense, his wife suddenly grew animated. "Look, Vase," she shouted as she pointed to a window to the side. "A detachment of the 1st Strian Mech Army has just entered the star system. Sensors have confirmed that the Termite Hill is among LHE new arrivals." "This is great." It took a few seconds for Vase to realize the significance of this news. The port system always saw a lot of traffic. Recent events had caused it to spike, but all of this meant LHAT the arrival of a new fleet was not news in itself. The 1st Strian Mech Army was not an average unit. Just as its name suggested, it was the premier mech force of the Strian ancient clan. Each pilot was an elite with genetic aptitudes that measured at B+ at minimum. Each of them went through hellish training that was considerably more intense in order to weed out anyone that failed to meet the exacting standards of a powerful ancient clan. The first-class multipurpose mechs of this mech army were so well equipped and packed with high technologies that they were almost just as good as LHE ones utilized by the Red Association. The Termite Hill served as the flagship of this formidable mech army. The large fleet carrier was over 7 kilometers long and was packed with defenses. While her age was not small, her hull had received frequent upgrades over her existence in order to keep her as up-to-date as possible. There was one more aspect about the Termite Hill that caused Vase to almost freeze. The proud fleet carrier happened to be the seat of power of a famous ace pilot known as General Axelar Strian. Chapter 5311A Concerning Pattern. Vase had hastily said goodbye to his wife and quickly made his way back to his temporary office in order to handle this sudden crisis. Damn it, why hadn't he been told? How come a leader as important and high-profile as General Axelar Strian decided to randomly set aside his many obligations and make an unannounced visit to New Constantinople? This didn't make any sense. The Great Severing only happened a few months ago and still produced a huge amount of ripple effects. In the dawn of a new age where all of the god pilots had disappeared in order to conduct a super-secretive operation, every ace pilot was needed to defend the most important colonies in human space. Powerful leaders and champions such as General Axelar Strian absolutely couldn't afford to leave the core colonies of their clans unattended. Who knew whether the native aliens would launch a deep strike operation on their own in order to cripple the greatest strongholds of red humanity? For whatever reason, General Axelar disregarded this important responsibility and set off for a star system that was located in the turf of another ancient clan. It did not take any effort to figure out why this famed and powerful Terran leader traveled all the way to the new Constantinople system at this sensitive time. He has come for me. Vase concluded. This realization generated a torrent of emotions in his mind. It had been a long time since he had gone through that short but highly memorable mastery experience. From starting out in a drug-addled mind to cheering Axelar on as the hapless pilot utilized the newly materialized Ouroboros to defeat a genuine first-class multi-purpose mech in an arena duel, Vase gained a lull from his brief exposure to high-level Terran society. Although Vase had been enormously impressed by the power of the Terrans and the status of General Axelar Strian in present times, that did not mean he wanted to meet Bis, Mastery Host, in person. Not again, he groaned. What was it with those annoying Mastery Hosts? Why couldn't they respect his wishes and leave him alone so that they could live their merry lives in peace? First it was Ryan Aiden, the former idiot dwarf turned self-proclaimed emperor. Next it was Divine Irene Mox, the pilot who was fated to become the destroyer of worlds. Now it seems that General Axelar Strian himself wanted to take his turn to reunite with the mech designer who had inadvertently transformed his entire life. What was next? Would Eloise Pelican show up out of the blue in the future? That would be crazy. Leave me alone. Didn't they get the message that Vase wanted nothing to do with them anymore? Their initial contact with each other was supposed to be a one-off event. As far as Vase was concerned, he engaged in a transaction with his mastery hosts. They all had their own problems which Vase conveniently solved. In return for services rendered, he gained the opportunity to see the mech pilots in action, thereby gaining valuable first-hand insights in the complexities of controlling powerful war machines. Tai was supposed to be the end of this transaction. Vase most emphatically did not extend the contract or provide any after-sales services. They shouldn't even find all about him in the first place. Vase never wanted these powerful and dangerous fellows to insert themselves into his present life. Not only would every point of contact reveal the extremely sensitive secret that Vase possessed the capacity to travel back in time, but his former mastery hosts could also utilize their knowledge to blackmail him if they found out the truth. What did I do to deserve this crap? Can't you leave me alone? At least this situation appeared to be a bit better than before. Ryan Aiden had utilized his amazing intellect to set a trap. Vase gave away his involvement almost instantly as soon as he pulled out Emma's spiritual fragment. As for General Axelar Strian, the man should not have any solid proof that Vase had mixed in his life in the past. This allowed him to calm down. Now that he regained his composure, Vase figured that the worst-case scenario had yet occur. This gave him a chance to come away from this impending reunion with his secrets intact. He just needed to bluff one of the foremost Terran leaders in the Red Ocean and ensure that he did not give away a single clue. This is going to be a challenge. Vase frowned. The greatest variable that could expose his connection to Axelar's uncharacteristic deeds a century ago was his only creation at the time. Although the modern incarnation of the Ouroboros had changed enormously since its initial creation, it still retained traces of his work. The similarities in design philosophies between the Ouroboros and his many living mechs could be used to form a possible connection. Fortunately, the living properties of the Ouroboros deviated significantly from that of his regular works. This meant that Vase could still allow Mr. S. to claim credit for the design and creation of this famed Terran hero mech if the situation had reached this point. Vase relaxed as the tension left his body. Now that he formed a viable game plan, he no longer held as much fear as before. The risk of exposure was still ever present, but so long as he navigated the situation correctly, he should be able to make it through. The best way to avoid an accident was to avoid the conditions that made it possible. Could he turn around and leave the new Constantinople system? No, that will only delay this at best. He sighed. Vase had placed himself onto General Axelar Strian's radar. The powerful Terran wouldn't be satisfied with evaluating such an important upstart from a distance. This was especially the case when Vase had offered to take in his granddaughter as his personal student and disciple. Though Vase did not regret this impulsive decision, he had grown quite annoyed at the fact he brought on so many repercussions onto himself. Perhaps he could have taken a subtler approach. He could have just taught young Alexa everything about living mechs without making any high-profile announcements. It was a pity that Vase had acted far too bold. General Axelar Strian would definitely chase after the Blue Jay fleet if Vase requested Jovi to turn the ships around and leave. Vase understood that this reunion couldn't be avoided. He needed to get it over with so that he could get on with his life in peace. He contacted his assistant. "You called, boss. Have you noticed the latest high-profile arrival?" "Who hasn't?" Gavin sardonically spoke. The regional news portals exploded with this story almost as soon as the first censors picked up the arrival of the Termin Hill and her escorts. "I have barely begun to coordinate with the Devos ancient clan about arranging a grand reception with the leader of the new Terran Federation movement. The Terrans are really strict about matters like this. The initial meeting between a domestic Tier 2 galactic citizen and a foreign Tier 3 galactic citizen has to follow a heap of protocols, many of which I haven't even heard of. It will take time to organize the reception, especially when RHE General had nor seen fit to give the Devosans any warning of his arrival." Though Vase had too little exposure towards the Terrans, they were indeed sticklers about sticking to old and cumbersome traditions. Their heritage was so old that they adopted a lot of ceremonies over the ages. Vase did not mind this at all. Any delay granted him more time to prepare for the inevitable reunion. "Continue to work together with the Terrans. Make sure you don't get rolled over by them, Benny. I don't mind it if I have to follow a few silly traditions, but I don't want to act like a clown, do you understand?" Gavin confidently smiled. "I get it, boss. Pushing back is a good way for us to assert our own power. It is already an honor that the Renewer of Terra has taken the initiative to pay a visit to us instead of the other way around. If we spin this event in the right way, we can boost your reputation and increase your perceived value." The personal assistant excitedly rambled on for a minute before he quickly closed the connection so that he could get to work right away. Vase simply shrugged and decided to contact his other assistant. "I knew you would call me." Alexa Strian spoke in an expectant tone. "Before you ask, I played no part in this. My grandfather caught many people by surprise. He isn't supposed to be here. He has caused a considerable amount of disarray back in our own territory due to his hasty departure." "I see. So he decided to travel to New Constantinople on short notice." Leaders such as General Axelar rarely acted on impulsive decisions, especially when each of their actions always had major implications. The only explanation for this was that the Peak Ace pilot acted on a trigger. What could possibly cause him to change his mind and upend his entire schedule? Vase asked a few more questions to the young lady of the Strian ancient clan, but her grandfather hadn't brought her into the loop at all. He couldn't help but feel disappointed. "I have spoken frequently to my grandfather about you." Alexa continued to speak. "I tried my best to portray you in a positive light. Blythe prefers to make his own judgment. As you know, high-ranking mech pilots have their own means of discerning people. He has relied on this for a long time to discern allies from enemies. It is a very useful skill to have in our part of society." That was for certain. Still, few people were stupid enough to meet with an ace pilot without making the right preparations. The heightened intuition of these powerful champions were mostly attuned towards threats to their personal life and well-being. Vase could think of several ways to circumvent this condition, though it would be hard to truly cause General Axelar harm in these causes. Vase rubbed his hairless chin in thought. "Aside from the obvious, do you know what he wants to talk about when we meet in person? For example, does he intend to discuss business related to kinship networks?" "That is highly unlikely, Professor. It is too soon for LHAL. The ancient clans are still in the process of deliberating on a common set of demands. My grandfather cannot speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel on behalf of the entire Terran Alliance when a consensus hasn't even been reached." "I see. I think he may have decided to come for other business. He will let us know in time." Alexa guessed. "Thank you for your answers. Can you go to him and ask his purpose for visiting this star system?" The young lady shook her head. "It is not proper for me to do so. While I am his granddaughter, I am also an employee of an institution of the Devos ancient clan. Right now, the latter takes precedence. The Devosans have put great effort into preparing for your arrival. This is their show for the time being. My grandfather is aware of that and will remain out of sight in order to give his hosts their due. It may take a week before it is permissible for him to step forward." Vase tried his best not to express too much relief at that news. "That is good to hear. I am not exactly prepared to talk to him in person. My staff is completely overtaken by this development as well. I apologize for that, Professor. Our ancient clan will try its best to make up for that. In the meantime, we should discuss the details of your impending arrival lo the Eden Institute." Though Vase held a lot of concerns about meeting General Axelar Strian, he first had to deal with the Devos ancient clan. It would not do to get distracted and cause offense to this relatively small but entrenched Terran power. Chapter 5312 Bag Inflation. The Blue Jay fleet all had warp travel capabilities, so it took little time for the powerful Mecher warships to arrive in orbit of New Constantinople 8. As Vase looked down on the beautiful globe from a considerable height, he wondered whether he should stick to his original plan and stay here for the long term. He certainly made steps to do so. He gained an entire first-class military outpost in a trade when he attended the conference. He already made a deal with the Terrans to deconstruct it and move all of the pieces back to New Constantinople. This was an expensive and cumbersome process as the cost of shipping bulk materials had risen considerably. The transportation of expensive materials and components needed to be covered by an escort at all times in order to deter any sort of interception. What mattered was that Vase would be disrupting a lot of plans if he decided to leave shortly after his arrival. I guess I'll stay. There was no compelling reason to leave the New Constantinople system other than the fact that he did not want to reunite with General Axelar Strian. Once Vase managed to get past this ordeal, his life in the months to come should proceed a lot smoother. He decided to reserve his judgment and see how the next few days would unfold. An hour passed by as various parties made a lot of preparations. The arrival of a rising star was treated as a big event in the Terran Alliance. While a lot of ordinary people were confused why the higher-ups attached so much importance to a second-rater, those who were better informed all paid serious attention to this spectacle. The way Vase interacted with the first group of Terrans he visited in person would set the tone of his relationship with the powerful first-rate colonial superstate. There were many interests that benefited if Vase became chummy with the Terrans. There were also many other interests that would rather see the opposite happen. This was the price for becoming such a famed and controversial figure. Vase could no longer do anything big without attracting an excessive amount of attention and scrutiny. A few minutes passed as Vase remained in thought. Eventually, his wife and children entered the teleportation chamber, each of them dressed at their best. The Mechers had done a good job at fitting them with refined outfits that would not look cheap or tacky to Terran sensibilities. His wife wore a variation of her favorite deep blue dress speckled with soft pulsing stars. The fabric was deeper and complex patterns became visible when they reflected the light. Aurelia and Andraste looked like princesses. Their gold and black dresses did not lose out in complexity, but their small sizes made them look adorable as well as elegant. The ribbons on their heads were a nice touch. They were folded in a way to give the impression that the children had cat ears, though the ends of the ribbons also trailed down a fair length. For a bit of extra flair. Marvane was the youngest of them, so he wore a tiny and considerably simplified version of a Larkinson dress uniform. The resemblance between his current appearance and that of his father was clear, though the brown-haired boy did not need any ribbons to make him look exceptionally cute. Meow, meow. Of course, their cats couldn't be left out of the party either. There was no need to weigh them down with too many accessories. Lucky wore a tuxedo collar that made him look a little less out of place in a formal setting. Clixie wore her usual resplendent collar but also gained a cute pink bow tie on her head. Aside from that, both cats had colorful ribbons tied to their rails, which added a touch of playfulness to their appearances. Make sure to behave and keep an eye on our children, all right? Vase addressed his two pets. I don't want to impose too many rules on you, but make sure not to do anything that will cause the Terrans to think less of us. It is best if you act cute and win the hearts of our audience with your impeccable charm. Meow, meow meow. Seeing that his cats had gotten the message, Vase turned to Gloriana. His eyes immediately became clued to the brand new handbag hanging off her forearm. That's new. He remarked. What did you expect, Vase? Gloriana placed a hand on her hip. Did you expect me to parade my old Azolda Zoo or pop cult bags today? That is absurd. These bags are decent enough status symbols in second-class space, but here, they are worth less than dirt. Carrying them is no different than presenting myself while dressed in rags. Although her logic was sound, Vase couldn't help but wonder how much it cost to purchase this bag. He was not familiar with the billions of brands in existence, but according Low Vulcan's craftsmanship judgment, the dainty deep red handbag looked like a bespoke job from an exclusive boutique. Although the artisan had tried to be restrained in the design of the bag, the materials were all natural, hand-processed and devoid of any but the tiniest flaws that couldn't be removed without resorting to industrial means. This caused the relatively conservative design to exude a refined sense of personality. Vase could even sense that this touch was feminine. Apparently, the craftswoman was very good at her job, because the handbag had become a masterwork product in the end. "How much does this bag cost?" Vase asked in a suspicious tone even as he formed his own estimate. 5 million MTA credits. What? That is 1/40th the price of a high-quality first-class multi-purpose mech. Where did you get the money to buy a bag that expensive? Peef. Do you think this is expensive, Vase? Your taste is too poor. It is only average to the distinguished figures that we are about to meet. Even so, how can you possibly get a masterwork handbag that is so expensive? Did you waste your precious MTA merits on this frivolous purchase? This bag costs many times more than the total price tag of all of the designer baby formulas for our children. Gloriana shook her head at him. I do not own this bag if you must know. I conveyed my handbag problem to one of the Terrans on the surface. This young teaching assistant of yours has graciously loaned this bag to me. I shall have to return it once the public spectacle has passed. Oh, that sounds all right. I expect you to compensate me by purchasing a proper bag of my own while we are staying in New Constantinople. His wife continued, I cannot keep borrowing bags from the Terrans, and it is beneath my new status to go without one. The advantage of stopping in a Terran port system is that there are many shops in the main commercial districts that sell adequate enough products. We should go shopping as soon as you have completed all of your immediate obligations. What? No, that's way too expensive. His wife shook her head in disappointment. You have yet to adjust your mentality. You are not a second-rater anymore, Vase. It is much easier for you to earn millions of MTA credits than in the past. It should take little to no effort for you to raise the required sums. Even if Yan are having difficulties, you can easily apply for a loan. Any bank will be happy to receive you as a client. Ves's expression had gone flat. You only borrow money in order to fund essential investments or cover serious business expenditures. I seriously do not think that you are supposed to take a loan just to squander it all on luxury purchases. This is not a luxury purchase. This is an essential investment that improves our impression of the Terrans. I don't think the Terrans are shallow enough low base layer enlier impression of us by looking al lhe bag lhal you happen low carry around. You don't understand. The two continued to argue with each other until they finally received a notification of an impending teleportation event. Both husband and wife quickly regained their composure and made sure they looked impeccably presentable. While Vase preferred to descend onto the surface of New Constantinople by riding a shuttle, the risks were way too great. Riding a shuttle in the air gave too many opportunities for powerful enemies to intercept it from many different places. From a security standpoint, it was best to skip the journey and just arrive at the end destination right away. For various reasons, it was not suitable for Jovi Armelon and Saintis Ulrich of Vraken to accompany Vase and his immediate family. While the Mechers had already teleported a few units of guard infantry and first-class multi-purpose mechs, few people cared about them as they served a boring but necessary function that had little political implications. Though the Terrans didn't like Mechers showing up on their turf, Vase strongly insisted on their presence. He had learned his lesson too many times to grow complacent. Who knew whether the Terran guards would turn against Vase or abandon him for whatever reason? Although Vase did not trust the Mechers that much more, they at least belonged to a different group, which meant they added a lot of redundancy. Still, in order to guard himself against the powerful high-tech weapons that were regularly employed by first-raters, he had opted to wear his galactic citizenship badge. It was not only a real status symbol that carried much more weight than a trivial handbag, but also offered a huge amount of protection despite its compact design. The emergency 5-use teleporter embedded in the object could save him from the vast majority crisis. Its range was so impressive that it could easily teleport him back to the Blue Jay fleet in high orbit. Vase inspected his equipment one more time before he nodded in satisfaction. Ready. His entire body seemed to melt, only to reform onto a red carpeted surface in an entirely new location. Just as Vase became preoccupied with the different air and smells, a large crowd of people cheered as they reacted to his arrival. Vase had showed up in the middle of one of the expansive gardens of the campus of the Eden Institute. A large crowd of students who all wore their assigned uniforms looked incredibly enthused to greet the arrival of the most famous professor of their institution. Of course, aside from tens of thousands of students, the crowd also featured plenty of other people, though the Eden Institute had made sure to limit their numbers. From professors to high-status visitors who came from afar, even the adults displayed varying degrees of approval towards Vase. A familiar figure rose up in the air and flew closer, until she settled down in front of Vase. The 310-year-old master mech designer wearing a ceremonial suit and robe made a dignified but sincere bow. Welcome to the Terran Alliance, Professor Vase Larkinson. The Eden Institute of Business and Technology is honored to receive you and your family. Every citizen of our colonial superstate is grateful to you for doing your part in preserving our culture and heritage from those who conspired to erase them both. We consider you to be our savior, so we have ensured you will receive a reception that is commensurate with your deeds. Is there anything you would like to say to our Terran population? Though much of this had already been planned in advance, Vase was still overtaken by the scale and the emotions of this event. Fortunately, this was not the first time that Vase had been put in this kind of position, so he quickly took control of his racing emotions. He raised his arm towards his audience and kept his words simple. Thank you for allowing me to be in your company. I come here as a guest in order to experience the famed hospitality of your superstate. I look forward to experiencing your culture and forming new agreements with local business partners. Though his speech was bland, it was more than enough to arouse another cheer of appreciation from the predominantly adolescent crowd. Chapter 5313 In Control. Although Vase requested the Terrans to make the reception ceremony as subdued, small-scale and restrained as possible, his hosts had a very different interpretation of what that meant. The Terrans were steeped in ceremony and traditions. Everything from the length of the carpet to the various greeting rituals had thousands of years' worth of weight to them. That made it difficult for these people to deviate from these steps. While it was not a big deal to make minor deviations, any enemy or rival could easily exploit any major break from the established script. This was why the Devas ancient clan took great care to hold a formal and proper reception under the circumstances. Vase mostly ignored all of this useless pomp and circumstance. He practically ran on autopilot as Master Layla Devas introduced him to a variety of high-ranking figures that governed the territory, port system and planet. Although Vase did not care about these people at all, it was still useful to get introduced to them as he could get a lot of useful stuff done if he contacted them in the future. As Vase smiled and stood like a dummy while dozens of important Devosans bowed, spoke elaborate words and made other weird actions, they were finally able to move on to a more suitable venue. After waving and addressing the enormous crowd of students one last time, he along with hundreds of important figures all moved RO a large and elaborately decorated dining hall. Vase was able to loosen up a bit as the atmosphere allowed for more relaxed actions. The children sat down and began to squeal in delight as they partook in the specialty dishes of the Devas ancient clan. A bunch of women seated at the same table greeted Gloriana and politely conversed with her. While she had much less accomplishments than Vase, she still possessed a lot of masterwork certificates in spite of her rank and age, and that made her worthy of respect. They even showed their modest appreciation for her borrowed handbag. The cats meanwhile attracted a lot of appreciative glances as they ate their customized meals from dainty porcelain-like bowls. Though Clixie did nor attract as much popularity due to her known Rubarthan lineage, it was already enough that the Terrans did nor show any open contempt due to her breed. Lucky on the other hand attracted a lot more attention, especially from mech designers and anyone else with a technical background. As that mechanical cat, made out of genuine archimetal. That is impressive. This is one of the rarest and most difficult alien materials to reverse engineer, but the enterprising mech designer did nor hesitate to upgrade his pet at RHE first available opportunity. What a power move, it completely fits his character as well. The depth of signals that he has conveyed through this exorbitant action is profound. The technological sophistication of that mechanical cat exceeds that of every other mechanical pet in this star system. No, territory, one told you not to underestimate the Larkinsons. They may be upstarts, but under the leadership of their rising star, they may become our equals sooner than you think. Professor Larkinson is here to stay. As the banquet proceeded, many people still paid attention to the protagonist of this important occasion. Vase had conversed with Master Layla Devas for a while now as he took a few bites off a sausage that admittedly did not taste the best, but was supposedly made based on an authentic recipe that originated from the distant past. Personally, Vase would have preferred it if the Terrans didn't insist on sticking to old and inferior products all of the time, but this was an unfortunate part of their identity. What is your impression of our institution now that you have stepped foot on our campus in reality? Vase smiled back. I have yet to explore enough of the grounds and facilities to make a definitive judgment. I am impressed by what little one have been able to see. One have toured the virtual campus several times in the past, but the gardens are livelier and more vibrant in reality. Our institution is named after LHE mythical Garden of Eden. Ill would not be Loris Lo do less than our utmost in this regard. Master Layla beamed in unrestrained pride. You will have plenty of opportunities Lo explore our expansive campus during your extended stay. New Constantinople 8 also offers many other sites that are worth your time to visit. Our ancient clan is more than happy to grant you near unrestricted access to any location that holds your interest. Thank you, Master. I will likely take your offer on that. It has been a long time since Ray family and I have spent time on a beautiful civilized planet. Will you be teaching your classes in person now that you are physically able to stand in front of the classrooms? Of course, I prize personal interaction a lot. I think it would benefit my students a lot more if I can teach them and guide them in person. As a teacher, I think it is important to soak up as much experience in this as possible. I might not have the luxury to do this often in the future. What I will gain from here will shape my approach towards teaching for the rest of my life. The two continued to chat a bit about fairly light and innocent topics, but they eventually veered towards slightly more serious business. Do you have any intentions to settle on our planet and apply for Terran citizenship? Master Devos asked in a gentler tone. Vase plainly shook his head. One have not changed my mind oil these issues. My clan and one do not belong to any state, but we are more than willing to serve all of them if they will have us. While I have great appreciation for your Terran alliance, there are many more humans that deserve to make use of the entire array of my diverse product lines. The more red humans I can servo, the greater the chance that our civilization remains standing 5 decades in the future. Tai is a noble purpose. Lay his toast to that professor. It took a remarkable amount of effort for Vase to come up with answers like these. He knew that he had to be extra careful about stating his position. He couldn't be too chummy with the Terrans or else he would be seen as one of their own citizens. He needed to disclose his intention to sell his products to all of red humanity, which obviously included the Rubarthans as well, without sounding as if he was expressing explicit favor to the latter. Vase had to emphasize his stance of neutrality without making it seem as if he had fallen in lockstep with the Red Association. It was a lot harder to do all of this when he lacked the training and education to handle himself in these high-level social situations. Fortunately, Vase gained more allowances than usual due to his unusual origins and outsized accomplishments. A bit of eccentricity and lack of refinement was expected from a fairly young individual who rose up rapidly through the ranks. As long as the Terrans continued to care about what he could do for them as opposed to how he behaved, relations would continue to remain friendly. Of course, Vase was well aware that if his value to RHE Terrans plummeted all of a sudden, he should not expect any help from them at all. They would not hesitate to slab him in RHE back if the opportunity arose. The only way he could prevent that from happening was to improve his relationship with the Terrans. This was one of the goals of his visit to the Terran Alliance. He wanted to transform a relationship that was purely based on mutual interests to a much more intimate bond that was based on genuine friendship and maybe even love. Vase did not share this particular intention with any of his fellow Larkinsons. They would call him mad for trying to build up a relationship that was as strong as the one he had with the Hex Federation. Nonetheless, the fact that he managed to gain the adoration of an entire state meant that he could do it again. While he couldn't utilize all of the methods he employed last time, Vase was sure he could earn the genuine support of the Terrans. He already had a few ideas on how to accomplish this, though it would be difficult to pull any of them off without damaging his relationships with the Red Two and the Rubarthan Pact. After Vase had spoken enough with Master Layla Devos for the time being, Miss Alexa Strian finally managed to get her turn. She was more gorgeous and charming in reality. The young lady had eschewed the trendy style that she adopted as a young teaching assistant for a more appropriate dress for the occasion. The blonde woman smiled at Vase. Tara, happy to meet you in person. You are one of the most distinctive senior mech designers that I have ever met. What do you mean by that, Miss Alexa? Your presence and weight is so much greater than how you appear in the projections. I mean this figuratively, not literally. You are a human that is larger than life. I have only witnessed so much inner strength and gravitas from people who are much older than you. It is no wonder that the Mechers have seen fit to promote you to a Tier 3 galactic citizen. Vase was not surprised by this remark. Even though he tried to suppress it, his glow and other signs of sublimation had increased his life state to a higher level. It was natural for superior beings to suppress inferior existences. Though Vase did not like this dynamic at all, he had to admit that there were advantages to this dynamic. He doubted that the First Raiders would have taken him so seriously if he was as strong as he was back when he was still a citizen of the Bright Republic. Tara, sure, your renowned grandfather carries a much greater presence. Alexa smiled at that. He does. You will be able to take in his unwavering conviction for yourself soon. He has already communicated to me that he is eager to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to you in person. I see. There is nothing to be concerned about. My grandfather appreciates sincerity and efficiency. He is not too much of a stickler for formality and ritual, which has not earned him too many friends. Tai is more than okay. I hold the same stance. Perhaps we will be able to gel along fine. Just as Vase was about to bring up another topic, he suddenly froze into place. What is it, Professor? I feel a change. A distant presence suddenly popped up into his awareness. One that appeared in the neighborhood of the Eden Institute and was moving closer at a fairly brisk pace. This was strange. His intuition transmitted a garble of messy and ambiguous signals that made Vase feel a complex set of emotions. What was happening? While Vase tried to sort out the changes, the staff in the closed dining hall started to make different movements. Al the same lime, Master Layla DeVos began to frown as she received an urgent piece of news from security. She began to throw a doubtful glance towards Alexa Strian. I was not informed. Alexa spoke with genuine confusion and distress. My grandfather acted without any warning. That caused Vase to snap out of his thoughts. Explain. What the hell is going on right now? The Ouroboros, teleported directly from the hangar bay of the termite hill that had just arrived in high orbit. Its destination is 7 kilometers away from this location. Currently, my grandfather's ace mech is flying in our direction at a steady pace. This is slow enough to reassure the security services that it is not on an attack approach, but it is also fast enough to convey the determination to reach its destination. Vase widened his eyes. If that was the case, then that meant that he was about to reunite with his former mastery host and his oldest work. What was worse was that he would be doing so much faster than scheduled and without any adequate preparation. Why is he coming now of all times? Chapter 5314. Taking action. The Ouroboros did not stop. Ever since it teleported from orbit to the surface of the planet, the powerful ace mech, whose individual combat power was superior to every other mech on the planet, instantly put the DeVos ancient clan on guard. Although it was unthinkable for the Ouroboros to open fire and lay waste to the property and citizens of a Terran territory, the chance of accidents was not zero. So long as the slightest probability of violent incidents existed, the Devosans needed to go on high alert and stop any disaster from escalating out of control. As the security services scrambled to contain and deter the Ouroboros from pushing any further boundaries, the atmosphere in the dining room slowly went cold as the news quietly spread among the guests. What is the Strian ancient clan doing? It is important for us to form a united front in the eyes of foreigners. The Strians are completely stepping on the dignity of the Devosans here. I wouldn't be surprised if a minor grudge war broke out as a result of this insult. It makes no sense for the renewer of Terra to crash this soiree. The Strians and the Devosans have little cause for conflict, and they cannot afford to make enemies with each other. Is a third party responsible for instigating this incident? Rumors continued to flow through the lips of the deep-thinking Terrans who were accustomed to thinking this way. Every action at this level conveyed a lot of meaning. Even Vase grew utterly confused. Had General Axelar Strian lost patience? Was he unwilling to wait for a week until he finally got to meet with the mech designer who wanted to teach his granddaughter? Whatever was going on, the Ouroboros continued to advance unabated. He did not need to catch sight of the powerful ace mech to determine this. He could feel it in his spirit. Pieces continued to move into place around him. No matter whether the chance of violent outbreaks was close to zero, the Devosans still needed to do their due diligence. Invisible transphasic energy shields quietly came online while teleportation machines warmed up to evacuate the guests in a hurry. Of course, in order to guard against the possibility of hidden enemies teleporting explosive ordnance in the middle of the dining hall, all of the existing anti-teleportation screens worked at full capacity. More and more armored guard infantry units made an appearance. They previously kept themselves out of sight in order to preserve the elegant ambiance of the opening banquet, but it was more important now for the Devosans to show they were taking everyone's security seriously. While all of this took place, Gloriana grew concerned while the children all looked curious. Lucky and Clixie stopped acting cute and lingered protectively around the children as they got ready to pounce on any threats that emerged. What is happening, Papa? Marvane asked. The Terrans are having coordination problems. Gloriana answered as she lifted her boy into her arms. The Strians and the Devosans both want to talk with us, and they cannot agree on who goes first. The boys looked confused. That is stupid. Can't they settle the order by running a random number generator? The Terrans are too stubborn and old-fashioned for that, my dear. While Gloriana was probably nor wrong, Vase felt there was a lore more ro this unexpected incident than that. If General Axelar Strian urgently wanted ro speak, please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to Vase. He could have at least waited until the banquet had concluded in order to secure a meeting under more discreet circumstances. This was entirely different. Landing a peak ace mech on a populated planet governed by another ancient clan without following any of the protocols was a clear and naked provocation. Even if General Strian had no intention of causing offense to the Devos ancient clan, his actions could still be interpreted as one, and that was what mattered the most in Terran society. Despite all of the requests and warnings transmitted to the Ouroboros, the powerful ace mech continued its advance without slowing down. Its pace remained constant and no amount of barrier or obstacle could stop its inexorable flight. In fact, the Devos ancient clan had yet to put any transphasic energy shields in the ace mech's path. If General Strian acted too stubbornly and actually broke through the shields by force, then that would constitute an offensive act. This would definitely escalate the sudden conflict between the two ancient clans, and this was not what their leaders wanted to happen. This was why the Devosan mechs that had been stationed on the campus only shadowed the movements of the Ouroboros up until this point. During this time, Master Layla Devos and Miss Alexa Strian both engaged in frantic communications with different parties. They not only communicated privately with each other through an encrypted short-range channel, but also contacted their own organizations for updates, clarifications and instructions. From the tense and uneasy air that surrounded the two representatives of the relevant ancient clans, it did not look as if they were able to come to a resolution. Vase let out a sigh as he made his own decision. He had already contacted Major Simon Yankovsky of the Blue Jay Fleet. Though the first-class multipurpose mechs under his command were completely outgunned by the Ouroboros, their appearance was enough of a guarantee that the Terrans would not come to blows against each other on this location. Even if the Terrans hated the Red Association, they would never dare to attack the powerful organization openly. Any party that did so would immediately get disavowed by all of the other Terrans. Vase also did not sense any sort of danger or malice from the approaching Ouroboros. This gave him the courage to act boldly. He suddenly stood up, causing the Terrans seated at the main table to direct their attention towards their guest of honor. Miss Alexa, will the Ouroboros turn around and go back where it came from? He asked his teaching assistant directly. The woman shook her bead. The men stationed aboard the Termin Hill have been trying and failing to make contact with General Axelar Strian. The Ouroboros has refused to accept any incoming transmissions. That sounded fairly ominous. The least the ace pilot could do was to broadcast his intentions. This would massively reduce a lot of uncertainty and provide a bit of much-needed reassurance ro the others. Still, Vase did not think too much about this. It is clear that your grandfather has come for me. At this point, the best way to handle this crisis is to satisfy his request without fuss. We can sort out the mess at a later date when the situation is not as acute. This was not a simple suggestion. Though young Alexa favored a quick resolution, Master Layla did not like this course action. Giving in to the demands of an intruder who brazenly broke the rules would not do the Devos ancient clan any good. The Devosans already had a reputation for being one of the weaker and less successful ancient clans in Terran space. If it looked as if the Devosans waved the white flag, then that might threaten their stability and legitimacy. A lot of business partners might trim away from New Constantinople as a consequence. The Terrans were quite snobby about that kind of stuff. Vase had no patience for this kind of crap. He was accustomed to taking action whenever possible. He didn't get to survive and thrive in the deep frontier by being meek and showing too much deference in other people's opinions. Sometimes, the best way to untie a knot was to cut it in half. He did not ask any further questions. He did not ask for any permissions. He looked action. An aura of strength and determination radiated through his form as he turned around and strode towards the enormous exit of the dining hall. Lucky, come with me. Click C, stay with my family. Meow, meow. Though Lucky still harbored a few grudges, the gem cat knew what was important. He lifted off the table and flew closer until he hovered next to Vase. In the meantime, the well-equipped armored troops of the Blue Jay Fleet moved closer and automatically formed a protective envelope around their charge. The sight looked quite heroic. The sudden formation cut through all of the fog and indecision that had befallen the Terrans. The contrast between Vase and his hosts became so clear that it was no wonder that he had become one of RHE driving reasons why the survivalists adopted the Deep Strike plan in RHE End. Vase received a lot of urgent transmissions from Master Layla DeVos and a number of other people, but just like General Axelar Strian, he refused all of them because it was a waste of time to engage in any further talking. Perhaps Vase and General Axelar were more alike than they thought. While there were various barriers and defenses in the way, they automatically made way toward Vase. Perhaps the Devosans Bad already figured out that they had no better option than equesting to the rogue actions. It was certainly a bitter pill to swallow for the ancient clan that sought to use this opportunity to stimulate its own fortunes. Due to the elaborate length of the hall, it took a few minutes for Vase to pass through the final entrance and step outside. As Vase finally stopped, the Ouroboros had already slowed its pace, causing its advance to appear less threatening, but not harmless. Many first-class mechs had already arrived. They featured different markings and designs depending on whether they hailed from the DeVos ancient clan or the Blue Jay fleet. Each of them kept a healthy distance from Vase and the Ouroboros. It looked as if they were only here for show, which was not too far from the truth. A much more qualified unit had already appeared in order to respond to General Axelar Strian's unreasonable act. An ace mech that the DeVos ancient clan stationed on New Constantinople 8 had already arrived. Although it was not piloted by a peak ace mech, the Devosan ace pilot should still be capable of holding back his stronger counterpart for a time. Already, the Devosan's ace mech's reassuring Saint Kingdom enveloped Vase and everyone nearby in a protective embrace. It did not do anything else for fear of provoking an unwanted response from the approaching machine. As the Ouroboros finally reached a distance of around 200 meters from the entrance of the dining hall, the powerful machine ceased its advance. It hovered motionlessly above the ground as its powerful optical sensors appeared to focus directly onto Vase. A connection seemed to spark between the two. Vase could feel a growing sense of longing from the distorted living mech that seemed to possess a strong but incomplete consciousness that reminded him of a non-sentient pet. The Ouroboros did not appear so threatening when Vase looked at it from this perspective. It felt much more like a massively oversized horse in this regard. Both Master Layla DeVos and Miss Alexa Strian had eventually followed after Vase and stopped by his side. Their expressions turned much graver than before as they pulled Vase into a private and highly secure communication channel. "We just received word back from the Termite Hill," the young lady transmitted. "The crew of the fleet carrier has been caught by surprise as well. The Ouroboros should have remained dormant at this time, but instead it spontaneously activated before utilizing its high-powered teleportation system to forcibly appear next to the Eden Institute. Right now, my grandfather has just been pulled from his deep meditation session and is scrambling low to take charge over this unfolding crisis." Vase grew confused. "What are you talking about? Why is your grandfather trying to contain the chaos when he sparked it in the first place?" "That is because he is still stationed aboard RHE Termin Hill," young Alexa revealed. "The Ouroboros went active by itself. All of the actions that it has undertaken so far are apparently the result of autonomous decision-making. Its cockpit is empty." "What?" Chapter 5315 Peak Ace Mech. The Ouroboros was an old mech. Hardly any of its original parts and materials remained intact and attached to the constantly evolving mech frame of this famous Terran ace mech. As Axelar Strian steadily grew up and matured into an increasingly more formidable mech pilot, his chosen machine could not be allowed to remain stagnant. This was why the Strian ancient clan assigned numerous highly reputable and competent mech designers to repair, modify and most importantly upgrade the Ouroboros over the years. It had been difficult for Axelar to insist on piloting the same mech on a continuous basis over the span of an entire century. Since the first time he piloted it in a mech arena and won a glorious victory against a much more conventional first-class multipurpose mech, Axelar had fallen in love with the Ouroboros. Though the talented Terran pilot had most certainly piloted other well-designed and well-constructed mechs after his initial ride with the Ouroboros, he never felt satisfied with the machines designed by other mech designers. No matter how good they were, they could never replicate the feel and responsiveness of the original Ouroboros. In the first decades of his career as a proper soldier, his odd preference for sticking to the same first-class hero mech that he debuted in the arena attracted a lot of ridicule. His fellow Terrans didn't understand why he wanted to go back in time and stick to a mech concept that had become outdated a long time ago. Extreme miniaturization technology enabled every first-class mech to stuff itself full with a dozen different weapon systems, each of which were not weak. Nonetheless, After Axelar Strian defeated numerous challengers and proved his strength in many different occasions, those words of criticisms increasingly grew quiet. It didn't matter if Axelar covered his mech in a pink coating or applied a curse word onto its chest. As long as it remained strong enough to defeat other first-class multipurpose mechs, nearly anything was permissible. As Axelar Strian continued to demonstrate his brilliance and broke through his bottlenecks, his seemingly archaic hero mech gradually turned from an object of contempt into an iconic symbol of power. Nowadays, no Terran dared to mock the hero mech type anymore. The Renewer of Terra had single-handedly raised the respect of this archetype in Terran space. He even set an example for many other Terran mech pilots, particularly those with inferior genetic aptitudes. Compared to the overly complicated first-class multipurpose mech, the much more simpler loadout of hero mechs allowed inferior mech pilots to still exercise a lot of control over their machines. Unfortunately, none of the Terran-designed hero mechs that emerged after the rise of the Ouroboros had managed to attain the same level of success. On one hand, these imitators were not as talented or well-trained as General Axelar Strian. As a scion of an ancient clan, Axelar's education and training were both excellent. His genetic aptitude barely made it into the A grade, but that was also enough to separate himself from the much more numerous Terran pilots with B-grade aptitudes. On the other hand, the Ouroboros was an exceptional machine from the beginning. Even though the Strian ancient clan increasingly invested more in its upgrades, there were many other Terran groups that could adopt the same approach. Nonetheless, the Ouroboros had always stood head over shoulders over these would-be challengers because it possessed unique properties that could never be replicated by other mech designers. It was alive. Although this trait only made Axelar feel good and more attuned to his machine in the early years, the advantages of piloting a living machine became increasingly more significant over time. After being upgraded many times and being subjected to decades worth of willpower baptism by one of the powerful and renowned ace pilots of the Terran people, the Ouroboros had transcended the boundaries of a machine that could be made in an instant in a mech workshop. This was why no one who was present in front of the opulent dining hall of the Eden Institute suspected that the Ouroboros was unmanned at this time. Even if the powerful ace mech did not radiate a characteristic domain field at this time, most Devosans and mechers assumed that it was because General Axelar Strian wanted to avoid any unnecessary aggression. The Ouroboros still exuded a strong and intimidating presence even if it was active on its own. Its aura possessed a mixed quality of concepts that hearkened towards both creation and destruction. Much of it happened to echo the presence of General Axelar Strian himself. This was not a surprise to Vase, the living mech that had steadily grown and fed off the feedback from its powerful ace pilot. It had worked and fought together with its pilot for so long that the machine had taken after his image. At this time, everyone still remained nervous. The knowledge that the Ouroboros was active but unmanned did not relieve the concerns of those who had been informed. While the Ouroboros should theoretically be a lot weaker as a result, the machine was packed with so much power that it could still do a lot of damage. There was a clear and present difference in quality and power between the Ouroboros and the ace mech dispatched by the Devosans. Even though both machines were exquisite masterwork mechs, their power and sophistication were too far apart. General Axelar Strian was the standard bearer of the Strian ancient clan. As its strongest pilot and military officer, he was able to receive much more investment than normal. His strength as a peak ace pilot that could initiate the mech-body merger process at any time also enabled him to wield and exert control over much more powerful mech systems than usual. As such, the Ouroboros had not only received a few powerful upgrades that were usually applied to god mechs, but also received the utmost care and attention of a star designer. Numerous different mech designers had been put in charge of the Ouroboros over the years, but the latest and most powerful one was undoubtedly Cynthia Elkron, otherwise known as the Grand Mender. The famed Terran star designer was a pioneer in the field of regenerating metal and repair systems. She invented many different specialized solutions meant to make first-class mechs last longer in the field by allowing them to repair their own damage with remarkable effectiveness. Any mech design that she designed in person became nearly as indefatigable as zombies. Attacks that only partially penetrated the defenses of her mechs only temporarily inconvenienced them as they regenerated back to peak condition in a short amount of time. The Ouroboros was no exception in this regard. Its defining feature aside from its living qualities was its World Serpent system. This high-minded name stood for an extremely rapid regenerating armor system that could practically produce new armor plating even when a powerful attack had not yet ceased. Its synergy with the creation domain of General Axelar Strian and the Ouroboros was fantastic, allowing the Grand Mender to maximize the speed and efficiency of her signature technology. There were very practical reasons why the Ouroboros put so much emphasis on the World Serpent system. The first was because the Ouroboros needed to compensate for its lack of armament diversity. The fact that it was a hero mech that only had access to 2 external weapon systems was a serious constraint. Axelar encountered too many situations where opposing mechs exploited this vulnerability and entered into many destructive exchanges of attacks with the hero mech. However, the lack of weapon systems also conveyed the Ouroboros with a powerful advantage. Its mech frame featured a lot more capacity for other purposes, allowing for the Grand Mender to design a significantly more powerful and advanced defensive layout. The World Serpent system combined with its recently upgraded transphasic multi-layered segmented energy shield generator enabled the Ouroboros to become known as one of the harder and more damage-resistant mechs of its caliber. This granted the Ouroboros a much more substantial damage buffer, enabling it to weather any kind of storm and more importantly keep its valuable pilot alive. Perhaps other rising champions in Terran space were able to attain more success over their careers, but their chances of meeting a fatal end were much higher due to the inferior defenses of their first-class multipurpose mechs. There was always a price to integrating too many weapon systems in a mech frame. In any case, the other functions of the Ouroboros were significantly better on average as well. The hero mech was able to dedicate more space, energy and other resources to its flight system, its mini-drive, its communication systems, its ECM systems and more. Even if few of them sounded exciting, the clear and noticeable performance gap had granted the Ouroboros quite a few advantages in different situations. As Vase continued to observe the mech frame of the massively evolved and upgraded Ouroboros, he understood why General Axelar Strian and his ancient clan turned to the Grand Mender. The Renewer of Terra had always insisted that the Ouroboros stick to the purest interpretation of the hero mech archetype, which meant that it only ever wielded 2 weapons, no more, no less. Naturally, this meant that its weapon systems had to be the best that the Terrans could make for an ace mech that was already powerful by itself. The Ouroboros exchanged or upgraded its older weapon systems for newer ones numerous times as my grandfather grew stronger. Miss Alexa noted as she gazed at the familiar machine with great affection. The current loadout consists of the Apocalypse Sword, a Tier 2 Destroyer Sword, and the Genesis Rifle, a Gosar antimatter rifle. In the hands of my grandfather and his machine, this is enough to defeat almost any opposition. The Genesis Rifle was arguably the simpler of the 2 weapons. It wielded the power of creation by firing beams of shielded antimatter particles. Anything it impacted got annihilated, thereby generating enormous amounts of energy that usually produced extremely powerful explosions. In fact, it was overkill for the Ouroboros to fire antimatter beams all of the time. They were only really reserved for the strongest adversaries. Against weaker and less resilient targets, the Genesis Rifle could switch to a secondary fire mode that enabled it to fire weaker but much more versatile laser beams in many different ways. The Apocalypse Sword turned the Ouroboros into a close-range nightmare. The Tier 2 Destroyer weapon was a big deal in human space. Destroyer technology had sounded fascinating but inscrutable to Vase in the past. It wasn't until his status improved so much and gained access to much more exclusive repositories of information that he learned what this tech was all about. Destroyer technology had long been regarded as exclusively Terran due to the inability for the Rubarthans or anyone else to replicate, imitate or substitute its characteristic weapons. This was an amazing feat considering how many star designers and other powerful researchers had tried to crack this puzzle. The reason why the Terrans had always been able to maintain perfect control over their tech was because of its principal working mechanism. Destroyer weapons weren't actually all that special aside from one core feature. The materials used to construct the weapons were infused with so-called destroyer particles. These particles directly enhanced the powered weapons and granted them unparalleled destructive power. Best of all, these particles were somehow able to discern whether the destroyer weapons were used by Terrans or those who earned their approval. This meant that if a Rubarthan or any other mech pilot tried to wield a stolen destroyer weapon, the expensive object would not display its destructive potential at all. The destroyer particles would remain absolutely inert unless the weapon had fallen back into the hands of an approved user. This was an amazing capability and a strong reason why the Terrans continued to make widespread use of destroyer weapons. The main reason why these destroyer particles possessed these reality-defying properties was because they weren't natural or ordinary. They represented the culmination of extreme high technology that exceeded mortal production capabilities. A destroyer particle was a synthetic product that was originally developed by a Terran star designer. The only known method of producing these highly valued particles was by relying on the material production capabilities of god pilots. Yes, god pilots. Every Terran god pilot who had learned this highly coveted formula was practically able to produce destroyer particles out of thin air. The Terrans subsequently collected these precious particles and infused them into weapons at different concentrations. The greater the concentration, the more destructive the weapon. Chapter 5316 Terran Destroyer Technology. Destroyer technology was amazing. It was not without reason why the Terrans regarded it as one of their trump cards. The Rubarthans had wasted far too many resources and manpower in their futile attempts to crack the source of pride of their archrivals. The fact that none of these attempts had succeeded over the centuries was a testament to the excellence and the extraordinary nature of destroyer weapons. Naturally, General Axelar Strian had fallen in love with these extraordinary weapons. There was little reason for him to switch to other weapon types even if they possessed their own set of advantages. The main reason why the Ouroboros had always been paired with a destroyer sword as its melee armament was because it synergized well with its domain. Destroyer technology was able to evoke the power of destruction in a much purer manner than other forms of weapon tech. This allowed General Axelar Strian to resonate extremely well with destroyer swords, enabling him to inflict significantly more damage with an attack than other mech pilots. As such, the Ouroboros always wielded the same kind of sword over its long and eventful lifespan. Although the design and technological features of the sword gradually became stronger and more sophisticated, the biggest difference over time was the changing concentration of destroyer particles. Tier 6 and 7 destroyer weapons were usually considered the starting points for most first-class mechs. Their destructive potential was already good enough to cut through most armor systems of any standard mech at full power. Tier 4 and 5 destroyer weapons were a step up from the prior ones. Their concentration of destroyer particles was significantly higher, making them much less suitable for industrial-scale production. Another downside was that destroyer particles needed to be fed with lots of energy in order to activate their destructive properties. It became a lot more difficult for mechs to satisfy the greater energy requirements of higher-tiered destroyer weapons. The upside to that was that they could cut through matter a lot more effectively, thereby making them the favorite melee weapons of Terran expert mechs. The next tiers after this resulted in increasingly more powerful and extraordinary destroyer weapons. The concentration of destroyer particles started to produce real qualitative differences at Tier 3. At this tier, any destroyer weapon became an exquisite piece of craftsmanship, because anything less was not worthy to bear this much destructive power. Vase had learned only recently that the offensive power of a Tier 3 destroyer weapon became a lot more effective against less conventional defenses. One of the well-known strengths of destroyer weapons was that they could cut through most material-based defenses with disturbing ease. Unfortunately, their ability to overload energy shields had always been relatively average. This problem became more severe after the proliferation of transphasic shield technology. Tier 3 and higher destroyer weapons did not suffer from this inadequacy. A Tier 3 destroyer weapon had attained so many exceptional properties that it gained the ability to cut through non-material defenses and obstacles a lot more effectively. Transphasic energy shields could no longer block as many attacks, and even weirder and more metaphysical phenomena could be cut in half by a single swing of a Tier 3 destroyer sword. It was exactly because of this exaggerated level of power and versatility that these transcended creations could not be wielded by ordinary mechs and mech pilots. The less impressive the wielder, the greater the risk that these powerful beasts in the form of melee weapons would grow out of control. This was why Tier 3 destroyer weapons could only effectively be wielded by ace pilots and higher. Even the best Terran expert pilots could not guarantee that the highly concentrated destroyer particles could flare out of control and break their own mechs instead. What the Ouroboros currently wielded was a step up from that. A senior ace pilot was much stronger than an ace pilot who had recently broken through. General Axelar Strian's willpower had grown to such an extent that he was adequately able to maintain firm control over an even wilder and more potent version of these swords. Tier 2 destroyer weapons packed an even higher concentration of destroyer particles. This not only enhanced all of the aforementioned advantages, but enabled it to cut through even more esoteric and weirder concepts according to the intention of its wielder. Its most relevant strength was that it could cut through the Saint Kingdoms of opposing mechs with much greater ease. When combined with the powerful Saint Kingdoms of its wielder, a Tier 2 destroyer weapon could remove several crucial advantages of an opposing ace mech at closer ranges. This was why the Terrans favored melee combat to a significantly greater degree than other first raters. The Mechers and the Rubarthans tended to rely a lot more heavily on the integrated weapon systems that allowed their first-class multi-purpose mechs to spit out antimatter beams, plasma bolts and more exotic attacks. As for Tier 1 destroyer weapons, not even General Axelar Strian dared to make use of such a rare and impossible weapon. Just obtaining one was nigh impossible as the production requirements were extreme compared to the previous tier. Just the fact that its creation demanded the active cooperation between a star designer and a god pilot was enough to limit their quantity. This was because only a grand work could bear the extreme concentration of destroyer particles needed to meet this unparalleled standard. Anything less would get annihilated shortly after the weapon was made because it was unable to contain all of the destructive pressure. It had always been the dream of many Terran ace pilots to receive the honor of wielding these unique and legendary weapons. Unfortunately, no matter how much they pushed their resonance strength, once they hit their ceilings, they still felt short of being able to control a Tier 1 destroyer weapon. This was why the Ouroboros was still equipped with a Tier 2 destroyer sword despite the fact that Axelar and the Strian ancient clan could afford a better product. That did not mean the Apocalypse sword was a disappointment. The strong willpower of a peak ace pilot who possessed a highly developed destruction domain had transformed it into a relic that did not disappoint its name. This had great consequences to anyone who got too close to the Ouroboros while it had drawn its melee weapon. Even though the Ouroboros kept its signature sword safely inside its sheath, Vase and the others could still feel a hint of the latent threat at this distance. One of the greatest reasons why the Devosans feared the Ouroboros even when they found out that it lacked its pilot was the presence of this exceptional Tier 2 destroyer sword. The powerful high-tech masterwork weapon might go out of control if the Ouroboros tampered with the sword by itself. Only an ace pilot with exceptionally strong willpower was equipped to tame a weapon of this caliber. Vase briefly looked at Master Layla Devos, who looked increasingly more upset at this situation. Theoretically, it should not be too difficult for the ace mech of the Devos ancient clan to drag the Ouroboros away. There was a small chance that the Ouroboros might overreact and pull the Apocalypse sword out of its sheath, thereby causing it to go out of control. The Devosans couldn't afford to take this risk. This meant that the Devosans could not reassert their authority and repair the damage in the most direct and obvious fashion. They had little choice but to fall back on less palatable methods to solve this unpleasant interruption. Since General Axelar is available now, can't he quietly teleport inside the cockpit of his own machine and retake control? Vase transmitted to his teaching assistant. The young lady minutely shook her head. We have already thought about that, but the Ouroboros is built with strong anti-teleportation defenses in mind. There are no obvious loopholes that we can exploit no matter when it is activated. That made a lot of sense. Vase did not question it further even though it made everyone's lives more difficult. So the only way to reign in the Ouroboros is to wait for your grandfather to teleport down to the surface of this planet and approach his mech the old-fashioned way. We have formed the same conclusion, but it is not good for us if he does so. Alexa answered, no matter how well we try to obfuscate his approach, people will still find out that the Ouroboros has gone out of control. This is unacceptable to our ancient clan. We are currently trying to brainstorm alternative solutions to lead the Ouroboros away without generating further incidents or misunderstandings. This was a highly charged and delicate situation, but now that Vase learned what needed to be done in order to defuse it, he became a lot more relaxed. I have an idea, he smirked. Instead of wasting precious time to explain his plan, he executed it right away. Vase began to stride forward again, causing Lucky and his bodyguards to move forward as well. The movement was conspicuous in an area where everyone else had stopped their movements for fear of triggering an explosion. Many more eyes fell onto Vase as he steadily made his way to the Ouroboros. The closer he got to one of his earlier works, the more he could feel his special bond with the old and highly developed living mech. Vase also managed to make much more detailed observations of this machine. His expression quickly grew more complex as he began to gain a much deeper insight of the fundamental problems that held it back from undergoing the ultimate qualitative transformation. His earlier guesses were mostly correct, but the problems were much more severe and difficult to solve than he expected. All of those years when the Ouroboros grew up and evolved without the guidance and touch of its original designer had exacerbated its imbalances and deficiencies. Poor Mech. As Vase started to puzzle out the steps he might have to take in order to restore his old vision, he took a turn and started to move to the side. He still remembered the map of the campus of the Eden Institute. He knew that if he continued to move in this direction, he would approach the nearest entrance to an underground mech hangar. The underground hall usually stored the first-class multipurpose mechs fabricated by mech design students in their final years. Vase figured that it should offer decent enough privacy for the Terrans to clean up their own mess. Even though Vase had not spoken a single word to the Ouroboros, let alone restore the connection that they once shared with each other a century ago, he knew without a shadow of a doubt that the ace mech would follow. It's moving. Vase could feel from the pressure emanating from the masterwork ace mech that it had begun to follow him at a steady pace. He tried his best not to smirk. He knew this would happen. To him, the Ouroboros was an abnormal second-order living mech. Its sentience and intelligence was not too high, but it was strong in other areas due to the enormous accumulation of time and power. Yet despite all of its formidable power, Vase found that its personality essentially resembled that of a tamed beast. Every obedient beast recognized its owner, and Vase suspected that the reason why the Ouroboros spontaneously came down was because it recognized him as its original creator. Ordinary mechs had no way of acting on their own like this, but the Peak Ace mech was an exception in this regard. The best way to handle this rogue machine was to treat it in the same fashion as it behaved. Vase happened to be fairly good at understanding and cooperating with non-human entities. He already knew that he did not have to communicate anything to the overly energetic beast in the form of a mech in order to lead it away. This was how Vase easily led the eager living mech to a safer location, thereby doing much to de-escalate the tense and stressful situation. Chapter 5317 Unguided Growth. The immediate crisis had passed. The tension in the campus of the Eden Institute deflated considerably after the Ouroboros calmly floated out of sight. Even though the powerful ace mech still disrupted an occasion organized by the Devos ancient clan, it at least behaved in a civil manner and did not escalate any further. A lot of people relaxed as a result and began to speculate on what was going on. The repercussions of this abrupt and unwelcome intrusion was bound to produce a ripple effect throughout the Terran alliance. The Devos ancient clan has been wronged. It must demand compensation or else its prestige will sustain permanent damage. One still cannot determine what General Axelar Strian is thinking. He has worked hard to gain more support, but his lack of control and consideration will set back his plans by a considerable extent. There has to be a reason why the General has chosen to break so many rules in order to make contact with Professor Vase Larkinson. What is it about this second-class mech designer that makes him so desirable? I do not know the answer to this question, but it certainly does not hurt to establish a relationship with him. We must grasp the opportunity before us before we lose this chance forever. The Terrans who witnessed or heard about this incident drew many conclusions from this event. Few if any of them guessed that the Ouroboros had actually been operating unmanned and without direction all of this time. Neither the Devosans nor the Strians were eager to spread this particular story, so they employed subtle measures to ensure that the prevailing conversations never touched this area. In the meantime, the leaders from both ancient clans had already scrambled into action. Their negotiating teams were furiously trying to find a way to heal the cracks in their relations and find an amicable way to solve this unwelcome incident. The Terran ancient clans all had a well-deserved reputation for stability. They strove to maintain it above almost every other priority, so as long as this was under threat, they could become quite motivated. Fortunately, Vase had stepped in and diffused the crisis in a clever way. From an outside perspective, he had simply presented himself to General Axelar Strian and quietly proposed to open up a dialogue in a more private setting. Though the Devosans hadn't done anything of note, they did not show too much weakness either, so they managed to avoid the worst-case scenario. This result produced enough of a basis to find a resolution that reluctantly satisfied both ancient clans. None of this mattered to Vase at the moment. As soon as he reunited with the Ouroboros, his nature as a mech designer immediately took over. He forgot about almost everything and became completely obsessed with studying the growth and evolution of what could arguably be his oldest living mech that still existed to this day. The wonders of time travel enabled a mech designer who was only over 40 years old to get in touch with a work that was over a century old. This was an incredibly unique and valuable opportunity to any mech designer, but it was 10 times more attractive to a mech designer whose design philosophy centered around growth. Vase had designed and fabricated many mechs over the years. Each of his works already became remarkable from the start, and a few of them even came into existence as a third-order living mech right away. Yet no matter how clever or how many interesting features his living mechs possessed, they were still newborn in mind and spirit. This did not bother Vase. What truly mattered was that each of them had the capacity to evolve and grow in so many different ways that they could vastly exceed their existing limits as long as their growth conditions were favorable enough. The reason why the Ouroboros held so much attraction to him was that it had not only grown for so many years. What also mattered was that many of the other variables that played a part in its growth were close to ideal. It was paired with a talented mech pilot that grew rapidly until he reached the threshold to becoming a god pilot. General Axelar Strian also possessed a lot of affection for the Ouroboros and spent as much time with it as he could manage. The growing Ace Mech received regular repairs and upgrades courtesy of some of the best mech designers of the Terran Alliance, especially in its later years. The fact that the Grand Mender herself had agreed to work on the Ouroboros in a way that carefully preserved its original character had been especially fruitful. Under all of these favorable conditions, the Ouroboros should have gotten a lot closer to ascending to another layer of existence. It's so close, but that is not enough. Perfection demands more. Vase looked at his old work in regret as his observations essentially confirmed the reason why the Ouroboros failed to bridge the final gap. Its weak foundation was the root of its problems. The lack of balanced growth and development during its lengthy operation period exacerbated its flaws. Now, the problem had run so deep that it required far more than a simple fix to restore the Ouroboros. Vase felt a pang in his heart. If he had been available to adjust the Ouroboros over the years, he could have solved much if not all of its inadequacies. He could have at least given Axelar Strian and his Terran mech designers valuable pieces of advice so that they could solve the problems by themselves. May I come closer? The Ouroboros eagerly nodded its twin heads. This was enough for Vase to lift off the air and come dangerously close to one of the most powerful mechs in the entire Terran Alliance. It was hard to find any other mech within the Terran superstate that was more powerful than the Ouroboros. No one aside its pilot dared to get close to the machine because it had too many ways to kill people by accident. From the overpowering spiritual pressure emanating from the second-order living mech to the latent fluctuations of its infamous Apocalypse sword, a highly developed ace mech that was designed to defeat anything short of god mechs was not a teddy bear. Nonetheless, Vase held such complete trust in the Ouroboros that he approached the machine without fear. Aspects about the old living machine that had long been buried deep within its psyche had risen to the forefront after making contact with Vase once again. The ties between them were undeniable. Both of them had undergone so many changes since their last contact, but that did not prevent the maker from recognizing his product and vice versa. This was a magical sensation and one that was utterly valuable and precious to Vase. His design flame burned stronger and his design philosophy already began to stir as Vase had already begun to expand his theories on living mechs based on his ongoing observations. His suspicions were correct. The Ouroboros was a goldmine for studying the later growth stages of his living products. Even if its flaws prevented Vase from collecting too much relevant data, there were still many commonalities between the Ouroboros and his contemporary works to form broad inferences. Vase practically blanked out for a few minutes as his entire mind and spirit became preoccupied with processing the rich and priceless data. It was as if he was reaping the rewards for conducting a longitudinal study that spanned across an entire century. While many other researchers such as Master Moira Willix were forced to spend many decades if not centuries of their precious time to conduct similar studies, Vase essentially skipped all of the waiting and obtained the raw results right away. Of course, the data and conclusions he was able to derive from the Ouroboros was not as detailed and complete due to the inability to take precise measurements, but this was not that big of a deal. As a living mech, the Ouroboros possessed the capacity to remember past events. It still retained a decent amount of data on its past conditions. Vase could easily access it simply by conveying a request to the living mech. Perhaps the Ouroboros would never reveal its own secrets to other people, but Vase was an exception. How can its own progenitor possess any ill intent towards its own product? Of course, the Ouroboros may be eager to reunite with its maker, but as a long-lived machine, it was anything but naive. It was because Vase did not hesitate to bear his own spirit to the Ouroboros that the living mech felt relieved to extend its full trust to its progenitor. Though Vase assumed a lot of risks by exposing his spirit to another entity, he did so without hesitation because his living mechs weren't like other people. Aside from that, Vase also did not found the Ouroboros to be a threat at all because the machine was clever enough to recognize that its maker may be the only person who could solve its inadequacies. If the Ouroboros was not able to resolve its flaws, it could never reach a higher life phase, thereby preventing the machine from realizing its ultimate goal. This overpowering interest ensured that the Ouroboros would never dare to cause harm to its original maker. It may even take the initiative to protect Vase from all other threats. Vase found this situation rather absurd. He somehow managed to gain the affection of a weapon of mass destruction in the form of an ace mech. It became more difficult for him to treat it as anything other than an oversized mechanical pet. This impression strengthened his desire to solve the root of the old living mech's problems. This was easier said than done. His expression grew pained when his eyes drew towards the Apocalypse sword and the Genesis rifle. These weapons are part of the problem, do you know that? They're far too destructive, and it appears that your pilot has not been able to restrain himself. The powerful living mech conveyed a feeling of regret. The mech shared the same opinion, but it was a pity that it had taken too much time for it to grow smart enough to become aware of its faults. What held the Ouroboros back was that it had veered too much from its original vision. Vase named it after the serpent of creation and destruction for good reasons. The machine was supposed to embody both domains in equal measure, and keep them in perfect balance in order to derive greater synergies that resulted in more powerful outcomes. Though Vase had been a lot less knowledgeable and competent at the time, his core vision for the Ouroboros was still sound and viable enough to bestow it with unlimited potential. Unfortunately, the requirements to realize all of that potential were also incredibly strict. For a long time, General Axelar Strians utilized the Ouroboros as a combat machine without too much further thought on how it would affect his growing machine. It was in people's nature to treat mechs as combat assets. Their entire purpose revolved around destruction, so as Axelar continued to pilot his living machine, he frequently engaged in combat in various forms. Whether it was duels against other powerful Terran mechs or more destructive battles that were carefully controlled by the Terran ruling groups most of the time, Axelar and his Ouroboros made their names by sowing more destruction than their rivals. As the duo became more successful, the design team assigned to the Ouroboros regularly updated its armament with more powerful and destructive weapons. Since the hero mech could only ever wield two primary armaments, the Terran mech designers always did their utmost to maximize the lethality of the mech sword and mech rifle to the greatest possible extent. Years of frequent fighting had distorted the growth of the Ouroboros and caused it to veer off balance. The consequences of those many eventful decades became obvious to this day. The destruction domain of the Ouroboros had become dominant. Its neglected creation domain received considerably less room for development and had been squeezed into an uncomfortable corner. How can Axelar allow this to happen? The Ouroboros ratted out its pilot without hesitation and readily conveyed the answer. It turned out that Axelar had become intoxicated with the destructive combat power of his own living mech. The more the Ouroboros leaned towards destruction, the greater its offensive power. This was the basis of Axelar's success over the years. If his destroyer sword hadn't become so much more powerful than the ones wielded by his rivals, it wouldn't have been easy for Axelar to grow to become one of the top leaders of the Terran Alliance. Unfortunately, everything had a price. Axelar's decision to prioritize short to medium-term gains had sabotaged his long-term future. The imbalance in his powerful ace mech had become so severe that not even Vase could correct it by making straightforward adjustments to its highly distorted spiritual foundation. The Ouroboros had become too old and strong. It had partially transcended its original nature as a living mech. It had morphed into a different kind of entity that was much stronger but also much more difficult for Vase to change at his current rank. Chapter 53:18 Vase the Deadbeat Parent. The long and storied history of the Ouroboros unfolded like a tapestry to Vase. The strong spiritual connection between them allowed the maker and product to exchange words, meanings, images and even heartfelt emotions with each other without any barriers in the way. This was a magical form of exchange that was not only fast, but also highly efficient, especially when the two parties were considerably advanced as far as entities were concerned. Best of all, it was completely impenetrable and impossible to intercept. Especially at close range, Vase did not have to worry about the Terrans or the Mechers stealing any of his valuable secrets, so he did not hold back whenever he communicated back to his old creation. As he studied the gradual development of the Ouroboros over time, he noticed that as General Axelar Strian eventually realized his mistake as he approached the peak of what an ace pilot could become. It was not as if he understood that he had altered the character of the Ouroboros through his actions. He interfaced with it so many times that he had become highly familiar with his machine. However, he never held onto the mindset that he had to preserve all of its character and traits as much as possible. This was fairly normal. A mech that used to be hastily designed was not a proper machine to begin with. It contained so many technical deficiencies that the Strian ancient clan had to commission a lot of mech designers to upgrade it and raise its performance to a satisfactory level. Besides, since Axelar was not the true designer of the Ouroboros, how could he understand the full intentions behind its creation? All of these factors resulted in an attitude that the Ouroboros was a constantly evolving product. The direction of its growth did not matter at all so long as it became stronger and more effective in the end. Axelar even embraces the greater emphasis on destruction because that was what he and his clan obviously needed from his battle partner. The Ouroboros was not an industrial mech. It was designed and built for combat, so any changes that made it more effective at this job were beneficial as far as Axelar was concerned. It was not until General Axelar Strian had reached his current bottleneck and gradually explored what he needed to do that he fully recognized the unfortunate consequences of his unbridled pursuit for greater destruction. The transition from an ace pilot to a god pilot was the greatest possible series of tests for those who fought with mechs. In order to attain the power of a god, a pilot must have no regrets and excel in many different areas. Vase did not possess a clear understanding of what ace pilots needed to do to successfully complete the greatest possible leap of their lifetimes, but the Ouroboros provided a few clues. Axelar had bonded so extensively with the Ouroboros that the two had become inseparable. This meant that the state and condition played an outsized role in Axelar's evolution. It was impossible for the Terran ace pilot to make further progress by exchanging the Ouroboros with another ace mech that possessed a much better foundation. This meant that Axelar had no choice but to perfect his existing ace mech, but due to the design choices that Vase had made a long time ago, it became insanely difficult to satisfy this essential requirement. A misalignment existed between my original vision of the Ouroboros and Axelar's own interpretation of his living mech. Vase concluded, this divergence in opinions has gone on for so many years that minor differences have accumulated into a vast gulf between ideal and reality. When Vase initially designed the Ouroboros, he did so by occupying Axelar's body. This caused him to entertain a few odd and unusual ideas. One of them was that Vase designed the Ouroboros as a child between himself and Axelar. Vase was the mother and the creator who breathed life into the hero mech. Axelar was the father and the destroyer who fulfilled the purpose of his new battle partner. The best possible way for the Ouroboros to preserve its original duality between creation and destruction was to grow up under the care of both of its parents. That did not happen. Like a child that only grew under a single parent, the Ouroboros had grown continuously for a century under the care of its father. Meanwhile, Vase was like a deadbeat mother who completely disappeared from the scene and deprived his child of the motherly care that it deserved. It was no wonder that the Ouroboros grew up in a distorted fashion. Vase never thought about all of this stuff at the time. He always treated the Ouroboros as a temporary product that Axelar would eventually toss aside once he had outgrown this poorly designed machine. How could Vase had known that Axelar not only fell in love with this rickety hero mech, but also managed to advance all the way to a peak ace pilot with the help of its sole battle partner? If Vase had known about this in advance, he would have given Axelar extensive instructions to ensure that he properly guided the growth of his chosen machine. Not every living mech was destined to become all-powerful as they grew older. They could take the wrong turns or become victims to mistakes. The impossible moat that blocked the subsequent evolution of the Ouroboros was undeniable proof that relying on age alone was not enough. What a terrible mess. The good news was that Axelar did not remain stubborn enough to exacerbate the problem further. He instead respected his living mech's wishes and sought to reverse the ongoing trend. The Strians had made the right moves. They not only contracted the services of the Grand Mender at great cost, but also requested her to infuse the Ouroboros with her extensive design applications, but not to the point of destroying everything that made it alive. Each and every specification added another burden to the star designer, but General Axelar Strian gritted his teeth and pushed through because he understood it was the only way to save the Ouroboros. Vase swept his gaze from top to bottom. The World Serpent system that the Grand Mender had specifically developed for the Ouroboros had indeed done much to counteract the previous trend. The fact that it occupied such an extensive blueprint in the mech frame meant that its regenerating properties deeply affected the character of the Ouroboros. However, even though the Grand Mender had tried her best, she didn't exactly have what the Ouroboros needed. Her domain was not actually based on creation, but rather restoration. Her title signified her dedication towards facilitating the restoration of products that had already been produced. She worked hard to make existing mechs last longer so that they preserved the lives of their pilots. This was her chosen strategy to fulfill her purpose as a mech designer. This was why the World Serpent system and the other repair systems failed to solve the problem. They only slowed the deterioration at most. Vase turned his gaze towards the Apocalypse sword once again. Axelar's love for Destroyer swords was one of the chief causes of the current imbalance. The more Axelar grew as a pilot, the higher the tier of Destroyer weapons he was able to wield. More powerful tiers of Destroyer weapons made it a lot easier for Axelar to vanquish over stronger opponents, so he never held back on upgrading whenever the opportunity arose. This was normal behavior and it wouldn't have been an issue if he piloted any other mech. Unfortunately, this approach was anything but ideal for a living mech that worked best when it was in a state of balance. It would have been better if Axelar settled for a plasma sword or something. Vase grumbled. Destroyer technology was too unreasonable. It was a form of extreme high technology that broke the rules because it could not exist without relying on the reality-defying powers of a god pilot and a star designer. Mechs could still be designed and produced by mortals, but destroyer weapons were essentially godly creations at their core. Long-term contact and exposure to destroyer particles meant that it became a certainty for the Ouroboros to develop a bias towards destruction. It was too late to disassociate the two from the other. General Axelar Strian belatedly learned that his love for destroyer swords had contributed enormously to the problem, but they had become nearly inseparable to the Ouroboros by this time. Since destroyer swords had become a core part of the current machine's identity, switching to a plasma sword would do more harm than good. Besides, Axelar probably wouldn't be able to bear it either. He had wielded this powerful weapon type for so long that it had become a part of his nature as well. Axelar is another contributor to this problem. If the ambitious Terran ace pilot wanted to make the ultimate leap, he needed to merge with his battle partner. The greater the differences between the two, the harder it became to make this happen. As a military leader who fought a lot of battles throughout his eventful career, General Axelar Strian was just as destructive as his mech, if not more. The man hardly thought about anything else aside from fighting and winning. It was only after he realized that he needed to form a balance as well that he sought to turn his life around. I see. Vase became enlightened. So this is why Axelar embraced politics. He founded the new Terran Federation movement with the explicit aim to produce positive changes with his power. He also jumped on the opportunity to be among the first leaders to build the Terran Alliance after the Red Ocean opened up for colonization. These were Axelar's belated attempts to develop his long-neglected creation domain that had never received much attention in the past. While Axelar had made substantial gains in this regard, it was a pity that his progress did not directly translate to the Ouroboros. The most he could hope for that a part of his creation domain would rub off on Ace Mech through continuous exposure. Perhaps this might have a chance of working, but it would take way too long to attain the desired result. Axelar needed to counteract so much damage that it may take half a century or more in order to completely align himself to the Ouroboros once more. Vase shook his head. This will take way too long. Both Axelar and the Ouroboros had become desperate for a golden bullet. They wanted to correct their respective mistakes and imbalances in the fastest and most effective way possible. This completely explained why the Ouroboros regressed into an eager puppy after reuniting with its long-lost parent. The living mech bore no resentment at being abandoned by Vase. Its congenital defects had caused it to remain stuck as a relatively simple second-order living mech. The Ouroboros might not have reacted so gently at Vase if it had been a third-order living mech. The living mech's thoughts were quite simplistic at this time. It knew that it was damaged, and it knew that its progenitor may be the only mech designer who could make it right again. Professor Larkinson, a voice called down below. Miss Alexa Strian had entered the hangar bay a few minutes ago. She had respectfully kept her silence in order to give Vase enough space, but she just received a notification that compelled her to speak. What is it, Alexa? My grandfather has teleported to the surface after our clan concluded a preliminary agreement with the Devosans. He is on his way here. It is best for you to leave. The Devos ancient clan still wants to have you first, and our clan has agreed to give the injured party priority for the rest of the week. Understood. I need to think anyway. This powerful mech has given me quite a few surprises. Chapter 5319 The responsibility of a mech designer. Vase did not reject the arrangements made by the Strian and the Devos ancient clans because he was not eager to meet with one of his former mastery hosts. He also did not want to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel with General Axelar Strian without sufficient preparation. The huge amount of information and insights he gained from his extensive examination and exchange with the Ouroboros had given him a lot of food for thought. Vase had only been able to conduct a superficial analysis of the state of the Ouroboros for the time being. This was far from enough to talk about the Ouroboros in a more productive and helpful fashion. He needed to spend a lot more time on analyzing the exact deficiencies of his old work and figure out effective means to unlock its potential. It might already be too late to undo all of the damage, but Vase believed he should be able to develop other solutions that could help the Ouroboros unlock the shackles that were holding it back. As Vase left the underground hangar and rejoined his family, the evening banquet had already come to a close. The Devosans clearly understood that it was no longer suitable to entertain their guest of honor any further, so they told Vase to take a good rest before they returned the next day. This was more than fine for Vase as he remained almost fully engaged in his latest preoccupation. Gloriana practically rolled her eyes when she saw him in this state. Not again. Has he fallen into his old habits again? Lucky. Meow. The gem cat confirmed. Will we be able to shake him from his one-track mind? Meow meow. Typical. The family along with their cats were already accustomed to this. They left Vase to his own thoughts as they moved to a highly secure villa that was tightly surrounded by the first-class mechs of the Blue Jay fleet. The villa was located well within the campus of the Eden Institute, making it easy and convenient for Vase and his family to stay on New Constantinople 8 during their visit. While Vase always had the option of teleporting back to the Tarask in high orbit, he hated the frequent use of teleportation. There were so many possible ways that it could go horribly wrong that he found it crazy that the first raiders trusted it so much. A restless night went by as Vase only slept for a short time. He spent more time on thinking about all of the complexities involved with the Ouroboros that he couldn't bring himself to stop for a long time. Even though he had not made any agreements with General Axelar Strian, Vase wanted to fix the Ouroboros somehow. All of his other thoughts and considerations about the old living mech and its pilot went out of the window as Vase became fixated on a single overarching purpose. I have to fix this mech. It would have been okay if Vase only ever saw the Ouroboros from a projected image. Yet now that he had come close enough to reconnect with his old work, there was no way he could allow its glaring deficiencies to persist without making any attempt to fix so many obvious mistakes. There was no deep or complex reason behind this compulsion. It was simply a part of his nature as a mech designer and a service provider. His principles and the tenets of his design philosophy made it unthinkable for him to leave the Ouroboros to its own devices. This was especially the case when it actively reached out to its progenitor to make it right again. At this point, Vase longer cared as much about the implications of this course of action. He originally wanted to maintain his distance and take Miss Alexa Strian under his wing so that she could gradually learn the skills needed to correct the Ouroboros. While this was still a viable solution, it would take far too long to fix living mech in distress. If saving the Ouroboros was the greatest priority, then it was much faster and more efficient for Vase to take action instead. Besides, it was his responsibility to begin with. His unfortunate design choices and actions during his past mastery experience had caused a living mech to grow up without proper guidance and direction for so long. Even if Vase hadn't taken the Ouroboros all that seriously at the time, its remarkable growth and survival up to the present day forced him to acknowledge this living mech. A lot of different mech designers up to the Grand Mender had worked on its design over the years, but Axelar's decision to retain its living traits meant that the Ouroboros still belonged to Vase in the end. As far as he was concerned, Vase had designed the essence of the Ouroboros and brought it to life. All of the other mech designers that came afterwards only worked on the less essential aspects of the increasingly more powerful living mech. Vase was thankful to all of those mech designers for respecting his original vision and intent. Even though these Terran mech designers did not know him at all, the people of their profession were still able to understand each other by analyzing their works. Vase felt a strong urge to find a way to get in touch with the Grand Mender so that he could hear her thoughts on the Ouroboros. In any case, as long as the original essence of the Ouroboros remained alive, Vase knew that he had a bit of room for manipulation. As morning dawned, the Devos ancient clan clearly wanted to resume its engagement with Vase and the Larkinsons. Vase did not maintain as much interest in dealing with the Devosans as before, but he knew that he needed a lot of buffer time before he was ready to engage with General Axelar Strian. This was why he tolerated the schedule set for him. He tried his best not to put too much of his mind on the Ouroboros as his current host sought to make up for what happened yesterday. When Vase got in touch with Alexa Strian once again, the young lady briefly explained how the two ancient clans quietly resolved their differences. We have to pay significant reparations to the Devosans in a way that makes it clear that we have suffered the consequences of our blunder. Before this happened, it may have been possible to arrange an early introduction between you and my grandfather, but that is completely out of the question at the moment. The termite hill isn't even allowed to linger in orbit of New Constantinople 8 to prevent any further incidents. Of course, Alexa mainly referred to the possibility that the Ouroboros might take unilateral action once again. There was no way that General Axelar Strian would make such a mistake. Vase found it a pity that the Ouroboros was being moved away from him, but he knew that it was only a matter of time before he would get in touch with his old work once again. I understand. Has this accident inconvenienced your ancient clan a lot? Initially, we thought so, but our leaders are trying to make the most out of this unanticipated development. There is an opening for our two ancient clans to build a closer relationship and expand our business ties. With the war against the native aliens heating up, it has become increasingly more important to expand our base of support. With this incident as an impetus, we can make extensive gains by cooperating with the Devosans. It is just that the other party will profit more from this due to our mistakes. This was how the Terrans preferred to solve a disagreement. Neither side wanted to deepen their animosity towards each other, as that would only drain their resources for no good reasons. Since it was in their best interest to cooperate with each other instead, the Terrans were able to set aside any impulsive ideas and work towards a more desirable resolution. Vase admired the way the Terrans resolved their differences so effectively. This doesn't happen often, Professor. It is just that the Devosans are in a weak and vulnerable position. Their ancient clan is not strong to begin with, and the new age has put them in a particularly precarious position as the Agamemnon upper zone is too close to the front lines. In other words, the Devosans were much more desperate for allies that could back them up in the difficult times ahead. It was easy enough to understand how the Devos ancient clan benefited from a closer partnership, but what about the other party? How does your clan benefit from this outcome? One cannot divulge the full details, but one can tell you that our clan seeks to build a coalition among the Terrans. It is no secret that my grandfather has always sought to reform a newer, more modern and more dynamic Terran state. The Devosans are likely much more willing to play along because they can gain the protection of our powerful armed forces. I see. Due to General Axelar Strian's strong commitment to the Red Ocean, the Strian ancient clan had definitely invested much more in its colonies than the other Terran clans. The first Strian Mech army at full strength was one of the strongest backbones of the Strians in the new frontier. Even though it was highly troublesome and expensive to maintain and update the 250,000 mechs that were dispersed throughout Terran space, the collective combat power of this renowned Mech army was enough to make the Red too nervous. The Devos ancient clan had not invested nearly as much in the Red Ocean. While the Devosans could raise large Mech armies comprised out of inferior mechs with relative ease, it was impossible for them to form a strong Mech army with more elite specifications in a short amount of time. Vase suddenly widened his eyes. He suddenly realized that there were many golden opportunities for him to do business with the Devos ancient clan. Before the Great Severing occurred, the Devosans took a more measured and laid-back approach to colonizing the Red Ocean. Not only had they entered the new frontier relatively late, they had also been taking their time on building up their colonies. This had many adverse consequences. Their armed forces were not only smaller in number, but many of the military mechs weren't the best. Their population was lacking in comparison with the other ancient clans. The Ristan territory was smaller and did not offer as much resources. There weren't enough elite mech academies and other educational institutions to meet the demand of the armed forces in the future. Vase had always held the image that the Terran ancient clans were all so powerful, thorough and meticulous in their actions that they hardly ever needed any outside help. This might not be wrong back in the Milky Way, but it was substantially different in the Red Ocean. This was the new frontier. This was a place where Vase felt much more at home than all of these stuffy and high-minded Terrans. Vase suddenly sharpened his eyes. Alexa, yes, Professor, I would like to receive your rundown on the state of the Devos ancient clan. He said with renewed purpose. You don't have to share any dark secrets about the Devosans to me, but I would like to receive more extensive information than what I can gain through common channels. I will consider it a favor if you satisfy this request. Alexa Strian was smart enough to guess what Vase had in mind. She paused and thought, as this was not the kind of matter that she could decide on the spot. A dozen or so seconds passed before she eventually nodded. My grandfather has just given me permission to do so. The young lady responded. This is a time where the Terrans must come together as much as possible. If you can meet the needs of the Devosans and earn their trust, then that will facilitate greater trade and cooperation in our region of space. Perhaps it is good for a third party to come in and shake up the status quo in advance. Vase grinned at that. I like the way you think. Even though Vase and Axelar Strian had yet to meet in person, they had already formed a tentative blueprint of cooperation, all without speaking directly with each other. Chapter 5320 Dire Straits. The commotion died down after that eventful first day. Although the Devosans incurred a lot of ridicule in the Terran community, they quickly and deftly diffused the crisis by using this incident to establish greater cooperation with the Strians. The two ancient clans were quite different from each other. Their varying degrees of investments and commitment to the Red Ocean had caused their strength and accumulation to diverge enormously from each other. If the Red Ocean still retained a connection to the Milky Way, then the Devosans could still transfer a lot of funding and assets from their home territories. Unfortunately, the unexpected transition of the Age of Dawn had caused this crucial link to disappear, so the Devosans assigned to the new frontier suddenly found themselves stuck as one of the smaller sharks in the pond. While an ancient clan still possessed far more capital than an ordinary clan in the Terran Alliance, that did not change the fact that the Devosans had much less fault tolerance than their peers. What was worse was that because they entered the Red Ocean rather late, they had little choice but to settle their colonies in a place like the Agamemnon Upper Zone, which was positioned closer to the center of the dwarf galaxy. The Terrans did not consider this to be a disadvantage in the past. After all, so long as the pioneers retained access to an active transportation channel to the Milky Way, it was inevitable for humanity to push the native aliens out of their own core territories. The Devos ancient clan and other latecomers were not only able to take advantage of a better developed infrastructure in the Red Ocean, but could also occupy colonies that were located in relatively richer and more promising regions. However, whether a condition was beneficial or detrimental depended on the circumstances. Red humanity had turned from a domineering invader into a stranded group of exiles. The sudden change in fortune caught everyone off guard and prevented parties such as the Devos ancient clan from calling in further support. This had great implications for the Terran Alliance. The lack of buildup in the early years did not seem to matter at first, but suddenly gained great significance. With all of the changes that had taken place, the Devos ancient clan, who previously regarded itself as one of the alphas of the Terran superstate, suddenly became the most vulnerable big fish on the chopping block. Not only was the Ristan territory too small, too far forward and too underdeveloped to adequately defend itself against future alien incursions, the armed forces of the Devos ancient clan also weren't numerous or elite enough to take sufficient advantage of the new elites program. The Terran Alliance owes a large amount of gratitude to the Fist of Defiance for enacting a plan that allows us to retain our culture and heritage. Alexa Strian explained to Vase. However, the God Pilot has made it clear that only the strongest wolves among us have the qualifications to enjoy this right. Every group must nurture at least one high-level warlord to fend off challenges and retain the right to hold a large amount of territory. This is not a concern to my own ancient clan, but the Devosans have started to sweat ever since the implications became clear. Alexa plainly laid out the crisis that had befallen the Devos ancient clan as she sat in front Vase inside the guest villa's lounge. Lucky calmly rested on her lap, causing her to frequently get distracted by his mysterious and alien archimetal construction. Meow, the gem cat yawned as a delicate hand gently rubbed his metallic back. The young lady had never met a mechanical pet this wonderful or magnificent. Lucky's design did not match the style of his owner, and few people understood Architect well enough to be able to create such a small and sophisticated technological marvel. Who created Lucky? Who upgraded him to his current state? Was it the xenotechnician, or was another highly competent master mech designer behind Vase? Alexa did not allow her speculations to distract her from her current task. In conclusion, the Devosans are most affected by the struggle for survival. They cannot retreat from the Agamemnon Upper Zone, because there are no promising star systems available anymore in the other upper zones. The loss of territory, population and resources will destroy so much of their remaining foundation that they will lose the qualifications of an ancient clan. They can only regress into a lesser clan and lose all of the rights and influence that came with their prior status. This was an enormous shame and a death knell to the Devosans. They could not allow themselves to shame their ancestors and fail in such a humiliating fashion. It would be better if they stood their ground and fought against the invading aliens to the bitter end, but even that was a challenge because their standing armies were too inadequate for the job. Vase looked thoughtful. I never expected the situation to be so bad for the Devosans, but the logic of this is quite clear. If your analysis is correct, the whole image of class and sophistication that the Devos ancient clan has presented to everyone is a mirage. The reality is that it is an ancient clan in name only. It only takes a bit of external pressure to pierce through the falsehood and uncover the weakness that they have tried so hard to obscure. This told him that the Terran alliance was not doing as well as he expected. Collectively, the Terrans still possessed a lot of strength and accumulation. However, the Terrans rarely united as one. The ancient clans may regard each other as peers and maybe even friends, but they were also rivals. This meant that the ancient clans were not inclined to go out of their way to save the ones in distress. Strength was the ultimate foundation in human space. An ancient clan that no longer possessed the strength of one did not deserve to exist any longer. It would be better to let the weak and unqualified groups disappear so that stronger and better adapted newcomers could take their place. What is the stance of your ancient clan towards the Devosans? Vase inquired Alexa. The woman frowned. I am not too certain, to be honest. Previously, we did not want to waste our limited resources on supporting an ancient clan that does not have good prospects. Yesterday's incident forced us to change our stance. The Devosans had fought hard to enlist our aid, and it was better for us to cooperate due to the need to restore our reputation. Reputation was extremely important in Terran circles. No one wanted a prominent leader or an ancient clan to break the rules and upset the balance within their society. The Devosans knew that and exploited this condition to extract the greatest possible benefits from the Strian ancient clan. Although the Strians originally did not want to get involved in the many problems faced by the Devos ancient clan, they at least managed to gain enough benefits to barely make this risky venture worthwhile. The Devosans have made a secret agreement with us, the young lady said in a quieter tone. If our ancient clan can help them weather the storm, they will throw their support behind my grandfather's new Terran Federation movement. This is a dream come true for him, and it may be the opening he needs to snowball his initiative. Perhaps other people might just dismiss General Axelar Strian's political ambitions as an ordinary power grab, but Vase already figured out the deeper truth after he examined the Ouroboros. In order to balance out all of the death and destruction that he had wrought as a militant, he needed to do the opposite and engage in a more productive pursuit. It was a pity that Axelar was not a mech designer, an engineer or an artisan. The only way he could contribute to society in a productive fashion was to take advantage of his backing and his power base to create a new society of Terrans. Since the deal between the two ancient clans had the potential to bring Axelar one step closer to becoming a god pilot, the Strian ancient clan ultimately agreed to make a lot of concessions that it wouldn't have agreed to under normal circumstances. Vase rubbed his hairless chin in thought as he considered all of the implications. This deal will tie your ancient clan to that of the Devosans. He concluded, if the Devos ancient clan falls, your grandfather will not only lose the chance to make progress, but he will also take a severe hit. After all, he at least made an indirect commitment to protect his allies and prevent them from collapsing. They are already participants of the new Terran Federation movement even though it hasn't been formalized. Alexa understood this truth as well. What we ultimately need to do is to strengthen the Devos ancient clan just enough to allow it to stand on its own. Our clan can provide limited reinforcements and other forms of support, but we cannot afford to sacrifice our own progress in nurturing new elites. Are you hoping that I will cooperate with the Devosans and employ my own means to strengthen their troops? The young woman nodded. Your solutions are known to be far more cost-effective and less resource-intensive than the alternatives. This is exactly what the Devosans need in this dire time. In the following days, they will do their best to charm you and solicit greater cooperation from you. However, they will not allow you to dictate your terms. Their situation may be dire, but their pride and their cognition has not fully caught up to their current status. I see. Vase kept this in mind as he thanked Alexa for her valuable insights. Master Layla Devos eventually arrived at his guest villa and invited him and his family to go on a tour. Several days passed by as the Devosans tried to impress the Vase, his wife and his children by dragging them across New Constantinople 8. Even if the planet was not as developed as the ones owned by the other ancient clans, the Devosans were still one of the greater Terran powers, so the cities weren't shabby by any means. The capital city of Sandon clearly received the greatest share of investment, so the Devosans were especially keen on dazzling the Larkinsons by showing them the local sights. They visited a few museums and Mech galleries where they could admire brilliant works, each of which cost over 1 million MTA credits to produce. Vase had to drag his wife away from the luxury fashion stores. Even though the Devosans offered to gift the Larkinsons millions of MTA credits to shop to their heart's content, everything had a price. He would be forced to reciprocate any expensive gift sooner or later. This was how the game was played, and he wasn't eager to participate in it at this time. Vase also stepped into the real classrooms of the Eden Institute for the first time. Though he was distracted by a lot of different affairs, he still enjoyed the opportunity to teach his students in person as opposed through projections. His children giggled and laughed as they flew in the enormous playground of a floating garden. Other Terran children played tag or different sports that were specially designed for this peculiar environment. The cats chased after them, as well as the peculiar zero-G environment attracted a lot of tame and well-behaved pets as well. The Larkinsons even visited an exclusive elementary school where the descendants of the most prominent local Terrans sent their youngest children. The atmosphere was nice, the facilities were excellent, and the teachers were all worth their obscenely high salaries. "We need to send our children here right away," Gloriana concluded. "Just the connections they can make here is worth the admission. Let's not be too hasty." Vase cautioned his wife. "This is hardly the only decent school on this planet. Besides, I haven't decided yet whether I will stay." "You have to, Vase. There is no urgent reason for us to return to a nomadic lifestyle. We are no longer a part of the expeditionary fleet. Our main priority is to establish a firm footing in the upper zones. We should at least stay long enough to get our premier branch up and running." Maybe you are right. Even as the Devosans worked hard to impress the Larkinsons, the Strians did not remain idle during this time. As the weeks slowly passed by, Vase began to prepare for his first meeting with the Renewer of Terra. Chapter 5321. The Senekai. The week-long tour deepened Vase's understanding of Terran space and culture. Although the Terrans and the Devosans in particular weren't as wealthy or advanced as the Mechers, the rulers of the new Constantinople system still possessed enough capital to make their superstate proud. At least that was the case on the surface. While the Devosans tried their best to project strength and class, Vase couldn't help but notice that he only got a cursory look at the local armed forces. Even then, his tour guides only led him to the bases of the most elite and well-equipped mech units stationed on the planet. Perhaps Vase wouldn't have been able to notice these details if he possessed his old mindset, but now that he understood the greater truths, he became perceptive enough to spot the gaps. The Devosans were highly perceptive and could analyze a lot from the behavior of their guests. It was not difficult for the hosts to discover that the recently elevated Tier 3 galactic citizen could not be fooled so easily. This was why Master Layla Devos eventually invited Vase over to hold a brief but honest discussion at the end of the 7th day. The two looked across the window of the floating restaurant. The city of Sandon remained bright and vibrant even as darkness settled in on this side of the planet. "What do you think of our territory? Is your stay in the Terran Alliance to your liking? The wealth and tech on display is impressive." Vase replied, "My second-class sensibilities can't help but take note of all of the extravagance around me. This is practically a small paradise in the Red Ocean. It is a pity that we live in the wrong time." "What do you mean by that, Professor?" Vase waved his arm at the city before him. "While I am sure that your ancient clan has built up a lot of defenses, you could have done more to prepare this planet for war. So many valuable resources have been squandered to construct luxurious buildings. I understand that all of this attracts a lot of trade and commerce to this port system, but this will only form a greater attraction to the native aliens. If I was in your shoes, I would push to fortify and militarize this strategic star system as much as possible. Your ancient clan needs to go on a war footing." The Master Mech designer looked rueful. "Numerous people have voiced the same proposal, but it is not that simple for us to change tack. We are constrained by too many factors. These changes normally take place over years or decades. We are more concerned with upgrading and expanding our mech units. In other words, there was not enough resources and political will to push through the difficult decisions needed to respond to the crisis." Vase shook his head in disapproval. The Age of Dawn is an age where warlords will become the dominant players of human society. It takes more than spending money to raise powerful enough mech units that can survive in an increasingly more hostile dwarf galaxy. "I am aware. I have listened to your frontier wisdom lectures. We are open to other solutions." This gave Vase to present a few proposals to test the willingness of the Devos ancient clan to do business with him and his clan. It was not appropriate for Vase to offer a kinship network as this was a matter that the Terran Alliance preferred to address as a whole. He couldn't offer anything related to companion spirits or the Karman system because of the restrictions imposed by the Red Association. That left Vase with few means to help the Devos ancient clan. Nonetheless, he still possessed enough innovations to attract the Devosans. Out of all of his suggestions, Master Layla indicated a bit of interest towards one of them in particular. Your training mechs have gained great appreciation in the middle zones. The woman spoke. While the unclear principles of your MSTS is of significant concern to us, I do not believe we have the luxury to let our caution hinder our efforts to improve our forces. How well is your MSTS able to simulate first-class combat? Quite well, Vase confidently replied. The realism of my MSTS is unequaled. This is not an idle boast. Everyone who experienced it in person has said as much. While we have yet to give any first-class mechs access to the MSTS, it is not difficult to fully simulate the performance of any standard mech model in a short amount of time. The master mech designer nodded in appreciation. We have already collected a large amount of information on your training mechs and the special training system that you have invented for them, but we will need more than that to make a major decision. If you can supply us with additional information that is relevant to us, it is not impossible for us to conclude a business deal within 3 months. Vase was waiting for this. He understood the value of his MSTS quite well. If he handled this negotiation well enough, then the resulting deal may serve as the first proper anchor of the Larkinson clan in the upper zones. He had a short but fruitful talk with the master mech designer after he transmitted an information package that he had already prepared in advance. Even though Vase strongly believed in the benefits provided by his MSTS, he could not guarantee whether the Devosans would be willing to adopt it in the end. That was not a problem. Vase still had other ways to be of service to the Devos ancient clan, and that was before he had completed his promotion to a first-class mech designer. After he finally concluded his evening talk with Master Layla, he retired for the evening in order to get ready for the next day. When Vase woke up the next morning, the atmosphere around him had changed. The Devos ancient clan had its turn with Vase. Now was the time that the Strian ancient clan was allowed to approach him next. Due to the unfortunate incident related to the Ouroboros, General Axelar Strian had become persona non grata on New Constantinople 8. The Devosans didn't dare to let him or his potentially uncontrollable ace mech approach the surface of one of their most important planets. This forced Vase and the Strians to schedule their introductory meeting off-world. Holding the meeting on the Tarask seemed obvious, but neither side wanted to talk on a warship that was under the complete control of the Red Association. This was why Vase agreed to meet on a small and relatively neutral space station that the Strians had rented for a period of time. Before Vase arrived, the Larkinsons and the Strians had worked together to prepare for this important meeting. While the Strians shouldered much of the responsibilities, the Larkinsons made sure not to let their counterparts dominate the setting. The space station featured a large central hall that was spacious enough to fit plenty of mechs. This was where the two sides agreed to host the initial introduction. Banners that represented both the Larkinson clan and the Strian ancient clan hung from above. Living mechs hailing from the Larkinson clan stood on the opposite side of an imposing row of first-class multi-purpose mechs that belonged to the powerful Terran clan. Two different delegations of people stood on opposite sides of each other. The staff of the Larkinson clan was considerably smaller and less skilled than its Strian counterpart, but that couldn't be helped. Even the heads of the respective staffs became glaringly obvious as they moved to the middle and shook each other's hands. "It is an honor to meet with you in person, Senekai." The considerably larger and older man responded with a modest smile. "We look forward to meeting with your talented patriarch. There is no need for you to call me by my title, Mr. Newman. You may call me Benny." That evoked a peculiar reaction from the Larkinson. Gavin did not possess perfect control over his expressions, so the elder who had served the Renewer of Terra for over a century picked up plenty of information during this brief interaction. "It is best if we maintain proper decorum, Elder Smith," Gavin ultimately said. "Given the incident that occurred a week ago, it is not wise for us to deviate from established protocols." The lifelong servant of General Axelar Strian shook his head. "That may be true when we are among strangers or rivals, but I can assure you that the relationship between our clans will be different. Call me Benny." "Very well, Benny," the much younger assistant squeezed out of his mouth. Gavin Newman had grown considerably since Vase initially hired him back in Cloudy Curtain. He worked diligently throughout the years and studied hard to keep up with the growing complexity of his work. Even so, his third-class roots could only take him so far. Without extensive augmentations, there was no way he could serve as a competent assistant to a notable and highly influential first-class mech designer. This was why Gavin had started to expand his staff and hire much more competent assistants that could undertake much of the actual work at this level. Still, delegation could only take him so far. He would have to make use of an Ednit quota if he wanted to remain useful in his current capacity. Compared to the relatively underwhelming personal assistant of the patriarch of the Larkinson clan, the man standing opposite to Gavin was entirely different. As General Axelar Strian rose to prominence, the people around him benefited as well. His chief bodyguard and assistant had long surpassed his prior rank and position as a retainer. With the support of his patron, Benny Smith Strian not only married into the Strian ancient clan, but also became one of its elders, enabling him to vote on its future direction. As Axelar Strian grew more influential, it was his subordinates who became responsible for executing his vision. Benny became so instrumental in taking charge of these affairs that he eventually became known as the seneschal of the Strian ancient clan. This archaic-sounding position did not exist to the ancient clan in the past, but Benny's contributions had been so large that the Strians created a new tradition just for him. This was the greatest honor of his life. Even though Senekai Benny already amassed enough power and influence on his own to take up a more direct leadership position, he had never left General Axelar's side. As far as the Senekai was concerned, he would always remain Axelar's assistant. Gavin Newman obviously did his homework. He admired the Senekai and dreamt of making the same attainments. However, Gavin's confidence dropped when he considered his lack of qualifications. He was far worse than the Senekai back when the Terran was of the same age. Could Gavin remain useful enough to Vase to stay in place, or would he get replaced by a more qualified assistant in the coming years because he couldn't keep up anymore? He couldn't let that happen. The comparison between himself and the Senekai did not depress him in the end. Instead, he acted like a Larkinson and developed the ambition to catch up and surpass his first-class counterpart. The time had finally come for the meeting to commence. Both sides just received a notification that Vase and General Axelar had teleported to their own sides on the space station. The leader of the Strian ancient clan entered the central hall first. He did not come by himself. The large double doors slid open in order to make way for the most powerful mech in the star system. The Ouroboros by itself was a sight to behold, but now that it was being actively piloted, the black and white masterwork mech radiated strength and control. The entire space station had already become enveloped by a large and powerful Saint Kingdom. Nothing escaped the attention of General Axelar Strian. This was a necessity under the circumstances, as neither side wanted to leave any opening for third parties to eavesdrop on their upcoming talk. Chapter 5322 Title Bombs. Vase and the Larkinsons agreed to allow General Axelar Strian to pilot the Ouroboros during this formal meeting. This incurred considerable risks, as they would place themselves at the mercy of the Strians. Nonetheless, Vase pushed through with this because he trusted the Strian ancient clan not to abuse its power. This was not a customary decision to him, but he had near absolute confidence that he would never be in danger. The Ouroboros was his own creation. Even if its growth had been stunted, the powerful second-order living mech would rather fight against its own pilot than to cause any harm towards its progenitor. With this circumstance as a guarantee, Vase would rather allow General Axelar to make use of his formidable Saint Kingdom to wipe out any bugs and prevent any means for other parties to listen in on their conversation. Vase did not underestimate the formidable spying capabilities of the Red Association. It was worth it for him to put his trust in the Strians in this case. Besides, General Axelar Strian had already made a solemn promise to treat the Larkinsons properly. The man who strongly yearned to become a god pilot would never joke around when it came to this kind of stuff. The entire hall seemed to shake and vibrate in cadence to the footsteps of the Ouroboros. The few staffers of the general maintained an impassive expression, but they all conveyed the pride of serving one of the foremost champions and leaders of the Terran Alliance. Their attitudes weren't anything special. They had gone through similar routines many times. It was the reactions and attitudes of the Larkinsons that drew a lot of admiration from the Strians. Although Gavin Newman and his much more limited staff did not look that impressive, the years they spent among the Larkinsons had subjected them to many dangerous tests. There was an edge and a core of strength to the Larkinson staffers that were more common among battle-tested troops. Each of these Larkinson staffers possessed at least a decent amount of bravery, which was not a quality that was common among civilian Terrans. While it was difficult to resist the strong mental influence of the Saint Kingdom of the Ouroboros, this was not the first time that the Larkinsons became subjected to this kind of pressure. Although General Axelar Strian was far more powerful than any other monstrosity they faced in the past, the ace pilot clearly did not have any aggressive intentions in mind. Besides, even if Axelar deliberately increased his suppression, the golden cat that quietly guarded over the Larkinsons would not remain impassive. The Ouroboros strode forward until it had reached the other side of the hall. Another set of double doors was situated on this side. It led to a more private and secure chamber where the principals of both sides could hold a proper discussion. Once the powerful ace mech settled into place, the Senekai stepped forward and shouted so loudly that the entire chamber echoed with his thundering voice. I hereby announce the arrival of the Renewer of Terra, the senior ace pilot, the High Marshal of the Terran Alliance, the General of the 1st Strian Mech Army, the acting patriarch of the Red Branch of the Strian Ancient Clan, the founder and president of the new Terran Federation movement, the honorary member of the Red Association, the vice leader of the Terran faction, the vanquisher of Rubarthans, the crusher of alien lifeforms of both the Milky Way and the Red Ocean, the threefold solo mech champion of the Terran Confederation Games, the victor of the 26th Battle of Tau Ceti and Tier 2 galactic citizen. Axelar of the Strian Ancient Clan has chosen to welcome our honored guests from afar with the Ouroboros, his chosen steed. Trumpets sounded in the air as lights shone on the impressive living masterwork mech. The Larkinson staffers had already collected quite a lot of information on the Ouroboros, but now that they were able to witness its majesty in person, they couldn't help but speculate how it was related to their patriarch. Not even the most technologically illiterate Larkinson could be blind to the obvious connection between the Terrans' obvious living traits and their patriarch's unique design style. This cast a special light onto this meeting. It became a lot clearer now why their patriarch acquiesced so easily to some of the Strian Ancient Clan's proposals. Another change occurred. A subtle light shone on the entrance, causing a metal-clad figure to shine a lighter brighter as he passed through the enormous double doors. In fact, two metal figures had chosen to enter at this time. Since General Axelar Strian entered this venue while riding his steed, Vase felt it was appropriate for him to wear his unending regalia rather than his dress uniform. Meow. Lucky also accompanied him at this time, both as a mascot and as an extra pair of eyes. Both of them actually made a profound impression to the Strians present in the central hall. The gem cat was utterly unique. Lucky might not look that big, but those with discerning eyes understood how impressive it was to adapt a notoriously complicated architect and utilize it to create a small and lifelike mechanical cat. Such a technological marvel could only be asked for in first-class space. Only a few top figures possessed the competence and expertise to develop a cat made out of archimetal. Vase himself did not look too shabby either. Much of the tech of the unending alloy was only second class, but the materials and design were clearly exceptional. The combination of unending alloy, which acted as a special form of hypermaterial, and Ves's distinctive design style resulted in a powerful form of synergy that caused the suit of combat armor to radiate the power of life. If that was not enough, Vase also chose to loosen his restraint and radiate his own glow, thereby making it seem as if he was a deity that could create life out of nothing. An ordinary audience might look at Vase and become impressed without any complicated thoughts. Few people understood the significance or the possibilities that Vase had at his disposal. The Strians were different in this regard. From the staffers to the general himself, all of them had become incredibly familiar with the creation aspect of the Ouroboros. They inferred a strange connection between this mech designer and the Ouroboros. Even if none of them seriously thought that this 40-something-year-old mech designer had actually designed the original Ouroboros, they already began to entertain many possible ideas. The most likely possibility was that Vase was the student of the man that secretly designed the Ouroboros. Whatever the case, the Strians had met many mech designers in the past who could make a meaningful contribution to the Ouroboros, but Vase was definitely the closest one yet who could augment the creation side of the renowned ace mech. The footsteps of the unending regalia did not produce nearly as much noise or shaking, but Vase built up his own form of momentum that made it difficult to ignore his approach. Once Vase and Lucky stopped a healthy distance from the Ouroboros, there were a few entities who wanted him to come closer. The eyes of the ace mech flashed a little brighter and spontaneously wanted to take a few steps closer, but under the iron hard will of its pilot, the machine remained motionless and under control. Gavin Newman stepped forward and made his own announcement. His voice wasn't as loud or augmented as that of the Senekai, so he didn't even bother to imitate the older man. It was enough for him to do his job without stumbling over his syllables. I hereby announce the arrival of the Devil Tongue, the senior mech designer, the eightfold masterwork mech designer, the founder and patriarch of the Larkinson clan, the founder and galactic pioneer of the Golden Skull Alliance, the founder of the Larkinson Mech Corporation, the founder of the Creation Association, the founder of the Open Consortium, the honorary member of the Red Association, the voting delegate of the Survivalist faction, the former associate of the Transhumanist faction, the supreme son of the Hex Federation, the senior contributor of restricted technology, the vanquisher of Fredaemon, the destroyer of states, the punisher of dwarves, the crusher of native aliens, the breaker of alien battleships, the scourge of phase whales, the hunter of exo-beasts and astral beasts, the defier of tyrants and Tier 3 galactic citizen. Vase of the Larkinson clan has chosen to enjoy the hospitality of our distinguished company with Lucky, his chosen mechanical companion. As Gavin struggled to recite the increasingly more silly-sounding titles with a firm and serious expression, Vase wanted to ask who the hell came up with this absurd ceremony. While Vase had no problem with the first batch of titles, there was no need to embellish his record and pad his list of titles by inventing a dozen more. He was already convinced that the Terrans invented this dumb protocol because too many of them never accomplished anything of actual significance in their lives. They needed a bit more support in order to retain their vanity. Vase inwardly shook his head. The titles weren't important to him. Perhaps the Terrans might feel differently about this, which was why the Larkinsons played along. Once the introductions had concluded, the double doors at the other side slowly slid open. The Ouroboros slowly turned around first and steadily strode to the other chamber. The deck shook with every step, yet the powerful Ace Mech exuded total control and certainty with each and every movement. Strangely enough, the Senekai separated from his staff and quietly followed after his liege. Everyone else remained still until the Ace Mech exited the hall. Only at this point did Vase step forward. Clad in armor, his pace was much slower, but no one expressed any impatience over his more human-like stride. Lucky effortlessly kept up in the air. He even spiraled around in a playful fashion just so that he could break up the monotony. As Vase passed by his personal assistant, the two exchanged glances with each other. Outside of their expectations, Senekai Benny Smith had been allowed to enter the next chamber. This showed that the loyal elder enjoyed the complete trust and confidence of General Axelar Strian. Should Vase follow suit and extend his trust towards his own personal assistant? If it was before, Vase would have never done such an unnecessary act. His upcoming talk had the potential to touch upon highly sensitive secrets, so it would be extremely irrational for him to bring Gavin along where he might learn explosive truths. Yet, when Vase saw how his former mastery host trusted his Benny on a complete and unconditional basis after all of these years, he felt ashamed for not following the same example. Gavin had served Vase long enough to prove his loyalty and reliability. For years, he discharged his duties with diligence. He even accompanied Vase on all of the dangerous expeditions. Aside from that, Gavin was also a part of the Larkinson network since its inception. The Golden Cat was more than capable of monitoring the assistant and sounding the alarm if the man ever thought to leak any sensitive information. Vase needed a real confidant by his side. It became more and more burdensome to keep so many secrets to himself. It was at this point that despite calling his assistant Benny, he never actually treated Gavin like his namesake. The obvious contrast in treatment and extension of trust shamed Vase to the point where he was forced to admit his mistakes. No more. From today onwards, Vase resolved to treat Gavin like an actual Benny. Come, Vase commanded as he jerked his head towards the other chamber. You may listen. That startled the other man. Are you certain? You deserve it after all of these years. If not now, then when? Just come with me already. Very well, boss. Gavin couldn't help but sound grateful and even affectionate as he stepped behind Vase. The distance between the two of them had only grown over the years as Vase kept more and more secrets from most of the Larkinsons. While Vase showed a bit of willingness to share certain secrets with members of his inner circle, Gavin didn't appear to be a member of this very exclusive club. That had always hurt him even though he understood the importance of minimizing leaks. All of that had changed today. With this fateful decision, Gavin knew that he had bridged an important gap and earned a much greater degree of acknowledgement of his patriarch. Gavin resolved to prove himself worthy of all of this trust. He did not entirely know how he could pull this off, but perhaps the famed Senekai of the Strian ancient clan could give him a few tips. Chapter 5323 Heavy Atmosphere. The central chamber was cylindrical in shape and occupied the center of the rented space station. Enormous banners hung from metallic gray bulkheads. They depicted the colors and the symbols of the Terran Alliance, the Strian ancient clan as well as the Larkinson clan. The Bright lights shining from above caused the Ouroboros and the armor-clad figure of Vase to look as if they were deities who had descended to the material realm. What made this sight especially solemn was the total silence. Even though the commercial space station hadn't been built to the highest standards, it was still an intricate collection of powerful technologies. It was hard to dampen all of the noises produced by energy generators and other devices. Nonetheless, the central chamber had been built in a way that generated total serenity in a natural manner. Vase did not even sense the subtle disturbances that betrayed the presence of an active anti-noise field. The Ouroboros also remained silent. Its tech was so advanced compared to a typical second-class mech that its parts were on another level. For example, the zero-point energy reactor that supplied seemingly endless energy from another dimension was virtually inexhaustible and uninterruptible. Even if the Terran Alliance did not have access to as many high technologies as the Mech Trade Association, its foundation as a superstate was not for show. The Strians possessed enough strength and clout to gain access to such an impressive piece of peak technology. A part of Vase felt incredibly proud and gratified to see the Ouroboros grow to such a strong machine. Even if he hadn't touched it for over a century, it was still his work at heart. Once he had created it, the Ouroboros lived its own life according to the whims of its battle partner. Though its journey had been bumpy to the point of making plenty of mistakes, the Ouroboros had experienced much of the ups and downs that defined a rich and eventful life. As Vase stood in front of the powerful masterwork Ace Mech that was equally coated in white and black, he was able to appreciate its growth and essence even more. The biggest difference from his previous examination was that General Axelar Strian actively piloted his machine this time. This filled in a lot of gaps that completed the ensemble between man and machine. The Ouroboros and its lifelong partner had completely adapted to each other. It didn't matter if the two hadn't established a blood pact. Their continuous interaction and commitment to each other had forged a bond that was different but was much stronger in a few ways. This was the kind of bond that Vase originally modeled the blood pact after. The sheer depth of trust and affection that the living mech and its mech pilot expressed towards each other had already become strong enough to affect reality in profound ways. While Vase was sure that General Axelar Strian hadn't formally initiated the mech-body merger process, he and his living mech had already worked together so much that they already exhibited some of the traits of Operation Union. It was amazing to see how extensively his child had grown. Vase felt like a proud parent who reunited with his child after the latter had experienced an entire life. Of course, Vase also felt a pang of pain in his heart for being absent during his creation's entire journey. General Axelar and his living mech made so many mistakes in the past that could have easily been prevented or mitigated if they received proper guidance. Seeing the Ouroboros grow to such an impressive point only to fall short due to the consequences it had incurred was extremely painful to Vase. It was like seeing a masterful painting that could be revered and immortalized through the ages, only for it to get marred by a few ugly stripes left by a bunch of vandals. All of his sensibilities as a mech designer screamed at him to do whatever it took to fix the Ouroboros and enable it to attain a higher degree of perfection and craftsmanship. Vase could feel it. The factors that enabled the Ouroboros to grow to this point had brought it close to a grand work. He had never seen a mech that was more transcendent and perfect than this exquisite machine. The Grand Mender definitely earned much of the credit for bringing out the strengths of the Ouroboros in such a magnificent way, but the fact that it was an old and seasoned living mech definitely contributed a lot to its development. Vase really couldn't allow his work to remain so blemished for the rest of its existence. If he did nothing in the face of the current state of the Ouroboros, then this would be an intolerable stain to his professionalism and a regret that would always haunt him for a long time. As Vase became increasingly more upset about the defective state of the Ouroboros, a mature and masculine voice finally called out from the active machine. "Professor Vase Larkinson, we have finally met. I have heard much about you from many different sources, my granddaughter included. None of the people that know you on a personal basis have described you as dull or average. Seeing you in the flesh confirms that their praises are not off the mark. You feel it, correct? You can feel the imbalance in my Ouroboros." Vase nodded. There was no way for him to lie or obfuscate this particular point. An ace pilot who was just as strong as the Mace of Retaliation possessed extremely keen intuition. What made General Axelar even more difficult to deceive was that he was actively interfacing with his mech at the moment. The Ouroboros massively amplified the strength and reach of his Saint Kingdom. Its hidden potential also came out, enabling Axelar to impose his will on his surroundings to a much more extensive degree. Vase could clearly feel the general's enormous willpower descending on him, scrutinizing him from every angle. He already experienced this sort of pressure from Emma. Axelar's willpower clearly couldn't match up against the destroyer of worlds, but the difference here was that Vase had stepped in close proximity to the pilot while he was actively interfacing with his machine. Right now, the famed Terran leader took advantage of his strength to evaluate the mech designer whose design philosophy resonated with the Ouroboros in a strong and obvious way. Seconds passed by as both sides fell into silence. They were still at an exploratory stage. Just as General Axelar was able to glean a lot of information from a mech designer that had approached the center of his mighty Saint Kingdom, Vase collected information about the pilot by making observations from a spiritual perspective. Everything produced traces. The powerful Saint Kingdom was the most direct and honest manifestation of General Axelar's willpower. The ace pilot practically bared his entire heart and conviction to those who were capable of appreciating them, such as Vase. Lucky began to squirm in the air as General Axelar did not ignore him either. The Renewer of Terra had encountered a lot of amazing tech over his years, but there were many aspects about the gem cat that were indecipherable or completely obscured from his sight. Meow. Even so, Lucky was just a cat. The Ouroboros was far more impressive on a comprehensive basis, so Axelar felt no need to intensify his observations. The pilot eventually broke the equilibrium that had settled in the chamber. Let us speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel frankly with each other. Can your man over there be trusted? General Axelar clearly referred to the presence of Gavin Newman. Ever since the assistant entered this solemn chamber, he tried his best to remain stable, but he was not that good at doing so. The pressure emanating from the Ouroboros along with the highly sensitive nature of this meeting was threatening to overwhelm the poor man. Vase briefly turned to Gavin. He can be trusted. I am sure of that. He might not understand everything, but that may change in the future. The Ouroboros minutely bent its head. I can respect your decision and attitude. Very well. He may stay and listen regardless of what we say to each other today. You will not be able to undo this choice if you happen to regret it later. It's okay. I will deal with the consequences myself. By the way, isn't it time for you to show yourself? It is time. The Ouroboros began to morph. Armor plating separated from each other as its chest folded open. A suited and helmeted figure slowly floated into view. Despite rising up from his piloting chair, the sophisticated neural interface of the Ouroboros clearly showed no trouble maintaining a wireless connection between the pilot and his active machine. The helmet slowly folded away, revealing a face that had grown much older than Vase last interacted with the man in person. Vase and his mastery host stared directly at each other. An invisible weight seemed to press upon them. The critical point was approaching. You are the true designer of the Ouroboros. General Axelar finally spoke the words that he had always wanted to say. I used to be much more ignorant in the past. I bragged about designing this great machine without knowing that I was spreading falsehoods. It was only later on that it became clear that I could have never designed this unique work. It was not me who designed my only mech, but you, am I correct? Vase tried his best not to radiate any alarm or resignation. Even if Axelar threw out this accusation in his face, that did not mean the ace pilot could be certain whether this was true. I do not know how you managed to come to this conclusion. Vase coughed. If you haven't already noticed, I was born 60 or so years before the design and creation of your ace mech. I think you should understand the logic of your statement. This was as much as Vase was willing to say. He feared that might give away too many clues if he mentioned more details. The formidable salt and pepper-haired Terran began to frown. He turned towards his lifelong servant next. Benny, give me your analysis. With pleasure, Master Axelar. The robed elder responded. The man began to activate various different projections. Vase almost widened his eyes as he saw a bunch of familiar scenes. The archival security footage displayed a much younger version of Axelar Strian moving and acting with purpose. From issuing instructions to Benny to manipulating the auto-designer program with increasingly greater familiarity, it turned out that the Strians had always stored this footage. Benny then proceeded to project other scenes. These ones showed Axelar in his more regular state. The footage depicted him in a state of heavy intoxication as well as the times when he was completely sober after winning the mech duel that had been the start of his turnaround. A highly advanced analysis program that came online. It quickly began to pick apart the body language, the speech patterns and countless other different social data points. 100 years ago, I observed radical changes in my charge. I initially suspected that he had been compromised by one of our many rivals. Benny spoke in a clear and factual tone. I immediately alerted my superiors and observed Master Axelar with great care. I received orders to not intervene so long as he did not act detrimental to himself or our clan. It came as a surprise to all of us that Axelar not only showed clear signs of being controlled by another person, but that he also acted in a manner that is completely beneficial to him. This has drawn our curiosity and made us decide to observe further. Vase completely froze as he realized that the Terrans were way too perceptive about this kind of stuff. From the first few seconds since he wrestled control over Axelar's body, he already set off a lot of alarms. After extensive examinations during and after this event, we concluded that Master Axelar was not controlled by another personality of himself. Our conclusions have led us to believe that an external third party took control over his body. The question then becomes who was responsible for making Master Axelar behave so differently. We spent many decades tracking down the possible culprit, but we have never found any match. While we did not stop this demanding search, we slowly lowered its priority until it became a routine background process. This nearly forgotten process produced an unexpected match. Benny waved his hand once again. A pit of dread settled in Vess's stomach as he already guessed what might show up next. The projections showed much of the public footage of Vase over his career. From his starting years in the Bright Republic to his most recent public showings on New Constantinople 8, the Strian ancient clan collected huge amount of data. The same analysis program ran through this new set footage. It quickly produced clear matches between Vess's mannerisms and that of the younger Axelar during the brief period when he was controlled. The data does not lie. Benny spoke. From the moment I studied your behavior in all of your footage, I recognize the familiarity. Seeing you here confirms our hypothesis. As impossible as it may sound, you are the original designer of the Ouroboros. 2. Less than Vase stood frozen as the Senekai presented irrefutable evidence of his meddling. Chapter 5324 Deep Secret. As Benny explained his analysis that led to a shocking and arguably impossible conclusion, the Larkinsons became stunned. While Vase was aghast at how much the Strians had been able to figure out with the data that they had on hand, both Lucky and Gavin couldn't believe what they were hearing. How could Vase design a mech a century ago when he wasn't even born at that time? In fact, his father hadn't been born at that time either. When the Ouroboros first came to life, his grandfather Benjamin was probably in his diapers. How could a mech designer who did not exist during this time possibly design a mech? It made no sense. Yet as Lucky and Gavin continued to listen to Benny's plain but compelling analysis, they began to entertain greater doubts. The clues all fell into place. When they saw how the younger Axelar talk and move, even they would be forced to admit that the Terran mech pilot resembled Vase quite a bit at the time. There were too many mannerisms and speech patterns that clearly deviated from that of a meticulously trained and educated scion of the Strian ancient clan. It was irrefutable that a different individual managed to take charge of his body. The real challenge was to tie Vase to Axelar. It was not enough to make an accusation. The Strians needed to provide strong and incontrovertible proof that a mech designer had somehow done the impossible and designed a mech before he was born. It turned out that this problem was not that difficult to solve. I have studied the footage of Master Axelar when he was compromised to the footage of you, Professor. Benny spoke with total confidence. The analysis that I have presented to you is only a fraction of all of the calculations and pattern matching that I have performed in my head. My brain is highly augmented and much more digitized than the norm. The evidence overwhelmingly points to the conclusion that should not be possible, yet is somehow true. Inviting you here so that I can observe you in person in closer proximity is the final proof that we have sought to finalize our judgment. If my confidence level was 95% before this day, then it is 99.99% at this moment. Vase wanted to twitch, yet he feared that would only push that confidence level even higher. He messed up big time. He never really thought about it, but how could the Terrans possibly be blind enough to miss so many drastic deviations among themselves? What was worse was that Axelar Strian was not an ordinary Terran. He was a scion of a Terran ancient clan, and that was a big deal. The Mechers weren't the only people who had a penchant for monitoring everything. The Terrans could be just as bad, and the Strians clearly kept a close eye on all of their descendants. In fact, Axelar's chief body and assistant was the main person responsible for this duty. Benny Smith was specifically trained to spot this kind of suspicious activity. Vase had not made it difficult for the Strians at all to detect that Axelar acted completely outside of his established pattern. Perhaps the Strians had stationed an elite team of operatives nearby. As long as Vase did anything that threatened Axelar's safety, Benny and the operatives would instantly move into action. The Xianxia was not finished his story. After providing overwhelming proof that Ves's behavior matched that of Axelar during this life-changing incident, Benny proceeded to play a recording of the Auto Designer program. Vase instantly recalled this old and simplistic design interface. It possessed many elements that closely resembled those of a professional design suite, but it had been horribly simplified to the point where it behaved like a building game. The sight disgusted Vase. At least the Auto Designer program improved by the polymath was much more attuned to the needs of proper mech designers. As the recording of the Auto Designer program continued to run, the initial version of the Ouroboros slowly took shape before everyone's eyes. This is the second major piece of proof that ties you to this incident. The Xianxia spoke. The skills, style, design choices and approach towards the technology at the time are wholly inconsistent to Master Axelar's past usage of the Auto Designer program. Not only that, but the design approach is wholly inconsistent with that of a first-class mech designer. We have developed a strong suspicion that the true maker of the Ouroboros was either a third-class or second-class mech designer. There are many third- and second-class mech designers. Vase retorted, though his pushback was likely in vain. In addition, my design style and design philosophy may be rare, but you should know quite well that the mech community is too vast. It is not impossible for other mech designers to apply similar methods, especially when they are teacher and student. We have already considered the possibility that the designer of the Ouroboros is your teacher, but the previous evidence that we have shown has already made that unlikely. Benny shot back. Aside from that, the design approach to the Ouroboros matches your early works disturbingly well. This is not only my conclusion, but that of a respected master mech designer of our clan. A new set of projections appeared that not only showcased direct visual comparisons between the Ouroboros and Ves's many mech designs, but also contained a lot of annotations of a highly knowledgeable expert. Although Vase hadn't been completely stupid and designed the Ouroboros exactly according to his style, he recalled that he hadn't been as careful as he should have been at the time. Vase never imagined that a sloppy auto-designed hero mech would actually be appreciated to the extent that it had grown to become one of the most powerful and renowned mechs in Terran space. This massive oversight was the root cause why he had not put up his guard. He worried about other problems, and never thought about how the Terrans could use all of the evidence he left behind to wait an entire century just so that they could finally trace the culprit. Vase admired the Strians for their enormous patience and their persistence. At the same time, he would have preferred for the Ouroboros to get scrapped and the Strians to forget about what happened so that they could never arrive at this shocking conclusion. As Vase quickly skimmed over all of the technical analysis of the similarities between the Ouroboros and his many existing products, he couldn't even bring himself to deny the truth at this point. Mech designers understood each other the best. The complications produced by the auto designer could not hide the definite connections between the Ouroboros and his other living mechs. Benny even projected the only other serious hero mech that Vase had designed in his own name. Vase took a few steps back as an enormous projection appeared right in front of him. The shape of a very familiar green expert mech rapidly took on definition. Benny had projected an extremely detailed and properly scaled image of the Everchanger. According to our expert, your Everchanger has numerous traits in common with our Ouroboros. It can even be determined with a high degree of confidence that the design of the Ouroboros has preceded the design of the Everchanger. The latter contains numerous similar design elements that are more advanced and refined compared to its predecessor. We can conclude that you somehow inhabited Axelar's body before you designed an expert hero mech for your clan. As Vase tried to muster up a response to this highly apt analysis, Gavin and Lucky already made their own judgments. Meow. Lucky betrayed Vase with his confirming nod. Even a cat could see the similarities between the Ouroboros and the Everchanger. Though Gavin possessed better sense than to issue his own response, he privately agreed with Lucky that the two living mechs were most likely designed by the same person. General Axelar Strian himself issued his own verdict. I have piloted the Ouroboros over many years. I have grown familiar with almost every element and quirk of its original design. I believe it is not wrong for me to claim that I am your oldest client, Professor Larkinson. I know what I am looking at when I examine your famed, living mechs. It is easy enough for our clan to order a copy of every mech sold by your mech company. I already confirmed the relationship between my old machine and your more modern products. The Ouroboros released a whistle noise. Axelar smirked. My steed can clearly recognize its own siblings. Even if your pacifiers, your ferocious piranhas and your other living mechs are clearly more advanced, my Ouroboros is discerning enough to recognize they possess the same signature as its true designer. It is regretful that you did not see fit to bring your Everchanger with you. My machine is eager to meet with its little brother. Vase took several deep breaths as he tried to adjust his mentality. He received so many shocks that his resistance had crumbled. The xianxia and the Renewer of Terra were simply too damn good at this. Vase didn't understand it at the time, but now that he had much greater exposure to first-raters, he knew that he had made far too many mistakes during that sloppy mastery experience. What happened today was the consequence of his own actions. Vase had no one else to blame but himself. Ignorance was no excuse for the fact that Vase foolishly intervened directly with the life of a prominent and carefully monitored first-rater. Vase should have quit that mastery experience as soon as it became clear he ended up in the mind of a heavy stimulant abuser. So what if he squandered his points? He could always earn more and save up for another mastery experience next time. Unfortunately, Vase had been so eager to earn his money's worth and salvage the disaster that he had befallen that he changed history forever, and not in an elegant way. Okay, Vase glumly said, you got me. It is clear to me that you have already settled on the answer. Nothing I say can shake your conclusion. I might as well come out and say it. I designed the Ouroboros. You have been piloting one of my works all this time. Though Vase did not like it that the worst-case scenario had occurred, a part of him felt unburdened by this admission. Every lie and every secret weighed down his heart. Vase had always felt bad for deceiving Axelar and his assistant. What frustrated him more was that he could never take proper credit for designing the mech that had served his client extremely well. The significance of this relationship was huge to a mech designer like himself. For example, Vase massively contributed to Irene Mox's incredible success. It was highly doubtful that she would have been able to advance to God Pilot without the indispensable help of Emma. The truth was that Vase did not feel much satisfaction or fulfillment for this particular accomplishment. This was because he was a mech designer. While it sounded rather strange, Vase actually took more pride and satisfaction in enabling General Axelar Strian to become a successful peak ace pilot. This was because he had effectively done his job and provided his client with a highly suitable mech. The Ouroboros was hardly the most ideal mech that Vase could have designed for Axelar, but it met his demands far better than any other fancy first-class multi-purpose mech designed by his fellow Terrans. Ultimately, the admission that Vase just made lightened his heart and eased his conscience. He felt more proud and in tune with his profession now that he no longer had to keep this secret to the people that cared the most about the Ouroboros. Vase even held a bit of gratitude to the Strians for forcing him to admit this explosive truth. Now, he needed to deal with the repercussions of this confrontation. Chapter 5325 Lowered Barriers. The mood in the central chamber was no longer as heavy as before. Now that the truth had come out, much of the tension between the two sides had evaporated. Vase no longer felt burdened by the need to keep this secret. The Strians finally obtained the resolution that they had been seeking since the creation of the Ouroboros. The consequence of all of this was that the two parties instantly grew a lot closer. An important barrier had fallen. Neither Vase nor Axelar were strangers to each other. They had already met a century ago. This made it so that the current meeting took on the air of a reunion rather than an introduction. At this time, Vase had floated up so that he could casually sit down on the edge of the open ramp that led into the cockpit of the Ouroboros. Lucky meanwhile gave in to his curiosity and flew around the exterior of the impressive Ace mech. The World Serpent system featured an extensive amount of fast regenerating armor plating that was much more impressive than Rorich's bone. Lucky had never encountered such an amazing exotic alloy. If not for the fact that the Ouroboros was a living mech that already belonged to a top figure, the gem cat might not have been able to resist the urge to take a bite. Meow, meow. Gavin meanwhile hooked up with Benny and started to exchange stories and such. The Who occupied the same positions in life, so it was easy for them to become familiar with each other. Though Vase looked as if he needed a lot of time to process what had happened, he was actually studying the Ouroboros at a much closer proximity. This was a precious opportunity for him to study a living mech of this caliber when it was being actively piloted. Vase event sent out Blinky so that his companion Spirit could examine the highly evolved spiritual design of the Ouroboros in greater detail. While the living mech had become too perform for Blinky to get too close, it was not a problem for the Star Cat to make detailed observations at a healthy distance. General Axelar did not mind all of the snooping. As far as he was concerned, Vase was merely studying his own work. As Vase continually examined the state and operation of this deep and profound living mech, he turned his head and looked up at the floating general. I would have thought you would have asked how I managed to end up controlling your body in a completely different time period. General Axelar smirked back at Vase. Anyone would be curious to know the answer. We have formed many different guesses on how you managed to do it, but this is not important to us. You have given us the answer that mattered the most to myself and the Ouroboros. I do not know what sort of forgotten alien technology or forbidden occult method you have employed to temporarily occupy my body, but it does not matter. Vase found that difficult to believe. Really, there are many wonders in the cosmos. Trust me, I have witnessed stranger and more impossible feats throughout my career. As one of the martial leaders of the Terran Alliance as well as the much larger Greater Terran United Confederation, I have been privy to many secrets, far more than a man of your station can know. What you have been able to do is amazing, all right, but I assume that you cannot displace yourself in time on an unrestricted basis. It would have been better for everyone if you could travel just a single decade back in the past and warn our society about the Great Severing, but since you have not done so, your manipulation of time must be subject to great restrictions. That was an interesting suggestion. Could Vase do it? Could he travel back in time and warn important people about the Great Severing? Perhaps he could. But if his revelations were so destructive that it could destroy the timeline to the present day, then Vase might not be able to make this happen. There had to be restrictions to this kind of stuff. He had a feeling that the mech designer system already did most of the work of preventing Vase from screwing up the entire timeline. If Vase insisted on pushing the boundaries and played with forces that he shouldn't be able to control, then the system might employ other safeguards to preserve the correct future. Perhaps he should put this assumption to the test. It wouldn't take too long before the time gate became accessible once again. I cannot even pretend to know how it works. Vase admitted to the older man. I don't think Red humanity should look back into the past for solutions. It is better to solve our problems by working towards a better future. Well said. Those are my thoughts as well, Professor. There is no need for us to fixate on the past and measures on how to get there. As a soldier, I would much rather put my trust in more dependable tools and war weapons. My duty is to defend my ancient clan and superstate by eliminating any opposition with the help of my Ouroboros. This was the attitude that an ace pilot should have. Instead of constantly looking for cheats or shortcuts, a true champion should fearlessly confront his adversaries. Anyway, Vase could feel Axelar's sincerity on this issue. The ace pilot genuinely did not care to pry into this greater secret. The Terran leader could sense Ves's apprehension easily enough. It was not his purpose to discomfit the only mech designer who understood his ace mech's most important property. Axelar's true goal was to solve all of the obstacles that prevented him from undergoing the greatest apotheosis of his life. Compared to talking about strange and esoteric stuff like time travel, the only subject that truly interested a pilot like him was the improvement of his longtime machine. Have you seen enough? Axelar asked. Vase hesitated for a moment. There's a lot of extremely advanced high-technology stuffed in this mech frame. Each of them have a different impact on your living mech, including the aspects that affect its personality and growth trajectory. What is your point, Professor? My ability to control the variables that make up the Ouroboros is limited. For example, let's talk about its craftsmanship. The Grand Mender has done an excellent job at elevating its quality to that of an upper-level masterwork mech. It is difficult to improve it any further, but it is trivially easy for me to regress its quality. One can make minor changes without too much trouble, but if I want to make a more serious attempt at solving the root of your ace mech's problems, then I need to be more hands-on. This carries too many risks. As a senior mech designer, I am not fully qualified to work on mechs this powerful. That was not what General Axelar wanted to hear. The ace pilot frowned as he crossed his arms. The Grand Mender told me a similar story. She can do much to turn my Ouroboros into a resilient ace mech, but if I want to help it reach a higher state of existence, she is unable to solve the imbalance between creation and destruction. Vase found it good that General Axelar possessed a clear and sober understanding of the flawed state of his machine. The more Axelar recognized this problem, the more important it became to gain the cooperation of Vase. Do you want to hear a brief breakdown of my current thoughts? Feel free to share your opinion, Professor. Well, I don't think I need to go over all of your mistakes. You were ignorant to the property and the needs of your living mech back then. The consequence of all of this is that the Ouroboros has truly lost its balance. I have been able to see that you have been trying to compensate for this. The World Serpent system is admittedly an excellent addition, but it is far from enough to solve the true root of the problem. Why is it not enough? By itself, the World Serpent system is the wrong medicine for your Ouroboros. Vase explained. It stands for the wrong kind of creation. What it really needs is a reinforcement based on the power of life or creation. The armor system doesn't entirely fit into this picture. Then what should we have done instead, Professor? Attain balance in a more direct manner. I coded the Ouroboros where one side is black and the other side is black. It represents the duality of my work and the synergies of both sides working together. A more thematic solution is to design two separate armor systems, one based on regeneration and one based on counterattacks or whatever. You can apply them on the left and right sides to match the dichotomy between creation and destruction. General Axelar didn't know what to say. Even I am aware that this is technologically different to develop, especially for an ace mech as strong as mine. Do you have a more practical solution? I have a hunch that you are not without other options. Vase slowly nodded. If I can tamper with the intangible design of your Ouroboros, it is possible for me to reform and reset certain stuff that can help your living machine return to a semblance of its old balance. The issue is that I probably don't have the strength to enact these changes. Due to its age and constant exposure to your feedback, your living mech's less tangible aspects have grown far too strong for me to control. I might not be able to get close enough. Even if I do, I may not be able to exert myself to implement the changes that I could have applied with ease on my younger living mechs. The pilot rubbed his suited palm against the side of his cockpit. The Ouroboros was listening as well. The living mech was just as desperate for a solution if not more. What do you need to do to put you in a better position to repair my Ouroboros? Vase smiled a bit. He had an entire week to think over the dire state of his old work. He did not spend all of that time in vain. There are three possible answers that I can think of. The most direct one is for me to break through to Master Mech Designer. I am not sure if I will become strong enough to work on your Ouroboros, but it will at least put me in a better position. Axelar immediately shook his head. Rejected. The time it takes for you to realize your design philosophy can probably be measured in decades. The second answer is to weaken your Ouroboros. If you are willing to throw away decades worth of growth and accumulation, I can excise many of the intangible aspects that bias your machine toward destruction. If done well enough, it will bring your machine back into balance, but it may also revert your living mech to a weaker and earlier state. Also unacceptable. These years of growth represent the records and memories of our service over the years. My Ouroboros will become unrecognizable if I allow you to lobotomize it. I would rather leave it stuck in its current state than to lose my friend. Vase was gratified to hear that Axelar truly loved his living mech. The third solution should be more palatable to your ears, but the difficulty of making it happen is not low. Since my strength is not enough, I can make use of an external variable to force the Ouroboros to accept my changes. This is extremely dangerous as I won't be able to exert a high degree of control over the process. However, as long as it works, I will effectively be able to apply much greater power. This should be more than enough to reform the Ouroboros. This is the best suggestion that I have heard. Axelar spoke in thought. It is clear that success and failure hinges on this external variable. Do you need to borrow the power of the Grand Mender? Not exactly. The truth is that I will likely have to borrow the power of a different entity. Have you heard of the existence known as Gaia? Chapter 5326 Upgrade Problems. As Vase held a frank and open discussion with General Axelar Strian about the Ouroboros, the distance between the two had shrunk. This was the power of secrets. Holding secrets could alienate people from each other. Sharing secrets with other people could also bring them closer together. The latter occurred this time. Though Vase still paid a huge amount of attention to what he was willing to divulge and what he wanted to keep for himself, it was undeniable that he extended a lot of trust towards a Terran that he technically only met for the first time today. Any outsider would become gobsmacked if they saw Vase getting along with a top-ranking Terran leader shortly after they met each other. Even if the Terrans valued the benefits Vase could bring to the table, they wouldn't show so much deference for fear of weakening their bargaining position. The Devos ancient clan adopted a much more common approach. Time was precious, but time could also be utilized to make more observations and come up with better plans. The Devosans weren't too much in a hurry to conclude a deal with Vase right away. Axelar was different. He not only recognized an opportunity to solve the root of his living mech's problem, but also intrinsically trusted Vase right away due to their special history with each other. This essentially allowed Vase and Axelar to sidestep their lack of familiarity, the gap in background and the gap in status, and become friends right away. Since Vase was willing to regard his former mastery host as a friend who was worthy of trust, he did not hold back in explaining his outline for a possible solution. I am not sure if you understand the difficulty of altering the Ouroboros, so let me explain it to you with an analogy. He waved his hand and projected an image of a generic shuttle. Let's say this is the initial version of the Ouroboros. This shuttle is rather basic and decent, but it doesn't do much more than transporting people from A to B. The only good point is that it is completely of my own design. That means that I possess a high understanding of how it is put together and what I need to alter in order to alter its performance in a targeted manner. General Axelar looked bemused as he floated right behind where Vase was seated. People rarely equate my Ouroboros to an ordinary shuttle, but I can already see where you may be going with this. You are saying that once you have made and delivered the shuttle, it passed through the hands of many other designers until it has changed into a vessel that is completely different from your original layout, is that correct? Partially. The basic essence has been preserved, but everything around it has become unrecognizable to me. I don't own these upgrades and additions, and I don't have the slightest clue how they work. Vase began to skillfully manipulate the projected image. It started to undergo a 100-year journey of continuous upgrades and expansions. Initially, the changes were relatively small and tame. The thrusters had been replaced by larger and more powerful ones. The energy shield generator had been updated by a newer model. The contours of the shuttle became a little more streamlined. However, every half generation or so, the shuttle became subjected to a major overhaul and revision. In order to represent the jump from a standard mech to an expert mech, Vase no longer adhered to the limitations of a shuttle and directly upgraded it into an armed corvette. This was a massive transformation, and one that made little sense under ordinary circumstances. Turning a relatively modest personnel shuttle into a fully fledged starship that could traverse the stars represented an enormous leap. However, even though the construction had been changed from inside and out, it still retained the vestiges of the original shuttle. The Corvette still retained the color scheme, the themes, and most importantly the living traits. The projected vessel continued to evolve according to this pattern. Every year or so, the small warship gained better guns, stronger armor, and other iterative upgrades. Then, the Corvette suddenly transformed into a destroyer one day, skipping right past the frigate ship class. The destroyer became a light cruiser. The light cruiser became a heavy cruiser. The heavy cruiser became a battlecruiser. Now, the mighty warship that had become over 6 kilometers long only needed to undergo one more leap in order to become a fully qualified battleship. This also happened to be the most expensive and difficult overhaul by far. A battlecruiser might look big, but her ability to withstand damage was not that great. A true battleship according to the standards set by the fleeters was that she could resist almost as much damage as she could inflict. Her entire hull and structure had to consist of the hardest and toughest defensive alloys that humanity could produce. The vessel also needed to be equipped with the toughest energy shields and possess enough resistance against ECM, spatial effects, and more exotic attack methods to remain impervious even when she was struck by weapons of mass destruction. It was impossible for ordinary states to construct a proper battleship. Even the Terrans and the Rubarthans would have to make major sacrifices to construct such a vessel, not that they had a chance to do so when they were subjected to the taboo against warships. This was a decent if not completely fitting way to denote the enormous difficulty of turning a peak ace mech into a machine that possessed the qualifications to become a god mech. Do you understand now, General? I believe so. General Axelar furrowed his brows. The transformation from a battlecruiser into a battleship is too much for a man who is only qualified to design a shuttle or a small starship at best. A project of this scope and magnitude is far too great for you to handle by yourself. I suppose we can involve a more qualified designer such as the Grand Mender to do the heavy lifting, but according to you, she does not have the power to solve the fundamental problem of my ship. Soliciting the aid of a highly competent star designer that you can trust will definitely be necessary. Vase told the other man. There is no one better who is qualified to design the sheer amount of highly sophisticated technical transformations needed to turn a battlecruiser into a battleship. The true challenge lies in correcting the imbalance between creation and destruction that falls outside of the scope of physical parts. And this is where you have hit a wall, Axelar said as he crossed his arms. Pretty much. You need a specialist in this field, just like how ETL drives and superdrives can only be worked on by certain engineers. While I have mastered enough theory to roughly figure out what we must do, one do not have the strength or qualifications to make these crucial changes. We can solve this problem in many ways, but the one I am thinking about right now is to bring in a specialized, drive engineer, who should be able to address this issue in a certain manner. That entity is Gaia. As a bona fide Terran, General Axelar was quite familiar with the legends and the descriptions of this ancient myth. Gaia is a mother goddess of humanity's distant past. She or other variations with different names are commonly depicted in old mythologies to deify old Earth or merely the lands beneath their feet. The Terran leader said. Vase responded with a restrained smile. One know what you are thinking, General. What does this myth have to do with the Ouroboros or Mechs in general? It is not easy for me to explain it all to you, but I can tell you that a powerful entity that bears the name Gaia may actually be of assistance to you and your machine. One think it is best for me to show you this in person. Do you have a set of tools around here that I can use to build something quick? We can give you access to a materializer. Thanks, but I would rather work with my hands. It was not a challenge at all for Axelar to arrange the teleportation of a high-tech workbench. Vase instantly got to work. He briefly familiarized himself with the advanced tools and only used a fraction of their functions to quickly carve a piece of exotic wood into an image of Gaia. Perhaps due to how well this meeting had turned out, the positive emotions that influenced Vase caused him to work particularly well. The carved and polished wooden totem that depicted the mother goddess according to his last impression of her possessed a lot of charm. Anyone who held it would feel the strong vitality contained within the living object. Gaia's presence completely spread through the hand-sized wooden object to the point that it might be easy to fool some people into thinking that it was the actual goddess. Unfortunately, Vase did not manage to gain enough inspiration to turn it into a masterwork, but he was already happy enough that the totem managed to get close enough. When Vase returned to the entrance of the cockpit and handed over the totem, the Peak Ace pilot keenly sensed the unusual traits contained within this unusual object. Many people have praised your craftsmanship, and I see it as not undeserved. Axelar commented. Even so, your ability to tie a goddess of unsurpassed power into such a small object in a short amount of time is unprecedented. So this is Gaia. Vase nodded. She is the embodiment of life in old Earth. She also has strong relations to the power of creation. If we enact a plan to restore the imbalance in your Ouroboros by relying on brute force, we need a large amount of high-quality energy that is related to the power of creation. Gaia is the best collaborator that I can think of. The issue is that she is not like the other entities that I know. We need to convince her to lend her assistance. I see. Axelar was smart. Not only that, but Vase remained deep within the Ace Pilot's Saint Kingdom all of this time. This meant that he could pick up on plenty of clues that had yet to be voiced. The Terran leader understood that it would likely be difficult to gain Gaia's cooperation. This was fine. Axelar did not fear these sorts of difficulties. What he truly feared was the inability to come up with any viable solutions. So long as working with this foreign but powerful entity resulted in the desired gains, General Axelar was not afraid of making serious concessions. How do one make contact with Gaia? Just call to her. Vase gestured to his latest handicraft. I made this totem just to give you a convenient channel for you to communicate with her. Do keep in mind that Gaia is really powerful despite not having reached her prime condition. Don't try to play any games with her. Also, try and modulate your Saint Kingdom so that you don't make an aggressive impression. After giving Axelar a whole list of warnings of instructions, the Ace Pilot finally attempted to make first contact with this. Gaia, the nascent but already powerful true god, responded instantly. In one moment, the central chamber was dominated by the active Saint Kingdom projected from the Ouroboros. In the next moment, the totem flew out of Axelar's hands even as it began to glow with power. As the carved wooden object floated a dozen meters away from the open cockpit, it began to release powerful energies that reminded everyone nearby of life. Those energies did not spread uncontrollably but remained tightly contained as they slowly morphed into a feminine silhouette. The Mother of Earth had descended on this location. With a body that was seemingly made out of dirt and hair that resembled the branches of a tree, the manifestation of Gaia stared imperiously at the Terran Ace Pilot who requested an audience. Compared to the last time Vase made contact with his former design spirit, Gaia had acquired a bit more humanity than before. She had grown rapidly ever since the Age of Dawn had commenced. As her glowing eyes swept across Vase, General Axelar and most notably the Ouroboros, she finally spoke her first words by directly vibrating the surrounding air molecules with her precise control over her own power. I know you, Terran. Speak. Chapter 5327. Forceful or gentle. Vase hadn't really kept track of what Gaia was doing these days. It couldn't be helped. Gaia was not one for small talk, and she rarely had contact with the Larkinson clan. Not even the other design spirits managed to strike a friendship with the powerful entity. Though Vase had never really communicated with Gaia in depth, he had developed a pretty good idea how she had been doing all of this time. From the moment of her birth, Gaia had spent a huge amount of time to absorb the massive influx of energy from her potent relationships with old Earth and the huge amount of worshippers that revered the origin of the human race. Her rapid growth forced Gaia to remain dormant most of the time in order to adapt, transform and master the rapid influx of power. It was not until she had crossed an important threshold later on that Gaia surpassed a critical junction and became an actual true god. Though Vase felt awfully ambivalent about it, Gaia was probably his most strongest creation to this date. After all, Vase essentially created a true god from scratch. Gaia was an accident of various coincidences and unique circumstances. It was unclear how much power she absorbed over the short years of her existence. It also remained unclear how much she became affected by the pollution from recklessly absorbing a titanic amount of spiritual feedback derived from an immense amount of people. The Red Ocean's abrupt displacement to Messier-sized galactic neighborhood had actually been a blessing in disguise for Gaia. If the rapidly grown true god continued to remain in close proximity to the Milky Way and old Earth, then she would have continued to get affected by a huge amount of external factors. Would she still be able to retain her current personality under this onslaught, or would she get completely subsumed by all of the messy Terran thoughts? All Vase knew was that Gaia should have been able to gain a huge amount of relief after getting displaced to this new environment. She was not only able to catch her metaphorical breath and properly consolidate her growth, but she also became disconnected from an old planet that carried so much weight and history that it threatened to dominate her instead of the other way around. The much lower population of humans in the Red Ocean combined with gaining access to a lot of relatively harmless and neutral E-energy radiation allowed Gaia to strengthen herself without incurring as much sequelae as before. This was a game changer to Gaia. Vase guessed that she had taken advantage of the much more favorable circumstances to stabilize her condition and gain much needed cohesion. This was why her ability to communicate had improved much better than before. Unfortunately, Gaia was still stuck with the price of her incredibly fast rise to power. His period talks with Cynthia along with learning from other sources had given Vase a better insight on the nature of true gods. The most important information was related to the huge differences between true gods. Their cultivation methods and their journeys all played a huge role in how they ended up after they became a post-divinity entity. Out of all of the true gods that Vase knew of, Gaia's foundation was by far the worst. Her rapid promotion was both a blessing and a curse. Though it put her head and shoulders above other design spirits such as xianxia and Lufa, her foundation had never been as solid as theirs. If the foundations of the other design spirits resembled that of a low but rock-solid bunker that could easily support a lot of weight from above, Gaia's foundation resembled that of a rickety wooden tower that had already been stressed to the limit. A single heavy blow from another true god would probably be enough to shatter Gaia's fragile foundation. What was worse was that Gaia's ability to grow further had also been severely compromised. Vase found it rather ironic that a true god that embodied the power of life actually possessed the worst life state out of all of her kind. This was an extremely crucial deduction for Vase. It suggested to him that Gaia was not all-powerful to the point where she no longer had to care about the whims of humans. She possessed strong wants and needs that were probably difficult to fulfill. So long as this was the case, then Gaia should be open to negotiation. Perhaps this was why Gaia appeared so readily when called by General Axelar Strian. Even though it must have been uncomfortable for her to extend her presence deep inside the domain field of a powerful ace pilot, she still took the initiative to present herself in a more approachable fashion. Vase made a lot of guesses in his mind, but he did not dare to act too presumptuously. His familiarity with Gaia was too poor. What if she was mentally unstable? What if she was far too prone to anger? It was better for General Axelar Strian to take the lead. Despite the fact that he was primarily a mech pilot, Axelar had met with plenty of foreign and powerful dignitaries in the past. The man clearly sensed the strength of the opposing entity, so he assumed a proper posture and made a short but respectful bow. Well met, I am Axelar of the Strian ancient clan. Professor Vase Larkinson here has stated that you may be able to assist us in helping the Ouroboros unlock its full potential. Do you understand what is wrong with my mech and do you know how you can remedy its shortcomings? Axelar's words and attitude made it clear that he wanted to address Gaia as a stranger who he considered to be his equal. He did not act subservient to her, but he did not try to lord himself over him either. He dispensed with much of the human formality and rituals because they were likely to produce greater misunderstandings. In short, he believed the best way to address this strange entity was to be polite but direct. Gaia had already swept the Ouroboros with her own senses before she spoke with a voice that was fairly soft but possessed a vast undercurrent. I understand what you seek. This mech is different. What you ask of me is possible, but not ideal. Your living machine has organically grown to this point. This is its truest state. To deviate from it is to reject the course of nature. If you insist on restoring a balance that has already been lost, then you can choose from gentle means or forceful means. Trying to inject the power of creation that does not belong to you or your machine is a disservice to you both. It can restore a balance on the surface, but as long as the root remains the same, it will never be able to persist. You will not be able to gain what you seek. General Axelar frowned. He could understand the meaning of her words well enough, but he lacked the expertise to understand the situation well enough. Vase was different in this regard. I understand, General. It seems that my proposed solution likely won't yield the desired result. We can borrow Gaia's strength, but if we directly try to integrate it into the Ouroboros, then we will only be addressing the symptoms, not the causes. Balance is not just about forming an equal amount of creation and destruction. What is also important is that the two forces maintain a stable equilibrium. If the second condition cannot be met, then the Ouroboros will go out of whack almost immediately. Thank you for your explanation, Professor. I can see now why that may be the case. Can Gaia assist us in another capacity, or do we need to solve the problem by ourselves? That is not necessarily the case. Vase shook his head. Gaia has just mentioned that we can employ gentler means to attain the same result. She has already given us a direction on how to do so. We can't borrow her power to restore the balance directly, but we can leverage her help to strengthen your living mech's own capabilities in this regard. The most practical solution is to strengthen the creation aspect of the Ouroboros. That was a logical answer, but if it was that easy to do so, then Axelar and the Strian ancient clan would have done this a long time ago. Not even the help of the Grand Mender herself had been enough to balance out the ace hero mech's propensity towards destruction. Vase began to consider various ideas. He could designate Gaia as the design spirit of the Ouroboros, but that was far from enough. If he wanted the Ouroboros to get serious about engaging its creation aspect, then it needed to incorporate parts, modules and mech systems that actively did so. Vase would have to design or at least get involved in the process in person in order to make this happen. This is too difficult for me. Vase admitted to Axelar. I am not qualified to materially work on a mech as sophisticated as the Ouroboros. The World Serpent system is unlike any armor system that I have ever seen up close, and the Genesis rifle will likely blow up and destroy this entire space station if I remove the wrong component. General Axelar frowned. Is it not possible for you to collaborate with the Grand Mender? The disparity of strength between the two of us is too great. Vase replied while shaking his head. Even if the Grand Mender restrains her power to the utmost, I still won't be able to impart as much of myself onto my work as I wish. That is pretty clear given how much her design philosophy occupies the current iteration of the Ouroboros. Perhaps I will have a better chance if I advance to Master Mech Designer, but that will take way too long. It seemed as if they had become stuck. While Axelar was happy to hear that there were possible solutions, none of them were easy or practical. Gaia chose to speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel at this time. There is no need to resort to these measures to restore the balance that you yearn so much for. Your mech is stunted but also filled with strength. It already has most of the nutrients that are necessary to undergo a metamorphosis. That caused Vase to look at the true god with suspicion. An entity as powerful as her did not communicate without aim. Do you have any suggestions? The floating manifestation smiled. Creation and destruction are already present in nature. Linking your Ouroboros to this process may give it the blueprint necessary to restore its own balance. And I suppose you already have a choice in mind. Gaia's presence intensified. I propose a transaction. I must bond Rayself to a planet that can represent the planet Earth in this galaxy. The requirements for this planet are strict. Assist in the search for this planet. Once it has been identified, you must destroy its inhuman ecosystem before terraforming it into a replica of humanity's cradle. Involving your mech in this entire process will grant it the enlightenment it needs to form its own balance. That was an esoteric proposal. Both Vase and Axelar understood the logic of it, but it sounded so strange and convoluted that neither of them could determine whether it could actually work. Still, it sounded like a realistic enough solution that it may be worthwhile for them to pursue. Let me get this straight, Vase said. In order for the Ouroboros to return to a proper balance, you want it to actively get involved in the terraforming of an alien planet. It sounds rather simple. General Axelar looked increasingly more hopeful as he thought about this proposal. No, it makes sense. Think of the name and symbolism of your old work. Its name represents the cycle of life and death. To destroy an alien planet so that we can create a human planet is what the Ouroboros should do. The order should not matter so long as we put equal weight on both activities. I can think of no better way to deepen our comprehension and connection to the forces of creation and destruction. Chapter 5328 The Importance of a Planet. There was a light at the end of the tunnel. The tunnel might be awfully long, but at least General Axelar and the Ouroboros found a way to get out of it. This was massive progress as far as they were concerned. As the Terran leader began to ask for further clarification from Gaia, Vase grew more suspicious. Logically speaking, Gaia and the Terrans were natural allies. They both cared a lot about their roots to old Earth. Gaia could even be regarded as a product of the collective thoughts of the Terrans. However, Vase did not automatically assume that Gaia prioritized the interests of the Terrans. Only her own interests mattered. Even if Gaia had developed a dependency on the Terrans, that did not necessarily mean she had to care for each of them. Her proposal might sound innocent enough, but Vase did not think it was that simple. Let me ask you a question, Gaia. He spoke up again. What are the most important requirements to turn a planet into a new version of Earth? I very much doubt that the Ouroboros can undergo a full cycle of destruction and rebirth with a random rock floating in space. What was the catch? Gaia shifted her head towards Vase. The nutrients created from the destruction of an alien planet must be sufficient enough to fertilize the creation of Earth in this galaxy. A lifeless rock or one that only contains primitive life is sufficient. In order to mirror a planet that has spawned a successful spacefaring race, you must select another planet with similar conditions. It should preferably be the home planet of a civilized and highly developed alien race that is close to equal in strength to the humans in this galaxy. One greater than this single condition alone was too harsh. Neither Vase, General Axelar, the Ouroboros or even Lucky thought that it would be easy to satisfy this insane condition. There were many races in the Red Ocean, but few of them possessed the capital to compete against red humanity even when the latter was cut off from the Milky Way. This almost certainly meant that if Axelar and the Ouroboros wanted to find the planet of their dreams, they would have to invade the core territories of an alien race and commit genocide on the latter's home planet. That was the easy part. Destruction was not enough. It had to be paired with creation, which meant that the invading human forces had to stick around and do their utmost to terraform the globe that had just been cleansed of alien life. Even if the Terrans utilized their best and most powerful terraforming technologies, the transformation of an entire planet could not be completed in a short amount of time. Depending on how many resources and assets that the Strians could muster for this suicidal operation, their forces would at least have to stick around for an entire year. However, the story did not end there. In order for the new Earth to live up to its name, it had to be permanently populated by billions of human citizens. Only after satisfying all of these cumbersome conditions would the Ouroboros hopefully be inspired to undergo a fundamental transformation. This meant that red humanity had to stick around and hold an extremely sensitive star system for many years if not decades. Even after the Ouroboros successfully restored its balance and enabled Axelar to make his ultimate breakthrough, the new Terran god pilot would likely remain obligated to defend red humanity's new home planet against every possible threat. Both Vase and General Axelar were clever enough to realize that the real winner of this arrangement would be Gaia. Axelar did not appear to have any strong feelings for old Earth. If he did, then he would have agreed to help Gaia realize her ambitious goal. Are there any other requirements? Vase asked. There are other helpful criteria. The powerful entity spoke. The planet must ideally be orbiting a G-type main sequence star. The planet should possess comparable mass and ground composition as old Earth. The planet should be orbited by a moon that is comparable to Luna. That narrowed the eligible choices far too much. I doubt that there is any planet in the Red Ocean that satisfies all of these requirements. Vase mildly said, the conditions do not have to be valid at the beginning. A planet may be different at the beginning, but this is not a hindrance as long as it can be made into the image of old Earth through terraforming. A moon can be created or towed from another location. All of these are profound acts of creation that will further your mech's connection to this force. Do you understand? That made life a lot easier for General Axelar. He no longer thought that this suggestion was ridiculous. It was merely incredibly difficult. Has anyone identified a suitable planet as of yet? Vase asked. I know that a lot of your worshippers have joined forces in order to found a new version of Earth in this dwarf galaxy. They have found several matches. Gaia replied. They have started their search by examining the home planets of the more powerful races of this dwarf galaxy. Several of them are acceptable, but they are located too far away from human space. For example, the home planet of the Orvan race is the most ideal candidate due to the resemblance between humanity and this race. The Orvan home planet was located thousands of light years away. Trying to capture it and hold it on a permanent basis was impossible. The only realistic way to fulfill Gaia's goal was to steadily gain more ground in the ongoing war. Once humanity's front lines advanced close enough to the star system where Orvans originally came from, the Terrans could make a forceful push and safely take it over without overextending themselves. How long would it take to make this happen? Given how badly red humanity was outnumbered at the moment, it would be a fantasy to expect linefighters to steadily beat back the aliens and conquer more territories. It was much more likely for the opposite to happen. Even if the best-case scenario occurred, it would still take an unknown amount of decades before red humanity could commence a serious takeover of the Orvan home planet. This took way too long. Both Vase and Axelar grew pensive. Wait, does the Orvan home planet have to remain in its current star system, or is it okay for us to displace it to a completely different star system? The planet of its origin does not have to remain constant. Gaia steadily replied, if you have the technology and the means to transport an entire terrestrial planet to another system, then you may do so. You must take care that the destination resembles the Sol system to a greater degree. Axelar gained a lot more hope. Does this also have to do with the forces of creation and destruction? Taking a planet away from its origin can be seen as an act of destruction. Moving it to another star system can be seen as an act of creation. All is perfectly balanced, as all things should be. Gaia solemnly spoke. That made this mission a lot more realistic. Holding an Earth candidate over the long term while being situated far away from friendly human space was impossible. Not even Axelar could justify such a suicidal mission. He would rather remain stuck as an ace pilot for the rest of his life than drive millions of Terrans to their doom. It would be a different story if General Axelar Strian and his forces only had to invade an alien star system, wipe out all life on a home planet, and find a way to teleport it all the way back into human space. Wait, Vase jerked. General, does your superstate have the technology to teleport an entire planet across a distance of hundreds if not thousands of light years? I cannot give you the answer. The powerful pilot shook his head. Humanity in the Milky Way possesses this ability. The Big Two have been able to move entire stars from one star system to another. Humanity is much weaker in our current galaxy. We have lost access to the services of a great majority of star designers and god pilots. We may not have the means to teleport a single planet from one star system to another. I will have to make an inquiry through my own channels, but I anticipate that a readily available solution is not available. That disappointed Vase. If that is the case, then you may have to make a device that can make this happen. Axelar concurred. There are rumors that particularly phase lords are able to teleport entire planets under their own power. This means that it should be viable to produce the same effect through technological means. I fear that the conditions to make this possible is an enormous ordeal in itself. Not only must I convince a star designer to embark on a grand design, but I must also secure an enormous amount of funding, phase water and other resources to make this super device. If the demands were too great, then it might not be worth it to go through all of this trouble. While red humanity certainly needed all of the god pilots that it could get, the sacrifices had to be worth it in order for this ludicrous operation to make sense. Vase stared back at Gaia. So far, this mission primarily benefited a non-human spiritual entity that was highly invested in repairing her incredibly frail foundation. The fact that Axelar and the Ouroboros might benefit from this effort was more of a side effect than anything else. There had to be a safer and much less extravagant way to balance out the power of creation and destruction of the Ouroboros. It was a pity that Vase was unable to come up with any better alternative. Perhaps he needed to spend more time on this, but if he didn't get any new ideas, then fulfilling Gaia's goal may be the only realistic opportunity that Axelar had left to transform his ace mech. Gaia withdrew her presence shortly afterwards. She had delivered her desired message. Now it was up to Axelar and the Terrans to decide whether they were willing to cooperate with her insanely ambitious scheme. Vase felt rather bad for Axelar and the Ouroboros. It shouldn't have been so difficult to solve a single problem, but Vase was too weak to offer any easier alternatives. We can continue to look for a more practical alternative, Vase suggested. General Axelar remained silent for a few seconds. I will welcome any plan that allows my mech to unlock its potential without making too many sacrifices, but the proposal issued by Gaia may be our best chance to transform our lives. There is much that you do not know about God pilots, Professor Larkinson. There is a popular theory that in order to attain this level of power, we must perform deeds that only gods can accomplish. These deeds must be legendary and affect as many lives as possible. Invading alien space, raising the home planet of the Orvan race before displacing it back to friendly space most definitely satisfies this requirement. The more I think about it, the more my heart and soul is convinced that this is the deed that can propel me to godhood. The Ouroboros echoed this sentiment by letting out a supporting noise. Both pilot and mech were aligned on this issue. Rather than to go through the tedious and frustrating process of reforming the Terran Alliance, the pair would rather invade the heart of alien space and rob the home planet of one of the 13 major races of the Red Ocean. Vase almost couldn't believe how quickly Axelar lost his initial doubts and embraced this ludicrous fantasy. Chapter 5329 Deeds of Legend. The essence of a god pilot was to acquire the traits that were typically associated with gods. How could a god remain completely obscure and unknown? How could a god gain so much power but never actually make use of it in any major capacity? How could a god receive so much admiration and worship when he had never actually proven himself deserving of this respect? According to many mech pilots, including those that had bridged the ultimate gap, a pilot who yearned to become a god must go out of his way to perform a godlike deed. It was easy enough for a god pilot to exert the might of a deity. They had power in spades. However, it was a different story when it came to ace pilots. As powerful as saints could be, their willpower could only grow up to a certain limit. Once they hit a limit, there was nothing that peak ace pilots could do to promote the magnitude of their resonance strength. They fell short of obtaining the power of an actual god. This infamous bottleneck had frustrated many heroes and champions in the past. The General Axelar Strian and the Mace of Retaliation were just two among many who stood on the wrong side of a wide and desolate canyon. If they attempted to reach the other side by performing an ordinary jump, then they would almost certainly fall short and plunge to their deaths. How could they possibly reach their destination under the circumstances? Many different theories had emerged. Humanity still understood too little about this deep and profound issue, but numerous advancements had emerged through a combination of clever deduction as well as trial and error. This is how the mech merger body process originally came to be. It is a systematic recipe that helps ace pilots transform into god pilots one step at a time. Axelar Strian generously revealed a secret that was only shared to a tiny minority of people. Before the mech community came up with it, god pilot candidates simply stepped on the road to no return and tried to complete the processes of Operation Union, Domain Field Union, Corporeal Union and Total Union in quick succession. Vase reacted with shock when he heard this. What? That's dangerous. How could they possibly survive such an insanely demanding course of action? Trying to complete all 4 phases of the infamous mech body merger process sounded as insane as designing and constructing a complete battleship in the span of a few hours. General Axelar gazed up in genuine admiration. This is why all of us look up to the earliest and oldest god pilots. They have all managed to make the jump from ace pilot to god pilot in a single session. The risks they took at the time were astounding, and so was their potential. There is a theory that they all managed to sublimate their willpower and shatter the barriers of reality that held them back because they went all out in trying to complete deeds that are worthy of legend. This was a theory that Vase only heard hints of. His lower rank and lack of contact with the upper layers of society had limited his exposure to this kind of stuff. Now that he had risen far enough that he was now on speaking terms with a genuine god pilot candidate, Vase could finally lift the fog that hid the essence of the mech piloting profession. The crucial information provided by Axelar filled a lot of holes in his personal understanding of mech pilots. Vase immediately became engrossed by all of the answers and inferences he had derived from this conversation. I understand, Vase spoke. It is not necessarily the goal that matters, but the process of trying to reach it. By setting a seemingly impossible challenge for yourself, you will attempt to do your utmost to make it happen. The more difficult the challenge, the more potential you attempt to squeeze out of yourself. The high stakes and all of the expectations that other people set on you serves to increase the pressure that you are subjected to. All of this can help you push past a critical point and break through the limit of your power. Axelar smiled. I believe the nature of the deed itself is also important, but you are correct that the process of fulfilling it is indispensable. Think about the ancient myths and timeless historical deeds of the human race. Those that manage to exist to this day all deserve to become an active part of our contemporary civilization because they are still leagues ahead of what ordinary people can do. To become a god is to be an inspiration to people. Mech designers such as yourself usually accomplish this by creating a work that only a god can make. Mech pilots such as myself must exert our martial might to the limit and beyond to do the same. The general's words briefly reminded Vase of his speculative grand designs. When Vase had been struck by inspiration and came up with the idea of developing a phase Lord God machine, he intuitively thought that a project as massive and ambitious as this would be enough to trigger his advancement to a star designer. That was because he was convinced that the scope, difficulty and results of this grand design could never be completed by a typical master mech designer. Only an entity comparable to a god was qualified to complete such an awe-inspiring project. Though Vase didn't entirely feel comfortable about using the terminology of God and such to describe this topic, he wasn't as bothered by it as he used to. There was no explicitly religious component to this discussion. Axelar only yearned to gain the power of a god. He didn't care about all of the other baggage that came with this loaded term. I guess it makes sense. Vase spoke. A lot of god pilots had performed astounding deeds that broke the limit of what ace pilots can accomplish under their own power. The Light of Sol, for example, accelerated his mech in real space without relying on warp drives and managed to travel at the speed of light. The chosen human simply became a god pilot at the age of 75, thereby setting a record that has never been surpassed. The Fist of Defiance struck down a leader of the 7 apex races whose strength was comparable to a god mech with a single punch. The Destroyer of Worlds shattered a heavily defended fortress planet with a single shot from the main cannon of her mech. Whether the goal was important or not, it made sense that all of the pressure that the candidates subjected themselves to played a major part in motivating them to succeed. Axelar suddenly grinned in amusement. Would you like to know another secret, Professor? How could Vase ever say no to this offer? He nodded his head without any hesitation. After the age of conquest had come to an end, humanity entered a recovery process that lasted for over 4 centuries. To be honest, our civilization has already returned to the peak that we managed to attain during the heyday of the Age of Conquest. Yet despite possessing the power to do so, we never took the initiative to resume the Great Conquest and conquer the other half of the Milky Way galaxy. There are many reasons why we held ourselves back from finishing the job. For example, the Big Two feared that we would start to turn on ourselves once we have eliminated every alien neighbor that poses a threat to us. However, the reason that matters the most to us is to provide God candidates such as ourselves valid targets to test ourselves against. Vase widened his eyes. This was a conspiracy. Humanity has been treating the 7 apex races as cattle to be farmed. Aren't people afraid that those aliens will secretly build up their strength and make a comeback one day? General Axelar shrugged. Even I am not fully privy to the considerations of the people who rank above my head. I am still a Tier 2 galactic citizen. The higher your galactic citizenship tier, the more you will come across these kinds of secrets. To be honest, I shouldn't have told you this information, but I personally believe this point is moot considering that we have become permanently separated from the Milky Way. I shared it with you in order to open your horizons and let you know the efforts we have made to grant a stage for God pilot candidates to perform. In this regard, the situation in the Milky Way and the Red Ocean were similar. The biggest difference was that the urgency to beat up the aliens was not so great in the former galaxy. Setting back the indigenous aliens was a matter of life and death in the Red Ocean. The stakes were so much higher because there weren't hundreds of thousands battleships and 100 or so god pilots collectively holding back Red humanity's external enemies. Vase began to understand the significance of deeds to pilots that wanted to shed the last vestiges of their mortality. How do these deeds play into the mech-body merger process, exactly? He asked. When we step onto the road of no return, we cannot reach our destination by taking a leisurely walk. Axelar patiently explained. We must sprint from beginning to end and exert the utmost of our potential as we try to make it to our destination before we crash. The mech-body merger process is split up into 4 phases, which means that we can complete them step by step. The problem is that barring the chosen human, few if any other god pilot has managed to complete all 4 phases by relying on their normal efforts alone. They need a powerful push, and deeds can make this happen. Typically, a god pilot candidate will seek to complete 4 appropriate challenges in sequence. Every successful deed can provide us with the impetus we need to complete an important phase. That was a much more manageable way to complete this life-threatening transformation process. It was quite brilliant in that it enabled the pilot to take his time and reach his goal by making more measured steps. What if the ace pilot fails in one of the 4 challenges? Death is almost certain. Axelar gravely spoke. This is no joke, Professor Larkinson. Success is the only way forward. A single weakness or mistake can doom our attempt at attaining godhood. This is why every ace pilot like myself must set our affairs in order, have no regrets about anything and maximize all of the conditions that we can control. That was harsh, but fair. Vase understood that this was the price that any would-be god pilot had to pay. Their combat power was unprecedented according to Cynthia, but the threshold needed to reach their level was also the highest out of all of the true god variations. Now that Vase understood the context of deeds, he thought back on the original topic. So how does Gaia's suggestion fit in this framework? General Axelar couldn't help but grow enthused again. Think about it, Professor. No ordinary pilot can lead an invasion of an alien home system that is located deep behind enemy lines. No ordinary pilot can destroy the surface of that alien race's home planet. No ordinary pilot can organize a heist on a cosmic scale. No ordinary pilot can lead the effort to terraform the stolen planet into a new homeworld for red humanity. The scope and difficulty of this deed surpasses that of most other accomplishments. This deed is only comparable to the mythical feats accomplished by the earlier generations of god pilots. If my expectations are correct, completing this planetary theft and conversion operation will be enough to blaze through all 4 phases of the mech body merger process at once. In other words, General Axelar Strian finally saw hope of becoming a god pilot in one fell swoop. Chapter 5330 Long overdue updates. Vase did not have the right to make decisions on behalf of a peak ace pilot. If General Axelar Strian wanted to stake all of his chances on a single throw of the dice, then that was his decision. He understood the pros and cons of every possible approach quite well. He knew that there were good reasons why most pilots like him embraced the more modern approach of going the 4 phases of the mech-body merger process in 4 measured steps. However, Axelar willingly threw aside this reliable option and embraced the suggestion made by Gaia without hesitation. To become a god, you must have the heart of a god. The powerful pilot lectured to the mech designer. If a challenge resonates with you, then how can you live with yourself by rejecting it? This may sound idiotic to you, but every pilot will agree with me when they hear my words. Besides, the significance of this proposal goes far beyond my own advancement. Think of the impact on society if I succeed. If we have successfully stolen an alien homeworld and converted it into a copy of old Earth, how do you think this will affect both red humanity and the native aliens? If Axelar and his Terran troops actually managed to pull off this grand heist, then the consequences would be massive. Regardless if it resulted in the ascension of a new god pilot, Vase could already predict that red humanity would gain an enormous boost of confidence from winning a huge and unforgettable victory. This was extremely important as it was conceivable that the upcoming intensification of the war would lead to massive losses over time. If the aliens made good use of their advantage in numbers and made consistent gains by waging a war of attrition, then the morale of red humanity would steadily sink. The more human forces got defeated and the more human colonies succumbed to alien invasions, the more people lost hope. A single heroic effort could turn this trend around. The daring planetary heist might not hurt the Orvan war-making potential too much, but it undoubtedly represented a psychological coup against the aliens. Many more people would become inspired by General Axelar's great success and regain the hope that they so desperately needed to fight for a better future. On the other hand, the aliens would also suffer a severe blow, the Orvans most of all if their home planet had been targeted. Losing such a critically symbolic asset would definitely cause their morale to plunge. It would show that red humanity was not to be trifled with and that it would cost them greatly if they persisted in the war. The heavy blow might even spark discord between the different alien races. If cracks started to form in their relationships, then additional pressure might cause the aliens to cooperate less sincerely with each other, causing them to weaken even further. Axelar Strian would be able to earn most of the credit for making all of this happen. His contribution to red humanity would become so great that he would become one of the greatest leaders of this new age. Vase understood now why Axelar had become so fixated in Gaia's plan, despite the fact that she could gain a lot of benefits while doing relatively little in return. On the surface, the deal seemed lopsided. On a deeper level, both sides got what they wanted out of this deal. Whether one party got ahead of the other was immaterial so long as they both became satisfied in the end. If you settle for this course of action, you will have to cooperate with Gaia from beginning to end. Are you sure you want to do this, General? The ace pilot nodded in determination. I am certain. Do not be concerned. I am not naive. I will take the appropriate precautions, though I do not expect that they will be necessary. I have taken her measure. More than that, her gains are contingent on my own gains. If this planetary heist fails, the Terran Alliance is unlikely to embark on this effort again. I wish you good luck, then. The meeting slowly came to a close after that. They had already talked long enough. General Axelar was eager to put his ambitious new plan together while Vase had to take on other obligations. Before Vase bid goodbye, he wanted to take care of one important job. He did not forget about the Ouroboros. The powerful ace mech possessed many shortcomings, but not all of them were deep-rooted to the point where Vase couldn't directly affect anymore. I can't make any major revisions on your living mech, but I can update its living traits. Vase said, you can consider it as a long overdue software update. All of my current living mechs are operating on version 3.0, while the software of your Ouroboros is still stuck on a mutated edition of version 1.0. By bringing your old machine up to date, I can not only plug a lot of easy gaps in its living operation, but I can also lift the ceiling that has held back its evolution all of the time. I expect that it can become a third-order living mech in a short amount of time, which has massive implications for your machine. He gave his former mastery host a quick rundown of all of the beneficial changes that he could impart with relatively little effort. He planned to impart a modified version of the Lesser and Greater Larkinson Metal Guardian mantra into the Ouroboros. This would enable the machine to cultivate and grow stronger at a much faster pace. The modifications he applied would even let the living mech absorb more creation energy on its own accord, though the efficiency of this process should not be great due to various limitations. Vase also intended to remove all of the barriers that prevented the Ouroboros from becoming a higher-order life form. Once the Ouroboros evolved into a third-order living mech, it would finally become a fully sentient life form that could cooperate with Axelar on an entirely different level. In addition to that, Vase also intended to designate Gaia as the old machine's design spirit. This would give the Ouroboros another way to gradually reverse its current trend towards destruction while receiving additional guidance and supervision. The changes that Vase intended to apply to the Ouroboros were a bit more than that, but he didn't bother to explain these minor details to Axelar. The Terran leader looked both impressed and confused. They do not sound like minor changes to me. If your words are true, then my Ouroboros will soon be able to complete a major metamorphosis that will increase its capabilities by leaps and bounds. That is true, but from my perspective I am only bringing the Ouroboros up to the level of my other high-ranking living mechs. This is not a feat that deserves any distinction. I am already grateful for this. I will not let you work in vain. You shall have the friendship and gratitude of the Strian ancient clan, though it is best if we do not expose too much of cooperation to the public. We cannot let too many people know of my intention of completing a great deed. Vase frowned. The Terran Alliance is only being presided over by a single god pilot at the moment. Red humanity urgently needs more protectors. Are there actually people that hate you so much that they will seek to ruin your chance in spite of the damage it will do to our civilization? Do not underestimate the selfishness of other humans, Professor. It has happened enough times during the age of mechs. The urgency is much greater under the current circumstances, but we are still mostly the same people as before. I cannot rule out that the Rubarthans, the Mechers or even other Terrans will take actions to suppress my plan. You should be able to discern their possible motives, so I shall not elaborate on them. While my plan cannot remain hidden forever, the longer it takes before it becomes exposed, the greater the certainty that I will be able to start the operation without suffering from too much interference. Ves's heart had sunk when he heard this. He didn't really care about the power balance between the major human groups. If the Terrans became stronger by welcoming another god pilot, then that was good for red humanity as well. Rather than try to sabotage each other, these silly groups were better off if they put more effort into nurturing their own god pilots. Fortunately, Vase did not have to deal with all of this stuff. His only responsibility aside from introducing Gaia was to do whatever he could to fix the Ouroboros. Axelar and his people could deal with everything else. Vase began to work. He entered the cockpit and started to manipulate the strong spiritual design with great care. This was not a simple job. Vase had to employ the help of Blinky to push through the powerful design spirit's defenses and apply targeted changes. It was not easy to apply changes in this case as Vase could only make peripheral changes. He felt multiple times that if he attempted to alter a more sensitive part of the Ouroboros' spiritual foundation, he would trigger a defense mechanism that would boot him away. Fortunately, Vase figured out plenty of ways to circumvent these adverse conditions. A qualified engineer or mech designer could always run rings around fixed processes so long as they possessed enough expertise. It still took 2 hours to apply most of the upgrades that he wanted to impart. The minor revision was a success as far as he was concerned. I haven't fully been able to bring your Ouroboros up to standard. Vase carefully told the eager-looking general. I think you should already be able to sense the various changes that I have made, but you should know that they are only a fraction as strong as they should. This is because I was forced to graft many of my additions to the periphery of your mech. I hadn't been able to implement serious changes to its root. Will this lead to any issues? Maybe. The main point is that the living properties of the Ouroboros won't be as strong as they should be for a machine of this caliber. Let me give you an example. Theoretically, your ace mech should have turned into a third-order living mech by now. Instead, it appears that it will only be able to attain this state in a few weeks. Will these delays persist? I am not sure. Vase shrugged. My guess is that your Ouroboros will probably grow at a much slower pace. This may actually be better for your particular machine. Your living mech has built up an enormous accumulation, so much so that your partner cannot digest at once. General Axelar looked a lot less upset after hearing this. It is strange to hear that my Ouroboros is weak and incapable of enduring too much pressure, but I feel you may be right. It was good for Vase to gain confirmation. Growth should never be rushed if possible. It may be better to drag out the transformation process so that your mech can gradually grow into the most living mech in the present time. I can assure you that I am pretty sure your Ouroboros will gradually reach its new peak in a few years. That should give you enough time to prepare for your hoisting operation. The two talked a bit more about various issues related to living mechs. Vase wanted to keep track of the growth of the Ouroboros if possible, but this would be difficult when General Axelar had to return to the territory of the Strian ancient clan. Still, Vase did not think the Ouroboros would need any adjustments or corrections after he applied his changes. If anything serious happened, Axelar could always return so that Vase could perform another checkup on his living mech. Chapter 5331 Gavin Upgrade Plan. The first meeting with Vase and General Axelar Strian ended up being incredibly productive to both sides. Both Vase and Axelar exited the central chamber with obvious satisfaction. After bidding the Strians goodbye, Vase, Lucky, Gavin and the rest of their small entourage soon departed from the rented space station. Axelar, the Ouroboros and the Senekai all watched the Larkinsons teleport away. Your thoughts? Benny had heard virtually all of the words that Vase and Axelar had said to each other. He most definitely formed his own opinion about the secret agreement that the two had made. Professor Larkinson has already done us a great service by upgrading the Ouroboros. While it is best to discreetly invite one of our master mech designers to inspect your ace mech for any surprises, his sincerity is obvious, though I suspect most of it is due to your mech rather than your charming personality. Axelar smirked. That is not an issue. Sooner or later, the Ouroboros and I will become one and the same. I advise you not to count your chickens before they hatch, Master Axelar. An operation that consists of invading the heart of a serious alien civilization and displacing its home planet is an enormous undertaking. Its scope is too great for any ancient clan. If we want to organize enough forces to assault a highly fortified location, we must gain the cooperation of many other clans. It is best to involve the Terran Alliance as a whole. I can foresee many leaders agreeing to this plan. It is not that difficult to convince them to cooperate. We can allow them to share the credit for success and let them shirk responsibility in case of failure. That is a start, Benny, but it will take more than that to convince our more serious rivals to lend their strength to us. General Axelar spoke. We should begin to form a comprehensive plan to build a Terran-wide coalition. The more forces we can rally under my banner, the greater the chance that I will return victorious. You can increase your success rate further if you permit foreign groups to participate in your operation, Master Axelar. No, Axelar immediately replied. This must be a Terran endeavor. The polymath is not the only leader who regards states such as ours as vestiges of the past. We must fight to protect our identity and strengthen our collective pride. If we want the Terran Alliance to persist in this changing age, we must undertake a unifying action that will show the rest of red humanity that we will not disappear. Axelar believed that his planned operation would become so bold and shocking that no other leader could equal his feat. Aside from that, the greater reward of a successful operation might not be the rise of another Terran god pilot, but the emergence of a new home planet for red humanity. The general could think of no better way to reinvigorate the Terran people than to give them a home planet. The fact that they originally stole it from another alien race was not a demerit. It was much more likely for this to become a point of pride. As Axelar and Benny continued to discuss their plans and schemes, Vase and his entourage eventually returned to their borrowed villa. Vase dismissed everyone aside from Lucky and Benny. Lucky, go hunt for snooping bugs. Meow. While the gem cat performed his familiar routine, Vase and Gavin began to stare at each other. Gavin had endured far more shocks than Vase during the meeting. He had been privy to all of the talks, so he had abruptly become exposed to far more secrets and happenings than he could ever imagine. Given that they were currently in a location that was probably not secure, neither of the two addressed the issue directly. Vase did not even dare to use the Larkinson network or other weird means to communicate with his personal assistant. Who knew whether there was a chi cultivator in the vicinity that could intercept spiritual signals? This was why he decided to keep his explanation vague for the time being. I have extended a lot of trust to you today, he said. I hope that Benny has set an excellent example for you. I don't ask you to become his younger clone, but what I do expect from you is that you will become as loyal as him. Do you understand? Gavin firmly nodded. His eyes had gained a bit more steel and determination. His greatest gain aside from earning his superior's trust was to receive the Cynical's advice. I will do my utmost to live up to your expectations. I will not speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel about what I have learned, nor ask you any questions unless you invite me to do so. However, what is it, Gavin? The Senekai has told me that my augmentations can't keep up with my growing responsibilities. I fear that I am unable to protect all of the confidential information that is stored in my brain. There are still ways for intelligence agencies to capture me and either interrogate me or extract my memories directly from my head. That was an important concern. The good news was that most first-class cranial implants and other augmentations offered a lot of protection against this sort of threat by default. The bad news was that they were never foolproof. The best that anyone could do was to receive a cranial implant that was especially geared towards information security. Vase could already tell that this was what Gavin was trying to suggest. I have developed a friendship with Senekai Benny Smith, Gavin said. He has offered to upgrade my augmentations to a suite that is comparable to his at no charge. We can consider it repayment of one of the favors that you have given to the general. You can either entrust this job to the Strians or a neutral third party recommended by them. Either way, Benny strongly recommends that we do not solicit the services of either the Mechers or the Rubarthans. That amused Vase. How much of that advice was driven by instinctive Terran disgust towards their rivals, and how much of it was genuine concern that the Mechers or the Rubarthans would genuinely tamper with the augmentations? Wait, he froze. Did the Senekai truly offer to give you the same augmentations as his own? As far as I recall, his mind is much more heavily digitized than ordinary people. Not exactly, boss. The man was careful and precise in his wording. He offered to give us a similar suite that should perform roughly the same, but we can also make other requests as long as they are reasonable. As far as greater digitization is concerned, I am not opposed to this prospect. It will do me far more good than harm in my position. Forgive me for sounding presumptuous, but you need a more logical sounding board by your side. The Senekai often acts as the voice of reason and common sense towards his own boss. I think it is useful to copy his approach. Vase was inclined to agree with this assessment. He knew quite well what kind of person he was. It was doubtful that he could have gotten this far without receiving Gavin's input. There were many times where his personal assistant made good suggestions and pointed out details that he had overlooked. Even if Gavin knew nothing about mech design and didn't master any other field, he was still able to think on his own and voice what needed to be said. It would be an enormous pity for Vase to replace Gavin for a first-class assistant. Vase made a decision. You can respond to this offer. Try to gather more details and carefully weigh your choices. I will leave this up to you. The only condition that I would like to make is that when the augmentation specialists begin to upgrade your body, I want General Axelar and the Ouroboros to inspect all of the implants and supervise the operation in person. We can never be too careful about this. I trust Axelar and his living mech enough that they will make sure that everything will remain honest. That elicited a gleeful reaction from his assistant. Thank you, boss. I shall make certain that everything is done properly. It will likely take a few months to examine my body, formulate an augmentation suite and develop the customized improvements. Only then will I be able to undertake the operations. I am familiar with all of the cumbersome steps that need to be made to develop excellent augmentations. We can be patient. It is not as if you urgently need all of the extra internal processing power right away. Vase wondered how much more helpful Gavin would become once he had received this massive upgrade. It didn't seem as if a personal assistant had to do more than to schedule meetings and share a few shallow opinions, but Gavin could become so much more. Just like the famed Senekai, Gavin could expand his responsibilities and make important decisions without needing any additional input from his superior. As Vase continued to move up in society, he had become increasingly more invested in grander affairs. He lost interest in undertaking more mundane responsibilities such as managing his clan or running a business. It was better to offload this kind of work to a trusted assistant who knew exactly how he would respond to different matters. They eventually began to talk about various other topics. None of them were directly related to any of the secrets that Gavin had learned, but they were still important nonetheless. If the Rubarthans know that you have concluded a far-reaching cooperation agreement with their archrivals, they will not be pleased to say the least. How do you intend to deal with this consequence? Vase shrugged. I am open to cooperation to anyone who is sincere enough. It is not my fault that the Terrans have taken decisive action. Has the Inferno Spear Prince contacted us as of late? Not that I know of. We believe that the Rubarthans are still quarreling among themselves. The Smokestack Prince and the Inferno Spear Prince both have different preferences for the design spirit of the proposed new kinship network. It is highly likely that the Rubarthans will only be able to make up their mind once their god pilots return. Those are my thoughts as well. This meant that there was no need for Vase to concern himself about the Rubarthans for the time being. Vase found it rather ironic that the Terrans had concluded a serious deal with him a lot faster. Then again, General Axelar was hardly an ordinary Terran. Gavin eventually left the office in order to take care of business that had piled up in the last few hours. Vase meanwhile looked forward to spending the rest of the afternoon on advancing one of his ongoing design projects. Yet just as he was about to do so, Veronica just received an important notification from Cynthia Larkinson. After several weeks of data gathering and puzzling, the true god had finally completed the development of an innovative new crown-oriented cultivation method. Though Vase calmly opened a design program and began to adjust the incomplete design of the Supremo project, his main attention had shifted back to the Milky Way. He had been waiting for this. Vulcan yearned to obtain a proper cultivation method, especially one that incorporated elements and techniques related to divine blacksmiths. Meow. Veronica rubbed her silver paws in glee as she looked forward to receiving the fruits of her mother's work. It was so nice to be able to depend on a parent again. Veronica did not mind that she had to rely on the work of her mother for the umpteenth time. She did not want to mess around and bank on his amateurish grasp of cultivation science to transform Vulcan's future. It was better to rely on a professional given the importance of this matter. Chapter 5332 The Origin of Artifact Cultivation. Vase had been waiting for this for a long time. Ever since the iron-resonant crucifix crown latched itself onto his divine core, he became afraid of how this damn relic of the past intended to contaminate his cognition. Strangely enough, Vase didn't actually observe any overt signs of influencing. Sure, his behavior changed a lot since he returned from the Survivalist Conference, but that was mostly because his status and circumstances had become completely different from the past. He acted more assertively, made bolder decisions and took on risks that he did not dare to entertain before, not because a weird crown whispered suggestions to his ears, but because he adapted to a whole new environment. While it was possible that the crown had nudged his decisions here and there, he didn't really feel it was that big of a deal. At most, the remnant of a supposed immortal god encouraged him to take advantage of opportunities that he had already been thinking about. In other words, Vase already had the intention of taking action, but his prior caution and instinct to remain low-key held him back. The crown just forced him out of his comfort zone and facilitated his transition into a member of a first-class society. Vase actually didn't mind the presence of the crown all that much. If its influence remained subtle enough that he retained his core personality, then what was the harm of hosting it further? He was also sure that the crown could bring greater benefits to him. He just had to explore it further and see whether he could unlock its other secrets. If not for his assumption that Vulcan could likely make much better use of the crown, Vase wouldn't have minded it if he carried the crown for a longer period of time. He frowned and shook his head. Just because the dangers are invisible doesn't mean they are non-existent. There's no way the crown is benevolent. His mother told him that all of the immortal gods were selfish beings without exception. They possessed no concept of morality and were willing to betray anyone in their pursuit of longevity and power. How could the blood of an immortal god be any different? The case of the polymath served as a constant reminder that a few wrong turns could easily lead the best of humanity into damnation. I need to learn to let go, he convinced himself. Besides, if his mother had managed to complete this ambitious effort, Vase didn't actually lose out. He would just transfer it to Vulcan. If that is the case, then why do I feel as if I am giving up an amazing advantage? His intuition vaguely told him that he was making an incredibly consequential decision. His life would take a major turn that would drastically define his future. He frowned. He already knew that the crown was a big deal. Was shifting it to Vulcan that profound of a decision? He vaguely felt as if he had come up to a crossroads. He could either choose to bear the weight of the crown himself or transfer it to Vulcan. Each decision carried an immense amount of weight. The potential advantages of keeping it to his main self should not be inferior to letting Vulcan take over this responsibility instead. He needed more information, and the best way to do that was to obtain it from his mother. As such, back in the Milky Way, a certain silvery cyborg cat happily jumped into the arms of her mother when the latter arrived. Meow. Did you finish it? Did you manage to solve all of the problems that delayed your progress by several weeks? Her imperious-looking mother appeared as unassuming but dignified as ever. Her elegant robed figure flew into her meditation chamber and settled down on the center. A hand gently started to stroke Veronica's head. This caused the cyborg cat to grow so comfortable that she started to purr. Cynthia conveyed a sense of weariness. Let me begin by stating that I am not fully confident in the cultivation method that I have devised. My knowledge reserves are not endless, and I have never undertaken this sort of work. As I have explained before, trying to develop a method to draw power from a powerful object falls into the category of artifact cultivation. Can you guess how this form of cultivation came into existence? I guess, ancient beings started to make powerful tools and weapons for themselves. The cultivators who made use of them wanted to get really good at doing so. I guess that they eventually spent a lot of effort learning how to become stronger with the help of their powerful gear. Cynthia smiled in amusement. You are looking at this situation from the perspective of a mech designer. That is fine, but the real answer contains more. Think about this scenario. What will happen if a weak cultivator happens to stumble upon an impressive weapon that originally belonged to a much more powerful cultivator? What if this weapon has been lost by its original owner and is ripe for the picking? I guess the weaker cultivator will try to take it away and harness its amazing power for itself. Veronica replied, even when the weapon is so dangerous that it will kill anyone who is unqualified to harness its might. That has never stopped a lot of people. Veronica snorted. People have endless greed for power. They will definitely try to study the weapon, decipher its mechanisms and discover exploits that they can use to tap into its power without possessing the proper qualifications to make use of it. Wait, is this the true meaning of artifact cultivation? Cynthia nodded. She stretched out her hand and summoned the golden laurel wreath crown from wherever she had locked this powerful object away. The stolen crown that had once sparked an uprising looked beautiful and resplendent in a way that Veronica could not describe. Its appearance was a lot more elegant and classy than the iron-resonant crucifix crown. Remember what cultivation is about. It is about gaining power and longevity. It is usually difficult for most people to make great achievements by relying on their own strength. Those who lack the talent or the patience to become successful will start to look for shortcuts in order to reach their destination faster and with greater ease. Elixirs and more clever cultivation methods are but a few of the many possible means that cultivators have developed to increase their efficiency. Artifact cultivation is another means to gain power faster and more conveniently. I see. The implication here is that the efficiency of cultivation is higher if the artifact is more powerful. Veronica analyzed. The greater the power disparity between the cultivator and the artifact, the greater the results. Ah, but that is only one side of the coin, my child. If artifact cultivation is so fantastic, then why doesn't everyone make use of artifacts as powerful as this crown? The cyborg cat thought deeper. It's too expensive. The resources needed to create more powerful artifacts are too scarce, and the creation cultivators who can convert them into effective products are also limited in number. Aside from that, artifacts with great power are usually the most difficult to control. They can easily produce a backlash if their holders make a mistake. The Oblivion Empress nodded. She waved her hand, creating a projection of an incredibly powerful artifact that sparked immediate recognition in Veronica's purple optical sensors. The Heavensward is one of the most interesting vestiges of the past that has managed to live up to this day. You are already familiar with it. You have even seen it in action, correct? Ever since Veronica arrived in the Nixian Gap, she occasionally shared tales about the events of the past. It was one of the activities that bonded them together and made up for lost time. Now that Veronica thought about the Heavensward in the context of the current subject, she began to notice a few oddities. Wait, the Heavensward is famous for turning the leader of the state that bears its name into a sword saint. No matter what sort of swordmaster that individual used to be, he is forced to put down his old sword and set aside his sword style in order to become a fitting carrier of this ancient weapon artifact. Is this a form of artifact cultivation? Only in the strictest of definitions. Cynthia replied in a contemptuous tone. The individual that takes on the moniker of Heavensward Saint may have broken through a major cultivation stage by force, but he or she has given up everything in exchange for a direct increase in strength. The Sword Saint does not control the Heavensward. It is the Heavensward that has taken over control. The cyborg cat's expression grew more complex. I already had a feeling that this was the case. No Heavensward Saint has ever made any significant progress after inheriting this powerful artifact. The wielder has completely lost his way, and is unable to make any significant achievements after his transformation because the new weapon is not a good fit. This is not an uncommon phenomenon in ancient times. A cultivator who desires to obtain the power of a greater artifact usually becomes enslaved to them instead. The relationship becomes reversed. It is not the individual that exploits the artifact, but it is the artifact that is taking advantage of its own wielder. What? Is that actually possible? Cynthia smirked. The pursuit of power and longevity is a universal desire in nature. Why do you assume that this motivation is limited to humans and aliens? Objects can have wants and needs as well as long as they are intelligent enough. Your living mechs exemplify this possibility. As powerful as the Heavensward may be, it is not omnipotent or immortal. Its essence remains a sword, and every sword is designed to be wielded by a person. So the Heavensward imposes itself onto a swordmaster because it needs to. Veronica asked, doesn't this imply that this ancient artifact is the true leader of the Heavensward Association all of this time? You can say that. The old communities have a special term for cultivators who have relinquished their agency to their own weapons. They are called sword slaves. Veronica couldn't help but sympathize with the Heavensward Saint. Everyone considered this impressive figure to be the ultimate authority of the Heavensward Association. It turned out that he had already been reduced to a meat puppet for a powerful grand work. She suddenly shifted her artificial eyes towards the golden crown in Cynthia's hands. The symbols of authority that were paired with the sacred scrolls might not look as flashy as the Heavensward on the surface, but these artifacts that usually took on the form of crowns should not be any weaker. Veronica suddenly became a lot more afraid of the iron-resonant crucifix crown. She did not want to be turned into a crown slave, or whatever. Losing control was one of his greatest fears. There was no point in living if she was no longer able to make her own decisions. Her mother adopted an approving expression when she saw that her child showed proper respect towards dangerous artifacts. Artifacts can possess many different properties. Cynthia explained in a gentler tone. Not all of them are as dangerous. A skilled creation cultivator can make a weapon that is explicitly designed to help its wielder. A mech is a good example of this positive approach. A creation cultivator can also do the opposite and purposefully develop a weapon that harms and exploits its user, either selectively or indiscriminately. Is that common in cultivation societies? More than you can imagine. There are many reasons for this. Artifacts can be bound by tests. Only the holders that prove their worth can make proper use of them. Artifacts can be locked to specific users. Those who are not permitted to use them will suffer a backlash. Artifacts can also be tampered with or become corrupted. In short, A cultivator must always be vigilant towards objects of power. You must treat any of them with utmost caution and respect if you do not possess the strength to suppress them if they pose a threat to you one day. The iron resonant crucifix crown definitely fell into this category. Chapter 5333 Metal God Method. Now that Veronica gained a proper understanding of artifact cultivation, her outlook on this subject had changed. It was impressive how greater knowledge and understanding could produce a significant shift in cognition. Artifact cultivation was a double-edged sword. It promised great power and benefits, but could easily bring doom if anything went wrong. Not all artifacts were benign. Some did not come with any nasty security measures. Others would try their best to drain their holders if they possessed the wrong qualifications. As Veronica processed all of the information that she received, her mother casually waved the crown in her hands as if it was nothing but a tacky-looking trinket. Artifacts are shortcuts to power, no matter whether they were designed for this purpose or not. These objects are ultimately static to a degree. They are made and programmed to fulfill specific purposes, which means that it is always possible to take advantage of them as long as you understand their properties well enough. Who created them? What is their purpose for doing so? Who are their intended users? The more answers that you can obtain, the easier it becomes for you to develop an effective artifact cultivation method. I see. I have the feeling that you haven't been able to obtain too many answers relating to the symbols of authority. That is correct, Cynthia sighed. In order to devise a new cultivation method for your incarnation, I need to obtain a large amount of information. While I am familiar with a number of secrets relating to the symbols of authority, that is far from enough for me to work on them with confidence. The greatest obstacle is the fact that I cannot physically examine the iron resonant crucifix crown. I am only able to proceed based on second-hand information or inferences derived from my own crown. In other words, Cynthia made use of the golden laurel wreath crown to make assumptions about the iron resonant crucifix crown. This was a decent approach, but hardly a perfect one. The two possessed many similarities, but they were not the same. The fact that they originated from the blood of different immortal gods made a massive difference by itself. If this is the case, then the cultivation methods might not completely work according to your expectations. Veronica pointed out, combined with other shortcomings, your new artifact cultivation method does not sound reliable. That is true. I have encountered challenges to tailor this artifact cultivation method to Vulcan. He is most compatible with creation cultivation. He is also dependent on deity cultivation to spread his awareness and further his growth. Both of these aspects are vital to him, so I have sought to create a hybrid cultivation method that preserves them both. Veronica understood this logic easily enough. She did not want Vulcan to lose either of these traits. Even though Vulcan did not possess a physical body to create any real products, he could still make virtual ones due to his control over the mental simulation training system. As the host of the MSTS, Vulcan was like a god to this imaginary reality. He composed all of the rules and created all of the active combat scenarios that mech pilots and living mechs used for training. If this was not creation, then what is? Vulcan already had a habit of creating all kinds of different crafts in order to exercise the craftsmanship that he learned from all of the artisans who came into contact with him. The dwarves who followed the Iron Emperor were especially fanatic about providing spiritual feedback to their supposed god. Although Vulcan had not made any noticeable accomplishments throughout the years, he still made substantial gains on an iterative basis. Even the fact that he was cultivating the wrong method did not hinder him too much at this stage. Of course, just because he was doing fine did not mean that his situation was ideal. He could be doing so much better if he wasn't held back by various circumstances. Now that Veronica not only got started in cultivation science, but also regained full access to her highly knowledgeable mother, Vulcan finally gained an opportunity to go back on the right track. He could finally ditch the Heart of Steel mantra that had been provided and modified by the mech designer system. After Cynthia explained how difficult it was to devise a hybrid cultivation method when subjected to so many constraints, she finally introduced her work. The true god effortlessly utilized her power to project an image of Vulcan. Of course, it was the version that looked like a stereotypical dwarven blacksmith version of Vase. Meow. Vulcan is a human as well, you know. I look much more handsome that way. Veronica complained. A hand softly tapped on the cat's head. Hush now. Unless a deity cultivator is strong-willed enough, he will always take the shape that is an amalgamation of the expectations of his believers. This is one of the side effects of this approach. The Lady of the Night did not stop at creating an image of Vulcan. She began to overlay it with 4 different points of lights that surrendered the incarnation-like planets orbiting around a star. I call it the metal god method. Its name may sound pretentious to your ears, but its harsh requirements and upper limit are so impressive that it is fitting. While this new method is anything but refined, I am proud of what I have been able to make. It was worth it for me to spend several weeks combining so many different factors together. Veronica looked awed at the projected image. It did not look simple. Cynthia portrayed Vulcan as if he was a genuine god. The power of metal exuded from his form. The incarnation did not exert too much aggression, but it looked as if he could definitely absorb a lot of blows. Most notably, the dwarven spirit proudly wore an iron crown above his head. Vulcan carried himself in a manner that clearly showed that he was in charge as opposed to his choice of headwear. Is this what Vulcan can become? Yes, but only if Vulcan is able to practice properly without any major complications. I do not consider this to be finished work. I will likely have to make adjustments based on Vulcan's feedback. Only then will I become confident enough that you can practice it safely. Though Veronica felt a little apprehensive about her mother's lack of confidence, she did let this hold her back. She possessed enough trust in her mother to believe that her work was good despite the fact that it was an experimental product. So what if Vulcan had to assume the identity as a test subject? She had conducted countless experiments in the past, many of which yielded amazing results. So what are these glowing lights? They are the representations of the 4 major cultivation approaches that I have combined in the metal god method. These approaches can be grouped up into 2 deeply connected pairs. Cynthia decided to address the simplest pairing first. Let us look at the artifact cultivation and chi cultivation aspects first. I have transplanted many elements of the Heart of Steel mantra to the new method. I have done my utmost to ensure that Vulcan does not have to discard all of his current cultivation results. Instead, the new method should easily assimilate the existing Heart of Steel and continue to develop from this point. It was like a takeover in this regard. The smoother the process, the less value God lost during the transition. I have already explained the advantages and disadvantages of the Heart of Steel mantra in the past. Suffice to say, I put great effort into removing the latter while preserving the former. I erred on the side of caution, which means that I have cut elements even when that weakens the desired effects. I have tried my best to retain as much of its increase in mental defenses as possible. Vulcan will need it because of the crown. Cynthia pointed towards another point of light. The iron resonant crucifix crown is made from the blood of an immortal god. It may appear to you as a metal object at the moment, but its essence is so much greater than that. Based on my studies of the golden laurel wreath crown, I have devised a means for Vulcan to gradually siphon a minute fraction of the vast amount of chi locked inside a symbol of authority. If everything works correctly, Vulcan should be able to accelerate the growth and strengthening of his Heart of Steel. Veronica looked impressed. That is brilliant. Using the crown is always a risk, but this way Vulcan will always strengthen his mental defenses. If this scheme works as intended, then the iron resonant crucifix crown will never be able to take control over Vulcan because it is always feeding the defense mechanism that prevents it from exerting any influence. If the crown tried to remain subtle, then there was little need for the Heart of Steel to exert its defenses. If the crown tried to act more overtly, it would increase the resistance produced by the Heart of Steel. Although there was still a vulnerability at the earlier stages, so long as Vulcan cultivated the metal god method long enough, even gradual accumulation should be enough to defend against surprise attacks. Growing the Heart of Steel is important for many reasons. Cynthia told Vase, it not only helps Vulcan defend against the crown, but it will also increase your incarnation's connection to the metal element. This will offer fantastic benefits to the other 2 modes. She pointed towards the second pair of cultivation approaches. Let us address creation cultivation first. Vulcan is clearly not a being that is suited for combat. While it is possible to change that, I personally do not recommend you do so because he will be wasting his talents. Since he has a high affinity towards craftsmanship, I have tried my best to incorporate elements of this into the metal god method. I have even imparted a select amount of techniques related to divine blacksmiths when possible, but that does not mean that Vulcan can match all of the capabilities of one. He is much more suited to become a generalist, a god who is able to create many different varieties of products made out of metal. Do you understand? I think so. Veronica replied, I suppose that Vulcan might eventually be able to forge excellent swords, but nothing at the level of the Heavensward. That is not entirely true. It is not impossible for Vulcan to be able to do so, but he must find his own way in order to accomplish this challenge. A divine blacksmith is usually able to become one by taking advantage of a full inheritance. Vulcan only has access to some of the basics of this profession. If he wants to improve, then he must either find a way to learn the more advanced theories and techniques, or make use of his own conditions to create a new inheritance for himself. I highly recommend the latter approach. His potential is far greater. The ancient blacksmithing traditions will only hold him back and shackle him to the past. Veronica possessed a lot of curiosity towards divine blacksmiths. She wanted to know how they worked. Even if Vulcan did not aim to gain all of the capabilities of a divine blacksmith, it was still useful to use the techniques of one as reference materials. So how can Vulcan seriously engage in creation cultivation when he doesn't have a physical body? The cyborg cat asked. Should he continue to create all kinds of stuff within the MSTS? He can do so. I have made express adjustments to the metal god method in order to accommodate this activity. The benefits of doing so will not be great, and they will become increasingly less consequential as Vulcan grows stronger. At a certain point, he can only make meaningful progress if he utilizes his craftsmanship to craft a physical object. How can we make that happen? Do I have to develop a highly realistic android that Vulcan can control? Cynthia chuckled. No, there is no need to create a new body for your incarnation. He can borrow existing ones instead. This is why deity cultivation plays a vital role in the new method. There are so many eager dwarves who worship Vulcan every day, particularly the makers among them. Why not reward their faith by letting Vulcan descend onto their bodies and use their hands and tools to create the works of a god? The more Vulcan practices his craft through the bodies of his worshippers, the more his capabilities rise. Those who have received the honor of hosting a god will always benefit from this. Not only will they be able to experience the work of a god firsthand, but Vulcan's temporary possession will also leave enduring gifts behind. Veronica's purple eyes shone brighter. If Cynthia was correct about this, then everyone benefited from this scheme. This was not an ordinary application of deity cultivation. By combining it with creation cultivation, Vulcan could not only make all of the physical products that he wanted, but would also reward his worshippers in a more tangible fashion. Chapter 5334 4 Challenges. The metal god method was brilliant. Its benefits and sophistication were much greater than ordinary cultivation methods. It not only incorporated 4 different cultivation approaches, but tied them all together in a way that produced fantastic synergies. Cynthia Larkinson managed to maximize each component and interaction so that they produced as many concrete advantages as possible. His mother continued to explain more details about the custom cultivation method that she had especially created for her child. Every cultivation approach serves a vital purpose. The metal god method would never have so much development potential without any of these 4 key components. Creation cultivation gives full play to Vulcan's talents. Deity cultivation anchors him to the physical realm and retains his connection to a vibrant society. Artifact cultivation supplies Vulcan with considerable quantities of high-quality energy. Chi cultivation increases Vulcan's connection to the metal element and strengthens his defenses. By combining all of these advantages together, the future of your incarnation will be bright. How could Veronica remain unmoved by all of this? Compared to working as a mech designer, it was much more fun to act like a god and derive power from so many different sources. Vulcan didn't even have to worry about practical concerns such as learning craftsmanship skills, procuring expensive resources or acquiring expensive production facilities. The incarnation could borrow much of the skills and knowledge of his worshippers. Although that did not allow Vulcan to master the most advanced or forbidden crafting applications, it was more than enough to allow the spirit to gain a sufficient amount of mastery in every production field. Whenever Vulcan devised an interesting new design, he could descend onto one of his willing worshippers and make use of the available materials and workshops to do his work. All of this sounded much more convenient than slaving away as a mech designer. A part of Veronica even felt jealous towards Vulcan's special identity and traits. There had to be a catch. No, there had to be a lot of catches. What are the downsides to this cultivation method, Mother? There is no way that it should be this easy. The Oblivion Empress patted the cyborg cat in encouragement. It is good to see that you have retained a clear mind. It is far too easy to become seduced by the prospect of gaining so much power. I have already mentioned that the metal god method is not mature. It is a prototype that I am unable to develop any further due to lack of actual data. There is a chance that complications may occur. Veronica was highly familiar with experiments and knew that unexpected outcomes came with the territory. That is okay. So long as we are careful enough, we should be able to deal with any issues. Besides, Vulcan is quite hardy already. His heart of steel is not for show. Another issue is whether Vulcan can attract the iron-resonant crucifix crown by practicing the metal god method. I have incorporated elements into it that are especially designed to seduce the symbol of authority, but do not forget that it has a mind of its own. It may choose to resist the temptation, which means that Vulcan's cultivation progress will become impaired. It is still possible to practice a lesser variation of the new method, but the results will not be as good. It's better than nothing, right? That is true. It is still a far better alternative than continuing to practice the Heart of Steel mantra. That was all right to Veronica. From what she had been able to understand, the iron-resonant crucifix crown primarily sped up Vulcan's progress. The crown could do more, but there were other ways to compensate for its absence. What else, Mother? The iron-resonant crucifix crown will remain in constant contact with Vulcan and possibly your other incarnations as well. You should never let your guard down. While the Heart of Steel should be able to block most of the threats, it is not foolproof. The symbol of authority may be able to exploit a hole in the defenses. This is why you should always remain vigilant. Veronica seriously nodded. That goes without saying. Her mother became more solemn. Finally, there is one more disadvantage that will trouble you greatly later on. If your incarnation makes good use of your crown, then he should be able to approach the threshold of a true god. That is the point where Vulcan can no longer rely on regular activities and processes to grow any further. He must undergo a transformation in order to transform his life essence and assume his identity as a deity. This conversation started to sound familiar to Veronica. Let me guess. This is not going to be easy, right? Vulcan will probably have to accomplish a legendary deed in order to break past the final bottleneck. That is certain. Cultivation methods can be differentiated by many criteria, all of which are interconnected to each other. It is not a universal rule that a more difficult cultivation method will grant greater power in return. It may just be badly designed or a poor fit to its practitioner. However, I have designed the metal god method to your incarnation from the ground up, which means that you shouldn't suffer from those problems. Then why is the metal god method so difficult to complete at the final stage, then? There are two primary reasons why the new method will impose harsh demands to become a true god. The first is because of its complexity. It blends 4 cultivation approaches together. The second is that I have deliberately designed the method to produce the greatest possible outcome that is possible. What I mean by this is that once Vulcan becomes a true god, he will not be average in strength. He shall gain so much strength and capabilities that he will possess ample enough capital to survive and thrive in the times to come. I can already promise you that he will not be inferior to Star Designer once he fully comes into power. That was impressive, especially because Veronica knew that Star Designers were impressive creation cultivators at their level. While Veronica had heard that divine blacksmiths and other creation cultivators had their own advantages, they were so specialized or outdated that they usually weren't able to contribute as much to society. Veronica understood that Cynthia was doing her best to look out for her future. The difficulty was high, but the rewards more than made up for it. Vulcan would definitely not fall behind in the future. Okay, then, what does Vulcan need to do in order to pass this threshold? What I am about to say are only guesses. I have extrapolated these answers by relying on my own judgment. The actual situation may be different from my description. In short, the metal god method will likely impose at least 4 major requirements, each of which corresponds to a specific cultivation approach. The first one is simple. You must grow the Heart of Steel to the limit and maybe beyond. You may need to transform it into a higher form that fits Vulcan's needs better. Sounds simple enough. The cyborg cat spoke. What else? Vulcan must act as a proper god and actively guide and nurture the growth of many worshippers. In particular, he must raise many master craftsmen while also making sure that they deeply have him in their hearts. Veronica immediately lost a lot of enthusiasm. That is going to take a long time. I really don't like to pose as a god, even as an incarnation. You do not have much choice, my dear. Cynthia swept aside her child's objections. Vulcan is regarded as the god of dwarves, mechs and craftsmanship. This is mostly an empty title for now, but one of the requirements to become a true god is to turn falsehood into reality. Names and titles carry power, and the ones that are held by true gods carry far greater of it than other words. That was an incredibly significant piece of information. Veronica had always wondered why god pilots and star designers gradually phased out their old human names and started to call themselves by ridiculous and overdramatic names. The Destroyer of Worlds, the Fist of Defiance, the Xenotechnician, the Lord of Thermodynamics. It turned out that they were more than fancy nicknames that were used for PR purposes. They actually had a significant influence on the cultivation of high-level figures. For better or worse, Vulcan has become a god to many people. It is too difficult to change their acquired assumptions about a deity, so I advise you not to force any changes. The dwarves have already fought one catastrophic war over doctrinal conflicts. It is best if you do not inflict this punishment on them again. That's not my fault, Veronica protested. Whatever you say, let us move on. Creation cultivation is an essential component of the metal god method, which means that Vulcan must prove that he has the capability to create an unsurpassed work. At the very least, his magnum opus must be an object that is no less impressive as the Heavensward. What? That's outrageous. The Heavensward was one of the most powerful ancient relics that was still in existence in the Milky Way. It was so powerful that even the Big Two had given up on trying to bring it to heel. This insane challenge was probably difficult enough for Vulcan to remain stuck for at least a century. The Oblivion Empress kept her composure while her child tried to come to terms with this requirement. This is a test that Vulcan must overcome regardless of what sort of creation cultivator that he aspires to become. It is not as outrageous as you think. First, Vulcan's creation does not have to be a grand work. It must have a comparable amount of power and influence over people, though the better the craftsmanship, the lower the other thresholds. Oh, that makes things a bit easier. You have another advantage. While it is important that Vulcan leads this effort, it is not forbidden for him to receive help. In particular, the special relationship between your incarnations means that each of you can collaborate with each other and make the most of your respective advantages. Wait, that is allowed? Oh, yes, Cynthia smirked. Ever since I have become a true god, I am able to accelerate the superior mother's cultivation at an enormous rate. Many of the problems that block weaker cultivators have become trivial to true gods. If Vase happens to become a star designer, then Vulcan can take advantage of that to pass this test with greater ease. If Vulcan becomes a true god before Vase, then your incarnation can do the same. That sounded incredibly useful. This dynamic added another dimension of importance to incarnations. No matter which of them managed to get ahead, the strongest of them should easily be able to drag the other ones to the same level. Do not celebrate so quickly yet. I have yet to explain the fourth test to you. The Lady of the Night spoke as her tone turned graver again. After making extensive use of the iron-resonant crucifix crown, a strong and inescapable relationship should have formed between Vulcan and this artifact. Your incarnation has become weighed down by heavy karma, and he must resolve it one way or another in order to pass this final test. How can Vulcan do that, Mother? The most direct and ideal way to settle this karma is to merge Vulcan with the symbol of authority. Fought, Cynthia continued as if her child didn't go crazy all of a sudden. Once the crown becomes a permanent addition to Vulcan, your incarnation will have attained the ultimate form of artifact cultivation. He will perfectly inherit and master all of the powers and strengths of the crown. The artifact will never pose any threat to you anymore because its will is identical to Vulcan's will. That was impossible. Veronica squirmed like a cat that was forced to take a bath as she tried to think about the sheer danger and impossibility of merging with a powerful crown. The iron-resonant crucifix crown was a companion to the metal scroll. Even if the crown wasn't a pinnacle work, it should at least be close to it in terms of power and threat. If Vulcan rashly dared to merge with this dangerous crown, then the latter was liable to destroy the incarnation outright or turn him into its slave. Chapter 5335 The Temptation of the Crown. The Metal God method devised by Cynthia sounded incredible. It fit Vulcan's conditions and needs to an impressive degree. Even in ancient times, it was a luxury for a true god to expend her full effort into tailoring a cultivation method for a single individual, especially one that had a lot of special needs. The only truly outrageous part was that Vulcan most likely had to pass 4 insane challenges in order to complete the final and ultimate stage of the new cultivation method. Despite Veronica's complaints, Cynthia remained unmoved by them. A high-end cultivation method like this is rare and very much sought after. The resources and effort needed to succeed in one are higher, but you will thank yourself later for going through this effort. If Vulcan finds it far too difficult to merge himself with the iron resonance crucifix crown by himself, then maybe he should wait until Vase has advanced to star designer. By then, the two of them can pool their efforts together and produce a better result. She was right. Compared to most other cultivators who could only really practice a single method, Veronica had multiple choices to dedicate herself towards. Vase, Blinky and Vulcan all pursued their own form of cultivation. Only one of them had to succeed and advance to the rank of true god in order to lift up the other ones. From that perspective, practicing a difficult and challenging cultivation method did not seem like a big deal. At worst, Vulcan would remain stuck at the final bottleneck for as long as Vase had yet to become a star designer. Veronica calmed down after this. It was unlikely for Vulcan to remain stuck at the final junction for an excessively long period. "Okay, I'll do it," the cyborg cat said. "Can you teach me how to practice this method?" "Very well. Be prepared. The cultivation method that I have made for your incarnation is dense and difficult to digest. Simplicity is not one of its virtues." Having dabbled in cultivation science himself, Veronica quickly grew dizzy as she attempted to decipher the thick and heavy tome that her mother produced. The complexity of the metal god method was unlike every other method that Veronica had encountered. The necessity of merging 4 different cultivation approaches together in a way that made sense for Vulcan forced Cynthia to add a lot of elements that responded to specific conditions. Veronica found that it was much like software programming in a sense. Fortunately, Vulcan did not need to comprehend and master the entire cultivation method right away. It was conveniently split up into multiple stages that rose in power and sophistication. In order for Vulcan to get started, all he really needed to do was to attract the iron-resonant crucifix crown and reform the heart of steel. He could slowly work towards the more complicated creation cultivation and deity cultivation aspects after he had reformed his foundation. "Do you understand now, my dear?" Cynthia asked after she patiently explained the first couple of chapters. I think so. The first stage sounds simple enough at least." "Good. I suggest that Vulcan should begin to practice it right away. I need you to tell me whether Vulcan is able to obtain possession of the crown. I am confident that my solution will work, but if this artifact remains stubborn, then I will have to make corrections." "I understand. I will get on it right away." The metal god method might sound great, but that did not change the fact that it was experimental in nature. It was better to try it out while Cynthia was available to help at any time. "Make sure you inspect the condition of all of your incarnations," the mother advised. "As soon as Vulcan starts to practice the new method, many changes will occur. You need to keep track of them in order to minimize the chance of accidents. Do not let the crown take you by surprise." Veronica seriously nodded. This was sound advice that applied to every scientific endeavor. "I shall go do that. Once I am done, I will enter my system space and check out whether the crown has messed around inside." It took a while to make proper measurements of everything. Once Vase entered the system space as his normal self, he carefully inspected the various stations and observed no oddities that indicated that the crown had attempted to subvert its new abode. It wasn't until Vase entered the sacred temple and checked his status by habit that he had noticed a shocking change. Status: name, Vase Larkinson. Profession, Senior Mech Designer. Specializations, Mutual Growth. Ascension points, 172 AP. What? Why do I have 172 ascension points? I am pretty sure my balance dropped all the way to 135 ascension points after my last big expenditures. I don't think I have done anything to earn so many AP out of the blue. I haven't finished any serious mech design projects and I haven't completed any missions either. It made no sense for the mech designer system to hand out 37 ascension points for free. Vase had lived with it for quite a few years, so he knew that it was impossible for it to give him an early birthday present. It wasn't until he entered the sacred hearth and laid eyes on the iron-resonant crucifix crown that he deduced the most likely answer. "It has to be you," Vase accused. "You are the only variable that could have produced this change." He recalled when he initially obtained the crown. Vase first gained possession of the powerful artifact on the 95th day of the Age of Dawn. Today was the 132nd day of the Age of Dawn. This meant that the crown had rested inside the system space for 37 standard days. This was not a coincidence. Vase narrowed his eyes. The crown sent a clear and obvious signal with this action. So long as he continued to leave this ancient artifact in place, he could continue to harvest 1 AP per day without doing anything special. Temptation suddenly overtook his mind. A single ascension point did not hold much value, but it was a different story if it continued to trickle in over time. "I think you should take a look at Vase could earn 365 AP in a standard year. It would only take 3 years for him to be able to afford an expensive enlightenment fruit like the one that contained the divine blacksmith records. Vase could obtain many more benefits out the system if he actively worked to earn additional ascension points on top of this new passive income. However, the premise of earning 1 AP a day was if he allowed the crown to occupy his divine core. He had a feeling that once he transferred the crown to Vulcan, its energies would begin to feed into his incarnation instead. Nothing comes for free, he reminded himself. There is no way the crown is selfless enough to give away this benefit without earning a return on investment. Vase only had to recall the instance where the polymath had gone mad to experience a sobering chill. While it sounded nice to harvest 1 AP a day without doing any effort, Vulcan could make much more effective use of the crown. This was because unlike Vase, Vulcan's Heart of Steel offered sufficient protection against the nefarious artifact's subversion attempts. It was not easy to earn a profit. There was no point in chasing after a lucrative reward when Vase wouldn't be able to stay alive and uncorrupted long enough to take advantage of all of the benefits. Even if Vulcan's ability to exploit the iron-resonant crucifix crown was only 10% as effective, Vase would still go for this option because the risks were drastically lower. Despite this logic, it took a lot of determination for Vase to make up his mind. I can't allow myself to grow complacent. As much as the mech designer system frustrated Vase at times, it had always been fair to him as far as he was aware of. It offered clear prices for every product or service and also established clear rules on how to earn more points. If Vase was being honest with himself, the rewards offered by the system were much more valuable in relation to the amount of work he needed to do in order to earn them. He would have never been able to make so much progress if the prices accurately reflected market demand. In short, the mech designer system had already been generous enough to Vase. It offered rare and virtually unobtainable rewards in exchange for a relatively modest amount of labor. It had taught Vase the importance of working hard. It was doubtful that he would have turned into a highly productive workaholic if not for the system spurring him on all of the time. It was antithetical for the system to suddenly award ascension points when Vase had not done any of the work required to earn them. He even felt repulsed by the very concept. There was a substantial risk that he might grow complacent one day. Once he had lost so many competences due to growing dependent on the crown, he had little choice but to keep it around in order to sustain a high degree of growth. What a nefarious scheme. Vase had to hand it to this ancient artifact. It picked the right sort of incentive to tempt him into keeping it around. He had no doubt that the prospect of earning easy APs would have corrupted him to the point of imparting his future as a mech designer. Though Vase was not completely certain about his judgment, he sensed enough of a threat from the crown to gain a greater sense of urgency. He had to pry it off his divine core right away. Vulcan, you know what to do. Get to work. A manifestation of a bearded and dwarven version of Vase appeared inside the sacred hearth. The incarnation and design spirit had already studied the first chapter of the Metal God method. Much of the processes had been adapted from the Heart of Steel mantra, so it was not that challenging for Vulcan to comprehend them in a relatively short amount of time. The bearded design spirit stood before the Hammer of Brilliance, which was the current manifestation of the incarnation's divine core. As soon as Vulcan started to practice the first but most crucial processes of the first chapter, the iron-resonant crucifix crown started to shake. Vase silently observed his dwarven incarnation at work. He never thought about it before, but it turned out that it was possible for him or his incarnations to cultivate while time technically remained frozen outside. The system space even produced the exact same amount of exotic radiation as Ves's current position in the Red Ocean. All of this had many implications, but Vase didn't care about that right now. His only priority at the moment was for Vulcan to succeed in his endeavor. Numerous changes took place. The incarnation's divine core started to shake and pulse as it appeared to undergo a subtle but fundamental transformation. Whoosh! It happened in an instant. In one moment, the crown remained firmly attached to the hand of creation. In another moment, the crown lifted itself in the air and rapidly surged towards the Hammer of Brilliant before firmly rooting itself to Vulcan's divine core. Success. The first chapter had done its job. Vase didn't exactly know why, but the iron-resonant crucifix crown had somehow regarded Vulcan as a much better catch. Just like a scumbag who abandoned an average girlfriend for a much more attractive woman, the crown did exactly what Vase and Cynthia hoped for. It turned out that luring the crown away was not as difficult as they anticipated. I kind of feel insulted. Vase grumbled. You could have at least shown a bit of reluctance. Am I that bad of a target? Oh well. The ancient artifact had become Vulcan's problem now. Vase grew a lot more reassured now that there was a strong layer of separation between himself and the cursed crown. Chapter 5336 The Devil is in the Details. Vulcan had officially got started with the metal god method. While the design spirit had a long journey ahead of him, engaging in a risky but highly lucrative form of artifact cultivation should considerably speed up his journey. Cynthia Larkinson estimated that Vulcan could reach the threshold to true god in as little as 20 years due to the formidable boost provided by the iron-resonant crucifix crown. Of course, if Vulcan seriously wanted to complete his cultivation at record time, he needed to do his utmost to engage in all 4 cultivation approaches. Vulcan not only needed to be more active in spreading his faith among a growing group of devout worshippers, he also had to refine his personal craftsmanship skills by possessing the bodies of many willing artisans. As reluctant as Vase may be in engaging in a form of superstition, he consoled himself with the fact that the metal god method was not too exploitative in nature. Once Vase verified that Vulcan had successfully drawn the crown to his side, he grew reassured that the threat posed by this ancient relic had been contained. He retreated from the system space and directed most of his focus towards Veronica. The cyborg cat happily announced the results. Meow. It worked, mother. Vulcan only started the first chapter of the new cultivation method for a short amount of time before the crown defected to my incarnation. While I am still a bit concerned about the fact that it is still residing inside the system space, I'm happy now that it is no longer in direct contact with my divine core. Cynthia's expression hardly changed at the news. It was as if she was absolutely certain that this outcome would happen. That is good to hear, my dear. The symbols of authority are all made by different immortal gods, but they are ultimately all the same. Selfishness is written into their blood. There's one thing I am unclear about. Veronica spoke. The crown defected to Vulcan awfully quickly. What is it about Vulcan that attracts the crown so much? I thought that it was intelligent to a degree. Surely it should be aware that my incarnation's heart of steel will negate its attempts at manipulation. His mother released a chuckle. Oh, dear, you still haven't figured it out. I am disappointed in you. For all of your caution and all of your cleverness, you still failed to see beneath the surface. Her tone took on a slightly darker edge. It caused Veronica to grow concerned to the point where she no longer felt any jubilation about shifting the crown. What do you mean, mother? Think about what the symbol of authority wants. Think about how Vulcan can appeal to the crown. Since we have established that you do not possess the strength to move the artifact away by force, you have no choice aside from giving what it wants. Did you truly think that you could have lured the crown away without offering sufficiently compelling bait? Wait, what? Veronica jumped in the air in alarm. Did you set a trap in the metal god method? Did you turn Vulcan into bait? Calm down. The Oblivion Empress admonished the unruly cyborg cat. Your description is not completely accurate. Let me explain what I have done. You do not need to be afraid about compromising the heart of steel. It works exactly as I have portrayed. What you have overlooked is that the devil is in the details. What are you talking about? Do you have any conception of how strong a symbol of authority actually is? No matter whether it is the golden laurel wreath crown or the iron-resonant crucifix crown, they are both transformed from the blood of gods that are powerful enough to crush every living being in a star system. Even a single drop of blood retains a significant fraction of that enormous potential. Compare that to the heart of steel. As impressive as it may sound, it is not a divine construct. Vulcan must cultivate it to a much greater extent if he wishes to reluctantly block the full brunt of the crown's manipulation. Veronica looked a lot more sour now that Cynthia had revealed this ugly truth. Her mother lied. She had given the impression that the heart of steel would become effective at a relatively early stage, but it turned out that Vulcan needed to cultivate for many years before he could properly guard himself against the malicious influence of the crown. When? The upset cat asked. The metal god method is divided into 10 stages. I anticipate that Vulcan will need to reach the 7th stage in order to strengthen his heart of steel to the point where he can adequately handle any overt pressure exerted by the crown. Even then, the crown may still be able to affect some of his cognition. Veronica became glum after hearing that. The metal god method started off simple but became successively more difficult at the later stages. It would take a lot of years to reach the 7th stage. What should Vulcan do in the meantime? The cat helplessly asked. Is there nothing my incarnation can do aside from letting the crown brainwash him however it likes? It is not as bad as you think. Cynthia consoled her child. The heart of steel already offers partial protection, and it will grow successfully stronger the closer Vulcan has cultivated to the 7th stage. I have also added another safeguard that should offer an additional layer of protection against the crown. Huh, you didn't mention anything about that. What exactly did you do, Mother? If you have studied the metal god method carefully enough, then you should understand that its deity cultivation aspect is not that simple. If Vulcan practices it properly, he should be able to form a stronger connection with his worshippers. Once this has occurred, certain forms of harm that have befallen your incarnation can be diverted to his dedicated subjects. They can bear the burden in his stead. I have worked hard to ensure that any manipulation from the crown can easily be shifted to the masses. This is the release valve and the most effective form of protection that I have been able to devise under the circumstances. The revelation shocked Veronica. She never thought that this could be done. A part of her felt sickened at what her mother had done. All of those people that had chosen to bare their hearts to the entity they considered a god had secretly been reduced to decoys of sort. While it was not their only purpose, Cynthia deliberately turned them into literal human shields just so that Vulcan could escape an attack from the iron-resonant crucifix crown. It was immoral. It went against the principles that Veronica held dear. I think you should take a look at it. Would have been one thing for Vulcan to cultivate the metal god method after becoming aware of this exploitative dynamic, but Veronica only found out afterwards. She felt betrayed by her own mother. Why did you do this? The cat asked. The true god gently placed her hand on the cyborg cat's head. I did it to protect you, my child. Your life and well-being are far more important to me than anything else. I admit that I withheld this important piece of information from you in order to teach you a lesson. Cultivation methods can contain traps. The only way you can guard against them is by creating them yourself or by fully deciphering how they work. Do not blindly trust a cultivation method that looks overly complicated and is difficult to interpret. The greater the complexity, the easier it is for the creator to add in elements that are not benign to the practitioner. Veronica had certainly learned her lesson all right. She would never put her entire trust in someone else's cultivation method again. Even her mother had proven herself to be unreliable. Cynthia radiated approval as she observed her child's shift in mentality. Always be on guard. The friends and family that surround you may not always be as trustworthy as you think. I highly suggest that Vulcan takes his time to study and comprehend the entire metal god method. This will be helpful to his cultivation. The more he understands the principles of the method, the lower the chance that he will go astray. Oh, he'll do that all right. Veronica muttered in response. I love you. Whether you are my son or my daughter, the fact of the matter is that you are my heir and my continuation. You are the life that I have nurtured when I had regressed to a mortal. I will not allow you to come to harm if I can help it. I may not be able to protect you from every possible threat, but I shall not let an old crown take away my own child. No one is more important to me than you. The dwarves who revere him should be honored to offer themselves to their god. I would rather sacrifice the lives of trillions of dwarves than to let you suffer. Power suddenly radiated from the true god. Cynthia's eyes shone with energy while her robe fluttered as the air began to whip around her form. Her cruel and heartless domain began to spread from her body and affect the minds of every subject in her expansive fleet inside the Nixian Gap. The strong emotions of a true god were difficult to bear for most mortals. Veronica had jumped away and flew all the way to the furthest side of the meditation chamber. She had grown completely spooked by Cynthia's uncontrollable outburst. Meow, you're sounding kind of scary at the moment. What has happened to you, mother? The cyborg cat's words caused the emotional true god to regain her awareness. Cynthia quickly drew in her presence and retracted her potent domain. The switch from madness to sanity happened in a matter of seconds. Cynthia seemed so scary at a moment, but she quickly regained the warm and motherly vibe that brought so much peace to Veronica. I apologize for that, Cynthia spoke in a much gentler tone. I did not wish to show this side of me to you. As much as I would like to teach you further, you should leave. I must meditate if I am to calm my restlessness and reinforce my control over myself. We shall speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel later. Before Veronica could get another word in, she felt a strong force grapple her metallic form and quickly toss her through the opened entrance. As the cyborg cat smacked into the bulkhead on the other hand, the hatch quickly closed shut. Numerous different energy shields as well as more powerful spiritual barriers came online that completely isolated the Lady of the Night from everyone else, including her own family. Veronica experienced another chill as she tried to make sense of what just happened. Her mother's behavior had been Odd, to say the least. Had Cynthia lost control of her temper, or was all of her theatrics part of another deceptive scheme? The fact that Veronica could no longer trust her mother on an unconditional basis made it difficult to determine the truth. It would not be a surprise if Cynthia only acted as if she had gone mad. A deep schemer like her would have many possible reasons to act this way towards Vase and other people. The more frightening possibility was if this was a part of Cynthia's true face. What if her gentle and loving exterior was just a facade for a much colder and cruder personality? What if Cynthia had failed to repair all of her spiritual injuries when she became a true god again? What if she had exposed herself to the golden laurel wreath crown that her protective measures failed to block its influence? What if Cynthia had already been mad long before she ever became a mother? Veronica suddenly realized that for all of the time she spent in the company of her mother, she didn't actually know much about Cynthia Larkinson. This was a serious problem. Chapter 5337 I am not my mother. Vase grew incredibly concerned at what happened today. While he was glad that Vulcan finally obtained a comprehensive cultivation method that should allow him to unlock his full potential, he was less pleased with a number of its implications. When Cynthia originally explained deity cultivation to him, she described it as an inherently unequal means of gaining power and longevity. A lot of cultivators that posed themselves as gods ruthlessly exploited and extracted every possible resource out of their believers. When one party was much more powerful than the other, the former usually got free rein to do anything he wanted. Without any effective form of resistance, the ordinary folk could do little aside from hoping that their supposed god would be merciful enough to let them live a decent life. Vase had expressed a lot of contempt towards deity cultivators at the time. These were beings that gained strength from the suffering and sacrifices of the weak. It took a cruel and selfish heart for them to treat their fellow people as cattle to be butchered as well. He never expected that he, or at least an incarnation of his, would be put into the exact same position. Sure, his mother may have hoodwinked Vulcan into cultivating the metal god method without fully understanding all of the repercussions of this decision, but that did not change the fact that he had become a potentially exploitative deity cultivator himself. A part of Vase felt upset that the inadequacies of the Heart of Steel would give Vulcan little choice but to let his subjects become exposed to the machinations of the iron-resonant crucifix crown. Another part of Vase actually felt relieved that his mother had been ingenious enough to implement such an amazingly promising defense mechanism. When it came down to it, Vase did not want Vulcan to get manipulated by the crown. Allowing this dangerous artifact to warp the cognition of a bunch of dwarves that he didn't really care about was ultimately better than letting it corrupt Vulcan outright. Vase tried to soothe his guilty conscience by making excuses for himself. It's not as bad as it sounds, he thought after a few minutes. A bunch of weaklings can hardly do any damage. I would be concerned if it is allowed to whisper in the ear of another star designer, but this obviously won't happen. There was another factor that eased his concerns. More people can spread the burden. A greater quantity of worshippers could dilute the intensity of any attack. Any strike that was fatal to Vulcan could be diverted into so many willing subjects that hardly anyone got harmed in the end. Of course, this meant that it became imperative for Vulcan to spread his faith as much as possible. The more followers he gained, the greater his defensive buffer. The opposite was also true. If enemies purposefully targeted the dwarves and anyone else who believed in Vulcan, his incarnation would quickly be deprived of a lot of layers of protection. It was in Vulcan's best interest to protect the dwarves and any other worshippers from powerful enemies who sought to undermine his basis of power. In other words, Vulcan and worshippers had entered into a mutually dependent relationship with each other. From the moment Vulcan engaged in a proper form of deity cultivation that amounted to more than passively collecting spiritual feedback, he had assumed actual responsibility over the dwarves. Vulcan had to become the god of dwarves in truth. He needed to make sure he kept watch over the dwarves and respond to any threat that targeted their lives or faith. The shepherd could not afford to lose all of his sheep. Perhaps this was one of the goals that Cynthia tried to accomplish. She knew about his reluctance towards deity cultivation and created this relationship in order to force him to embrace this approach. It worked. Now that the deed had been done, Vulcan had little choice but to persist with the metal god method and see it through the end. Only when he reached the 7th stage would he be able to bear the crown by himself. Besides, who says that this relationship needs to remain one-sided for the most part? His design philosophy was mutual growth for a reason. It represented his original aspiration and his ideal. He would not be a good mech designer if he let his incarnation stray into the wrong path. As far as he saw it, there was still plenty of room for change. Currently, Vulcan gained a huge advantage over his worshippers by turning the latter into his human shields. The best way to compensate the dwarves for their service was for Vulcan to grant them benefits in return. So long as Vulcan helped out the dwarves enough to bring their relationship back into balance, neither side should have any further reason to feel exploited. A fair and equal transaction is better in the long run. Neither Vase nor Vulcan could ever treat the dwarves as their slaves. These hardy people deserved a lot of respect and appreciation for the help that they could provide. If Vulcan was destined to become a god, then Vase would make damn sure that he became a stellar example of a proper deity. In no way should Vulcan ever be allowed to become a stereotypically evil god who usually got defeated by a band of brave adventurers or whatever. Vase ultimately felt a lot better about himself. The weight on his heart had disappeared once he resolved to keep his incarnation on the right path. I am not my mother, he affirmed to himself. He had already spent enough time among his mother to determine that she was not a product of a modern human society. She possessed norms and values that were not that typical in different states. Her perspective on cultivation, power, hierarchy and the Big Two showed that much of her cognition had been shaped by a society outside of conventional human society in the Milky Way. No matter what society she used to belong to, she had her values, and Vase had his own values. I think you should take a look at even if he inherited a part of her talents and so on. Vase always considered himself to be a member of a modern human society. There were times where strayed from this belief, but he needed to stand fast in front of his mother and resist all of her attempts to drag him into her world. I should tell her to stop making decisions on my behalf next time I talk to her, he muttered. She needs to stop screwing me around. Vase no longer spent any further thought on this issue and went back to monitoring Vulcan's condition. The design spirit had become engrossed in comprehending the metal god method. It was not acceptable for Vulcan to blindly cultivate it when Cynthia could have buried other nasty traps within its dense and complicated instructions. The problem was that his mother's work was so advanced and esoteric that only a cultivation master who possessed nearly equal understanding as her could fully break it down. This meant that unless Vase managed to capture a powerful compact sorcerer, he could forget about deciphering the entire metal god method. Vase had already made this determination, which was why Vulcan continued to practice the first chapter despite all of his misgivings. He wasn't sure how long it would take to complete the first stage, but he estimated that it should only take a few weeks due to the low demands. The second stage was where the metal god method truly came online. Once the Heart of Steel completed its conversion, it was time for Vulcan to engage in creation cultivation by descending into the bodies of a few devout artisans. Wait a second, Vase straightened his back as realization struck his mind. Can I possess my own body? The notion sounded absurd on the surface, but he saw no reason why it shouldn't work. What mattered was that Vulcan got hands-on by borrowing a willing body to craft his desired products. Who said that the body couldn't belong to Vase? His eyes suddenly lit up. This was a great idea. If Vase ever wanted to create a special trinket that was different from a mech, Vulcan could just descend on his body and use his workshop to do his work. So long as Vulcan is at the helm, it will be his work for the most part. Another advantage to doing this was that Vase and Vulcan could impart both of their advantages to their products. It was as if Vase was collaborating with another part of himself. There were just enough differences between Vase and Vulcan to make this weird form of self-collaboration fruitful. Their domains were different from each other, which meant that they could add features to a product that their other selves could not replicate by themselves. The potential to create exquisite products was great. Vase knew he could test it out as soon as Vulcan hit the second stage of the metal god method. I can make an excellent set of handbags for my wife. If he did a good enough job, then his gifts might convince Gloriana to stop her search for a 5 million MTA credit handbag. It was brilliant. Of course, I can't forget about all of the other artisans either. Though Vase hadn't paid too much attention to the Creation Association as of late, Vulcan had kept much better track of this growing religious organization. Under the leadership of Director Samindra Avakan, the Creation Association had founded more and more branches in many different middle zones as well as lower zones. Vase believed that it would only be a matter of time before the Creation Association set foot in the upper zones. More and more craftsmen of many different industries had come to appreciate Vulcan for various different reasons. The fact that the Creation Association sold various types of totems that could actively inspire craftsmen after receiving fair remuneration had done much to promote its popularity. This was the sort of transactional and equitable relationship that Vase wanted to preserve. Vulcan might not be generous enough to give away his help for free, but he would never steal from his own worshippers. In any case, Vulcan needed to make use of all of those craftsmen in order to further his cultivation. Even if Vulcan could borrow Ves's body to engage in creation cultivation, the opportunity cost of doing so was too great. Vase had better things to do with his time than to let his own incarnation pilot his body like a miniature biomech. His workload was already huge. It made little sense to give up his time for Vulcan when the latter could easily borrow the body of another willing person. In any case, Vulcan should do fine for now. The Metal God method was ultimately better than the Heart of Steel mantra, so he should continue to cultivate it with an appropriate level of caution. This reminds me that I still need to make a bunch of cultivation methods for my kids. Vase recalled. He originally planned to compose a basic draft before showing it to his mother. Recent events prompted him to scrap the latter step. Even if his comprehension of cultivation science was a lot more shallow, Vase possessed enough confidence that he could devise simple cultivation methods that should still be sound enough to work. There was nothing wrong with adhering to simplicity. His children were all young, so it was not as if they needed a huge power boost right away. They might not even be able to control themselves if they grew too rapidly when they were young. I can't let them follow the footsteps of their grandmother. Vase could not allow his children to inherit whatever caused Cynthia to lose her grip on herself. Control and stability were paramount. Vase wanted his children to remain just as sane and sober, just like their father. Chapter 5338 Joan de Vos Elementary School. Vase settled into a new routine. With Vulcan's business taken care of, he no longer felt as much urgency as before. Even if the iron-resonant crucifix crown was up to mischief again, Vase no longer became directly exposed to its nefarious plots. With that concern out of the way, Vase put his mind on more relevant matters. From negotiating with various first-class powers to beginning his studies on first-class mech design, Vase began to live a busy life. His wife also started to settle down in New Constantinople 8. She had become extra driven to fit in and become a part of the local community, but she knew that her qualifications were wholly inadequate compared to her husband. This was why she tried to work extra hard. The process of developing a custom first-class cranial implant could not be rushed, but Gloriana could still invest much of her time on completing her ongoing mech design projects. The Jupiter project and the Bloodripper project continued to progress at an accelerated rate due to her eagerness to clear her old obligations. Vase possessed the same intention. Both of them made sure to schedule their work sessions at the same time slots so that they could collaborate with each other to the best possible effect. The design network created by Blinky or Alexandria enabled the pair to maximize their productivity and minimize any friction. In fact, the pair already cooperated pretty well due to working alongside each other for many years. This would remain a constant regardless if they worked on second-class or first-class mech designs. Aside from that, Vase and Gloriana still had to handle their own responsibilities. Vase regularly needed to keep in touch with his clan as well as the various Terran authorities. Gloriana oversaw most of the issues relating to their household. She spent considerably more time with the children and made sure that their brats did not spend most of their time with their nannies and guards. One occasion that Vase did not want to miss was the enrollment of his children to their new school. The Joan de Vos Elementary School was located in a central and highly secure district of Sandon. It was one of the elite schools attended by children up to 10 years of age. In order to maintain its exclusivity and quality standards, Joan de Vos only enrolled children that could afford the extravagant tuition fees or possessed a solid connection to a Terran clan. In short, only the descendants of the upper layer of society could get into this exclusive school. This meant that this educational institution was an excellent place for the future movers and shakers of Terran society to befriend each other and build networks that would serve them well in the future. There was nothing childish about this. The big shots played by different rules. Who knew whether the camaraderie these kids forged today could form the basis of a highly consequential business alliance in a few decades? Vase and Gloriana actually had different opinions about enrolling their children to Joan de Vos. Gloriana felt it was important for their children to learn how to get along with peers that belonged to the highest layer of society. Since they were all destined to become leaders of their own, it was best if they knew how to blend in with other powerful figures from the beginning. Vase did not want his children to spend all of their time among rich and entitled snobs. He had seen plenty of people grow up in an insular society to the point where they no longer understood the common folk. Even Vase was not immune to this effect. His abrupt rise in status and the need to limit his movements for his own protection meant that he could no longer interact too much with ordinary people anymore. Of course, it was not as if the Terrans were normal from his perspective. They were all prideful and lived fairly well-off lives due to their prosperous society. The Terran alliance as a whole may be embroiled in a crisis that would only grow more severe over time, but it was still no problem for most colonies to guarantee the health and well-being of its citizens. The average living standards of ordinary Terrans was above the level of a normal first-rater and far above a typical second-rater. If not for the fact that the truly meaningful jobs often required insanely high educational qualifications, many of these Terrans would have been able to gain a much higher standing in their society. After finding this out, Vase no longer insisted that his children should attend a more inclusive school. "Yay, we can go to an actual school again." Andraste cheered. "I can play real sports again. I hate the hyper chamber. I can never go to my friends or invite them over." Meow meow. Lucky sounded happy for her as he rested on her lap. The shuttle ride was short since the Joan de Vos Elementary School was not located too far away from the main campus of the Eden Institute. "It is regrettable that we are not allowed to bring our pets." Aurelia sighed in regret as she stroked Clixie's furry back. "Meow, you are never too far away from cats." Gloriana spoke as she held Marvane in her arms. "You always have Mana by your side, and the golden cat will always respond if you are in need." Vase coughed after he heard that. "It is best not to parade our spirits in front of other people. While their existence is not exactly a secret, the supply of companion spirits is restricted due to their vital importance to the Deep Strike plan. People covet what they cannot possess, and they can easily grow resentful to those that own a treasure that they cannot attain for themselves. While I don't think the pupils of Joan de Vos are that stupid, it is best not to give them an opening. Try and keep your companion spirits out of sight, okay? I think you should take a look at." He gave a few more tips to his children before their shuttle finally touched down at the landing zone of the elementary school. As soon as they exited the raw shuttle, the Larkinsons already attracted a lot of attention from other Terrans. Parents as well as children had all heard about the famous guests. None of them looked down on Vase and his family because of their inferior backgrounds. Accomplishments trumped everything in human society, and the fact that Vase had reached a citizenship tier that they could never reach in their lifetimes was a big deal in Terran space. The school grounds possessed plenty of greenery, though not as much as the Eden Institute. Instead of trying to recreate the mythical Garden of Eden, Joan de Vos instead tried to provide an active playing ground to its students. The school had built a lot of fields and facilities dedicated to sports, arts and other activities. No matter what their age may be, there was always something fun and meaningful for them to do once they completed their mandatory classes. As the children immediately became enamored by all of the playing fields, their parents met with the principal of the school. "It is a great honor for us to host and educate your children." The elderly de Vos clansman spoke with great enthusiasm. "We have already made the necessary adjustments in the lesson plans for each of your offspring. They are remarkably clever and quick to learn, but their lack of augmentations that is considered standard among Terrans will mean that they will likely need additional hours to learn certain subjects." "We understand," Gloriana spoke. "Please inform us if our children are struggling to keep up in some of their classes." They talked a bit more about the special arrangements that Joan de Vos had made for their newest students. It was actually really troublesome that Aurelia, Andraste and Marvane were designer babies from different and unfamiliar strains. The Terrans had their own approach to augmentation, and that meant that their children became good at some subjects at an early age. Their schools were all geared towards the common characteristics of Terran designer babies, so it was unavoidable for foreign students to fall slightly out of lockstep with the rest of the crowd. This was a relatively minor problem, though. Vase possessed enough confidence in his children to believe that they were unlikely to fall behind. The older they grew, the more their nature as partial primordial humans became evident. In addition to that, their companion spirits also became a lot more capable of independent action after they started to mature. Once they dealt with this necessary topic, the conversation finally took a more interesting turn. The principal beamed as he waved his arm around the campus. Pleasant-looking school buildings were either rooted to the ground or floated above in the air. A combination of security bots and lightly armed guards patrolled the perimeter without looking too aggressive. Their beige colorations did much to lower their perceived threat level, but their compact loadouts were no joke. "You should have no concerns about security. Our first-class multi-purpose mechs may not be visible from here, but they are on standby right beneath the surface. We have also made arrangements with your raw escort force to accommodate their forces on our grounds whenever any of your children are in attendance. That provided a lot of relief to Vase. Though he didn't entirely trust the Mechers, he could say the same for the Terrans. With both groups working to keep his children safe, they could check and balance each other. Here in Joan de Vos, we pride ourselves for raising well-rounded individuals who have more than textbooks in their mind. The principal continued on after he explained the security arrangements. We have invested greatly into our extracurricular activities. Your children can not only learn more skills, but also develop deeper relationships with classmates who share the same interests. Have you decided the extracurricular activities for your two daughters already, or do you wish for them to explore their available options and allow them to make their own decisions? We have already made their choices. For them, Gloriana immediately said, Aurelia shall take on dancing and join the debating society. Andraste will participate in zero-G hockey and archery. Good choices. Our teachers and instructors are among the best in the Riston territory. They shall make certain that your children will learn the skills they need to excel in their respective activities. Joan de Vos encouraged its students to engage in at least one extracurricular activity, but also gave them the option to pursue two at the same time. Marvain was still too young for this, so there was no need to make any choices for him at this junction. Gloriana had chosen the activities for Aurelia while Vase had picked the ones for Andraste. Aurelia had already invested a lot of practice in both dancing and debating, so she should be able to adapt quickly. This was despite the fact that she would be joining other Terran students who already had years of practice under their belt. Andraste was younger, so she had a chance to learn from scratch. Vase wanted his rambunctious daughter to hone her control over her body and learn how to navigate a chaotic battlefield. Zero-G hockey was a popular sport, and it was one that served future mech pilots extremely well as it helped to increase their combat literacy in space. As for archery, this had been a tentative choice on his part. His daughter had already started to learn a lot about marksmanship from Saintess Ulrich of Vraken. This was an extremely luxurious treatment that could not be matched by any other school in New Constantinople 8. Since that was the case, Vase encouraged his daughter to take on archery instead. This would hopefully add a bit of variety in her life while also growing familiar with ranged combat from another angle. If archery turned out to be a poor fit for his little girl, she could always switch to another activity. Chapter 5339 D&D base. Sending their children to an actual school as opposed to virtual tutoring classes significantly changed the family dynamic. Gloriana no longer had to accompany her children as much as before. Aurelia, Andraste and Marvain were already having a blast at their new schools. The differences between virtual schooling and physical schooling were greater than Vase expected. Their children became a lot happier now that they could make friends for real. They were no longer as lonely as before and already started to live more active lives now that they could engage in real extracurricular activities. These were conditions that no hyper chamber could provide. Seeing how his children became a lot more invigorated than before, Vase began to lean towards staying in New Constantinople 8 for a longer period of time. On the one hand, he wanted his children to stay in a community long enough to form deeper friendships and endure less disruptions in their lives. On the other hand, Vase did not want his family to become inextricably tangled with the Terrans. Perhaps it might be better to postpone a move until years later. He could balance out the Terran influence by enrolling his children into Rubarthan schools. Of course, the premise of this happening was that he and the Larkinson clan developed a good relationship with the Rubarthan Pact. Talks with the Rubarthans were still ongoing. Due to the magnitude of the decision combined with the deep divisions between the two leading princes, the matter had ended into a deadlock. This completely upended the Inferno Spear Prince's intention to give the Rubarthan Pact a decisive lead on this matter. So long as the Smokestack Prince and other significant Rubarthan factions continued their opposition, there was no way to make any serious progress. This was the deficiency of a centralized state that had just lost access to their ultimate decision maker. It looked as if the only way for the Rubarthans to make up their minds was for their god pilots to return. While Vase grew a little disappointed by this, he did care all that much. It was only a matter of time before the Rubarthans concluded a deal with him. The advantages of kinship networks were too great to ignore. As Vase continued to split his time between designing mechs, studying advanced knowledge and playing with his children when they returned from school, a major development had finally taken place. The Larkinson clan finally managed to establish its own base in New Constantinople 8. This was the first piece of wholly owned real estate that the Larkinsons had acquired in an upper zone. Its significance was great as it signified that the Larkinson clan had established a permanent footing in first-class society. This event was of great significance to the DeVos ancient clan and the Terran Alliance as a whole. Master Layla DeVos accompanied Vase and the other Larkinsons as they moved out of the rented villa and settled down in their new homes. While the DeVosons had put considerable effort into making the living environment more pleasant, they could not change the fact that all of the walls and other structures were originally used to form a small military outpost in dangerous space. This meant that the decorations were rather sparse. The furniture lacked refinement and there was a serious shortage of windows and gardens. The Larkinsons actually did not mind this all that much. They had gone through so many dangers that they took greater comfort in extra security. Few compromises had been made in terms of defense. Useless aesthetics made way for practical and efficient architecture. It even reminded the Larkinsons of the years they spent in space. At this moment, contractors were still in the process of shipping in furniture and installing lots of fixtures. The place would slowly lose its sharpest edges over time. The Blue Jay fleet had already dispatched its mechs and other guard troops to man the defenses and patrol the perimeter. The DeVos ancient clan had given Vase the choice on where he wanted to establish his first-class base. He could have chosen to place it in the outskirts of Sandon, but that made it too easy for threats to blend in the city and attack the base by surprise. Vase had opted to place his base in an isolated region that was still within shuttle distance of the capital city. The transit time was not too long considering how fast first-class shuttles could fly. His children could even travel to school and back in an instant by utilizing teleportation technology, though Vase was far too paranoid to employ it on a regular basis. We have taken the liberty to cooperate with the Mechers to upgrade the defenses of D&D base. Master Layla DeVos explained to Vase as they briefly toured the relatively small site. Our main effort was to reinforce the surrounding underground terrain. This does not prevent enemies from tunneling into your base from below, but it will hinder anyone who attempts to do so. Seismic sensors along with other monitoring systems will detect any approaches no matter how careful the intruders may be. It only takes one Titan shield to blockade them long enough to evacuate the base or to call in reinforcements. Vase looked pleased at this. It was quite easy for first-class mechs to tunnel underground if they had been equipped with the right modules. However, First Raiders had already developed extensive countermeasures against this. The most direct way to frustrate tunnelers was to strengthen and reinforce the underground landscape to such an extent that it made underground incursions impractical. The DeVosons had already done this for Sandon in its entirety. The fact that all of this underground reinforcement also provided strong protection against orbital bombardment and the discharge of powerful weapons made this investment worthwhile. D&D base was situated tens of kilometers away from Sandon, so it had initially settled on softer ground. The cost to reinforce the ground was expensive, but it was a trivial matter for an ancient clan to cover this expense. The base wasn't even all that big. Your new base can only accommodate up to 120 mechs for the time being, but there is abundant room for expansion. Master Layla DeVos continued to explain as they walked past a mech hangar. The workshops and other production facilities here are limited in capacity as they are mainly used to facilitate repairs and engage in small-scale construction. You can expand them as you wish if you ever want to set up a proper manufacturing complex. The Cat Nest used to be the iconic base and production complex of the Larkinson clan. The DeVosons would welcome a more upscale version of such a place on one of their most important planets. Vase shook his head. I do not intend to expand this base for the time being. We have a serious shortage of first-class personnel. While we have begun to retrain thousands of my clansmen, it will take years before they become qualified to work in the Terran Alliance. This base will remain severely underutilized for a while. This was not new to the DeVos ancient clan. Have you put thought into recruiting our local talents? Master Layla asked. Now that you have begun to settle into Terran space, it is necessary for you to quickly build an organization that can navigate the intricacies of a first-class society. The sooner you establish your new administration, the less you need to rely on your Tier 3 galactic citizenship to convince others to work around your inadequacies. He knew that she was right about that. Vase had been struggling over this decision for weeks. Personally, he felt it was too soon to recruit a bunch of First Raiders who were strongly attached to the Terran Alliance. These sorts of people were bound to become much harder to integrate into the Larkinson clan than other people. The more elite and qualified they were, the harder it was for them to forget their original loyalties. Vase greatly valued the unity of his current clansmen. Many of the second raiders who applied to join the Larkinson clan did not have strong loyalties to their old states and organizations to begin with, so they easily accepted the identity of a Larkinson. He predicted that it would become a lot more difficult for a Terran citizen to do the same. To them, joining the Larkinson clan was not mutually exclusive with being a proud Terran citizen. Every first-class state was a prosperous and well-run state by default. None of them were terrible. This meant that its citizens were much happier and prouder with their current identities. I do not want to rush this process. Vase replied, I admire the competence of the Terrans, but my clan has a history of picking up people who are discontented with their old lives. You Terrans happen to run your territories so well that hardly anyone here meets our recruitment criteria. Life is different in Terran space. The Dean of the Eden Institute acknowledged. I advise you to be more flexible and open-minded when it comes to recruitment. There are still many decent Terrans that can become an excellent addition to your clan. With your reputation and contributions, there will be no shortage in demand. Vase pressed his lips. I know, Master, but one of the conditions to joining the Larkinson clan is to sever all existing ties and loyalties to other states and organizations. We prize our independence and autonomy, as you should know. Our exclusive kinship network is good at determining whether a new recruit is truly committed to start a new life in our clan. I believe that most Terrans will not be able to pass this essential test. His tone already made it clear that he did not intend to compromise on this matter. It was out of the question for him to drop this requirement. I think you would be surprised how many Terrans are willing to embrace a change in their lives. Master Layla eventually spoke. Our society is not perfect. There are many Terrans that believe that they deserve to take on greater responsibilities, but there are only so many mid to high-level positions available in the Terran Alliance. There are also Terrans who have suffered failure in their careers. Their employers went into the background. Their projects failed to produce satisfactory results. They have made serious errors that ruined their reputations. There are still outcasts in our society that are looking for a second chance. If you wish, we can help you seek them out and refer them to your recruitment office. That actually sounded a bit more promising than before. Though Vase did not want the Terrans to meddle too much in this matter, the premier branch could not go on without recruiting at least a small staff of decently qualified first-raters. Our clan will not drop any of our loyalty requirements, he finally said. So long as an applicant can meet these standards and more, I have no problem with hiring them on principle. That is good to hear. We shall embark on a search right away. It may take time to bring them to your clan as the more eligible Terrans are much more likely to reside in our smaller colonies. I am in no hurry, he repeated. Our premier branch won't be doing much at the start. Vase was sure that the Devosans would do their utmost to exploit this opportunity. Any eligible Terran recruit would probably retain a high degree of affection towards the Devos ancient clan and the Terran alliance. This was fine. Vase believed in Goldie's judgment. The ancestral spirit had been doing this job for years and learned many lessons along the way. We have noticed that you have begun to familiarize yourself with several of your students. Master Layla Devos brought up. If any of them are to your liking, you can reserve them at any point so that they will be ready to join and work at your clan as soon as they have graduated. You do not need to be concerned about their existing obligations and commitments. Their contracts can be bought with cash, favors or other forms of remuneration. Well, I admit that I have my eye on a few students. It will take at least a year for them to graduate, though. They won't be able to work with me right away. That is not exactly the case. There are internships. The students may also choose to work on their graduation projects at their future employers. The Eden Institute is happy to accommodate your premier branch in this regard. Chapter 5340 My Property. The establishment of D&D base comforted Vase a lot. He no longer felt as if he was a guest in another person's home. The rented villa at the Eden Institute may have been convenient for Vase to move to the classrooms where he performed his teaching duties, but it was too Terran for his liking. The advantage to owning his own base was that Vase and the Larkinsons could change it however they liked. It was their own piece of property, and while it suffered from a serious shortage of personnel, it was located relatively far away from other Terran settlements. This helped to make Vase feel at ease in this different and foreign environment. He did not hate the Terrans. He liked them a lot. They had always been friendly, courteous and accommodating towards him since his arrival. They were genuinely interested in cooperating with him and did not attempt to resort to pressure tactics even once. This enabled him to make substantial gains in diplomacy. His biggest coup was the rather extensive secret agreement with General Axelar Strian and the Strian ancient clan. From the moment the Renewer of Terra had begun to plan for an ambitious heist on an alien home planet, there was no way Vase wanted to be left out of the party. This was an operation that could define the early years of the Age of Dawn. Vase could actively contribute to the emergence of a potential new god pilot. Aside from gaining a huge amount of fulfillment as a mech designer for seeing one of his clients succeed, Vase would also gain a powerful backer in the process. The Devos ancient clan was also worth his time. Having spent a decent amount of time on New Constantinople 8, Vase gained a more thorough understanding of the ancient clan's difficulties in the new frontier. It was a pity that Vase could not offer too many services to the Devosans. He needed to become a proper first-class mech designer first before he could use his mech designs to strengthen their armed forces. For now, Vase had already agreed to open up his premier branch for limited recruitment. The relatively new branch of the Larkinson clan did not advertise this in public. Vase was afraid that his staff would get swamped with an excessive amount of applications. Vase decided to entrust the Devosans to seek out the right candidates and selectively issue invitations to them. They were much more clever and sophisticated in this kind of stuff and could easily save the Larkinsons a lot of work. Unfortunately, it was not easy to find any Terrans who were sincerely willing to abandon their old identities. They might claim that they were completely willing to abandon their old citizenships, but when it was time for them to bear themselves to the Golden Cat, they ultimately failed this crucial test. "I knew this would happen," Vase muttered. "Nya," Goldie glumly responded as her manifestation floated at his side. Gavin meanwhile struck another name off the list. This is the 26th potential recruit so far that has failed the loyalty test. These Terrans are tough cases. I wonder how many of them are spies sent by other organizations. The failed candidate had already stepped away from the totem of the Golden Cat and left the chamber. The Larkinsons had already explained that there was no future for them here if they could not gain the approval of a strange and glowing entity. "It's not their fault, Gavin." Vase spoke in a subdued tone. "I have paid attention to the recruitment processes. The interviews and other examinations show that these Terrans are sincere about starting anew. They all have their own reasons to throw themselves to our clan. I can feel their sincerity from here. It is just that they are still way too reluctant to completely break with the Terran alliance. They don't harbor any significant hate or resentment towards their current superstate. As long as that is the case, I don't think that these fellows can fully bring themselves to make a clean break with their past." The current display was a testament of the strength of Terran pride and culture. The Terrans were already extremely loyal to the Terran alliance. The successor state had inherited all of the virtues of the Greater Terran United Confederation and completely replaced it in everyone's hearts. Vase was actually quite impressed that the Terrans were so strongly committed to their own identity, culture, state and values. The fact that they managed to instill so much loyalty among themselves without resorting to an artificial solution such as a kinship network showcased the national strength of the Terrans. No wonder the ancient clans weren't in a hurry to make a deal about acquiring their own kinship network. Their urgency was much lighter because they did not fear that their own citizens would commit treason anytime soon. The Terrans were more interested in the other benefits that a kinship network could introduce to their society, but there was no need to rush the negotiations for these reasons. In any case, now that he had taken his measure of the first batch of Terran applicants, Vase had seen enough. "I will leave all of the matters relating to recruitment to you, Gavin." Vase spoke as he turned around. "It will probably take a while to find a handful of Terrans that meet all of our requirements. We may even need to extend our search outside of the territories of the Terran Alliance. The locals won't like that, boss. The premier branch can't afford too many delays. If the Terrans are unable to supply the manpower that we require, then we will go looking elsewhere no matter what they think. You can go tell them that. The Devos ancient clan will probably intensify their efforts to meet our needs." After Vase had issued his verdict on the matter, he left the chamber and went back to his new design lab. The transplanted base originally did not come with a design lab, but it was easy enough to convert a few office spaces into a workplace that was suitable for mech designers to do their work. The truly important part was the workshop facilities that came with the base. Not only did the Larkinsons gain another set of first-class production machines, but they also gained their first materializer. Yes, a materializer. Unfortunately, the original owners of the outpost had not invested too much in this expensive gadget. The materializer was among the smaller and cheaper variations on the market. It was slow and consumed enormous amounts of energy. It was decent enough at producing smaller parts so long as they did not incorporate any difficult first-class materials. While it was adequate enough to materialize most advanced first-class components, this high-tech gadget was completely unsuitable for industrial production. Only the most desperate first-raters would use this small materializer to produce a complete first-class mech. When Vase and Gloriana initially familiarized themselves with their latest toy, their enthusiasm quickly cooled when they discovered all of the limitations of this budget-tier materializer. It is much faster and more effective at fabricating second-class parts, Vase remarked as he pressed a conspicuous button. On the other side of a transparent wall, various thin but incredibly precise particle beams and laser beams had begun to materialize a totem of Vulcan that he had just uploaded to the control system. The simple design and material choice made it so that the materializer quickly completed its job within half a minute. Wow, that's slower than I expected. This model is worse than I thought. Vase frowned. Once the freshly materialized totem cooled down and went through an automated inspection routine, it eventually fell onto a large output tray. Vase casually picked up the metal totem and inspected it from every side. Let me see as well. Gloriana came closer and snatched the totem out of her husband's grasp. I see that your prediction was true. The lack of a human touch has indeed deprived. I can't afford to remain stuck at this level. I need an upgrade. Vase already determined that it was impossible for him to install a new cranial implant. His body had mutated beyond the scope of conventional human understanding, so he could only resort to cultivation science to go further down this deviating path. He became so fixated on this priority that he began to put serious thought on how to solve his current problem. How can I turn myself into a better mech designer? He asked himself. If I don't do something about this, then my wife will most certainly overtake me half a year later when she finally gets to obtain her own customized first-class cranial implant. That put a lot of extra pressure on his back. He could not allow his wife to overtake him in their shared profession. Chapter 5341 Augmentation Envy. As Vase continued to put his effort into both his studies and his mech design projects, he grew more and more discontented over time. His performance was beginning to fall behind. The problem hadn't been that obvious back when he stayed in Davut or in the expeditionary fleet. He was by far the best and most competent mech designer in the design department. Other second-class mech designers such as Gloriana, Sarah Voikin, Cormont Hempkamp and most recently Beatrix Hendricks simply could not keep up with his work pace. Each of them grew up under excellent conditions and became excellent journeyman mech designers despite their relative youth. Their cranial implants played a major role in boosting their work efficiency. Nonetheless, there was a vast gulf between second-class cranial implants and first-class cranial implants. These crucial devices combined with complementary gene treatments could transform any ordinary human into a partially digitized powerhouse. The total fusion between human ingenuity and advanced processing allowed mech designers and other engineers to work on the most advanced technologies without getting lost. The better the cranial implant, the higher the increase in productivity. There was an astronomical price gap between a second-class cranial implant and a first-class cranial implant. The latter encompassed an enormous price range. The cheapest ones usually cost a few thousand MTA credits while the most expensive ones that were exclusively designed for high-ranking mech designers and such could cost hundreds of times more than the price of a typical first-class multipurpose mech. The increase in performance was nowhere near as exaggerated, though. Paying 100 times more for a cranial implant may very well only increase a mech designer's work speed by only several times. While it was somewhat possible to combine the inherent processing capabilities of a cranial implant by linking it up with lots of external processing banks, there were many limitations and complications to this approach. The security of this approach was dubious. The tiny but still significant lag between transferring signals between two radically different computer systems made it impossible for the human mind to completely merge with the data systems of a starship or a well-equipped design lab. In fact, D&D Base actually came with a respectable centralized processing room. It featured a decent general computer core as well as enough processor banks to exceed the total processing power of the Spirit of Bentime. Unfortunately, neither Vase nor Gloriana could make use of their respective cranial bio-implants to intuitively connect with the external processors. This meant that the pair could only make limited use out of the powerful processing capabilities. Tasks that required a lot of number crunching but little ingenuity such as running simulations, solving problems by relying on brute force and performing a dizzying number of repetitive calculations was the extent of what mech designers could do with all of this processing power. While that certainly made their jobs a lot easier, it still fell short of equipping themselves with a cranial implant that stuffed all of that processing power directly in their heads. Of course, the advanced technology and extremely powerful exotics needed to create such an amazing cranial implant rapidly became increasingly less accessible. The effect of the law of diminishing returns had become extremely strong at this point. The complexities involved with trying to cram more performance in such a tiny and interconnected package became exponentially more difficult to handle. Nonetheless, a lot of rich and wealthy people continued to invest lots of wealth into their development. The market for high-end implants was constantly booming. In an environment where every rival and competitor did their utmost to snatch up the limited opportunities that were available, anyone who refused to invest enormous sums in themselves would inevitably get pushed out of power. Vase did not experience this pressure that much back when he was hanging around in the middle zones, but now that he had entered the Agamemnon upper zone, he became surrounded by excellent first-raters whose cranial implants impressed him on a daily basis. From Jovi Armelon to the wealthier students who attended his classes, Vase constantly became reminded that his hardware could no longer keep up with his new peers. In order to get a better sense of difference between himself and the Terrans, Vase planned an exercise during a practical class of his advanced manual superfab operation course. He stood in front of the 100-odd and respectful 4th and 5th year mech design students. Being able to teach them in the flesh as opposed to doing so by remote had only increased the attentiveness of his classes. Even though Vase was still a second-class mech designer, it was a big deal to get taught by a Tier 3 galactic citizen. Vase did not even have to resort to parlor tricks like unveiling his glow or channeling any of his design spirits to keep these Terran students in line. He activated a projection that depicted a scaled-down version of a generic second-class mech. It was roughly the size of a person, which meant that it looked similar to a suit of combat armor. Each of you have spent enough weeks on familiarizing yourselves with the operation of a superfab. You have learned how to configure its settings to your liking. You have learned a repertoire of fundamental skills. You have gained proficiency in fabricating many of the common parts at an acceptable degree of efficiency. Today is the time to test how much progress you have made. I want each of you to fabricate a copy of this simplified design for the remaining duration of this class. While the scale model is only a simplified second-class machine, I have made sure to add plenty of tricky nuances in its design. If you think you can rely on automation to do all of the work, then you will be sorely disappointed. Although the Terran mech design students were too polite and well-educated to groan, Vase could clearly sense that the brats were anything but amused. Kelly McAfee raised her hand. Is this a graded test, Professor? Yes. This time, a couple of the students couldn't help but show their frustration. Vase did not make an announcement about this beforehand. None of the students had been able to refresh their knowledge and practice their fabrication skills prior to this class as a consequence. Even Excella Stryker did not expect Vase to conduct a surprise practical exam today. I am aware that this is not an ideal circumstance to students such as yourselves, but that is exactly why I have decided to impose this test on you today. Vase spoke to them all. Any mech designer can do a decent job if they have made thorough preparations beforehand. However, if you want to become more than a cog in a giant machine that is called the mech industry, then you must be able to do more than that in order to be remembered. His words resonated with the hearts of all of these 4th and 5th year mech design students. They were just 1 or 2 years away from graduation. Once they exited the Eden Institute with a diploma, they had to enter a highly competitive mech industry where all of their high-ranking peers already dominated much of the market. It takes greater effort to internalize all of the skills and accrue enough practice to become an experienced fabricator. Vase continued, one of the traits of a good fabricator is the ability to do a good job on the fly. After he explained the parameters of the graded test, the energetic students quickly approached their assigned superfabs and went to work. By this time, the students had already moved on from practicing with virtual superfabs to operating the real deal. It was impressive to see 100 superfabs entering into operation. Even if they weren't top of the line, the Eden Institute still invested a hefty sum of money into their acquisition. As the students all became engrossed with studying the scaled-down mech design, Alexa Stryker quietly approached her professor's side. This was supposed to be an ordinary practice session. She quietly transmitted to Vase. Your spontaneous decision to turn it into a graded test will cause numerous problems. We will have to file new paperwork with the school administration in order to account for all of the ripple effects of this change. Vase shrugged. Then do so. I am sure that this is a trivial problem to the Eden Institute. How well do you think these students will do, Alexa? The young lady's expression loosened up. I think that each of them will perform satisfactorily. Given your rapidly rising reputation, none of them wanted to leave a bad impression of themselves on you. They have all made sure to dedicate additional time on learning and practicing what you have taught. Good. I hope I won't see anything ugly today. I expect much from these fine Terrans. By the way, has there been any progress on my latest offer? Alexa's eyes grew murky. After my last talk with my grandfather, I have been trying to get ready to join your clan. It is not simple for me to leave the ancient clan where I have been born and raised. The bureaucratic procedures are cumbersome. Our elders must also convene and personally pass judgment on my case. My grandfather should be able to make it happen, but he prefers to do it slowly in order to avoid attracting too much attention. I should be able to apply to join your clan before the end of this semester. Vase nodded in understanding. That sounds good. It doesn't matter if your entry gets delayed for a few months. It is more important for you to adopt the right mentality. I have already told you that it isn't enough to become a Larkinson by name. You need to show enough sincerity and commitment to earn everyone's trust. Your famed kinship network has been frustrating many spies as of late. The well-informed teaching assistant commented. The two eventually split up and walked along the hall. They supervised the students as they started to fabricate the parts needed to assemble a person-sized mech. Normally, Vase and Alexa would come close and either correct an operation or provide helpful advice. They did not offer any help this time as this was supposed to be a serious test. Every student concentrated fully on their own tasks. The speed and efficacy of their work varied considerably. There were many variables that affected the speed of their work and the quality of their output. As Vase looked over Klaus Rabar Fulton's shoulders, he became mildly impressed by how far the civilian Terran student had come. Having enrolled in all 3 courses taught by Vase, Klaus had become a fan. The 4th-year mech designer invested more time in them, even when it came at a detriment to his other classes. Klaus had already come far since his starting point. His craftsmanship was still fairly basic and sloppy, but he at least made much fewer mistakes than before. Now that he had gained a decent amount of practice, Klaus had already begun to express a distinct style. He only needed to grow more comfortable with his work in order to develop his personal style further. That said, despite all of the work that Klaus put into improving his fabrication skills, his overall improvement could only be described as below average compared to his other classmates. His low-tier augmentation package was holding him back. If his cranial implant belonged to a higher tier, Klaus should have easily been able to rank in the top 30 of his class. Vase shifted his gaze to another nearby student who was descended from a clan. The clansman easily performed better than Klaus even though his motivation and diligence might not be as great. His superior cranial implants and other augmentations boosted his performance to a much larger extent. As long as the clan student did not do anything outrageous and slack off, he could easily remain ahead of a hard worker like Klaus. This was the power of a superior cranial implant. Chapter 5342 Finding More Capacity. The surprise test gave Vase an excellent overview. All 100 students who enrolled in his advanced manual superfab operation course came from different layers of Terran society. While none of them came from the absolute top or bottom layers of the Terran Alliance, they all grew up under different economic circumstances. This gave Vase enough diverse samples to study the overall level of performance of different students with different levels of augmentations. Klaus Rabar Fulton was not the worst performer among the 100 students, but his augmentations certainly ranked at the bottom. His performance was a testament to how much he was able to utilize his limited resources to a higher degree. He did not let his relatively cheap cranial implant hold him back from pursuing his dreams and make his way up in society. His approach and determination reminded Vase a lot of himself. This caused him to grow even more sympathetic towards this earnest mech design student. Of course, the main reason why Vase held a lot of interest towards Klaus was that his latent spiritual potential was among the strongest out of his fellow students. It was a pity that talent did not determine everything. Vase had encountered plenty of bright third-class and second-class mech designers in the past. However, their inferior backgrounds and cheaper cranial implants heavily limited their upper boundaries. The only realistic opportunity for them to be promoted to first-class mech designers was if they advanced to the rank of master mech designer and utilized their much higher earning potential to upgrade all of their conditions. Even then, it would likely take decades of their precious time to complete this cumbersome transition. This clear separation between the classes was yet another example of how much the quality and price tier of a cranial implant affected the accomplishments of a mech designer. Vase continued to study the performance of his students. He moved from superfab to superfab until he stopped behind Callister DeVos. As his name suggested, Callister was a branch member of the DeVos ancient clan. That automatically meant that his augmentation package was among the most powerful out of the 100 students in this class. The fifth-year mech design student was superior to Klaus in every other way. Callister had completed more advanced courses. He learned noticeably faster. The teachings of his powerful ancient clan also gave him a head start in many important areas. Still, even when Vase took all of these variables into account, it was abundantly clear that Callister was able to leverage much greater processing power in his work. Vase had deliberately come up with a scaled-down mech design that contained a lot of subtle deviations from the norm. It threw the students off guard and forced them to devise a lot of small solutions on the spot if they wanted to fabricate the parts to a satisfactory standard. A lot of the problems could be efficiently solved by adequate mech designers who could leverage a lot of processing power. The stronger the cranial implant, the faster and better their output. Given these conditions, it did not surprise Vase at all that Callister DeVos pumped out high-quality parts at a faster rate than his peers. What did surprise him to a small extent was how extensively Callister was able to surpass the likes of Klaus. The enormous gulf between the two discouraged Vase. The display illustrated the power of modern mech design-oriented augmentations. Vase yearned for this power. He would have tried to make a deal with the Terrans of the Mechers to replace his old Archimedes Rubai with a proper implant that was designed with his profession in mind if he could. The fact that he had mutated so far beyond the scope of humanity that this was not possible anymore frustrated him beyond belief. There was no easy way to lift the upper limit of his productivity. This meant that he remained stuck in an awkward place in the mech industry. Currently, Vase estimated that his design speed exceeded that of a typical second-class mech designer. He could even catch up and surpass the likes of Klaus Rabar Fulton in certain circumstances. However, Vase was far behind in these areas when he compared himself to the more deep-pocketed individuals such as Callister DeVos and Alexa Strian. This did not bode well for his future as a first-class mech designer. Sure, Vase may have been able to become a Tier 3 galactic citizen in advance, but he knew extremely well that his current mech design capabilities could not support this extravagant status. This was bad news. Once he became a first-class mech designer, it would become clear to everyone else he worked with in the future that he was still behind on this important aspect. Even if his fellow colleagues still respected him for his innovative design applications and his occasional bouts of brilliance, they would still become frustrated at his inability to keep up in other aspects. Vase needed to close the performance gap to other upper-level mech designers. He could choose from at least two different approaches. The easier solution was to embrace his differences and focus on strengthening his advantages at the cost of neglecting his weaknesses. The more difficult solution was to rely on cultivation science and spiritual engineering to shore up his weaknesses and achieve parity with other first-class mech designers. Vase wanted to try the latter approach first. The advantages of doing so were clear and obvious. At the very least, he would be able to boost his design speed by several times, allowing him to complete his ongoing mech design projects a lot faster than before. While it would still take at least a year to design a highly complicated first-class multipurpose mech, he could complete second-class design projects at a much faster rate. On top of that, his ability to learn and master vast amounts of advanced first-class knowledge became a lot better as well. This could potentially allow him to become a first-class mech designer a year or two earlier. Vase continued to think about what sort of measures he could take to reach his current goal. He continued to mull over potential solutions until the class had finally come to the end. "Alright, time's up," Vase announced the entire class. "You are not allowed to do any further work related to your product. Clean up your workstations and make sure to properly shut down your superfabs. If you have enough time to stick around, then you are free to linger while I begin to evaluate your work." Once Vase completed his work and left the Eden Institute, he reunited with his wife in the design lab of D&D base. Gloriana knew Vase well enough to know what he was troubled about. "Are you still struggling to devise a means for you to upgrade your brain?" Vase nodded. "I am. My ability to come up with spiritual products is not weak, and I have enough of a foundation in cultivation science to devise simple solutions. That does not leave me with a clear direction, though. I can't just come up with a random cultivation method that adds a spiritual computer in my brain. It doesn't work that way, and doing anything rash will threaten my foundation as a mech designer. I really don't know what else I can do to upgrade myself in a way that works. His wife threw a jealous look at him. At least you are able to exert the power of a god to transform your own conditions. I have to rely on costly augmentations to do the same. It was rather funny that his wife grew envious at Ves's own ability to improve himself. If you were in my place, how would you approach this problem? He asked. That caused Gloriana to pause in thought. You told me that you have no clear direction on how to solve it, so the first step you need to take is to find one. Instead of trying to devise one from the ground up, I suggest you look at existing solutions and try to imitate them to the best of your ability. Your work might not be as original as you prefer, but at least you can reduce the uncertainty by adapting an existing template. That was actually a good suggestion. Vase hadn't thought of that. He was so fixated on coming up with his own solutions that he didn't think about copying other people's work. Vase did not like to think in this direction because it was inherently dishonorable. Mech designers tried their best not to turn it into a habit because it would ultimately degrade their ability to solve problems by themselves. Still, a case like this was not directly related to mech design, so Vase felt it was permissible for him to adopt this approach. His wife projected a typical first-class cranial implant. What you want is to imitate the hardware and software of a cranial implant. The most obvious way to do so is to recreate it in a spiritual form. You do not even need to make it as compact as an actual implant. According to what I have learned from you, spiritual constructs are intangible and do not occupy the same space as material objects. You can create a much larger, spiritual implant, that is as large as your head. Is it feasible for you to create such a product? Vase looked intrigued, but quickly shook his head. It's not possible because my head is already occupied by my design flame. This is the part that is related to my profession as a mech designer. Now that I have become a senior mech designer, it is crucially important for me to prevent it from getting contaminated by messy and unrelated influences. I can't engage in multiple competing forms of cultivation at the same time. There is not enough available capacity. Vase was currently a creation cultivator and a body cultivator. While they entailed two completely different forms of growth, they covered drastically aspects of himself. Their overlap was minimal and did not interfere with each other. The story would be different if Vase engaged in a form of chi cultivation or willpower cultivation. Doing anything like that would begin to intrude on his existing real estate and displace his existing cultivation. This was why mech designers could never become mech pilots at the same time. After they crossed the extraordinary threshold, they could only ever commit to a single path. Of course, there were always exceptions. One notable figure that managed to break this rule was Kedis. She had been able to become both a swordmaster and a journeyman mech designer at the same time. Wait a second. Vase widened his eyes as he made an important realization. At the same time, his wife chimed in as well. Alexandria emerged from her head and began to fly around her body. Mao, I do not know too much about this cultivation science that you are so obsessed with as of late, but if there is no room in your body to accommodate a spiritual implant, then what about our companion spirits? If Kedis can imbue Sharpie with her potent willpower, then it should be easy enough for you to devise a means to turn your companion spirit into a supercomputer. I am not sure whether you can make it so that you can merge your mind thoroughly enough to directly upgrade your cognition, but if that is not the case, you may be able to make this happen by activating a design network. That's brilliant, Gloriana. You've given me lots of inspiration. Vase truly meant what he said. As he mulled over the suggestions made by his wife, he suddenly realized that compared to himself, Blinky was not short on capacity in the slightest. After all, Blinky had already made decent attainments in the cultivation of the imaginary universe method version 3.0. The Blinky-verse had already grown a lot larger after continuous cultivation. Blinky had recently completed the first stage and formed a complete planet. Even if all of it was intangible and made out of spiritual energy, that did not change the fact that there was a huge amount of free space inside the Blinky-verse. Chapter 5343 Companion Spirit Upgrade Ideas. Now that they uncovered a solid direction, Vase and Gloriana eagerly brainstormed and swapped ideas. There was great potential in converting a part of the Blinky-verse into a supercomputer. Although it required Vase to make drastic changes to his existing imaginary universe method, this was fine. He never thought that this chi cultivation method had been perfected. The fact that Vase added a version number to its name was proof that it had already changed and evolved since he devised the initial version. The troublesome part about the imaginary universe method was that his mother also had a hand in its development. Her input enabled Blinky's cultivation method to jump from version 2.0 to version 3.0. The most logical course of action that Vase could take at this time was to approach his mother yet again for help on this matter. Vase was not eager to solicit her assistance this time. His last interaction with her had thoroughly soured his willingness to collaborate with her on this kind of issue. Who knew whether she would betray his trust once again and tamper with his cultivation without his knowledge? Unless his understanding of cultivation science had grown substantially enough to understand his mother's work, it was best not to resort to this option. Vase much preferred to take control over his own cultivation and develop his own solutions to his current problem. At least he would be able to maintain control at all times. As Vase continued to exchange theories with his wife, he began to develop a real framework for a possible way to turn the Blinky-verse into the spiritual equivalent of a server. I can't convert the entire Blinky-verse into a supercomputer, he spoke after a moment of thought. Its main purpose is to serve as an energy reservoir and a place where my companion spirit can turn the imaginary into the physical. Much of the universe needs to remain in its original and untainted form. If I try to change too much to it, the entire essence of the Blinky-verse will change, making it much less suitable for other purposes. Luckily, the internal volume is so big that there should still be plenty of room to accommodate a lot of processors. Gloriana grew envious as she heard what Vase could do with his companion spirit. How come Blinky was so much more amazing than her Alexandria? She hugged her red companion spirit tighter against her chest. Can you add a supercomputer to my companion spirit as well? Wow. Vase glanced at Alexandria. The companion spirit had grown a lot since her creation. While she wasn't as versatile as Blinky, her design network was much stronger and more impressive. His wife could make excellent use of Alexandria if she was able to lead a lot of mech designers, but ever since they moved to New Constantinople 8, they no longer had any assistance by their side. Vase intended to change that by recruiting Alexa Strian and numerous other Terran mech designers with high potential, but it was difficult to speed up this process. I do not think it is impossible, he replied. However, I need to devise a different solution for you. Alexandria doesn't have the traits that Blinky has, which means that she can't cultivate anything that resembles the imaginary universe method. I will need to come up with something different that makes more effective use of her design network. That caused Gloriana to perk up. Wait, instead of trying to implant a spiritual supercomputer in my companion spirit, is it possible to upgrade the design network in a way that allows me to commandeer the minds and cranial implants of other mech designers? That was a radical suggestion. Vase initially wanted to say no to her idea, but he halted as soon as he started to think through this scenario. The design network in its current form was based on restraint and voluntary exchange. Vase had tried to make sure to decrease any objectionable aspects about it by giving participants a decent amount of control over what parts of themselves they wanted to block from the design network. This caused any collaboration to proceed fairly harmoniously. Vase, Gloriana and other Larkinson mech designers trusted each other well enough to avoid prying into overly private matters. However, the existing barriers also made it so that the design network never worked at full capacity. What if Vase removed those barriers? What if Vase developed a version of the design network that not only allowed Gloriana to merge her mind with that of other mech designers, but also enabled her to borrow their augmented brain power in the process? The resulting performance boost would be enormous. The Queen Cat could finally make good on her self-aggrandizing title and become the sovereign of her own spiritual distributed computing network. Gloriana didn't even need to acquire a customized first-class cranial implant anymore. She could just use her upgraded design network to connect to the mind of a first-class mech designer who already possessed this expensive augmentation. Of course, that did not make this upgrade useless. In fact, the combination between a mech design-oriented first-class cranial implant and a spiritual distributed computing network could produce massive synergies. This was especially the case if the first-class cranial implant contained specific programming related to this new form of resource utilization. Both Vase and Gloriana looked at each other in shock. This was an immensely powerful idea. So long as Alexandria's design network connected to plenty of powerful mech designers, Gloriana would be able to perfectly synchronize herself with the design capabilities of the entire collective. She could forcefully elevate her effective design capabilities to the standards of a master mech designer. You have to work on this, Vase. Gloriana practically threw herself onto Vase. Her hands eagerly clutched her husband's uniform. Promise me you will upgrade Alexandria's design network. I don't need a spiritual computer. I just need you to give me the capability to borrow the brainpower and processing power of other mech designers. Once I gain access to this ability, I can complete the Jupiter project in a matter of weeks rather than months. Vase coughed as he gently pressed his overenthusiastic wife back. I will work on it, but not now. There is little point in developing it when the only other mech designer in the premier branch is me. It is much more useful if I focus on upgrading Blinky first, since there is no requirement to work with other mech designers. His words hardly caused Gloriana to dampen her excitement, but she understood that it was unlikely that she could gain this improvement anytime soon. I will be waiting for you, then, she said as she regained her composure to an extent. I will correspond with the implant engineers to make special adaptations related to this future functionality. It will be difficult to explain the concept to them, let alone convince them that this is possible in the first place. We should just claim that you have developed a new and proprietary application of hyper-technology. This new branch has already produced numerous miraculous inventions. The Galactic Net frequently announced one amazing innovation after another. Humans were nothing if not curious. The more they played around with e-energy and hyper-materials, the greater the chance they could figure out a revolutionary new application. Vase did not have to be afraid of exposing anything related to spiritual engineering and cultivation science due to this recent development. The Red 2 appeared to have completely let go of the taboo against spreading this kind of knowledge. He and his wife soon returned their attention to the original subject. There were a lot of technical and practical limitations to turning a part of the Blinkyverse into an enormous server. Is it possible for you to purchase a computer core and insert it into the Blinkyverse? Peef. No. While there is an element of the Blinkyverse that is already physical, the vast majority of it remains imaginary. It is not a giant pocket space where I can dump entire mechs or starships and pull them out whenever it is convenient. My companion spirit needs to attain a breakthrough and advance to the second mode of the imaginary universe method before we can even think about this. Even then, pulling physical objects in and out of the Blinkyverse is another problem entirely. If that is the case, you cannot rely on any existing implants or computers to add processing power to the Blinkyverse. The only course you can take is to develop a spiritual computing system from the ground up. Gloriana concluded. Those are my thoughts as well, but the rules and circumstances are entirely different, honey. It is impossible for me to produce an imaginary version of a simple processor chip. Perhaps I can develop a spiritual construct that can spit one out, but I will have to design one that actually works in an entirely different setting. It is too difficult to develop a brand new spiritual computing system without any existing foundation for me to borrow from. Perhaps there are ancient cultivation heritages out there that have attempted to produce something similar, but it is unlikely that I can get my hands on this precious knowledge. The last time he checked the tree of possibilities, none of the enlightenment fruits dangling from the branches granted any knowledge that could be useful in this endeavor. This meant that Vase would likely have to pioneer this field by himself. That is indeed a difficult problem to overcome. Gloriana frowned. Since it is not possible for you to produce any immediate results, I think you should take this step by step. Start with the basics. The simplest and most fundamental computing system is based on bits. If you can create a spiritual version of a transistor that can register two different states, then that is your most basic and important building block of a spiritual computing system. You can expand your scope into qubits and quantum computers later. Even if it is not possible for you to recreate more advanced computing systems, you can advantage of the enormous space available inside the Blinkyverse to construct a massive amount of simple transistors. That sounded like an incredibly stupid and inefficient approach, but it happened to be viable because the spiritual real estate inside the Blinkyverse was just that big. The internal universe had already grown a complete Earth-like planet by this time. The surface area of a planet with a diameter of over 12,000 kilometers was so enormous that Vase could pile up a seemingly endless amount of simple and oversized spiritual semiconductor devices. Of course, Vase did not think that such an absurd planet-sized computing system could properly work. The lag and delays in the transmission of signals across such vast distances severely decreased its overall efficiency. What mattered was whether the overall concept was possible. So long as Vase could produce such a simple computer system, he could continue to refine it by miniaturizing the transistors and combining them into more advanced computing systems. His eventual goal was to develop a powerful imaginary processing bank that Vase could effectively use to expand his internal processing power. Vase hoped that his close connection to Blinky would reduce the lag and any other barriers to such an extent that he could seamlessly access the spiritual processors stored inside the Blinky-verse with his mind. I will need to conduct a lot of studies on how to design and build my own computing systems, he muttered. His study burden increased yet again, but Vase felt it was more than worthwhile to engage in this research. The benefits of developing a proper spiritual computing system were huge. Vase could not only use it for himself, but he could also apply them in other ways. He wasn't in a hurry to do that. All of this remained speculation for the time being. If Vase wanted to turn all of these ambitious ideas into reality, he first needed to develop the simplest possible computing system in order to verify his current research direction. Chapter 5344 The Origin of Hazardous Regions, Maro. Mao. Nya. Blinky's purple form shook in uncertainty as profound changes took place within his internal universe. The round globe projected on his intangible body squirmed as large structures appeared on a part of its surface. In order to soothe his discomfort, both Alexandria and the Golden Cat had appeared to keep him company and to intervene if necessary. Fortunately, there was no need for the red and golden spiritual cats to make any moves. Vase and Blinky were able to exert enough control over the Blinky-verse to transform part of the landscape of the primordial planet into crude, giant and incredibly simplistic transistors. It had taken far more time and effort to develop these simple devices than Vase expected. Physics didn't quite work right inside the Blinky-verse. Every universal constant such as the gravitational constant g and the Planck constant h were slightly different from the main universe. Combined with other anomalies such as the apparent addition of brand new laws of physics, it was impossible for Vase to directly translate the design of an ancient computing system and expect it to work in the Blinky-verse. Why are the rules inside your companion spirit space so different? Gloriana asked in frustration. She looked as if she was almost ready to tear her hair out. This kind of work did not have any direct relationship with mechs, but it still had major implications to the future of the Larkinson clan. None of their ambitions could proceed unless they figured out how to computerize a part of Blinky's cultivation. This was why Vase and Gloriana expended several days on testing the rules of the Blinky-verse. They meticulously measured every universal constant utilizing tools and methods they had to improvise from scratch. This was incredibly troublesome and tedious work that nonetheless had to be done if Vase ever wanted to utilize his own internal universe to a greater extent. Only after they managed to build a deviating physics model were they finally able to take the next step. Designing basic tools such as transistors and extremely primitive computing systems became possible again now that the pair were able to adapt their standard designs into ones that were adapted to the internal universe. As Vase and Blinky concentrated on building up the new imaginary computing system, Gloriana frowned in thought as she studied the parameters of the physics model. "Why is your Blinky-verse so abnormal?" she asked. "I do not understand why everything works differently inside. I cannot figure out the reason why the universal constants are different, and I understand even less why the abnormal new laws of physics that alter the interaction between forces have taken hold inside your internal space." Vase smirked even as he made sure to focus most of his attention on his current work. "It is not that difficult to understand. Many cultivation methods tend to make exaggerated and unrealistic claims. Even if there is a basis in truth in them, they can only be realized in the later stages. However, when it comes to the creation of an entirely new universe inside the bodies of practitioners, it is not as impossible as you think. Don't let Blinky's cute appearance and small size fool you. His internal universe has already reached a diameter of 200,000 kilometers. Can you imagine how much space that actually represents? Not even the oldest and most powerful ancient phase whales can reach this size. In that sense, Blinky's actual body had reached such a titanic scale that he had probably grown into one of the largest cats to ever exist. It was a pity that none of it consisted of physical matter. Blinky constantly absorbed a lot of E-energy radiation in order to expand his internal space, but he had yet to master a method to convert energy into matter. Learning that the universal constant and laws of physics were different in the Blinky-verse actually represented an important breakthrough in this effort. Now that Vase figured out some of the barriers that prevented him from turning the intangible into the tangible, he had come one step closer into transforming parts of the Blinky-verse into a material realm. His wife looked at Vase with astonishment. "Are you actually claiming that your Blinky-verse is a complete and independent universe that is comparable to the one we reside in?" Does that mean that if you ever manage to cultivate it long enough, you can build up an entire cosmos of your own that is populated by its own life forms and constructs? Vase laughed. Yes, don't you understand? This is the power of cultivation. It is all about turning the impossible into the possible. That said, I don't dare to think of building anything extravagant like that in the short term. The energy requirements to expand the Blinky-verse will grow exponentially greater. It should be relatively easy to build up a star system, but it will take an awfully long time to build up an entire galaxy that is filled with billions of stars, let alone a galaxy cluster that is even more ridiculous in size. I suspect that the current level of exotic radiation is not concentrated enough to support Blinky's subsequent cultivation. Perhaps Blinky can only make further progress if we are able to move to Messier 87. The red ocean had appeared in a medium-energy environment that induced a lot of changes. Both humans and aliens constantly discovered new phenomena that opened up all kinds of wondrous possibilities as a result. However, many people who possessed enough awareness understood that the residents of the red ocean were just living off a minuscule proportion of the scraps thrown away by the supergiant galaxy that dominated this part of the cosmos. Messier 87 constituted a proper high-energy environment. The more Vase thought about how much more concentrated the power of heaven in that galaxy could be, the more he yearned to travel to this strange new environment and take advantage of all of the abundance. So what if it was populated by a myriad of strange and powerful aliens? A galaxy as large as this had to be populated by a huge amount of alien races, many of which fought and lived alongside each other for many eons. Vase bet that the relations between the native aliens over there were varied and complex. It was unlikely that a single alien race had managed to gain total dominion over Messier 87. So long as the special galaxy developed a pluralistic galactic community where a lot of different alien races could live alongside each other, it should be no problem for a bunch of humans to blend into the rich and diverse alien community. Of course, this was all speculation. Vase had no proof that any of this was the case. Even if Messier 87 happened to be welcoming towards outside visitors, there was no way he could bridge the enormous distance. He also did not possess the strength to defend himself against bad actors. Vase could only bury this burning ambition. At least one of his incarnations needed to become true god before he gained the capital to protect himself in a massive galaxy that was sure to be populated by many equivalent beings. If he truly wanted to gain a foothold in a place as dangerous as Messier 87, then he must also bring along a few god pilots to be sure. As the top combat cultivators produced by human civilization, god pilots should not be weak even when they entered the much bigger pond of Messier 87. All of this took a lot of time. Vase estimated it would likely take a century if not two before he was ready to embark on a trip to Messier 87. Other conditions had to be met as well. Red humanity had to persist. Vase and the champions of the Larkinson clan needed to make successive breakthroughs. The Red Association or another power had to develop a practical means to travel to another nearby galaxy. It was not entirely certain whether all of these difficult conditions could be met in the coming decades and centuries, so Vase did not dare to put too much hope in realizing this particular ambition. I understand now, Gloriana spoke as she began to connect different pieces of information again. There is no rule that states that the laws of physics have to be identical for every universe. In fact, it may be the norm that they are all different from universe to universe. Is this why hazardous regions exist? It might explain why the Milky Way is riddled with them. Could it be that the origin of the Xianxia gap is the release of an internal universe after the death of a powerful cultivator in ancient times? Her theories actually made a lot of sense. Vase thought about all of the weirdness that he had encountered in the Xianxia gap. If he treated it as an internal universe that had gotten loose and merged with the current universe, then it made complete sense why the rules were still slightly different. Vase rubbed his hairless chin in thought. It is quite troublesome to reinvent new stuff for the Blinky-verse, but I think that there are many advantages to gaining access to our own hazardous region. It should be possible to generate resources and create products that are otherwise impossible to make in our main universe. The type of specialty products that I can make will depend on the dominant traits and elements of the Blinky-verse. As far as I know, the internal space is particularly aligned towards space, energy and astrology. Much of that had to do with the key reagents that Vase utilized to birth the Blinky-verse. Vase managed to obtain the Odd or Vank obelisk by drawing a radiant lottery ticket. The ancient relic used to be part of a grand mechanism used to move entire stars and planets. It complemented the imaginary universe method extremely well and gave Blinky greater control over the stellar objects inside his growing space. The 100 kilograms of phase water that Vase invested in the creation of the Blinky-verse also strengthened anything related to space. It was one of the primary reasons why the internal space had grown so quickly despite not feeding it with E-energy radiation for a long time. All of these variables caused the Blinky-verse to turn into a universe where the forces related to energy, space and astrology gained so much primacy that they essentially rewrote the laws of physics. To be honest, Vase and Gloriana had only scratched the surface of what they could do with all of those altered conditions. They had only worked to compensate for the many deviations. The next step that they could take was to actively exploit the advantages created by the odd environment. For example, Vase even speculated that it might be possible for the Blinky-verse to convert energy into phase water without the need to steal any phase whale organs. The research required to develop such a powerful mechanism was too much, though. Vase simply did not have the time to engage in this extravagant research project. Turning a part of the Blinky-verse into a spiritual supercomputer might make it a little more viable, but Vase needed to deepen his understanding of phase water theory to a much greater extent before he could do anything meaningful. Moreau, Mao, have you completed your work? Gloriana perked up again. I think so, Vase said. Let me test it out. Please wait a moment. Several seconds passed before Blinky opened his maw and spat out a trail of spiritual energy. The trail split up into different sections that rapidly formed in a series of letters. Heli Galaxy. Congratulations, Vase. You have managed to build an intangible computer that can print out a single sentence. Gloriana smiled. How much processing power have you gained? Not much. One of Marvane's toys is easily 1 trillion times more powerful. This is ancient technology, Gloriana. We still have a long way to go before we can recreate contemporary processing systems. Chapter 5345 E-Object Development 5345 E-Object Development. Being able to construct a basic computing system in an entirely new universe was a massive accomplishment. The successful development of a simple computer opened up the possibility of creating more powerful ones. Whether Vase primarily focused on quantity and covered much of the Blinky-verse with crude processor, or decided to focus on quality by rapidly climbing up the technology tree, it had become a lot more realistic for him to turn the Blinky-verse into the spiritual version of a cranial implant. Unfortunately, just because it was possible did not mean it was easy. Modern computing systems had millennia of development behind them. They not only incorporated the sum of human ingenuity and accumulation, but also assimilated bits and pieces of reverse-engineered alien technology as well. Even if Vase did not have to develop all of these advancements from scratch and could just copy all of the existing works instead, it was still incredibly troublesome to develop decent computing systems in an entirely new universe. Vase and Gloriana estimated that they would have to devote decades of their life in order to reproduce a spiritual computing system that possessed enough processing to provide material assistance in their design work. The cold hard truth was that neither of them could spare the time to do all of this thankless work. They were mech designers, not computer engineers. It was a waste of time for them to invest an excessive amount of time into designing computer systems. They needed to keep doing what was best and focus on completing their mech design projects. Given all of these circumstances, Vase decided to no longer invest too much time into furthering the development of a gigantic spiritual supercomputer. What will you do, then? Gloriana asked as she placed her hands on her hips. You can't give up now. The potential of a spiritual supercomputer is too great. This may be your only way to increase your processing power and amplify the amount of work you can do. If you start to fall behind, our entire clan will fall behind as well. It is imperative for you to finish this project. Vase let out a deep breath. Just because I don't want to waste my time on this anymore doesn't mean that I have given up. I just think that it is better to leave this kind of work to the professionals who are specialized in this kind of stuff. I'm quite fond of delegation, you know. Just like how I have delegated much of the development of companion spirit fruit trees to the Tea Institute, I can just pass off this spiritual computer engineering work to other specialists. His wife blinked at that. If you go down this route, it will be hard for you to keep your Blinky-verse secret. That's fine, Vase replied with a shrug. I never really insisted on keeping it confidential. So what if other people know? This is the age of dawn, Gloriana. People have begun to do plenty of amazing stuff nowadays. Creating a new miniature universe is not that big of a deal. Besides, just because people know it can be done does not mean they can replicate this feat. It is actually quite difficult to create a decent internal space. It is even more difficult to grow and expand its volume. The imaginary universe method was actually an amazing cultivation method. It had been derived from other cultivation methods and had especially been customized for Blinky. Together with the refinements and optimizations made by Cynthia, Blinky had a large chance of becoming a spiritual powerhouse in his own right. Who do you want to delegate this work to, then? His wife asked next. Do you want to assign a new project to the Tea Institute? Vase shook his head. No, this project is too big for our research institute. No offense to them, but none of the existing researchers have a strong background in this stuff. The Tea Institute will almost certainly need to hire a lot of specialists, and given that it is still based on the Dragon's Den, the new recruits can only be second-raters as best. If I want to gain the capabilities of a first-class cranial implant, I will need to gain the assistance of the best possible first-class specialists. So you have decided to look for help outside of our clan? Yes, there are only a handful of first-class powers that you can cooperate with. Will you work with the Terrans? No, Vase shook his head. I thought about it. I am sure that the cultivators among them will be interested in my spiritual supercomputer, but I don't think that the Terran ancient clans are united enough to pool their resources and manpower together. I would much prefer to work with the transhumanist faction. Human augmentation is their bread and butter, and I bet that they are actively working on reviving a lot of ancient cultivation stuff. I can think of no better candidate to cooperate with. The transhumanists have much to gain from this research, so I think they will be the most enthusiastic out of all of the possible parties. I can understand your logic. Have you been in contact with the transhumanist faction as of late? No, but that doesn't mean much. Just because I have developed a more intimate relationship with the survivalists doesn't mean my relationship with the transhumanists have cooled. I know how the Mechers work. They are only interested in research and progress. As long as I present a good enough case, I am sure that they will be eager to work on this promising project. They might have already developed their own version of a spiritual computing system. It doesn't hurt to try my luck. He went through with this idea. Later that night, he entered a more private section of D&D base and called his most familiar contact from the transhumanist faction. The projection of Master Terminio Dravidian appeared after a minute. The man looked a lot brighter and more vigorous since Vase last saw him. It was as if he shed another layer of his weak and original humanity. This was a clear sign that the raw Master Mech designer already benefited from the latest generation of augmentations that his faction had developed as of late. Good day, Professor Larkinson. The projection of Master Dravidian bowed his head. This communication request is not in our schedule, so I believe you have reason to approach me at this time. It appeared that Dravidian was a bit pressed for time. He did not bother with any small talk and went straight to the point. Since that was the case, then Vase needed to keep it short. I have started a completely new research project that should be of great relevance to you. Let me give you a summary of what I have worked on as of late. It took Vase 10 minutes to compress his goals and ongoing research to Master Dravidian. While Vase had much more to say, he did not want to explain too much only to find out that the transhumanists could not assist him in this capacity. Interesting, Master Dravidian eventually said. Please wait for a minute. The man fell in thought as he mulled over what he heard while also using his cranial implant to access any relevant information in the Red Association's internal database. Once a minute had passed, the Master Mech designer looked at Vase with an intrigued expression. It is rather impressive for you to create an entire universe made out of E-energy. We already expected that your companion spirits have high potential, but to be able to birth a complete new universe that contains its own laws of physics is a peak accomplishment. The fact that you can convert a fraction of its expanding internal space into a viable and working computing system has great promise. You have made the right decision to come to us for help. We have the knowledge and expertise to turn your primitive handmade proof of concept into a modern e-supercomputer. Master Dravidian began to share a few details on what the transhumanist faction had been working on as of late. It turned out that the transhumanists had indeed begun to work on developing digital systems in a spiritual format. They had already recognized the potential of turning spiritual constructs into computers. The biggest difference was that the transhumanists had not put any work into storing these prototype spiritual computer systems into separate pocket spaces that people could carry with ease. This was a capability that only Blinky possessed for the time being. E-objects are relatively fragile by nature and easy to break, Dravidian explained as he used the Red Association's definition of a spiritual construct. It does not matter how well they perform when any enemy with the capability to launch attacks can easily knock out our work. Defense has always been our greatest concern. We have been forced to divert much of our efforts into developing defensive measures, but we have discovered to our dismay that high-ranking mech pilots can defeat them with ease. The only effective means we can use to protect our object from external harm is to defend them with our own high-ranking mech pilots. That was anything but ideal. Expert pilots, ace pilots and god pilots had better things to do than to babysit a fancy spiritual computer. Vase understood what this meant. He could already predict what Master Dervidian wanted to say next. Are you interested in my method of creating a separate universe inside my companion spirit? He asked. We are, Master Dervidian frankly admitted. If we can create internal universes that can be attached to any companion spirit, then we can carry around much more powerful and useful objects without easily exposing them to external threats. The strategic possibilities are endless, especially if the internal universe can accommodate matter as well as energy. You would be making a great contribution if you can donate your unique method to our faction. It is not that easy to create a separate universe inside a companion spirit. Vase warned. I only managed to do it because I took advantage of special conditions. I am not entirely opposed to sharing my method to you, but you will have to adapt it to your own circumstances if you want to create a comparable internal universe. Let us discuss this further. A negotiation ensued between the two. Both sides wanted something from each other, and their desires were strong enough that they made quick progress. Although Vase was not willing to expose every secret relating to his companion spirit, he knew that he needed to share a lot of important details about his cultivation method in order to satisfy the transhumanist faction's greed. After a lot of haggling, Vase and Dervidian eventually struck a new deal. The short version of it was that Vase agreed to share the imaginary universe method version 2.0 to the transhumanist faction. He promised to transfer the complete text aside from a few redactions that revealed too much sensitive information. While the outdated version of this cultivation method lacked the optimizations made by his mother, Vase was sure that the transhumanists could rely on their force of cultivators to flesh out their own versions. In exchange for sharing this crucial information, the transhumanists agreed to set up a new research team that was devoted to computerizing the Blinky-verse. This research team would not strictly be responsible for developing computers from scratch. The transhumanist faction already set up existing research departments for this important purpose. Instead, the new research team would focus on translating existing designs of standard computers into Blinky-verse adapted computers. This effectively allowed Vase to benefit from the work that the transhumanist faction put into developing intangible computer systems. This was ideal for him as he didn't have to invest a large amount of precious time to upgrade his spiritual processing power. Both Vase and the projection of Master Dervidian smiled at each other while shaking hands. This was another win-win agreement for them. Not only would they be sharing valuable progress, but their relationship had also grown a bit closer than before. Chapter 5346. A few months later. The deal with the transhumanist faction was not entirely ideal. Vase not only exposed a lot of strategic information about Blinky's cultivation, but also became dependent on the computer designs of the Red Association. He did not forget about the painful lesson taught by his mother. If he rashly took over the work developed by other parties, he risked introducing vulnerabilities into his own systems. It would not be difficult for the transhumanists to tamper with the designs and pass on compromised computer designs to Vase. Without an advanced background in computer hardware or software engineering, it would be difficult if not impossible for Vase to detect all of the possible traps and vulnerabilities embedded into the designs. Vase would be a fool to trust in the goodwill of the transhumanists. However, Vase already thought about this possibility beforehand. He insisted on adding special clauses to the contract to account for this risk. He managed to add a heavy punishment clause. If Vase ever managed to find proof that the work provided by the transhumanists ever contained any improper elements that fell outside of the scope of the agreement, Vase could immediately force them to pay a lot of compensation. This should be enough to discourage any abuse. After all, even if he did not understand how an computing system worked, he could always ask for Ilvain or an ace pilot to inspect whether there was anything improper. Aside from that, Vase had a more ambitious plan in mind. He did not want to completely rely on the work provided by the transhumanists, but use it as a basis for a more ambitious creation that should fully satisfy his demands. However, that was a problem for the future. He first needed a decent e-computing system that was roughly as powerful and filled with features as Gloriana's upcoming Mech design-oriented cranial implant. There was no point in exploring his latest idea when his homebrew e-computer was only powerful enough to display text. Time continued to pass after this. Vase no longer became obsessed with developing his own e-supercomputer, but entrusted this responsibility to the transhumanists. He had already spoken with the members of the new research team and found out that it would probably take a few months to a year in order to obtain a decent result. Although Vase was disappointed that he wouldn't be able to boost his internal processing power right away, he was patient enough to wait for years before he could meaningfully increase his productivity. In the meantime, he returned his attention to his usual routine while waiting for major developments to occur. Many different events occurred in the months that passed. Time flowed like a river. No major disruptions during this calm period, though Vase and his clan had made plenty of progress in other ways. Vase and the rest of the Larkinsons had made a lot of progress in their ongoing design projects. While none of the important or powerful ones had reached completion, it would not take long before they reached the finish line. This was a huge relief for the Larkinson Mech designers that were eager to undergo ED-Net deep immersion training. Vase and Gloriana's children had fully acclimatized to their new school. Despite the major discrepancies in augmentations, Aurelia, Andraste and Marvane managed to keep up with their high-intensity studies and even have time left over to play with their friends and engage in their extracurricular activities. The survivalists, transhumanists, Terrans and other groups regularly corresponded and exchanged with Vase and the Larkinson clan. They managed to advance their shared research projects and occasionally traded valuable knowledge and resources with each other. The Strian ancient clan had become more active and started to invest a lot more in the buildup of its armed forces. General Axelar Strian had yet to make any public moves. His Ouroboros had disappeared from public view, and few if any people could guess that his famed ace Mech had received a profound upgrade. The Devos ancient clan intensified its own military buildup and had actively begun to pursue closer ties with smaller Terrans clans. It was clear that the Devosans lacked the confidence to defend the Ristan territory on their own, so they resorted to diplomacy to mitigate their shortcomings. The Golden Skull Alliance was back on track. The departure of Vase and other key personnel did not diminish everyone's enthusiasm for glory and adventure. After the expeditionary fleet completed its resupply in the Bortle system, it had ventured out towards the deep frontier yet again. The ongoing semester at the Eden Institute was nearing its end. Many of the students taught by Vase had made massive strides in their courses. None of them had slacked off and tried their best to perform well, if only to avoid shaming themselves in front of a Tier 3 galactic citizen. Rumors started to spread relating to the relative silence from the Red 2. While the Mechers and Fleeters introduced plenty of technological advances over the months, none of them were particularly huge and transformative in nature. Even the most ignorant Red human could tell that they were keeping a lot of surprises behind everyone's backs. The native aliens had begun to intensify their incursions of human space. More and more scattered and eclectic alien fleets arrived from the other parts of the Red Ocean and started to form into larger armadas for the purpose of committing devastating raids. Fortunately, the introduction of the new elites program had invigorated so many different human powers that the border regions had become much harder to break. The upper zones, middle zones and lower zones welcomed many new mech fleets that earnestly pursued battle against the alien invaders. While the results were decidedly mixed, it gradually became clear which groups had acquitted themselves well enough to become warfighters and which groups deserved to be eliminated from the competition. Not every human force was suitable to fight against alien warships. One of the most notable events that happened during this period was that Alexa Strian finally received permission from her ancient clan to join the Larkinson clan. The incident actually generated a decent amount of controversy within the Strian ancient clan. Even if Vase had become an important figure to Red humanity, that was not necessarily a reason for the Strians to put down their pride and allow one of their prominent descendants to defect to another clan. The Larkinson clan did not make any compromises on this matter. Each of its members had to be completely loyal to their new clan and fellow members. Fortunately, General Axelar Strian possessed enough influence to overcome the opposition of the elders. He did not even have to step forward in person. His Senekai had done most of the work necessary to push through the necessary changes. Once all of the barriers had been removed, Alexa Strian formally cut ties with her ancient clan and showed up at D&D base the next day. Her expression conveyed a melancholic mood. She did not want to leave her family and her ancient clan, but she did not want to abandon her ambitions either. If not for the fact that her grandfather had given his full blessings and support, Alexa might have chosen to reject Vess's offer and stay with the Strians. Welcome to the Premier Branch. Vase spoke as he greeted his teaching assistant. I have been waiting for your arrival for a long time. If you ever wish to change your mind and turn elsewhere, you are free to do so. I do not want to force you to join my clan. Even if you cannot bring yourself to become a Larkinson, I can still mentor you to an extent. I can teach you plenty of knowledge related to living mechs that I haven't taught in my introductory course. The young woman shook her head. That is not necessary. I have already weighed my decisions long enough. The Strian ancient clan can do without me. I have many relatives who are more than capable of fulfilling all of its functions. The Strians will hardly miss me if I am being honest. It is much more important for me to attain a promising design philosophy and gain the ability to design mechs that are powerful enough to change our destiny. So long as I can do that, I can help my fellow Strians much more from the outside than if I remain within my former ancient clan. As a well-educated Terran scion, Alexa Strian possessed the capacity to make clear and rational decisions for herself. She did not allow her irrational emotions get in the way of making objectively better decisions. Vase was still impressed by how decisively she was able to commit to a path that was emotionally difficult for her. He had seen plenty of potential first-class recruits fail the loyalty test to understand how difficult it was for proud Terrans to cut ties to their clans and superstates. Hopefully, Alexa had managed to gather enough resolve for her to be sincere enough about working for the Larkinson clan. The pair began to move to the space that the Premier Branch had dedicated towards inductions. If you manage to pass the final test, you will need to stop thinking of yourself as a Strian or a Terran. The interests of the Larkinson clan must always take priority over the interests of your former allegiances. That said, there is no reason to unreasonably harm or target the Terran Alliance and its many powerful clans unless they have provoked us somehow. You can still leverage your existing ties with them to increase our cooperation with its institutions. I understand, Professor. Alexa dutifully nodded. Will I be able to gain my own companion spirit once I join? Of course. Vase grinned back at her. I will personally make and customize one for you. I will make sure that it will come with abilities that should particularly help you master the art of designing living mechs. Thank you, sir. This is a gracious gift. Enough time had passed for more and more well-connected people to learn about the power of companion spirits. The Red Association had yet to make companion spirit fruits on a wide scale, but there were still enough people who received this rare reward to showcase the abilities that they had gained. It helped that many of them were expert pilots that already possessed much stronger and more developed spiritualities. The companion spirit fruits found extremely fertile soil, and there was no need to wait for the companion spirit seeds to mature and turn into powerful new life forms. You don't need to thank me. Vase replied in a good-natured manner. Companion spirits are much more common in my clan. I invented them, after all. The service that I am willing to extend to you may be rare to outsiders, but it is easily attainable to any Larkinson that has proven his or her value. The best form of thanks you can give me is to utilize your upcoming gift to the best possible effect. Do not waste your companion spirit. Make use of it to design better living mechs and help me relieve my workload. You are fully capable of designing first-class multi-purpose mechs that are up to standard, correct? Partially, sir. Alexa answered. My experience is not high, but I am confident that I have learned more high technologies than the average Terran apprentice mech designer. I am confident that I can design a decent mid-tier first-class multi-purpose mech, but without strong design philosophies to enhance its performance, my work will never be competitive enough to sell on the market. Vase did not mind this at all. That is already enough for a mech designer of your age. I can start to work on first-class mech design projects early if you manage to advance to journeyman mech designers soon enough. If our design philosophies are similar enough, we can combine our respective advantages and collaborate on experimental projects that should have much greater value to certain first-class audiences. Chapter 5347 Technology, congratulations. You have formally joined the Larkinson clan. Your new identity shall be Alexa Strian Larkinson, though it is not necessary to add that last part in normal conversations. How do you feel now that you have joined my clan? The young woman still continued to kneel in front of the large statue of the golden cat. In order to commemorate this important induction ritual, she had changed into ceremonial robes that had especially been prepared by the best tailors of her former ancient clan. The relatively modest-sized ceremonial hall offered a suitable stage for the woman to take the final step in severing her ties from the Terran Alliance and join a completely different polity. From now on, Alexa was obliged to stand up for the Larkinson clan. Even if her grandfather or any other Terran contacted her in order to ask for favor, she needed to consider whether her response would benefit or harm her fellow Larkinsons. It was only now that she formed a connection to the Larkinson clan that she understood how so many entrants got along so well with each other. No matter how many differences they had with each other, under the overarching warmth and love radiated by the Golden Cat, the Larkinson network encouraged every clansman to treat each other as family. The way Alexa looked at her new patriarch and the other Larkinsons gathered in the ceremonial hall had changed. She already shared a bond of trust and friendship with Vase, but she had yet to spend enough time with the other members of the Larkinson to develop any similar bonds. They might as well be strangers. All of that changed now that she had accepted the identity of a Larkinson in heart and soul. It had taken her a lot of effort and a lot of preparation to shift her mentality to this extent. She had already known that a lot of Terran applicants failed to enter the Larkinson clan due to their lingering attachments to their clans and their home state. How could Alexa possibly make the same mistake? With the encouragement of her grandfather and the repayment of much of the benefits that she received throughout her childhood, Alexa managed to settle all of her perceived debts to the Terran superstate and reduce the psychological burden of cutting her old ties. All of it was worth it in the end. Perhaps other people might think that she had been a reckless gamble by leaving one of the strongest and wealthiest ancient clans of the Terran Alliance, but she had a lot of confidence in the potential of the Larkinson clan. Even if she had yet to formally join the Larkinsons up until this point, Vase had already given her plenty of hints about his clan's ambitious plans for the future. As far as Alexa was concerned, she could enjoy a much brighter future as a Larkinson as opposed to a Strian. She could also help her former relatives far more as a prominent Larkinson mech designer than a forgettable descendant of a well-established ancient clan. The Strian ancient clan did not suffer a shortage in talents anyway. She knew quite well that the opportunities that the Strians had reserved for her in the coming decades could easily be allocated to the other descendants that had entered the same profession. With that thought in mind, Alexa had no regrets about this major turn in her life. She was free to embrace her new life as a Larkinson without any lingering guilt. As if to celebrate her successful entry into the clan, the statue of the Golden Cat shone before a manifestation of the ancestral spirit emerged above her head. Nya, the glowing and intangible spirit radiated so much warmth and love that Alexa couldn't help but embrace the adorable little thing in her arms. Although she found it rather strange at how she was able to hold a creature that shouldn't be physical, her analytical mind took a backseat to her newfound affection to her newly adopted family. So you are the real power behind the clan. I didn't expect you to be so cute. Is this your superpower? Nya, as Goldie indoctrinated the latest member of the Larkinson clan with her feline charm, Vase and the others who witnessed the ritual stepped forward and congratulated the former Terran. Welcome to the clan, Miss Alexa. Gavin Newman bowed. I have been looking forward to your entry. Once you have completed your induction process, our clan would like to request your assistance on a few matters related to our ongoing cooperation and interactions with different Terran institutions. We could sorely use the advice and intervention of a knowledgeable and well-connected insider. While our current deals with the Terrans are relatively satisfactory on the surface, we have encountered plenty of hindrances due to lack of understanding. We have been unable to make much progress due to the obstacles in our way. The young woman did not look surprised at this. Terran society is based on long-term trust and partnerships. We rarely work with foreigners and outsiders that have only emerged for a short time. Many different groups come and go like dayflies. For clans that have lasted for centuries if not millennia, there is not much benefit to engaging with these groups. Even if our patriarch is able to present highly desirable inventions, the heritage of the oldest continuous state is not for show. I can readily tell you that our Strian ancient clan as well as every other established clan has started up entire research groups that are tasked with unearthing the secrets of our hidden past. That attracted the interest of Vase. How much progress have these research groups made? Their progress will surprise you, I think. Alexa responded in a measured tone. While I am not informed of any developments that have matched or surpassed your own unique inventions, the sheer quantity of Terran researchers allocated to the new research projects have yielded many different results. The impact of every successful result may not be great, but by pooling so many advancements together, I believe that the Terran research groups have made decent strides in piecing together systematic theories and applications. Once they have established a proper scientific framework on hyper-technology and e-technology, the Terran Alliance will be able to unleash all kinds of powerful advancements. Hyper-technology was any sort of tech that made effective use of the properties of hyper-materials. It combined matter with e-energy and was easier to work with for most people. E-technology was a lot more special as it primarily dealt with e-energy. Many people simply couldn't get started in this field because they lacked the ability to perceive and manipulate this ubiquitous new form of energy. However, as Vess's astonishing specialty products already showed, the value and potential of e-technology was just as great as hyper-technology, if not more. If Vase hadn't taken the lead by unveiling his companion spirits and kinship networks, the other powers of red humanity would have never invested so much effort into digging up ancient cultivation heritages. I guess I have to look forward to much greater competition in the following years. Vase grinned. In fact, he already got a slight sense of how much progress the various human powers were making. After months of cooperating with the transhumanist faction, the specially adapted e-supercomputer built inside the Blinkyverse had leaped across so many generations that it had actually started to come into power. Even though it was still not powerful enough to satisfy his demands, Vase could actually make decent use out of the additional processing power to speed up his work to an extent. Once his collaborators over at the transhumanist faction managed to solve the most difficult hurdles that prevented them from producing more advanced e-circuitry, the quantity of computing power that could be produced out of intangible chips would definitely skyrocket. The development of most e-computers had already surpassed a threshold where they could no longer be powered by base levels of exotic radiation. While there was a seemingly endless supply of e-energy in the galactic environment, the rate of flow in the red ocean was not that impressive. Just like how absorbing light could never power a machine as large and demanding as a mech, it was a dream to rely on passive e-energy radiation to power the more advanced e-computers. The transhumanists and other groups that were working on developing e-computers were having quite a headache about this issue. Blinky was different. The companion spirit specialized in absorbing lots of e-energy. Not only that, but the Blinkyverse was not just a giant reservoir of energy, but also actively circulated it by simulating a real universe. Even if the laws of physics were rather funky inside, it had still formed a complete planet and was already in the process of forming a star and other stellar objects. The three fundamental laws of thermodynamics still worked along the same principles. This was important because it meant that energy never really disappeared when it was used to power different devices. It just turned into different forms of energy. No matter how many e-computers Vase and Blinky built on the surface of the primordial planet, all of the energy they received as input eventually came out in other forms of energy. Vase did not have to worry about the Blinkyverse draining itself of energy as it circulated throughout the internal universe. He just had to pay attention to not disrupt the universal ecosystem too much and destroy the natural balance. Even if the e-computers became a little too demanding, Blinky could always compensate by devouring more exotic radiation from the outside environment. In short, Vase enjoyed a huge advantage in the utilization of e-computers over other parties. In contrast, the transhumanists struggled to create their own internal universes and divert valuable manpower and resources into developing all kinds of supporting e-systems. While their efforts would ultimately pay off and enable them to make substantial strides forward, Vase was confident that he would always enjoy a head start due to the unique properties of Blinky and the Blinkyverse. In fact, developing a successful e-computer was not the extent of his plans relating to the Blinkyverse. He had quietly spent his time on developing another upgrade to the Blinkyverse. He did not take the initiative to share this secret project with the transhumanists as he considered this work as one of his future trump cards. If his efforts paid off, then an aspect that he previously regarded as a weakness would likely turn into one of his greatest strengths. It was not time yet, though. Today was all about Alexa's successful entry into the clan. After she spoke, with a few of the Larkinsons in attendance, the newly adopted Larkinson finally turned to Vase. "Am I finally allowed to gain a companion spirit?" she asked. Vase nodded. "Yup, there are no barriers in the way anymore. The paperwork has all gone through. According to the terms of my agreement with the Red Association, I can only freely grant my companion spirits to the members of the Larkinson clan. Since you are officially registered as one, I can finally fulfill one of your dreams. Have you already put much thought into the design of your new companion?" "I have. Let me transfer the files to you, sir." A cat. I'm not surprised. Your requirements are not too demanding, so it shouldn't be too troublesome to realize this vision." "That is good to hear. Will I truly be able to get started with living mechs once I obtain this companion spirit? It is not strictly necessary, but it will make your life a lot easier. Vase responded, I believe that it should easily save you a few years of exploration. This is not only important to you, but also to me. I have been looking forward to having a capable assistant at my side. Chapter 5348 Alexa's Companion Spirit. Vase already had plenty of experience in creating custom companion spirits. There was almost no chance of failure. Since Blinky was tasked with doing the heavy lifting, his abilities were extremely crucial to the delicate process. Fortunately, the Blinky had only grown more powerful since the start of the Age of Dawn. The imaginary universe method mainly focused on increasing his energy reserves and building up his own universe, but it also advanced his qualities as well. His control over energy had grown a bit more exquisite than before, allowing him to operate on Alexa's spirituality with a delicate and precise touch. Compared to most people, Alexa's spirituality was already stronger than average. Her superior background, her frequent proximity to her powerful grandfather, her persistent pursuit of living mechs and more all played a role in shaping her to become the woman she was today. Of course, the passive absorption of E-energy radiation also helped to strengthen her spirituality over time. This gave Blinky enough room to create a relatively complete companion spirit from scratch. Vase only made use of 2 spiritual ingredients. While there was plenty room for more, he did not see the need to complicate this job by adding useless variables. Unlike the companion spirit seeds he designed for his children, Alexa was already a mature mech designer who knew what she wanted out of her career. This was why Vase devoted himself to creating a spiritual cat that was only made out of life energy. Even if the resulting companion spirit was unable to breathe life into Alexa's creations, it would still come with a complementary ability that could serve her well in her future work. Aside from that, she still had a chance of inheriting Vesa's design philosophy. As long as she managed to advance to the rank of journeyman mech designer with a similar enough specialization, she still had hope of being able to create living mechs by herself. With that in mind, Vase and Alexa both agreed that the latter's companion spirit had to possess a complementary ability. Just as Blinky was able to absorb, process and output a lot of spiritual energy, Alexa's own spiritual cat needed to give her a strong advantage that would remain relevant throughout the rest of her career. Alexa's companion spirit gradually took shape. Blinky skillfully combined and sculpted the fragmented spiritual ingredients into a brand new life form. Vase only utilized 2 spiritual ingredients this time. He donated a considerably greater quantity of his own spiritual energy given that it played a much more important role this time. He combined it with spiritual energy freely given by Gaia in order to add another dimension of life energy to the mix. It turned out that Vase did not need to worry about Gaia refusing his latest request. The recently emerged True God had already formed a cooperative relationship with General Axelar Strian. As his granddaughter, Alexa benefited from the favorable circumstances. The fact that she used to be a Terran also helped to increase Gaia's favor. The resulting companion spirit therefore combined some of the best traits of Vase and Gaia, leading to an outcome that Vase couldn't fully predict. Although Vase was able to influence the traits of his creations to an extent, life was inherently complicated and unpredictable. This was especially relevant in cases where he played with forces that he didn't fully understand. The most important variable that made this job more difficult was the fact that Vase was working with the spiritual energy donated by a true god this time. Compared with the more low-level spiritual energy of other entities, there was a real qualitative difference with the energy utilized by post-divinity entities. To be honest, genuine high-level spiritual energy was far too powerful and uncontrollable for Vase to work with. Even Vulcan needed to grow an entire heart of steel in order to reluctantly contain and digest the small amount of high-level metal energy that Blinky originally stole from Cassandra Breyer. It was not a good idea to rashly expose a relatively weak apprentice mech designer to any form of high-level energy. Alexa was far from qualified to harness the power of a true god. Fortunately, once Vase made the necessary request, Gaia actively put effort into downgrading her spiritual energy to the point where it degenerated into an inferior form. While the processed energy was not as good as the original, Vase only needed it for its attributes, not its potency. The process of growth and evolution had to proceed step by step. If Vase wanted to give Alexa's companion spirit the best possible growth prospects, then he needed to focus on giving her a proper foundation instead of a speedy shortcut. Although Blinky most certainly had to put more effort into processing the degenerated energy donated by Gaia, the star cat could still rely on his strong ability to manipulate all kinds of spiritual energies. As time continued to pass, the newly created cat began to wake up as Blinky had managed to forge yet another companion spirit. Maya, Maya, Alexa watched with amazement as her companion spirit had finally taken a life of her own. The semi-transparent ragdoll cat with a symmetrical pattern of white, gray and dark brown fur was more than just a creature. It was another part of herself. The newly inducted Larkinson closed her eyes in order to explore the brand new senses of her companion spirit. From the perspective of the cat that she was directly connected to, an entirely new reality opened up to her. As the floating ragdoll cat slowly swept her gaze across the workshop, she noticed a lot of phenomena that had always existed but never noticed due to her inferior perception. The new companion spirit saw the flow of all of the E-energy radiation in the environment. These flows of mixed energies uniformly flowed in a single direction that pointed away from Messier 87. The companion spirit also noticed the spiritual bond that connected her to a vast and intricate network of connections. Alexa grew amazed that this web of channels spanned over enormous distances. The mystery of the Larkinson network had become clear to Alexa's newly gained sight. She even spotted a powerful and formidable golden glow that occupied the center of the magical network. It wasn't until Alexa set her sights on her new patriarch and mentor that she was able to get to know a greater part of his true self. Similar to the golden cat, Vase had grown so powerful that he appeared to glow in her sights. Though Vase mostly kept this part of himself contained, he decided to unveil a part of it just to give Alexa an interesting sight. There was more to Vase that impressed Alexa. Her new companion spirit observed a flaming ball that was buried in the center of her patriarch's head. Alexa knew without a shadow of a doubt that it encapsulated the essence of his design philosophy. It was a pity that Alexa had yet to detect anything comparable in her own self, but that could be remedied in the future. There were more oddities about Vase that she could spend hours on analyzing. The hammers that he carried on his tool belt were veritable artifacts. His entire body faintly glowed with not just one, but two entirely different variations of power. There were even hints of additional layers underneath what he showed on the surface. The flood of new data overwhelmed the former Terran. Alexa could not even begin to analyze all of the new sights that fought for her attention. This is incredible. She gasped as she finally opened her own pair of eyes. Is this what you and everyone else with a companion spirit see every day? Pretty much. You get used to it after a while. What you are seeing through your new companion spirit is different manifestations of E-energy that exists in another realm that is parallel to the one that our bodies occupy. Now that you have opened your perception to a hidden layer of reality, you have gained the qualifications to manipulate it in a deliberate fashion. Is that what you intend to teach me, sir? Vase nodded. Yes. Since the Red 2 has yet to announce their latest unified technological developments, I will teach you my own theoretical framework. From there, you can choose to learn more specific methods and techniques from me, or you can choose to explore on your own. Whether you want to follow my footsteps or find your own direction, I don't mind either way. I am sure you can contribute a lot to our clan no matter your choice. Thank you, Alexa said with a grateful smile. I have already made up my mind to an extent. If possible, I still wish to learn how to design mechs that can come to life under my power. Too few people can do this. The Senekai had spent decades searching for other mech designers that could produce comparable works, but he never succeeded. This shows how rare you are. If I am able to learn your craft, then our clan and our society will no longer suffer an irreplaceable loss if anything happens to you. This is a strong and persistent concern to many leaders who have a vested interest in your work. Vase nodded in understanding. Then we have little time to waste. Once you have recovered and familiarized yourself with your new companion spirit, I will start to teach you right away. His attention eventually shifted back to the new companion spirit. What have you decided to call your new companion spirit? Maya. That is simple enough. Have you already learned what she can do? I think I have a vague idea of her abilities, but I am not entirely sure about my guess. I think I know what she can do. Can I try it out on you? I believe that Maya's abilities won't cause you any harm. Sure. The spiritual ragdoll cat slowly flew forward until one of her paws came into contact with Vase. A warm and nurturing spurt of energy tried to enter Ves's body. He had to lower his defenses to allow Maya to insert her energy and exert a measure of active control. Surprisingly enough, Vase did not really feel as if Maya had intruded into himself. Her energy appeared to contain the same trait of universal compatibility as Gaia's spiritual energy. Once Maya's energy approached Vess's spirituality, the former melted and began to nourish the latter. Although it had no effect as Vase was in good condition, his eyes widened as he realized what Maya was doing. Your companion spirit is nourishing my spirituality. This is useful. Can you do more than heal any spiritual injuries? Alexa furrowed her brows. I believe so. I sense that Maya can exert her energy in a slightly different fashion. Let me try. Maya's spiritual energy began to shift into a slightly different state that caused it to produce a different effect. Though Maya was still far too weak to produce any noticeable effect on Vase, it quickly became clear what else the new companion spirit could do under her own power. If I am interpreting this correctly, your companion spirit should be able to use her energy to speed up the growth of comparable entities. It just didn't work for me because the gap between us is too great. Vase concluded. It might also be that this ability only worked on younger spirits. Alexa looked intrigued. What does that mean, sir? This is really useful in my field of specialization. One of the greatest weaknesses of my design philosophy is that it takes a lot of time for living products to reach maturity. If Maya can cut this process short by several weeks or months, she can contribute a lot to enhancing the combat effectiveness of our new living mechs. These auxiliary abilities were enough to turn Maya into a valuable addition to the Larkinson clan. Chapter 5349 Introduction to Larkinson Mechs. Alexa Strian had become a Larkinson. This was a significant event. Her formal entry into the clan not only meant that the premier branch had gained a proper first-class mech designer, but also gave the Larkinsons hope that Vase could effectively pass on his teachings. Although Vase himself cared little about this issue, many people placed a huge amount of importance on inheritance and continuity. As impressive as Vase may be, he was not immortal. He could die or disappear at any point. The fact that he managed to stay alive and well given all of the times he put himself at great risk did not comfort a lot of people. What if his luck ran out one day? What if he encountered an enemy that he and his forces couldn't defeat this time? What if he left the Larkinson clan on a voluntary or involuntary basis? The Larkinson clan's status and prestige would instantly plummet as a response. The lives of many Larkinsons would almost certainly become worse in the future. Without a brilliant mech designer that could attract a lot of support from the Red Association and other first-rate powers, there was no reason for the Larkinson clan to merit as much investment as before. Human society could be cruel in that sense. While Vase had put a decent amount of effort into passing on his teachings to Gloriana, Kedis, Michael and Xanthar, none of them had mastered the essence of his full inheritance. This was why the entry of Alexa was so significant. Even though she only became exposed to Vess's work relatively recently, her qualifications and potential were vastly superior. It did not matter whether Alexa was unable to live up to her promise. The Larkinson clan of today could afford to bet on multiple horses. If the former scion of the Strian ancient clan was not able to learn the art of designing living mechs, then Vase could always place his hopes on the first batch of graduates of the Eden Institute that had received his teachings. Not all of the 4th and 5th year mech design students of today possessed any talent or interest in working with living mechs, but there should be enough of them to give Vase additional options. All of that was for the future. For now, the Larkinsons put in a modest amount of effort to welcome Alexa Strian into their clan. No ordinary new recruit merited so much attention, but even if everyone ignored her impressive background, the value that she could provide to the clan was enough to give her special treatment. This was how the Larkinson clan. It was not so different from other powerful organizations in that regard. Merit and value always determined a person's importance. As the Larkinsons organized a small banquet to celebrate Alexa's entry, Vase carefully observed as the woman in question began to strike up a conversation with Gloriana. He knew his wife well enough that she always maintained a lot of vigilance towards any woman that came close to him. The problem became exacerbated when the woman was a mech designer who was bound to work with Vase on a frequent basis going forward. "Welcome to our clan," Gloriana spoke in a calm and even tone. "I look forward to your contributions." Alexa responded with a charming smile. "I am eager to learn and assist in the design of my new clan's living mechs. I am also looking forward to studying your unique approach to mechs. Your husband has explained your God-body method to me before. I have never been able to study it firsthand." "You are in luck, then." Gloriana smirked. "We have recently completed the Green Axe project and the Bloodripper project. They are both quasi-first-class expert mechs that incorporate some of our latest advancements. Their intended users are on their way to New Constantinople to test our latest high-end works and bring them back to the middle zones. Now that you have joined our clan, I can permit you to study our latest mechs. I look forward to receiving the input of a first-class mech designer. Alexa responded with a modest smile. Do not expect much from me. Much of my expertise is related to first-class technologies that are normally unrelated to second-class mechs. My overall experience and judgment of mechs cannot match that of a seasoned journeyman and masterwork mech designers such as yourself. As the pioneer of a means to enable mechs to upgrade their quality on an autonomous basis, I believe that you can teach me much about your own area of specialization. I would love to receive lessons from you as well. As the two women continued to talk with each other, Vase did not detect any signs of tension or conflict. The two apparently got along pretty well. They even started to talk about further cooperation. It was not until Alexa finally concluded her talk with Gloriana that she explained why nothing happened. I have already spoken to your wife numerous times in the past. A woman like her can be protective, but it does not take an excessive amount of effort to reassure her concerns. Vase looked impressed. Sure enough, first raters were different from other people, and an elite Terran scion like Alexa Strian was even better. A woman like her could easily navigate her way through complicated social situations. The fact that she had done her research on Gloriana and adopted the appropriate strategy spoke well for her ability to contribute to the clan in the future. Vase even thought about asking Alexa to tutor her daughter. In the days that ensued, Alexa began to immerse herself in the Larkinson clan. Although D&D base was too small compared to the expeditionary fleet, Vase and the other Larkinsons stationed on the planet tried their best to treat her as a genuine Larkinson. Alexa got introduced to all kinds of weird and unusual stuff that were common sense to any Larkinson but completely unique to outsiders. From design spirits to totems, Vase did not hold back in introducing her to the various specialties that made his clan different. So this is the woman who promises to bring death at the first-class level? Helena asked in a flat tone. She's just an apprentice mech designer. Your clan already has hundreds of them. What makes her special? Is it her companion spirit? Her cat reminds me of Gaia and our mother. Alexa truly appeared stunned at this time. Sir, yes, there are sources that claim that you actually consider some of your creations to be your relatives. I never put much credence to these claims as they do not sound plausible to my ears, but, do you truly consider her to be your sister? Ahem, I am not just any sister. I am his eldest sister. Helena insisted as her energy manifestation flew closer to Alexa. I may not be older than him on a chronological basis, but I am most certainly his eldest on a mental basis. Even our mother acknowledges that I am the eldest and most mature out of the two of us. Anyway, I am pleased to meet you. I hope that you can improve quickly so that you can take over the chores that occupy far too much of my brother's precious time. The former Terran responded with a controlled smile. I shall do my best, but I have much to learn before I can satisfy your request. Great, it was about time that Vase managed to get himself a decent assistant. I would love to introduce you to our mother, but she has been preoccupied as of late. Helena and Alexa chatted for a bit longer before the daughter of death said goodbye and retracted her awareness. The apprentice mech designer slowly turned towards Vase. Tell me the truth, is she truly your sister, or is she a creation that is posing as one? It's complicated, Alexa. Vase sighed. The answer depends on your definition of life and kinship. I don't want to argue philosophy with you, so I will keep it simple. As far as I am concerned, Helena is my eldest sister and the superior mother is my mother. Yes, I know it might not make total sense to you, but I am not ready to explain the full story behind them to you. Just treat them as they are my actual siblings and you should be okay. Very well. Alexa probably contemplated whether Vase was insane. The probability that this was the case had shot up by quite a few percentage points. This strange incident did not depress her enthusiasm about the rest of the Larkinson clan. After familiarizing herself with many different aspects of her new family and organization, Vase and Gloriana finally introduced her to their latest completed works. The Green Axe project and the Bloodripper project were two vastly different expert mechs that also shared a lot in common. As products envisioned just before the Age of Dawn but had only been completed after the Great Severing occurred, the two expert mechs already incorporated new advancements in hyper-technology. While neither of them ended up as masterwork mechs, they were still impressive in terms of power and quality. So these are the two expert mechs that you are about to deliver to the pair of expert pilots that have broken through not too long ago? Alexa asked as Maya playfully flew around her body. I can tell that they are much more powerful than the typical expert mechs designed for low-tier expert pilots. Are you not afraid that their new expert pilots cannot properly handle all of this power? That is indeed a concern, but not as much as you think. Vase calmly responded, I have introduced you to the MSTS yesterday, so you should know that it can accurately simulate the performance of expert mechs. Our low-tier expert pilots can spend enough hours in the MSTS to thoroughly familiarize themselves with their new machines and master all of their nuances before they enter into their first real battle with their new machines. With the help of the MSTS, no Larkinson expert pilot should ever be able to make poor use out of their powerful living expert mechs. It was inexcusable if any of these powerful champions still struggled to control their powerful machines after months of dedicated practice. Seeing that Vase did not worry about this problem at all, Alexa did not push her argument any further. She instead began to study other noticeable aspects about the new expert mechs. Compared to the living mechs that I have already seen, these ones are different. One of them feels oddly empty. The other one feels just as alive as other humans. That is because they are. Vase smiled. The second-class mechs that the Eden Institute imported from the middle zones are all mass-produced mechs. These two are our handmade works. Do you know why we prize craftsmanship so much? This is part of the reason why. Both of them have reached the standard of a third-order living mech. The Bloodripper project is a classical living mech, so the livelier its personality, the stronger it becomes. The Green Axe project is a so-called second skin living mech, so it is deliberately kept blank so that it can best embody its pilot. Third order, second skin, you'll learn about that later. Vase waved his hand. There are many distinctions between living mechs, and I am sure that more variations will emerge in the future. The development of living mechs is still at an early stage. Perhaps in the future you can contribute your own variation to our body of work. Alexa shook her head. That is a steep expectation. Even if your two expert mechs have not reached the first-class standard, I can judge that the work that you have done to them cannot be matched so easily. That's okay, Alexa, you still have plenty of time ahead of yourself. Just work towards becoming a journeyman first. Then you will get your chance to work on mech design projects like these. Chapter 5350 Testing New Advancements. It took a bit of time before the intended pilots of the Green Axe project and the Bloodripper project arrived in New Constantinople. Once the Blue Jay fleet's courier vessel brought them over to D&D base, the expert pilots first went through a thorough examination in order to verify their current condition. Unlike the other expert pilots of the Larkinson clan, Venerable Colic Glendale and Venerable Pedro Rodrigo had yet to make use of any general cultivation elixirs. While these amazing elixirs had the effect of accelerating the growth of resonance strength, they were made to speed up the growth of expert pilots, not replace this essential process entirely. An expert pilot that forcefully boosted their resonance strength yet never seriously fought with an actual expert mech would become completely useless at the later stages. Any serious battle-tested high-tier expert pilot could easily demolish a peer that had only made it this far by piling up elixirs after elixirs. This was also one of the reasons why Vase felt reassured with letting his own pilots make use of the elixirs. They had already fought and challenged powerful opponents plenty of times. Even now, the expeditionary fleet of the Golden Skull Alliance as well as the Warborn under the command of General Ark Larkinson had moved right back to the border regions in order to defeat more aliens. In any case, once Venerable Glendale and Venerable Rodrigo left with their new expert mechs, they would soon be able to speed up their growth in a controlled manner. The two pilots expressed great enthusiasm for their upcoming testing session. Once they had read through the manual and familiarized themselves with all of the unique settings, they soon changed into their newly issued piloting suits and waited for their turn to come. The Larkinsons decided to conduct the test on the proving grounds that was situated outside of D&D base. Vase and Gloriana had already anticipated the need of a large and extensive site to test the performance of their new mechs, so they commissioned the Terrans to construct the necessary facilities. There was nothing fancy about the proving grounds. There were large spaces, obstacle courses, bot dispensers, privacy screens as well as more secure underground testing chambers in case there was a need for greater secrecy. Vase did not really care that much about maintaining total confidentiality this time. Neither the Green Axe nor the Bloodripper were all that strategically important to the Larkinson clan at this time. He wouldn't lose any sleep if the Mechers or the Terrans happened to observe the newly fabricated expert mechs. Vase, Gloriana and Alexa had moved to a well-protected control tower that granted them a clear overview of the surrounding terrain. The lack of assistant mech designers increased their burden to an extent, but it was not a big issue. They could just go over the data logs after the tests had ended in order to gain a complete understanding of the performance of the new machines. Besides, Alexa alone was worth dozens of assistant mech designers by herself. Her ability to process data and interpret patterns were so good that Vase and Gloriana could focus on the areas that interested them the most. "Can I ask you a question, sir?" "Go ahead, Alexa. You're my disciple now. Asking questions comes with the territory. I still do not fully understand why you are investing so much attention and effort into the Greenaxe project and the Bloodripper project. These are extravagant machines at the second-class level. Even if their assigned pilots can reluctantly make use of all of their features, they are still disproportionately costly compared to other second-class expert mechs. If future breakthroughs happen at a higher frequency, it becomes increasingly less tenable for the two of you to commit so much energy into these kinds of projects." Vase smiled even as he continued to set up his workstation. "You are partially right. We do not intend to invest an unreasonable amount of effort and resources into the development of second-class expert mechs going forward. Our second-class colleagues in the design department can pick up the slack while our attention shifts to first-class mech design projects. The Greenaxe and the Bloodripper are the last of their kind. We started them, so we have to accompany them to the end of their initial development track." Gloriana provided an additional explanation. "The Greenaxe and the Bloodripper have greater significance to us than to meet the needs of two of our low-tier expert pilots. They also serve as testbeds of our latest technological innovations. They possess features that are not present in our older generation works. It is vital for us to test our latest advancements and collect enough empirical data. The results from these experiments are vital to the development of the Jupiter project and the Blood Star Mark II project." In other words, the Greenaxe and the Bloodripper could also be regarded as experimental works. They contained a lot of new and untested technological advancements that might not perform as stably and optimally as their developers wished. By testing them out in less important expert mech designs, the miracle couple could gain much more certainty that their upcoming high-tier expert mech designs would perform well despite pushing so many technological limits. Realization dawned in Alexa's eyes. "I understand. What are the key advancements that you intend to observe during the initial tests?" "There are several key systems that merit a lot of attention, but let us focus on the basics first. We should start with the Greenaxe as that is the simpler of the two machines." They waited as Venerable Colic Glendale entered the cockpit and settled inside his new battle partner for the first time. Unlike many of the other Larkinson expert mechs, the Greenaxe lacked a distinct personality and ego, so it did not actively respond to its expert pilot on its own initiative. The Greenaxe was rather dull in that aspect, but this was a deliberate design feature. It wasn't until Venerable Glendale activated his powerful machine and interfaced with it that the Greenaxe truly came alive in a way that could not be fully described. Venerable Glendale already started to resonate with his machine despite not having practiced this skill. The more Alexa gazed at the Greenaxe that had been placed in the middle of a field down below, the more she had the illusion that she was looking at a giant version of its expert pilot. She let out a small gasp. "So this is what you mean by second skin. This variation of living mech gives up on turning a mech into a living partner so that the pilot can exert greater control over the entire mech frame. Won't the burden be greater for Venerable Glendale?" "It depends," Vase responded. "The Greenaxe is not a complicated mech, so the burden of controlling it is not that great to begin with. Even if we install additional modules later on, Glendale will still be able to maintain a high degree of control as he grows stronger. From what we have observed from the Mars, it is no problem at all for an ace pilot to embody his entire machine." The Greenaxe started to move and perform a standard testing routine. The more Venerable Glendale moved his formidable melee expert mech, the more he became proficient in its control. This was one of the advantages of a second skin mech. The pilot was able to ignore the barriers that got in the way of controlling a machine, allowing him to control it as if it was his actual body. The advantages of this were especially great for melee mechs. When the Greenaxe started to lift up its green-edged Great AXE and started to swing it around, the machine immediately displayed exquisite control and fluency over its own movements. The Great AXE is the most powerful aspect of this expert mech. Gloriana spoke with pride. "With the help of a local development company, we managed to invent a new transphasic alloy mixture that combines a resonating exotic with a hyper material. This key feature allows the Greenaxe to cut through solid matter with crushing force. More importantly, we believe that it should be able to cut through transphasic energy shields with much greater efficiency, especially if it reaches masterwork quality in advance. I anticipate that it should only take 3 to 4 months before the Great AXE can improve in quality, and that is only because the weapon is so massive. That caused Alexa to grow confused. Shouldn't it take years for the God-body method to produce a qualitative transformation? That is indeed the case for my past works, but I have improved my design applications since then. Gloriana confidently smirked. I have recently completed the development of my second-generation God-body method. The Green Axe and the Bloodripper are the first of my works to benefit from this advancement. How is it different from the first generation? I am glad you asked, Alexa. Compared to the first generation of my tech, the second generation is faster and more efficient in every way. The greatest difference is that my expert mechs are embedded with concentrated hyper-material nodes. You can think of them as seeds that are especially good at absorbing energy. These hyper-material nodes can absorb a greater amount of spiritual feedback and exotic radiation to accelerate the transformation of a mech. That is not the extent of what these new hyper-material nodes can do. Vase added, my husband is right, the original reason why I developed these nodes is to facilitate the process of selective advancement and repairs. You see, as long as the pilot or living mech sets priority on one or a handful of these hyper-material nodes, much of the energies absorbed by God-body mech will only focus on improving the quality of a part of the mech frame. This is useful in many ways. The Green Axe can concentrate on improving its axe first, thereby making it stronger and more effective at breaking through strong defenses. This is the most effective means of improving the expert mech's combat performance in the short term. The other parts of the expert mech can wait. Alexa looked impressed. I see. This is even more useful for repairs. Indeed. Gloriana grinned. It is difficult for the mech designers and the mech technicians in the field to reproduce parts of masterwork quality. Outside of my husband and I, no one else in the clan can reproduce the high-quality parts. There will be circumstances in the future when our local branches and detachments have to take care of this problem themselves. With my second-generation God-body solution, the logistics of bringing a damaged masterwork mech back to peak conditions have become much simpler. Vase nodded in agreement. The Larkinsons in the field can simply fabricate a replacement part of lesser quality and install it onto the damaged mech in question. The living mech can then set a priority on the new part, allowing it to channel the majority of absorbed energies into speeding up the improvement of its weakest components. The implications of this advancement were enormous. At the very least, the expeditionary fleet could handle the repairs of its expert mechs without needing to rely on the help of Vase and Gloriana. Alexa had a decent understanding of the significance of masterworks. They had become even more important in the Age of Dawn as masterwork products worked particularly well with E-energy radiation. The Green Axe continued its test by chopping its new Great AXE onto a transphasic energy shield. Even though the transphasic energy shield was not that strong, the resonating Great AXE easily managed to cut the barrier in half. This destabilized it to such an extent that it immediately collapsed. Excellent. The new alloy is doing its work. The transphasic Great AXE managed to cut through solid alloys with even greater ease, and only got slowed down when it tried to cut through blocks of first-class alloys. The only problem of cutting through so many difficult obstacles was that Venerable Glendale tired out at a much faster rate. This will improve in time. He's just a low-tier expert pilot for now. Chapter 5351 Strong Mech. During the initial test of the Green Axe, Vase and Gloriana mostly focused their attention on different aspects of their work. Gloriana mainly paid attention to the parameters related to the second-generation God-body method. While it was impossible for the Green Axe to promote the quality of any of its parts to masterwork quality within a day, she could still gather a decent amount of useful data from this initial test. One of her goals was to determine if she had made any mistakes or suboptimal decisions relating to the distribution of hypermaterial nodes. She had attempted to spread them out as evenly and rationally as possible. Applying too many of them on a mech frame took up valuable capacity and increased the cost of the design. Applying too few would weaken the new effects, thereby causing any promotions in quality to be delayed by numerous months. If Gloriana had made a particularly large error, then parts of her new work might not be able to undergo accelerated improvement at all. This was why it was so important for the Green Axe to get tested in New Constantinople. She could always bring the machine back to the workshop and make adjustments in order to correct for any errors. How is it so far? Do your calculations hold up to reality? I have detected numerous discrepancies, but none of them are particularly severe. The female journeyman replied as she continued to study the telemetry readings. Before this initial test, I could only simulate the effects of the second-generation God-body method. My mathematical model is mostly accurate, but I misjudged a few variables. It shouldn't take too long for me to adjust my formulas and develop a more accurate model. I only need to apply light modifications to the green axe in order to optimize its second-generation God-body characteristics. This was normal and not a major issue. It would only take Gloriana a few hours to make the necessary corrections with the help of a powerful workshop. While Gloriana continued to monitor the parameters of the God-body method, Vase focused more on the hyper-technology applications of his work. The characteristic edge of the transphasic grade AXE was particularly important to him. It combined three separate advantages into a single form, thereby attempting to reap the benefits of all at the same time. Vase grew relieved when he saw that the transphasic component worked well enough. This aspect did not weaken despite all of the additional complications. This was important to maintaining the offensive superiority of the powerful weapon. What interested him more was the other two components of the weapon. He had selected a powerful resonating exotic that happened to play well with Venerable Glendale's force of will. The more Glendale resonated with his new weapon, the more the great AXE exerted a crushing effect, delivering a stronger kinetic and crushing blow that worked particularly well against both expert mechs and other hardy units. The most special part about the axe was the hyper-material used to enhance its power against alien warships. Considering that the green axe would probably be used to fight against powerful warships most of the time, Vase along with a local Terran development company worked together to adapt a new hyper-material created by the T Institute. By exposing the original material with the concentrated glow of the Phase King, the T Institute managed to develop a small variety of sympathetic materials that had notable interactions with phase water. While the quality and other properties of this hyper material were not that impressive, it was decently effective at negating transphasic defenses. In certain cases, the new hyper could be used as a substitute for phase water. A much better use of this promising new material was to combine it with phase water in order to produce a compound effect that was greater than the sum of its parts. The overall power of a hyper-material was partially dependent on the concentration of E-energy in the environment. In a medium-energy environment like the Red Ocean, the great AXE was able to absorb a decent quantity of ambient E-energy to power up every strike. Vase could already see it when he looked out of the window of the control tower. As the green axe began to spin around while whipping up a lot of air with its devastating great AXE, his spiritual perception clearly saw how the heavy weapon practically commanded the power of heaven to strike in coordination with its own blows. The green axe also received a modest boost from Bravo. The design spirit's influence caused the expert mech to gain a more masculine and forceful air. The machine looked especially domineering when it demonstrated its strength with its great AXE. Vase had struggled for a long time before he settled with Bravo as the design spirit for this expert mech. He did not have any other design spirits that fit the green axe better. The masculine mech was a powerhouse that sought to crush its opposition by relying on force rather than finesse. Once Venerable Glendale and the green axe grows stronger and cultivates a bit more, they should be able to leverage a much greater amount of E-energy with every strike. Their blows will become unstoppable. Alexa had already learned from Vase that certain living mechs could cultivate on their own, but she wasn't sure how that worked for the green axe. "Sir, isn't the green axe supposed to possess a blank personality? How can it cultivate on its own when it does not possess a conscious intelligence?" "That is not necessarily the case," Vase responded. "It's a little complicated, but the short story is that second skin mechs can still cultivate autonomously if I have programmed it beforehand. The speed and efficiency can only reach the standards of a second-order living mech at most. The only way to make it faster is if Venerable Glendale pilots the green axe and actively directs its cultivation." This was not an ideal solution, but it was the best Vase could do for second skin mechs. Its associated weaknesses emphasized the usefulness of classical living mechs even more. After all, it was much more convenient if living mechs could cultivate by themselves without needing to rely on any human help. "Alright, let's conduct the final test. Venerable Glendale, please test your strongest attack against the Macharia xianxia." Saintess Ulrika Vraken had been waiting for this. The ace rifleman mech emerged from an underground hangar bay and calmly flew in front of the green axe. The Macharia xianxia was still powerful despite not receiving any major upgrades as of yet. Even if some of its tech had already become dated, it should still be able to endure the attacks from an expert mech with ease. Vase had not forgotten about the ace pilot he borrowed from the Hexers. Vase had taken the time to design numerous enhancements to the powerful machine in order to repay the Hex Federation for loaning out its ace pilot. He wanted to wait until he tested his next-generation tech before he applied his improvements to such an important machine. Alright, Glendale, try and attack the Macharia Excelsia with your most powerful attacks. I am already nearing my limit, sir. The pilot transmitted back. These attacks are much more draining than I expected. I won't be able to launch more than 3 axe strikes. Just launch a single attack, then. Venerable Glendale concentrated as best he could. The suppression of Saintus Ulrich of Vraken's domain field did not appear to affect his mood the slightest. The powerful Great AXE began to glow in green as Glendale resonated with it. He was more than pleased with his new weapon. He could feel various aspects of the weapon becoming more active and empowered as his willpower elevated its performance far beyond what was physically possible. There was one more move he could make to empower his weapon even more. He summoned his companion spirit and sent it to his Great AXE so that he could form an even stronger connection. Auror, the brown bear that embodied Glendale's great might caused the Great AXE to gain an indescribable momentum. As the green axe chopped its heavy weapon downwards, it was as if an entire mountain collapsed on the slightly taller and slender form of the Macharia Excelsia. Boom! A huge amount of energies erupted from the point of impact. The green axe stumbled backwards as powerful recoil caused the machine to lose control over its footing for a moment. The machine barely managed to keep hold of its Great AXE. Fortunately, its strong empowerment prevented it from suffering any serious damage, though it was best for Gloriana to inspect it afterwards to see if any of the more fragile components had shaken loose. The Macharia Excelsia lowered its pristine arm. The limb did not even suffer a scratch. The combination between high-quality transphasic armor and a powerful Saint Kingdom that could bleed the power of any attacks had been more than enough to negate the damage of the Greenix's strongest attack. Oh well, we expected this result. Vase sighed. His wife huffed at that. You may be saying that, but I think you were secretly hoping that the green axe would be able to leave at least minor scratch behind. What do you think, Alexa? An attack with so many special properties should be able to inflict minor material damage on a first-class multipurpose mech depending on its tier. Alexa shared her own opinion. It is not impossible for the current state of the green axe to cut into the armor of a low-tier first-class mech. The premise is that the latter is based on a Karentgen design. In reality, a true multipurpose mech should never allow the green axe to get within its optimal attack range. The green axe was patterned after a typical assault mech. It boasted excellent offense and relatively good defense. This came at the cost of mobility as all of its bulk and heavy equipment made it a lot more sluggish. While its mobility was still better because it was an expert mech equipped with a combat drive, expert light mechs were much faster. In any case, many first-class multipurpose mechs possessed enough mobility to stay out of the Greenix's range. This would allow them to employ their large variety of ranged weapon modules to whittle down the relatively slow expert Axeman mech from safer distances. This was one of the reasons why first-class multipurpose mechs had become the mainstream in first-class space. Simpler mech archetypes all possessed highly defined strengths and weaknesses. A first-class multipurpose mech could always target the shortcomings of a simpler machine, thereby attaining victories with much greater ease than normal. In short, the green axe in its current configuration was not a machine that would do well in first-class space. The only ways to change that was for Venerable Glendale to advance to Ace Pilot, or to upgrade it to a first-class machine. Alright, that is enough for now. Glendale, you can bring your machine back and power it down. You can take the time to rest while we tweak and modify your green axe later. Thank you, sir. As the green axe steadily stepped away, a much lighter and nimbler machine stepped forward. The aggressively red and copper-coated light mech made a much different impression. The expert light harasser mech tried to divert attention rather than attracting it like the green axe. Alexa and other observers found it slightly more difficult to keep their focus on the slim machine. It was as if a faint and hazy screen had enveloped the Bloodripper, causing everyone to feel more uncomfortable as they continued to stare at the newly fabricated expert mech. The Bloodripper. The Bloodripper is an expert mech evolution of the Stringgripper. Vase explained. If you have studied the latter, then you should know that it thrives off misdirection. Our second new expert mech does that while also possessing a much nastier offensive punch. Don't let its submachine gun fool you. It can tear through armor and transphasic energy shields alike. This is because it is a 4th-generation Luminaire crystal weapon.